which is why you keep acting as though this refutation is so weak. But the only reason you think it's weak is because you don't understand your own hypothesis and how absolutely ridiculous it is. It's a category error.
I don't know what you mean by you can't manipulate an experiment to see that something is falling towards a gravitationally bound object in order to make statements about gravity.
You're distorting what I said again, but I know you're referring to what I actually said in the open chat. You cannot manipulate the independent variable that is specifically the sheer existence of matter. To manipulate the sheer existence of matter is to cause it to begin
First of
existing
all,
and cause it to discontinue existing. You cannot do that given the law of conservation of mass and you not being the God, of course. So you cannot verify the hypothesis. So it's unverifiable.
first of all, speak more precisely. So you can't eliminate the variable, the existence of matter. That's how you started speaking.
Not eliminate. Not eliminate.
Eliminate
Manipulate. No, stop distorting what I'm saying to you. Stop speaking. I didn't say eliminate. I said manipulate. And specifically, I already specified, that means cause the matter to stop existing and then resume existing. That's manipulating the sheer existence of matter.
Oh, fuck. Okay, so you want somebody to like turn a gravitational object off in order to verify, okay, now we turn the gravity off. We can verify that when we turn it back on, we see the thing start to rotate around it and be gravitationally bound. Now we know the matter is the thing causing
the gravity off. No. Since you keep
turn the mass
every
off.
Time. I'm telling you exactly what it is. You keep saying something else.
I don't think you understand exactly what it is, but go ahead.
You keep saying something else. I'm going to say it again. Don't say anything else besides what I'm saying to you. You cannot manipulate the sheer existence of matter, which is the independent variable in the causation hypothesis. So given that you cannot manipulate the sheer existence of matter, which means you cannot make matter exist and make it stop existing, therefore it's not verifiable, unverifiable.
You can bring matter in to an experimental apparatus or bring the experimental apparatus to the matter.
That's,
for example, launch a spaceship.
Of the independent variable. That's not a manipulation of the independent variable. That is just an instance of moving the matter from one place to another. That's not making it exist and stop existing.
Why do you need to make it exist and stop existing? You can still make claims about gravitational.
That's why. It's a stupid hypothesis. I don't care that this is a problem for you. This is a problem for your position. This hypothesis.
No, it's not a problem for the position. You're saying somebody can't make claims about things that always exist and have to keep existing.
No, you're distorting the argument again. You're just
no, I am not. I'm understanding it perfectly well.
You are distorting again. Stop talking. Every time you begin speaking about my argument, you distort what I'm saying to you.
No, I don't. I just simplified it.
Stop being in a hurry to speak. You are getting my argument incorrect. No. So I'm going to say to you,
you don't understand your own argument is the problem.
Stop talking to the correction of your error. This is stupid, dude. It is so simple. Just because you know full and well, that's the only reason why you keep saying something else besides what I'm saying to you, because you know you're cornered, dude.
No, the problem is you don't realize that you're on this.
There's no reason for you to begin talking at all. You keep getting my argument wrong. Every time you begin speaking, you get my argument wrong. Stop talking. Let's see if you can get this correct this time. Your position implies that you need to manipulate the sheer existence of matter. That is to say, make it begin existing and stop existing and repeat until you see a consistent pattern that indicates that this hypothesis is true or false. You cannot do that. Therefore, it's unverifiable. That is not to say that you can just move the given entity from one place to another. That's not a manipulation of the independent variable. That's not a manipulation of the independent variable.
Yes, it is. It's fucking introducing it into the experiment.
No, it's not. Moving
from at one point, it's
not an instance of making me begin existing and then stop existing. Fucking moron.
Yes, it is. If you fucking take like a statistical group of people, measure a bunch of people at one point in time, and then fucking come back years later, measure it again. You're looking at new data, things that weren't there before. How hard is it to do the same thing when you have moving fucking objects?
You're invincibly ignorant and a moron. Me moving from
hold on a second
is not an instance of me discontinuing to exist and then resuming to exist.
No, this is just an arbitrary bar you've put here. You're like, no, now you have to make matter come out of nothing in order to make any claims about matter. That's all you're doing. That's all.
Fellas, I'm going to bring order into this particular conversation. So, my friend, Sabin, or whatever, your claim is Newtonian gravitational, which is what? Can you define what Newtonian gravitation is and the mechanics of it, please?
It's like the classic model of physics proposed by Newton. I mean, like the crux of what's wrong with it is that velocities just add up, and it's like friend,
you sound like you're waffling and you don't know what you're talking about.
Well,
what is the Newtonian gravitational model?
Intuitively, like when you look around the universe and you think intuitively. If I was
Are you serious right now, bro? You don't even know what you're talking about, and you're bringing it as a proof or a point of controversy or contention.
I'm not an expert on Newtonian mechanics.
Specifically for what Newtonian mechanics describes, explains what the mechanics of it are, and you just kind of go vaguely, velocity and stuff.
First of all, I didn't use the word velocity one point in time.
What is Newtonian mechanics as far as it pertains to gravity?
It's a description of physics according to what seems intuitive.
It's not a description of physics, and I have to mute you because you cannot contain yourself. It is not a description of physics, especially when we're talking about gravity specifically. In specificity, gravity. Tell me about Newtonian gravity, please.
Am I unmuted? Hello?
Yep.
All right, so there is the law for the force of gravity from one object to another, and that's defined as the mass of the little object times the mass of the big object times a certain gravitational constant divided by the radius of the two squared.
So the mass has to involve some kind of radius, you say? Can you give me a citation for that?
The radius just means distance between the two objects.
Distance is not described in radius, by the way.
Okay, well, whatever. People use the term r and often colloquially refer to it as a radius, and radius is often synonymous with distance when talked about, like...
Are you bullshitting me right now? Are you just making this shit up, or did you Google it?
No, I'm not making this shit up. There's a good reason it's called radius, because think about it. If you are at a point 1 million kilometers away from the orbit...
Wow. Okay. So, in Newton's gravity... what is the presumed cause for this gravitational force? Do you have any kind of experiment or explanation that you can give us?
Cause beyond just it being like based on mass. So the more massive an object is, the more...
Okay, so great. So mass, you brought mass into the equation. Terrific. Can you define mass, please?
Mass. Can I define mass? It's the amount of material/energy in an object.
Okay, can you cite that for me, please?
Can I cite that? Yeah. I feel like mass being the...
I don't care about what you feel. You gave your own definition for mass. That's not what we're doing here. We're not giving our own definitions. You said material/energy within an object. I need a citation for that.
There's an equivalence between the two. That's fucking E equals mc squared.
Yeah, so you're going to go ahead and give a citation for this so that we're not arguing and screaming at each other and have a nice, easy, light conversation. Go ahead.
Fucking, do you actually want me to, like...
Yes, friend, I want you to actually, get a citation for the thing that you claimed. Please.
Okay, give me a second. When was that year? Was it 1907?
love learning 100-year-old stuff.
Right?
I like geography. Why'd it get so quiet? Is somebody preparing for battle in the middle of battle right now? What did I miss?
I'm playing Age of Empires 4, so
We're waiting for a citation. He's going to provide for us that mass is the amount of matter or energy within a given object, and then we're going to go from there.
Well, he
Okay.
was gonna start talking about his feelings. Why wouldn't? Don't we want to hear about his feelings? What he feels
Oh,
about
Yeah.
that?
fucking finally. Here it is.
Nah, don't care about feelings. Just want the citation.
You see the citation and the arguments that I said earlier to refute that?
What's the citation gonna say? I wonder.
And Gregors, you were
Math tracks math.
you're cutting out there, by the way.
I'll try again. So just above Sabine's link is my refutation with also the citation defining gravity, and it refutes both senses in which he wants to define mass. They only have three options: mass in the sense of matter, mass in the sense of quantity, mass in the sense of inertia. I already refuted all three of them before, but the ones that they appeal to are the two senses of in the sense of matter or in the sense of quantity. And I refuted both of them before I even posted the link.
Dang
He
it,
was gonna refute
Gregory,
that around.
where's your sense of like drama and theater? I'm waiting for this guy to define it. Don't spoiler alert this stuff. I was waiting to let you drop the hammer. Come on, man.
Well, damn it.
I already
You should
gave you a
inform me ahead of time.
definition.
Okay, so you've cited the definition of mass. What does it say?
I gave you a paper in regards to fucking does
No, I didn't
inertia.
ask for a paper, friend. I asked for a citation defining mass. Do you know what a citation is?
I mean, at the very bottom of its paper, it says the mass of a body is a measure of its energy content. If the energy changes by L, the mass changes by the same sentence by L over 9 times 10 to the 20. The energy being measured in ergs and the mass in grams. What more do you want? Fucking read.
So ergs and grams is what we're dealing with here today, right?
You can deal with it in whatever fucking units you want to convert to.
Okay, well, this is your citation. I'm just making sure that you want to deal in ergs or grams today.
I have no idea what you're doing right now.
You don't have an idea.
I gave you the citation. Be happy with that.
Maybe shout at me. Maybe just that'll help your case, no doubt.
You don't. It's also you don't have no idea what mass is, and you're trying to explain it, but you don't know what it is.
Why do I need that good an idea? Like, don't you have an idea of what mass is?
Friend, this is your
That's
claim.
your claim.
Why would I be worrying about your claim? So today, for you, you've decided that ergs and grams are going to be your measurements or descriptions of mass. Great. So,
I mean, personally, I'd much rather work with kilograms, but that's how it does it in the paper.
dude, do you not understand that kilograms is 1,000 grams? Holy cow!
Yeah, I
Are you
do.
for real right now? Okay, so we're dealing with one of the units of a kilogram here called grams, right? Is that cool?
Yeah, sure, we can work
Jeez.
with grams if that helps
Holy
you.
cow, dude. Okay, so can you show me an experiment, or maybe I should let Gregory do this? Can you show me an experiment where grams are attracting grams?
I mean, yeah, look at the Earth and the Moon.
No, I don't want you to beg the question. I want you to show me an experiment. You know what an
I
experiment
do.
is?
Look at the Moon. We can do this
Okay.
experiment right now if it's nighttime in your area.
Okay, great. So the observed natural phenomena is Hello?
Hello?
What is the observed natural phenomena?
You observe the moon being pulled towards the Earth as its velocity would otherwise spin it away.
Okay, so the dependent variable is I observe. So
that's not
can
a
you
variable.
give me the? Well, no. I said, dude. Do you know what an experiment is? It's a hypothesis test, and with a hypothesis, there's dependent, independent, and control variables. So in this scenario, your dependent variable is I observe. Is that right?
No.
No? Okay, so what's the dependent variable then?
I don't know what sort of experiment you're trying to set up here, man.
This is a scientific experiment. Right now, your dependent variable is I observe. Anybody else disagree with this, or is that what he was claiming?
He hasn't even said a hypothesis yet.
I mean,
I know what you're getting at here. You're saying you're saying I have to pre-assume that the Earth's mass is what's causing it to pull the moon in when we see the moon doesn't in fact get flung away.
No, that's not what I said at all. I don't know what you're trying to do here, but I didn't say that.
It is absolutely the catch-22 that this sort of argument is trying to set up here. It's
I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Oh, so this is not my claim. This is your claim. Oh, this is your claim? You're saying that the mass of the Earth does this?
The mass of the Earth does, in fact, keep objects bound to the Earth, yes.
Okay, Gregory. So, Gregory, hey, Greg, mass is our independent variable. Can you augment the existence of mass?
No, I can't. I'm not the god. I can't make matter begin existing nor discontinue.
Right. Well, this is a bad hypothesis, friend. I don't think your independent variable is very good. Do you have another one, perhaps?
What do you mean? Mass is just defined as something that's kind of self-evident. Eventually, the definitions build on each other, and yes, we do end up with something that is more or less kind of circular, in the same way that you can't define the word "the" very easily. Yeah, of course, if you look at someone and say, hey, can you define the word "the," they're just going to be like, I don't know, but that doesn't mean it's a fucking meaningless word.
Dude, you're spiraling. Bro, jeez.
Getting way mad, bro.
You're being recorded. I want you to know that. I hope that you're aware that this is on recording, and you spiraling doesn't look good for you.
Alright, go ahead, man. I wouldn't be the first to fucking get mad on the internet.
Let's see.
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah,
go ahead,
says his point to you. You have a bad independent variable. Why is it bad? Because you cannot manipulate it to verify the hypothesis, like I was telling you earlier.
This is the case with a lot of things in physics. You can't establish like an experimental apparatus to verify a lot of what's on the modern bleeding edge, especially of physics. But that doesn't make it all bullshit, because we know it is more or less internally consistent.
Let's not talk past the conclusion. Thanks for your concession.
Yep, go ahead. So he just admitted, right, Gregory, that there is no experiment to validate his supposed cause, or even anything having to do with mass attracting mass at this point, right?
Yes, he did.
I mean, if you're going to be ultra skeptical, then you could be like one of those people who also claims that you can't verify the existence of anything other than your own consciousness, because you're always perceiving it through your own consciousness.
Thank you for your opinion.
Experiment you try and set up.
Remember what I said earlier?
But that doesn't mean that the only thing that exists is your own.
Dude, remember what I just said?
Okay, you just cut me off.
Conclusion. Yeah, you're talking past the conclusion with all this aggressive digression. That's all you're doing.
Yeah, come on, that wasn't the least bit aggressive.
Right, so you just conceded that you cannot verify this hypothesis. That's the conclusion. We don't need all this.
By the standards of someone who's going to be skeptical about literally everything.
Which is not
that's science.
You just conceded.
No, that is a refutation. I'm telling you that by any reasonable scientific standard, this conclusion is perfectly reasonable. And you're the one who's bringing in.
Hold on a second. Wait, Gregory. Hey, Larry, I know that you're playing video games, but you had a citation the other day about the scientific method and science itself, where it talks about observations and skepticism. So are you saying that skepticism should not be applied in science? Is that what you're saying?
It should be applied.
Oh, so we're being skeptical and you don't like it.
No, I like people being skeptical. I don't like people being needlessly skeptical about things that they already accept.
I don't think this is needless. We're asking you to validate a proposed hypothesis or cause for some spooky action at a distance, and you can't provide one independent variable. Not a valid one, anyway.
Define matter as mass, and we observe that everything with mass attracts each other.
No, we don't define
him
as mass.
Point.
Yep.
We'll look for that for you.
Right. You've
We'll see if I
already
can find it.
conceded to the critique that you cannot manipulate the independent variable in your supposed causation hypothesis, conceding that it's not verifiable.
By the same standards that I cannot verify your consciousness in this debate.
That's a scientific standard, then, which you said you meant.
No, it's not a scientific standard.
Hey, dummy, I'm talking. I wasn't done my sentence. So you said it met the scientific standards. Then you told us you couldn't meet the scientific standards because that would have been an experiment where you
No, I didn't say that.
Independent variable. Yeah, you did in so many words. You said you can't do it and it's unreasonable to ask for that. Well, that would have been the scientific standard. You can't meet it in your own words, so you're a pseudoscientist.
No, the scientific standard is not to create mass from nowhere just to prove that something is bound to it.
Manipulate your supposed cause of whatever phenomenon.
And by any reasonable definition of manipulating, you are able to get it done. You're able to move things from point A to point B across gravitational surfaces and see how they interact with the bodies. What more do you need?
No, friend. Motion or moving things was not the independent variable. I'm sorry, you are incorrect. Not even by what you stated.
The independent variable is how the distance to an object affects how it's gravitationally bound. So yes, moving it will bring you closer or further away to that. It does allow you to eliminate for that variable. What you're doing is you're claiming that the variable has to be the thing itself, even though it can never be the thing itself. The thing itself can't be observed.
Okay,
you can only observe.
Enough. I'm going to refute this now because you keep just talking past every refutation to you. What needs to be emphasized is the refutation, not you just repeating yourself ad infinitum. So now you switched from mass in the sense of matter to mass in the sense of quantity, specifically distance. Distance is not causal. Distance is an abstract category. Distance is a state of affairs, and it's not matter, nor does it generate causal power, nor is it causal power. So distance is not the cause.
Yes, it is the cause. Like, it's put in directly into the equations for whatever gravitational system you have. For example, in Newton's equation, it's literally the most prominent term. It is the r squared. Since it's squared, that means that it scales.
Refutation. You're repeating the thing I just refuted. You're not refuting what I just said. You're repeating the thing I just refuted. You said A, then I said refutation A, then you just said A again. You didn't say something distinct from A to refute my refutation. Let's see if you can track with the dialogue this time. Your supposed cause is distance per se itself. Distance is a immaterial state of affairs. It is not.
It doesn't have to be material.
Causal power. Stop talking to the refutation. Distance, nor any spatial categories, none of them are generative of causal power, nor are any of them causal power itself, so they cannot be the cause of any locomotion. You are asserting an ontological category error.
No, this is nonsense. You're saying that radius can't be something that's plugged into your theory.
Hear it again.
You're saying that distance. You're saying that the distance to an object cannot be plugged into the equation to determine the force of an object.
That is not my point. Stop distorting my argument.
Yes, it is.
What is the distance made out of? What kind of material is the distance made out of?
What is the distance made out of? Since you can't readily say what distance is made out of, distance must not exist.
Well, I mean, you're saying it's something causing an effect. Distance. What's that made out of? That's the cause?
It is the result of a measurement. We know how fast, for example, light moves. So if we can bounce light off something and see it come back, we have some concept of what distance kind of is.
It's made of light. Distance is light. So light is causing.
No, it's not made of light. It's a concept. It's not a tangible thing. How hard does this get across?
Exactly what I just said to you. So don't talk past the refutation again. Now you try to dominate the channel with your scientism zealotry. Let's see if you can track with the dialogue. Like I said in the argument in the open chat, I'll read it to you verbatim since you're obviously refusing to read it yourself. Scroll up, 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 up. There it is. If quantity doesn't generate causal power, nor is causal power, this computer is fucking me up. If quantity doesn't generate causal power, nor is causal power, then it cannot cause any locomotion. Quantity doesn't generate causal power, nor is causal power. Therefore, quantity cannot cause any locomotion. Don't repeat.
I disagree with the premise.
Refuted. I just refuted it.
I disagree with the premise. Quantity, as in a quantity of mass, is what causes gravitation.
I just said don't repeat the thing I just refuted. You're not refuting the argument. Just repeating the thing I refuted is not a refutation to the refutation. It's the appeal to repetition fallacy.
I told you I disagree with the premises.
It doesn't matter.
Incredulity fallacy. It's logically sound. It's a logically sound refutation to you, regardless of you refusing to concede.
Correct. It doesn't matter whether you.
The premises are not true.
Hold on, brother. Stop.
Says you without any good reason.
Yeah, you're trying to call an apple an orange, and we're trying to tell you no, that's an apple, and then you keep giving us your fucking spiel. Do you understand? It's an apple, right? Not an orange. So that means you're wrong. It's really simple, brother. You understand?
So from this point forward, before you reply again, don't repeat the thing I just refuted, and don't think that just saying I disagree is supposed to be refutation. That's nothing more than
I didn't repeat the thing.
Fallacy. You don't need to be talking through this. So say an actual refutation, and if you don't have a refutation, an argument, some supporting premises for your conclusion, then you don't have any refutation to my refutation. You're done.
Calm the fuck down, brother.
It's not an argument.
Is that an argument? You want... Like, I don't know what you want me to say. The thing you presented was, here is a premise, and let me take you to this premise and say how if you take this premise to be true, then the theory of gravitation is bullshit. You, right at the start, say that.
Yeah,
I disagree with the
what he's
premise.
trying to tell you is that you're just saying words and you cannot establish a cause and effect relationship with an experiment. And you're saying, I got an experiment. And then you're saying words that have no meaning to back them up.
He just said, I don't know what you want me to say. He just conceded that he doesn't have a refutation. He's done.
You said mass. Gregory said quantity does not cause things to move. Quantity doesn't give
And
you
I
the
disagree with that.
Or show us where
This is not an agree or disagree general, dude. This is not like, hey, it's
Okay,
your
I think
opinion
it's
or my
false.
opinion.
That's
This
what
is
I
not
mean
like
when I say
candidate
I
correctors.
disagree.
This is not like flavor cake forum.
Demonstrate. Okay, look at the sun. It's got more mass than Jupiter. Look at how Jupiter orbits it and not the other way around.
How you know all
this is
about
becoming
the math
unnecessarily a
and the
cacophony. Listen. Sabine, listen to me. Just because you disagree does not refute anything. You haven't said any supporting premises to prove any of my premises are false. You just disagree with them and say they're false.
You're the one making a claim. If you make a claim, you have to be the one to provide proof for the claim.
Stop talking through me. You did not say any supporting premises to prove that
because I don't need supporting premises. I am not making a claim.
Talking through me.
I will stop talking to you when you stop imposing the standards of somebody who's making a claim onto somebody who's refuting a claim.
Through me. You didn't say any.
Just for a second. Give him a second to respond, then you'll get to respond. Don't run just because I muted you. Go ahead. Finish what you're saying.
You haven't said any supporting premises in any type of argument with any rule of inference at all to refute any of my premises as being false.
Oops. Running behind. Sorry about that.
I assume it's the quantity thing, but go say it again.
Well, I've never seen any kind of attractive pulling forces anywhere. Do you have anything else?
I haven't either.
You're on
No matter
Earth.
how many bowling balls and marbles and grains you put next to each other in a lab, one doesn't act different than the next. Here in the
That's
only
because the
physics we
mass is really, really, really small. Go plug the mass of the
ain't
grain and the
got
mass of the
shit.
marble into
Hey, that's
Newton's
not.
gravitational
Hey,
calculator, and that'll tell you
Why
that's
do we
exactly
not
how
waste
the
time
low the
going in
force
model.
is.
circles with him about his refuted gravitation
No,
doctrine?
it's
Why don't we
okay.
just
That's
move
his
on?
problem.
Look, he thinks he knows what the planets and what the masses of the planets are. He doesn't actually understand how they even calculated any of these ratios to these, wandering stars.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of a good point. If I had to explain how they did it, I'd probably be bullshitting at this point. I haven't looked it up before.
Yeah, so you invoked the mass of Jupiter, and you do not even know what the mass is. You don't know how
I
they
know it's less
even
than the
get it.
sun, that's for sure.
You don't know any of that. I'm
Yes, I
pretty
do.
sure
I know
we
it's
can.
less than the sun. Anyone who's not a complete fucking idiot will tell you that it's less than the sun.
You don't even know how they got it.
How do you know that?
You don't even know how any of the masses were calculated. You don't know how any of the sizes of these
Do
planets were
you?
calculated.
No, you don't.
Yeah, we do. But this
No,
is
you
not.
Hold
fucking
on a
don't.
second.
You
Hold on
just
a
say,
second.
oh no, they faked it all.
Saban, friend, you said a second ago that you're not making any claims. Now you've made several claims, and I need you to validate each one. So the mass of the sun is going to be greater than the mass of Jupiter. I want you to show how you calculated that and measured it
For
and
one,
improved
Jupiter orbits the sun, not the other way around.
Saban, I need you to go ahead and prove the claims that you just made after you said earlier that you don't make claims.
I just tried to tell you one. Jupiter orbits the sun, not the other way around. That was one claim. Are you happy?
Okay, so go ahead and prove that, please.
You can read up on what fucking Galileo was doing in his day and age.
Shifting the burden fallacy.
Anything, you are going to prove your claim.
I need to prove that Jupiter orbits the sun? Are you retarded?
Yeah, you made the claim. You prove it.
Was everybody
Yeah, you asked
before
me the first
Galileo
question and no to
retarded,
the
or
second
did
question.
Look,
everybody
it's not
before
nighttime
Galileo was
here. Even
retarded?
if it was, I don't have
How
a
do you do it?
telescope. I can't
That's dishonest.
directly prove it if you're going to fucking say whatever you see on the internet is a lie.
It has.
Thank you for your concession. You don't know, and you cannot prove that you know what you just said is true. Next.
There's another thing you can't prove. Jupiter. You said what's the? Do you know what Jupiter is made out of? Since you don't know the mass. That's right.
No, he doesn't know the mass. He doesn't know
made
the
out of.
scaling values. He has no idea what anything to do with the stars in the wandering stars.
I mean,
Yeah,
you
so ask
can
me
know
what
what Jupiter is made out of. We have
what is-
spectroscopy.
What's it made out of? How do you wait? You do know what it's made of now? What is it made
I mean,
out
I could Google it right now. It's probably methane, carbon, a bunch of other simple fucking compounds and varying distributions.
They sound like gases.
Yeah, they are. It's a gas giant.
A gas giant in a vacuum?
Yes.
That sounds fucking retarded.
How does
Gas
that
in
work?
a vacuum.
Gas expands in a vacuum.
Yeah, it expands anywhere.
Right, so how
It's
is it
gravitationally bound, so it's not going to expand outside of the planet in the same way that Earth still has gas all around it, believe it or not, even though it's in a vacuum.
Okay, but that's begging the question, how do we know that?
How do we know that Earth is in a vacuum?
Yeah, you're claiming
everything is in a vacuum.
Prove it.
All right, if I get
that's what a vacuum is. It's just the absence of things. You have things and you have not things.
Yeah, no problem. If I get a vacuum, right? Like if I get two containers, I'm going to get one container, I'm going to fill it with gas, right? And I'm going to have another container. It's just going to be a vacuum. I'm going to evacuate all the gas. I'm going to have a little tube between where I can open up the valve, right? What's going to happen? What's going to happen to the gas?
The gas is going to move to the container that doesn't have any gas, so it distributes itself evenly over the whole apparatus.
Okay, so gas will fill the available volume that is a vacuum. Okay.
Yes.
So then we know for sure Jupiter is not a gas giant.
No, we know for sure it is a gas giant. There's something that's different. There's something different in the experimental apparatus of two flasks versus Jupiter.
One's a vacuum, and then one has gas. We open the valve, gas moves to the vacuum. Doesn't matter if we have the vacuum chamber above, to the right of it, left of it, or below it. It moves to the vacuum. The high pressure of the gas moves to the low pressure of the vacuum.
Yes, but the flask doesn't have a gravitational field around it. It's not massive enough to have a noticeable one at all.
Yeah, gravity keeps the gas on Earth.
Do you understand that even if you gave you gravity, that it doesn't actually do anything to gas?
And one more thing, you do know that the vacuum of space isn't a pure vacuum either, right? There's a large distance between particles within space, and there's a gradient.
Yeah,
what's a gradient?
You're right, but whatever.
No, what happens to gas? Like if you boiled water into water vapor, what happens? Does it fall down?
I mean, yeah, after it condenses, it will fall.
No, gas. When it's in this gaseous state, what happens to gas when you have it? What happens to helium? When you release a balloon full of helium, where does it go?
It rises in the atmosphere until the atmosphere gets as thin as the helium.
Okay, so where's gravity purported to be the strongest? Up there, where it's less dense, or down here, close to the surface?
I mean, within the scale of the Earth's surface to the lower reaches of outer space, there's not much difference in gravity.
So where is it the strongest?
Technically, it's the strongest on Earth, on the surface, but it's still very, very strong comparatively in space.
So gas has no downward vector.
Wait a minute, gravity.
It moves.
I mean, technically, gas that's sitting still doesn't have a vector. No.
Exactly. So gas will move in elastic collisions, and will move in all available fill the available space. It doesn't have a downward vector. So even if you give your Newtonian or Einsteinian gravity, gas will not be affected by it.
That's like saying humans aren't affected by gravity because they sit still on the surface of the Earth.
You can obfuscate this, but that is a law of thermodynamics, that gas will fill the available space. It does not have a downward vector.
To downward.
I don't know who's talking over it, but this is Sabian's claim.
Okay, by definition, if a particle is not moving, then it doesn't have a downward vector. Because if it was moving, if it's not moving, it's not going to have a vector anywhere. But if
you think gas molecules are not moving,
gravity stops somewhere.
That's a straw man.
Gas moves in all directions. It doesn't fall down, dummies.
I mean, just because it's going up doesn't mean that there isn't a downward force that's being applied to it.
Just because it's going up doesn't mean that it's not going down. Well, yeah, it's going down and it's going up. It's not fucking falling.
There can be a downward force on it without it going down.
It's going to the left, to the right. It's going diagonally. It don't fall down. I don't know if you've ever seen gas. Well, nobody's really seen it, I guess. But
I mean, no, gas definitely does fall down. If you have like a bunch of cold air in a house and then you open the basement door, what do you think is going to happen to the basement?
I don't know, Sabin. So maybe you don't know what Jupiter is, and you were not really 100% sure on gases, right? But what is it that, when you get the container, right? Are you able to read like a pressure of the gas? Is there gas pressure?
I mean, if you put a pressure gauge in a container, then yeah, you would be able to read the pressure.
Okay, and if I don't have the container,
then what are you hooking up your pressure gauge to?
Yeah, I don't know. So, how do we measure gas pressure?
Where?
I think
anywhere.
I think it's pretty evenly distributed across the surface of the container. So it would be the same pressure reading throughout the container.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, so the gas pressure is caused by the container or something else?
The gas pressure is caused by the gases inside it. It's for the same reason that if you compress like a ball of something that has any sort of elasticity to it, it will try and expand.
Okay. So now
it's caused by the gases colliding.
What is it?
Colliding with the container.
Oh, colliding with the container. Yeah, gas pressure is the measurement of the gas molecules colliding with the surface of the container. Yeah, that's what the definition says. So the two things we could do is we could either add more gas to that container, or we could change the volume of the container. So those are the two things we can manipulate to change the to vary the pressure of the gas.
And what have you done to prove that there's a container on Earth? You guys would assume
I
it's
don't
a
know. This
dome,
is
right?
I can show you. I have one right here in like my cabinet. So I have containers here on Earth, and what I can show you is gas within the container, and we can change the density to
It's
change the pressure. Yeah.
it's on the same level of evidence as cartoons, as you guys would claim. Like, show me an
No,
actual
it's it's like a real bowl, like a casserole dish container
show
in
me
my
an actual
cabinet.
evidence of the dome on Earth. Of
Yeah,
it
you're
These are
being
just
honest.
these are just things that are measured, like in science. I don't know what you're doing, but
Oh, so
like in
now it's
science,
about measurements,
science they
right?
have gauges, and they'll have like a contained experiment where they can manipulate the variables, and they'll show what causes the effect. Like the cause of pressure is the container. Like that's what causes the pressure, and then
So
you can put more stuff in the container for the gas, and you get a higher pressure. Or you can, make it a smaller container and get more pressure. So it seems to be that we're manipulating the density of all these things to get these readings, these pressure readings.
So the goalpost has been shifted from measurements, from observation to measurements. Is that it? Like maths?
No,
That's
you're
fucking
being
crazy, right?
dishonest and spreading the issue. I'm going to summarize it for
Oh,
you very quickly.
Gregory, long time no see, man. How have you
Yeah,
been?
hey. So rather than you distorting the very simple position, it's very simple. You don't have a refutation to this. If the
No,
Earth's
but the thing
atmosphere
is,
exerts gas pressure, then the Earth's atmosphere is contained by a solid container. The Earth's
okay, can you
atmosphere
like
has
demonstrate
measurable
this?
and detectable gas
Can you
Wait,
pressure.
what?
Therefore,
can you
it
Hold up.
contains
Back
demonstrate
it
the
up
a
one
actual
sentence.
dome?
container.
That's
Back
what
up
I'm
one
asking.
sentence.
Someone had to
Demonstrate
talk
it.
to it. Someone had to talk to it as usual. I'll say it again without the interruption because you're not the only ones in the channel. There are other people listening. So stop talking to everyone. Let's try this again. If there is detectable gas pressure of the Earth's atmosphere, then it's contained by a solid container. There is detectable.
Okay.
No,
Enough.
not
Enough. Nope. We need to get
nothing.
past this.
Not
We need to get past this.
nothing. Not your interruption. Not your
Stop.
interruption. Not your interruption. Not your interruption. I'll say it again.
Can someone
Without your
mute that
interruption.
puck? My mute button's not working. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Try this again without the interruption. Narcissist in this channel is ridiculous. If there is detectable gas pressure of the Earth's atmosphere, then it's contained by a solid container. There is detectable gas pressure of the Earth's atmosphere. Therefore, the Earth's atmosphere is contained by a solid container. Very simple deductive modus ponens. There is no refutation to that.
There is the premise.
I'm simply
it's not
hold on. I'm simply asking you to demonstrate this container. Show it.
Yeah,
Do you have any?
With the
you're acting
deductive
it's already
argument.
been demonstrated.
Okay, where? I want to, like, if I ask to see a football, right? What kind of idiot would show like something entirely else and reject the question altogether?
Bro, you can't act like you don't believe that you can bounce radio signals off of the ionosphere.
Wait, your voice is Larry. Like, what was your previous name?
They call
Were
me
you the guy with the Hank Hill profile picture?
Yeah,
Oh, long time no see, dude.
Yeah, good.
How have you been?
Peaceful. I got a
That's
question
good to
though.
hear.
We bounce things off the ionosphere though, right?
Yeah, I think we can.
Things go
Okay,
into space all the time.
So that would be some sort of container, right? You guys just call it ionosphere.
That's a really bad definition of a container.
Yeah, really bad.
Well,
There's no outer surface.
Can you bounce things off of ions here on the ground?
I mean, you can technically bounce light off of just about anything.
You know what an ionosphere is, right? You know what it's allegedly claimed to be, right?
I mean, yeah, it's a layer of the atmosphere. I assume one that's had a bunch of fucking light come through it and strip off electrons from some atoms, thereby ionizing them.
Right. So you know how big electrons are?
Pretty well. I mean, they're technically not quite point particles. It doesn't make sense to talk about them as something with size. It's more of a probability distribution on where you'll detect it, which is analogous to size, but whatever. They're like, if you were to answer anyway and act like there is the discrete definitive size to them, you'd say they're pretty small. Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty small. So how do you bounce radio waves off of something that's like smaller than the Planck length?
It's not smaller than the Planck length.
Ions?
And
How big are ions? They're pretty big?
bigger than electrons. You like the Planck length by definition is like this famous object that's known as like the smallest possible thing that could have anything compressed into its size.
So maybe I was wrong about the Planck length, but it's pretty, pretty small, right?
I mean, yes, that was the difficulty in quantum mechanics, but apparently they are able to create electron wells to measure this stuff. I wasn't a physics major. I didn't do any of that, but you should probably learn about what they have to say first before you call bullshit on it.
All right, well, we're just giving evidence for some sort of containment. First of all, we're breathing right now. We know the only way you can get gas pressure through demonstration is a container, right? Because that's what gas pressure is defined as. So it's like one of those things to where we're claiming that you have to have a cow in order to eat steak, right? So you have to have a container in order to have gas pressure.
I disagree. You can have any gravitationally bound surface.
Okay, so go buy some propane with a gravitationally bound surface and show me what you're talking about.
Bro, my pussy hurts right now.
I mean, propane needs to be like if you're just gonna let it leak out into the atmosphere anywhere, then you can't tell if it's going up or down unless you have some way to like color it or something.
Sounds like an excuse to me.
What do you mean? It has
Gravity as a supposed substitute for the container. That's analytically erroneous. If it's gas pressure, then the gas pressure is pressing against something.
So
the
there's
field of
gas
gravity is
pressure outside,
antithetical
right?
to gas pressure.
I'm not sure what you were saying because I was too busy trying to respond to the other guy, but I believe propane is heavier than
Bro,
air,
my pussy
so
hurts.
it won't rise anyway. If you want to make a point, you'd probably have to set it up with some gas that is lighter than air, like helium, and then maybe you'd have a point if there was some way to actually look at it while it was floating. Actually, no, even then you wouldn't have a point because it would just rise as far as it could rise until it gets to the layer of the atmosphere where it is as light as everything else, at which point it will no longer go up anymore.
Well, now you're invoking specific gravity or relative density, which is what we believe in. So thanks for backing us up on that. But you still need some sort of container for the atmosphere as a whole, because you're claiming there's.
Pussy.
Yeah, stop talking about that. That's weird.
My pussy, bro.
Yes, can you shut the fuck up?
You're being a little
dude?
annoying.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, this is coming from me of all people, so you should really shut up.
Came back. Had it with you, bro. So you gotta have a container for the gas pressure.
No, I still don't see how this is. By definition, I told you it rises up until it can no longer rise up anymore because it's as heavy or as light as everything else around it. So at that point, it still has
gas pressure. Analytically, you're analytically wrong. You're talking about something refusing to continue, not something stopping the progression. You're talking about something pulling the gas to discontinue its trajectory away from the Earth. That's not an instance of the gas pressing against something to discontinue.
No, it doesn't suddenly discontinue. It's a continuous response. The downward.
What I just said to you again. Every time you fix your mouth to reply to me, you keep distorting what I'm saying to you. Replying to something I didn't.
You're just claiming I'm distorting you.
You're not paying attention.
More vindicated.
You're not paying attention. Like
I am
now.
paying attention, man.
What did I just say to you?
Subjugation tactics, Gregory. It's kind of lame.
Hold on a second.
What did I
It's fine. He didn't isolate a cause to begin with, so he's just bullshitting at this point.
So I'm still waiting for the
what
dome.
did I say to you?
Where can I find it?
Okay, I just told you that it's logically consistent to say that if you have a steak, then cows must exist. It must came from a cow somewhere, right? If you have gas pressure, there must be a container. Can you demonstrate otherwise? Because if I'm wrong, I want to know.
Yeah, if it's such a simple truth, then it's not so hard to show the actual container, right? I want to see the actual container.
For some reason, my words are just being talked through.
You can look at literally any planet that has an atmosphere.
That's begging the question. Thing in question.
How is it begging the question? How is it begging the question?
Question.
How is it begging the question? 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 How
Balls of gas in a
We're going
vacuum
backwards.
environment. That is the thing that we're contending with, that you're claiming, and then you're just reasserting it to be true, as if that's some sort of validation that it is true.
Yeah. So
I
again,
mean, the
you're distorting
observed
what I'm saying to you,
phenomenon is what
Sabine.
makes it true. We
So you
see
like to
there is a
repeat yourself
vacuum.
rather than continuing forward. See, I'm addressing the thing you already appealed to. So listen for once. Your substitute for the solid container for the gas to press against is analytically false. You're appealing to something pulling the gas rather than something being pressed upon by the gas. It's analytically false.
What do you mean? I'm something pulling the gas.
Your
It's
claim.
gravity that's quote unquote pulling the
Gravity.
gas. There's a force there. But I don't understand what sort of argument you're trying to make here.
There's no
I
force
know
there.
you don't. You haven't thought this through. So I'll say it to you again.
No, you're just not
I'll
making
explain
sense.
further.
Go on.
Yeah, you haven't thought this through. I don't need you to tell me to go on. You are not thinking this through. Your supposed substitute to account for the gas pressure is to appeal to a force that is pulling the gas rather than the thing which the gas is pressing against. It's literally prima facie obvious on the phrase gas pressure because the gas is pressing on something. Analytically, to appeal to something pulling the gas, such so-called gravity, is not an
No, they're
instance of
not
gas
mutually
pressure.
exclusive.
Stop interrupting him.
So-called
You're pressing his
gravitational
buttons.
pull. So to appeal to gravitational pull as the container which the gas is pressing upon is analytically false.
Sorry, it took me a long time to understand what
Good.
you were saying because I didn't think somebody would make a point so stupid. But this point about how since there's one description of gas moving with it expanding and pushing against the things it's moving against, that's one description of gas, and that's how it moves. And then there's gravity, and that's gravity pulling it
I'm
down.
still,
There's a
I'm
pushing
still
versus
waiting for a
pulling here.
demonstration of the dome.
No
Like
container.
nobody's showing a single thing.
Projecting his stupidity onto me.
Yeah, he already debunked his
First
own
of all,
claim.
did I get your argument wrong there? That's what you're saying, right? Pushing versus pulling. If we describe gas as pushing against things, then we can't describe gravity as pulling against gas.
Holy cow.
Can't
It's not an instance
demonstrate
of
it.
gas pressure. Gravity pulling
You mean holy steak?
anything, including gas, is not an instance of gas pressure.
Well, let me ask you this question: is there gas pressure outside?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so there's force that gas exerts upon the walls of its container outside.
Yes. Or,
Okay,
well,
so then
there's
there's
no
obviously
walls, but yes.
you answered right. So there's obviously a container then.
Gas can bounce against gas.
I mean,
Or
the
fluid.
container is what? Your skin, the
You
ground.
just told me. Yeah, that's part of it.
Not gravity.
By the time it gets to space, the velocity is zero by definition, so no, not there.
Excuse
Thank
me?
you for your cosmological lore.
By the time you get to space, as in by the time the gas is like moving up to space, the velocity is zero in the upwards direction away from the Earth.
Doesn't mean gas.
That's the part. That's the part that can't exist. That space bit there. There has to be an enclosure for gas
Not
because it
with
fills the available volume. Yeah, so it has to be a closed container.
You're
No,
just
it's not a container.
Did
The velocity of the particles moving in the upwards direction
you don't have
at a certain.
verification for. Don't repeat your cosmological
Hold on a
lore
second.
you don't have verification for.
Yeah, he's toast. I want to talk to this other dude, Nix. Nix, why don't you step up to the plate here and tell us about how gas is not pressing on any containers to create gas pressure?
You do realize that gas can bounce off other gas and cause pressure, right? Especially when there's a lot of gas.
Just demonstrate that measurably, please, friend. Can you demonstrate that, please?
A sphere of
So
such.
now we're just sea lining, right? Like
Yeah, so now I'm just asking you to demonstrate the claim that, hold on, everybody, friend, I just asked you to demonstrate the claim that you made. Can you do that, please?
I mean, do I have the instruments to go outside and do it right now? No.
Yeah, you made the claim. Does anybody have evidence for the claim that you just made? Go ahead and find it for me. I'll wait.
So now we're sea lining, right? Something that
So
we
now
both
we're
agree
going to go
Hold
ahead
on, can I finish,
and
please?
demonstrate
Can I
our
finish,
claim.
please?
Right
Can
now,
I
because
finish,
I want you
please?
to demonstrate your
Can I
claim.
finish, please?
You accuse
Why
me of
is it
seeing
that
like
if you
you
interrupt
can't.
people, but when our
Yeah, I'll tell you why. Because I'm moderating this channel. You bounced into a conversation asking about containers and whatnot. So then you add it to the claim that gas bounces off of itself, and that's what gives us gas pressure. So I asked you to demonstrate your claim. This is not difficult. You can move forward by demonstrating your claim.
He does it himself.
All right.
Oh, okay. So anyways, you can demonstrate your claim. Go ahead.
Can I finish, please?
No, you can demonstrate your claim or you'll stay on mute.
Can I finish, please?
Okay, you're on mute. We'll go back to Numbnuts. Where's Numbnuts at? Saban,
The other numbnut.
you're up.
Hey, yo, bro.
I think I need
Before you
another beer
begin,
for this.
the cosmological lore you don't have verification for.
True, no verification.
That's your only one. So,
You getting those beers out of the attic, dude? What the heck?
What's up, mommy?
yeah, seriously, guys. Helping themselves.
In his vacuum out.
You can't hear what you're saying.
And
Which
then
means when they
Only
come
the
back,
gas pressure would just line up with the theories, and we could like make the facts fix the theories instead of fixing the theories to fit the facts.
Saban, whenever you're done getting those beers out of the attic or whatever, we'll talk to you. You good? I think AI is being abducted by aliens. That's what it sounds like.
Maybe he's abducted the chat.
Or is that a leaf blower? Is that a leaf blower AI?
Self unmute when ready, AI. I don't think he can hear this.
Okay. Saban, you good? You got yourself a beer, bro?
Yeah, I have my vodka.
Vodka? Oh boy.
Yeah, I need the strong stuff here.
Don't drink too much. Your argument become more
Not true. I'm fucking being recorded too. I can't go around fucking screaming any longer. Make a dipshit of myself.
I'm warning you. And this is not like me, being your dad, but if there's really, it's looked down upon for the drunken discording. So if you get too out of hand, I'm going to mute you. Just FYI.
I feel like you're gonna mute me no matter what. Like even if I'm making a really good, actually, especially if I'm making a really good point, then I'm gonna get muted even harder.
You're gonna
So can you find something else to threaten me with, please, to
Let me know
discourage it?
when you make a really good point, and then I'll mute you then.
Yeah, you haven't made any yet.
No, but I've been muted a bunch. Wonder why.
Try screaming into the mic again.
Hey man, I was never screaming. I was trying to talk over the other guy because he was not letting me cut him off at the point that I disagreed with the premise being made to an argument. That's just not honest.
You just admitted you were screaming then, yeah?
No, that's not screaming. I was talking over a guy.
I was just trying to talk over the guy. Hilarious.
Yeah, that by definition is not screaming. Yo, do you not know what screaming like typically is? Do you not know what people mean when they say screaming? Yeah, well, whatever. Fuck, if you just have a different definition, then you have a different definition. Sure, I was screaming. Have it your way.
Now are we going to run through the definition of screaming, are we?
So can any of you clowns demonstrate gas pressure due to gravity rather than a container? I'll give you time.
Gas
Don't worry.
pressure due to gravity?
Never mind. You don't even understand your own claim, so I guess not. I'll just wait for a better
I mean,
Glover.
it's not my claim. I think you're just misphrasing what somebody else has said before.
Oh, okay. Well, what is your claim?
I mean, I don't have a particular claim on my mind right now. There's other things I've said in this call previously. If you want to ask about them, then you might want to reword what I said and
It's okay,
ask
all
me
right.
if you agree
You're
with it.
still confused, so I guess I'll be even more specific. What causes the gas pressure outside?
What causes the gas pressure outside, right? So you had an issue with somebody saying that it was
Still confused.
particles bouncing against each other.
Oh, okay. And how are they doing that if they're not enclosed somehow within a contained environment?
Well, first of all, it's the very definition of particles bouncing against each. That is kind of true, but I want to think about that because you seem to have extrapolated some other piece of information on top of it, which I found interesting, and that was how you think gravity affects that pressure. And I'm just trying to think right now. Does that make any sense? Does there being more or less gravity impact the pressure of a gas?
Okay. Oh, that's your claim. So gas is
there?
impacted by gravity.
I mean, at the very extreme end, if you let some gas out where there is no gravity, then you'd see that the pressure. Would that impact the pressure? I guess that also depends on what space it's enclosed in.
Right.
Because
So that was the claim. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that was the claim all along. The same thing. Whoa. Okay, so that was the claim all along. The first thing that I stated, you said that I got something wrong, and then we wound up at this point where you just basically rephrased what I stated to begin with. Gas pressure due to gravity. Okay, is that demonstrable?
I mean, not really. Look, here's the thing. When I say that, it depends on the volume it's enclosed in, and you take that to mean, oh, there's an enclosure.
Yeah. How else do you get the volume?
It's like when somebody talks about the Gaussian surface in an electric field. Now, in an electric field, if you have a bunch of field.
What?
Can you let me talk?
What's going to be the analogy to the electric field? A gravitational field?
No, the Earth itself.
Oh, the Earth itself. How does the Earth itself contain gas if it's a ball?
The gas is around the ball.
And how does that work?
How does that work? The gas is gravitationally bound to the Earth.
Oh,
There's
okay,
not
so the gravitational field. So again, you did it again. I said a thing. You said, no, that's not what I'm saying. And then you went and rephrased what I said. That is what you're saying.
Yeah, but well, actually, no. What you originally said was, how does the pressure of a gas change with respect to the gravity? That's a different question.
I said, how can I asked you if you can demonstrate gas pressure due to gravity. You are now again telling me that the Earth has a gravitational field, which then causes gas pressure. Just another rephrasing of the first thing.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm saying that there is gas on the ground.
I just about had enough of you. Anybody else?
Yeah, that was weird what he did there. That little, grab the potato, put it down, grab the potato, put it down. I'm not holding the potato. What was that? He retreated from his claims so fast.
Yeah, right away. Every next sentence. No, that's not what I meant. Then he'd go back to that being what he meant. Can't get anywhere with that.
That was weird.
Well, no other Glover.
Pattern. I already know the answer to my question. But again, Heretic just exposed again. Why is this the pattern with these scientists?
I have no idea what you mean. You just tried to read.
Okay, so somebody else was obviously talking, so that was my bad for thinking you could control your own mic. Go ahead, Gregor.
Why is this the pattern with these people? When I was in school, they didn't really give me an explicit sophistry course, right? Now, they do such things in the university, right? But it's really a minority of people that really take such courses in logic or jurisprudence or things like that, where you specialize and concentrate on sophistic tactics. But these people just do it from the heart. They just do it from the heart.
Well, let's see if he's sorted himself out at all yet. Tall order, I know.
I'm not even replying once with a reply that conveys, damn, that's a good point. I never thought about that. Nothing. Just everything.
That's because you don't have any good points.
Utterly wrong. See? Like you just said. Like nothing. Not acknowledging anything. With the rigor and the precision that we say our arguments, not even giving himself pause for a moment.
All right, let's try it.
I mean, I did give myself pause for a moment. It didn't come out in the form of, oh, that's a good point. But it did come out in the form of, I actually don't really know the answer to that specific thought experiment. But
okay,
it's
great,
not equivalent to the thing we discussed thus far. I've done things like that.
You want to retry the old ground, or you want to move on?
Yeah, sure, we can retry. Who was the woman who fucking asked me that question earlier?
Anyway, what cause did Newton postulate for gravity?
He postulated fucking mass was. I mean, if you could call it the cause, then I guess it's okay to call it the cause. It's what goes into the equation, along with distance from the two bodies to arrive at a force.
Okay. Fair enough. That's an answer. I'll give you that. But you're wrong. He didn't postulate any cause. In fact, in his own words, he wrote, "Do not subscribe a cause to me."
Okay, then this is the whole gotcha I was trying to get at. He described an equivalence between the force of gravity, the distance between the two objects, which I always colloquially call radius, and the two masses. So that equivalence is what he described, and because of that, I'll personally read into that, and I'll say mass and distance between the two objects is kind of the cause you're probably looking for when you ask what is the cause of gravity.
Yeah, where did he derive that from?
Yeah, that's
he just looked at the heavenly bodies and found the one simple equation he needed to predict their motions relatively accurately.
Okay, so it's just a mathematical interpretation of some motions, right?
Yeah, more or less.
Okay, that's fair. So then, if that's the case, then the actual causal mechanism, since he didn't ascribe one, nor did he create a matrix which proved one, at that point in time was still unknown, correct?
I mean, that is a totally fair point. We don't have a theory for how gravity is formed, especially not at the smallest scales. This is like the problem, for example, of quantum gravity. But this doesn't invalidate Newton's equations, even though there is legitimately.
Fair enough. So what you agreed with is that all we have is an interpretation of the phenomenon, not an actual explanation of the cause. Thank you.
Yes. I'm not sure why this is a gotcha to you.
Who said it was a gotcha, dude? Sounds like you're projecting.
I am projecting. I'm projecting on the way you're phrasing this. You're phrasing since you don't know everything that there could possibly be to know about the theories that you're.
That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying, okay, is I'm establishing the common ground that neither you nor Mr. Gregory, who you were engaged with, know the cause of the phenomenon. You know the phenomenon, you can accurately describe the phenomenon, you can even model the phenomenon, but the cause itself is still, to this date, unknown.
Why do I need to know the cause in order to tell you that the Earth is not flat?
Because, I'll tell you why, friend. Because what in actuality the problem is that gravity actually has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth at all.
It's got nothing to do with the shape, that's correct. It's got to do with the mass.
What does?
The gravitational force of the Earth on any object.
What's the force? What number do I write down for the value of the force of gravity, brother?
The value of the force is equal to the mass of the object being attracted to it times the mass of the Earth divided by the radius squared times the gravitational constant.
Stupid. Shut up. I asked you for the number that I write down for the value.
It depends on where you are.
Depends on where I'm at. Where?
Like distance from the Earth. I think
So
you can get
for a human
gravitational
ever
field
anywhere.
strength number for a distance
So it
for a
doesn't
certain
work on
radius
Earth
away from
anywhere.
Earth.
So it
Pardon?
doesn't work on Earth anywhere for any human ever, right?
It does work everywhere for every human, as long as they plug in the numbers for their respective region and masses.
What value do I write down for the force of gravity? It has to be a fucking numerical value to quantify the damn thing.
Okay, tell me what to plug into the equation. Tell me your mass and tell me how far away you are from the Earth.
Tell you how to do your religion. No, thank you, stupid Cupid doll.
No, I mean, me asking you to tell me how to do my religion would be me asking you to tell me what the equations are. I'm just telling you. I'm just asking, what is the parameters I need to plug into my equation? I'm telling you, my claim. My claim. Wait, please. Let me get this through. Let me just get this through. My claim here is that I have an equation where if you tell me your mass and the distance from Earth, I can get you the force of Earth's gravitational field onto you, pointing towards the Earth. That is all my claim is.
Hey, who cares? Who cares? You know why? Let me explain. Do all objects fall at the same rate?
Yes.
No.
Okay, well let's just assume yes for sake of argument. So an object brought up to a height and left static will then accelerate at a particular rate, right?
Yes. Assuming that drag isn't at play.
Yeah, and assuming it's released. I forgot to mention that. Right? So then it's going to accelerate, and the speed at which it's going, right, when its acceleration stops, is the force times its mass that it's going to impart, correct?
The speed at which it moves is the force times. I know this is like F equals ma, but if you're trying to make some equivalence here, if F equals ma and you see fucking mass in the equation, then why is it the case that everything fucking falls at a different rate?
Dude. Your problem is you're thinking too hard about how to not be caught out. That you're not just capable of answering questions.
All right, say the question again.
Okay, listen. If you say something that agrees with a question, and somebody else brings that to an end of an argument, it doesn't mean that you tacitly agree with them. It's okay to go down a line of reasoning without accepting it, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but it can waste time.
Yeah, well, I have an infinite amount of time, so you may have a limited amount of time.
I have a finite amount of alcohol.
Well, there you go. Good point. So, if everything's going towards the Earth at the same rate, right, and the force that's imparted is its rate plus and its mass, right? Then why would you need anything else other than that to know what's going to happen? Because we already know that they're going to head towards the Earth if they're more dense than their surrounding environment. Right? We know that, let's say, for sake of argument, in a vacuum, that they would all travel at the same rate, which, by the way, has been experimentally proven false. But that's neither here nor there for this example. So you end up with everything that's away from the Earth moves towards the Earth at the same rate, except for things that are beyond a certain limit.
Not quite. I mean, if there is like another really massive object, then it will also be pulling Earth towards it as it is pulled towards Earth.
Yeah, that's great. The problem is, yes, that's great, but the problem is that none of us observe that. We only observe the local level. None of us are at the macro level observing all of these stories in play. They're all mathematical.
What do you want somebody to do? Crash a fucking large planet into the Earth just to make your point?
Yeah, no. See, what I want them to do, friend, is actually validate their claims.
But through what? You're going to reject any...
Hey, whoa, friend. It's not my fault that their claims are so extravagant that they require such a big example to prove. That doesn't disregard their burden to prove it.
Right.
I mean, they don't is the issue. The proofs are in their ability to predict motions of planets.
From
No,
what?
the motions of the planets are retro-engineered, dude. Don't you understand that?
No, I don't know.
Use it to actually know what you're talking about. You have to make it happen somewhere, and then once you see it happen in a lab and you manipulated that and made that exact thing happen, then you can say, "Well, fucking that thing I just manipulated that's exactly like that out there." I can say it's like that, and nobody else could be like, "Really, you're not making a good claim here," because if they saw, if you looked
Right,
at
brother.
and
They
saw
can
water,
manipulate the Voyager 1 probe to fucking be gravitationally flung to the outer reaches of the solar system. So,
now you're
Oh,
by my standards, that's a good enough job. I
let's
don't know if
change
it's
that.
good enough for you. It's
Let's
just because you
change
want
that.
everything.
Hold on,
can't
Denmark.
do
Let's change that to something more charitable. They can claim that they did that, okay? Because that's all they have is a claim. There's no external validation of the location of the Voyager probe, okay? It's a story. Yeah.
Dude,
Like,
the mirror
perhaps you weren't
version of the
aware.
supposed.
Yeah, hold on a second. Perhaps you weren't aware that there's no way to
Other
validate
world
their
governments
claims.
would be interested
Hold
in.
on. Yeah, I do. Listen, unlike you, I've actually been in the world and done real things with real governments and been to real locations with real liars. So yes, I do believe the governments would pull a shady two-step on people.
That's not what I was saying. Don't you think that, for example, China's and Russia's government, if the United States said that they sent this probe to Triton, they'd probably be interested in maybe pointing their telescopes to Triton, or maybe getting a probe there themselves, or doing a flyby of some kind.
Just stop talking for a second. Okay, what is the maximum resolving power of the largest telescope that exists on the Earth?
On the Earth, I don't know the resolving power.
Okay, so
But it will
let me
probably
break it
be
down
enough
for
to
you.
get a blurry picture of Triton, that's for sure.
No, dude,
And do
just
spectroscopy for sure.
Chill for a second. You cannot cite anything that is as small as a craft that we've sent allegedly past the alleged orbit distance of the moon with any
They don't need
optic
to
that
see the
exists.
probe itself.
Okay, what do they need to see then?
They just need to see if the surface of Triton is what it appears to be in the photos that they've taken of it.
Dude, you do realize the problem that if they sent a probe close to it to take photos, and then they have an optic on Earth, which can't even resolve something like to the distance of the moon, that's even going to be anything significant to tell you that the probe did anything different. How is that going to prove anything? I mean, you're not one of these schmucks that thinks that you can see the lunar lander on the moon with the powerful telescope, are you?
No, I mean, what standard? You just need to see like a big crater 100 kilometers across. As long as you see enough of them to know that the photo you're looking at in the probe is bullshit, it should be enough.
Okay, so if you can see the craters from the Earth, right, and then you can remanufacture a similar image that looks like a giant crater, which you can't really validate that it's the exact same thing based on the resolution differences, then all you really have is just guesswork.
Well, I mean, if you were to do enough of this, you'd probably drop the ball eventually. Like how people claim the fucking NASA dropped the ball on the moon landing and fucking try and make a bunch of bullshit about the recordings, which is clearly false.
Wait a minute, what recordings are clearly false?
The moon landings.
Yeah, you're right, they are clearly false. Oh, I watched those videos, dude. That is fake, like nobody's business. It's so
Based on
obviously
what?
fake. The
Based
fact
on what?
that it looks fake, dude.
Oh, okay. Can you point to a particular section for me?
I'll point to some. So a shadow that falls between somebody's leg but isn't cast on the object in the path of the shadow. That's one. And two, their stupid model that they used, which is clearly a model, and has a little firecracker going off underneath it, and it's being pulled by a string, and they're claiming that it's the lunar lander ejecting off the moon's surface when it doesn't even have the speed it would need to break orbit.
I think the Mythbusters recreated the photo shots if you're worried about the shadows. I forget this point about the string, but fucking leak me whatever videos.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. See, here's your problem that you don't get. if the Mythbusters recreated the shadows on Earth, then that proves that they're capable of being faked, which means having them in a setting which nobody can verify where they are, you now have a plausibility that it's fake and no way to validate that it's true.
By that standard, you're always going to have a probability that it's fake. Even if you knew for sure that it was real, you'd still have a possibility that it was fake.
It doesn't matter, dude. Their point is they have to prove that it was true, dude.
What more do you want, man? They have like mirrors that they put on the surface of the moon that they use to tell exactly how far away the moon is.
Hey, homie.
Can use those mirrors.
Homie, did you know that they were bouncing off the moon before the moon missions even happened?
Bouncing radio waves and stuff? Yeah, they probably did that, but you could probably get it to only bounce like the...
Yeah, that's great. So let me ask this question. What is the spatial displacement of the Earth and the moon relative to each other and a previous location in free space and the amount of time that it takes light to travel to the moon and back?
That was a loaded question. So I could tell you the distance between the Earth and the moon, but if you ask me what is the distance between the Earth and the moon relative to a third location that was where they were when they originally cast the light beam to the moon, this I already don't understand the question. I'm sorry.
Well, let me tell you, it's very simple. It's called leading the target. So if you see a target and it's moving and you shoot where it is, you're going to miss, correct?
If you're firing a wave, you're not going to miss.
How so?
Because it's a wave. It radiates. As in goes out in all directions.
Oh, okay. So you think that that's what they send? Because isn't it called a laser retroreflector? So they use a laser, which is coherent and collimated.
Well, if that's what they do, then I guess they could lead the target, but it's by 1 light second. It's not that much.
Okay, so then you would need to know what the displacement is, because in case you're unaware, the Earth.
Well, you can start by guessing.
To it, well, just chill for a second. In case you're unaware, the Earth and its surroundings and the moon and all of that, and in the solar system and in the galaxy and in the universe has 11 different vectors. So that means that in 2 seconds, it's going to be displaced by 11 vectors, and it's now in a new location in free space relative to where it was when the light was emitted.
Damn.
I don't get the point you're trying to make.
What I'm saying is they shoot the laser at the moon, and the laser comes back. Even if, in principle, this was even true, it would come back to a different place.
Yes.
Yeah. So where's that place? Where's that place that's coming back?
I think like every SATCOM that they use to measure it.
Really? So you're telling me that at the University of Phoenix, they shoot the laser, and then they get the signal at the University of California?
I think they could. If not, I just have this wrong, and I can look it up.
What are you talking about? They would have to because the Earth moved, bro.
I mean, it's also rotating as it moves, so for all you know, you could get a readable signal.
Yeah, what I'm telling you is there's 11 vectors, dude. So how much alleged light signal do they receive back from the emission? How much?
Do you even know what the unit they use to measure light signals is? Like the strength?
Hey, I'm asking you how much they receive back from the original emission.
Do you even know what the answer would be? If I was to fucking tell you it in joules or kilograms, would you be like, oh, that makes sense?
No, why don't you tell me, dude? So if you know the answer, tell me. If you don't, just say I don't know.
I don't know. Happy?
Okay, that's a great answer. So maybe before you believe that this is happening, maybe you should know those things.
No, I don't have to know everything about every fucking theory that was proposed in order to understand that the Earth is not flat. If I was going around teaching this stuff, then yeah, maybe I should know. But I'm not a physics teacher. I'm just someone who goes around Discord talking to idiots.
Well, fair enough. But what is light? But fair enough. But what does light traveling from an emission source and bouncing off something else have to do with the Earth being flat?
Right.
You'd
And
have
you
to
can't even
track,
do it on
like,
Earth.
go through the entire conversation to find how that topic came about. I don't see why I have to answer.
Well, see, the
You don't
problem
know.
is that you're extrapolating everything about the nature of the Earth from the things in the sky, rather than the Earth itself. But don't get me
You
wrong.
could
This is a
extrapolate from the
common.
Earth itself, too. Watch a ship disappear from the bottom up.
Okay, so your claim is I can't see the bottom of a ship, therefore the Earth is a globe. That's your claim.
If you're going to weed down my entire claim to be the thing I just said in the past 30 seconds, then yeah, that would be my claim. But that's obviously not intellectually honest.
Yeah, you're right. It's not, because that is actually a formal fallacy. So I wouldn't accept that as a proper.
Well, if you're going to reject all other evidence that isn't the thing I said in the last 30 seconds, then what the fuck do you want me to do?
Thank you for an irrelevant truism. You're not engaging
Hold
the
on, I'll be
critique you just said.
No, what he's saying is, oh, you said this thing is true, therefore you think that that's the only thing that makes your argument an argument. No,
Yeah, you're
I tried
distorting
to
what he
present
just
you.
said to you. You're being dishonest.
No.
You are. So you either
Okay.
have an invalid modus ponens or affirming the consequent. You're going to say, if there's bottom to top disappearance, then the Earth is a ball. There's bottom to top disappearance, therefore the Earth is a ball. That's an invalid modus ponens, because bottom to top disappearance does not necessarily indicate, nor even strongly indicate, that it's being obstructed by water current. Or if you reverse premise 2 and 3, then you have an affirming the consequent, where you say, if there's bottom to top disappearance, then the Earth is a ball. The Earth is a ball, therefore there's bottom to top disappearance. Don't
Okay,
appeal to this again.
so you're saying that bottom to top disappearance is not in and of itself indicative of a flat Earth?
It's not strongly indicative, let alone necessarily indicative. It's a weak modus ponens, invalid modus ponens, and/or
Okay, then what about the movement of the stars on different hemispheres of the Earth? If you're in the northern hemisphere, you see them rotate like clockwise, and vice versa on the southern.
Same thing, invalid modus ponens or affirming the consequent. If they are moving bodies of stars, then the Earth is a ball. And I know you're going to appeal to the presumption of the celestial pole, even though you haven't verified the Earth to be a ball in order for any star to be zenith to any supposed antipodes. So either you have an invalid modus ponens.
Stop fucking trying to make yourself sound smart.
There
It sounds
are
pathetic.
bodies.
Yeah, it's an optical phenomenon. Yes, it is an optical phenomenon.
You're just ridiculing.
Good job, Aether.
You're just ridiculing. You're just being deflective and ridiculing. I'm going to finish my refutation of you. I'm going to embarrass you. It's going to finish them. Just stop interrupting. You either have an invalid modus ponens where you assert, if there are two supposed central points of two celestial orbit sets, then the Earth is a ball. There are two supposed apparent central to celestial orbit sets, therefore the Earth is a ball. Invalid modus ponens. It is possible to be observed from a horizontal surface, or if you reverse premise 2 and 3 again, it's affirming the consequent, where you say the Earth is a ball, therefore there are two supposed central points of two supposed celestial orbit sets. Don't appeal to this again.
You have no idea what you're saying.
Yeah, more deflective ridicule.
No, there's no deflective ridicule. It's like this is just a statement where A does not follow from B does not follow from C. You're saying a bunch of nonsense trying to make yourself sound smart.
Same reply from these people again. Alpha. I hope Alpha is here. The same reply from these people. Just say I don't know what I'm talking about. Just say it's nonsense. Or just say
You
it's
should
not
try
an
that
argument.
sometime.
That's all they have from me.
So no refutation.
I wonder why that is. Notice how I haven't done that with anyone else here. Like I've said, oh, I don't know what you're talking about a few times, but I've always like had them elaborate, and then eventually I understand this is what you mean. Okay, let me talk about that instead of what you originally said 15 seconds ago. I can't do that with you.
Yeah, thank you for your
because
filibustering
you
to
like
demonstrate that you don't have
I
any
don't even know
refutation of
what
I
you're
just said.
on about.
Yeah, thank you for your filibustering. We don't need any more. So you obviously don't have a refutation to what I just said to you. What I said
You
is
didn't
logically sound,
say
regardless
an
of you asserting
argument.
that it's nonsense. Yeah, what I said is logically sound, regardless of you asserting that it's nonsense. Don't appeal to the thing I just refuted.
You don't have to presuppose that the Earth is a ball in order to look at fucking the motion of stars in each separate hemisphere and understand that that motion is descriptive of a ball.
Stop appealing to the thing I just refuted. Appeal to something else.
Did he tap out?
I mean, I'm still here to lose
They're
brain
so
cells.
arrogant and full of pride. They won't even like say, you know what? I don't really understand what you said, but I hope you'll be patient with me and guide me. No, if you don't understand what I'm saying, just leap to the presumption that I couldn't possibly be right. I must be wrong. Just ipso facto of you not understanding what I said, rather than the humble reply of acknowledging that the flat earther may know better than you about any given point you want to dispute with them with.
All right, start again from the beginning.
Well, let's correct the claim that the stars move in opposite directions, north or south. They all move from east to west. Certainly, you can admit to that.
From east to west. Oh my fucking god. I'd honestly have to have a fucking moment to think about how this like looks.
You look up,
Yeah,
and the stars move from east to west wherever you're at.
Yeah, he can take a break and then go check it out and then come back. We're totally fine.
Yeah, I probably won't do that.
You know what? Yeah, while you're thinking about that, we actually got a great GIF that we use all the time on our main server, where a guy takes a paper towel roll, a long one, and draws two fields on one side and the other, and rotates it both in the same direction, turns the camera left or right, and he sees it rotating differently. But now, to be fair, he has the stars rotating in a what's that called? Perpendicular manner rather than a parallel manner, right? But it creates a similar effect, and with the effect of perspective, creating a linear distance change that would approach your center of vision as it's rotating perpendicular to you, and you look left or right. It does quite adequately mimic what we see. So this idea that the only way you can see counter rotations is if the Earth is a globe is just silly. We know for a fact that optical effects can cause counter rotations. So to say it must be a globe and only a globe and that's the only way it could be possible is just false. Now, it could be the case, but it's not necessarily the case.
Show me what this experimental apparatus is, if you have it.
Well, I'll look for it when I get a chance. But before I do, I'll post this just for fun. Now, interestingly enough, I was looking for this earlier today, but the guy who created it didn't save it in a name that was easy to find. So we have on our channel a meme bot, which we store things. So we'll just, someone will post an image. If we like it, we'll save it. But you have to save it under a name that people can remember. So I was looking at under counter rotation, stars rotation, counterclockwise. I couldn't find it under anything. So any of you guys here that are in our main server that have been having awesome gifts and stuff, that have the roles to use the bot, for the love of God and all that is holy, save your stuff with titles that make frickin' sense. Oh, but anyway, what I was hoping for before I had to go when I was leading in what does lasers have to do being received at a particular location with the shape of the Earth? I was hoping somebody would segue into laser tests because there's at this point basically hundreds of laser tests. We got dual band laser tests. We got laser tests inches above frozen lakes. We got laser tests at 25 miles. We got the United States military shooting at over 100 miles. There's all kinds of laser tests out there that supersede the alleged globe geometry by orders of magnitude in some instances. For some reason, not a lot of people like to talk about them that often. Maybe they don't know about them too much, or they're afraid that the Glober will say refraction or whatever. But they're pretty solid. And keep in mind, if they claim refraction and they claim to have an accurate model of refraction to explain away these observations, then that means that they can provide the accurate model, which you can then use to make a new laser test to prove it definitively. So if they counteract with refraction, just ask them for the accurate model of refraction. Hey, Alpha, I got one for you, Holmes.
What up, homie?
So remember I just mentioned that paper towel GIF. So in the paper towel GIF, he held the paper towel, he panned the camera. He on each side he had the rays, and he was rotating it, and he got counterclockwise on one side, clockwise on the other, and the camera was in a fixed location, panning left to right. Now, funny enough, Mr. Rob Noxious, who's often here, tried to prove the counter rotation proves the globe in his garage by essentially creating the same apparatus, and he put the camera in the middle of the pipe, turned it left and turned it right, and saw a counter rotation. Now, if you notice, he was in the center of the rotation, looking left and looking right, without moving the camera at all. And he thought that he was proving antipodal positioning, when in fact all he was doing was proving that a camera on a horizontal plane, when it looks left or looks right, gets different rotations.
Yeah, did he post the information on the server?
I can't. I screenshotted it. But that's
I know
about
he
it.
did the test, but I don't know if he. I think that's good. I even told him that he's doing the legwork for us, so that the demonstration's easily shown to anybody that has a idea that it could be only a globe. He can show him with this test that it's not just that. Because he's used. I don't know. He put it on his table, right? He has it on the table. It's on his table, or he put it on his flat floor. So either one, flat surface.
This one I'm talking about was hanging off, I think, the side of a workbench. He attached a long pole to the end of a drill, and on one end of the pole he put a paper with some arrows, and on the other end of the pole he put a paper with some arrows. And then he put the camera in between the two pieces of paper.
Yeah, I seen that one. Maybe that guy that's in here talking about it can probably take a look at it.
What I miss? Homeboy proved the globe while I was gone.
Who's Alex? Alex thinks that angles curve. And I'm like, fucking all angles have straight lines. I don't know what he's talking about. I know. I think I just destroyed him though, because he ain't typing no more. I was like, all angles have straight lines. He done.
What if you simply just redefine angles in the dictionary? Then what?
Dude, I mean, shit. Anything's possible, right? They redefined level in the dictionary 2014 at the rise of flat earth, right? Level now means curved. It's the first and only contradictory definition in history, if I'm not mistaken. They ought to get some sort of award for that, for having the first and only contradictory definition in all of dictionary history. Really funny stuff is that Scott, just a few days ago, was trying to tell me that level has always meant curved. And then when I asked him to pull me up the definitions for level, right, from dictionaries from like the 90s, 80s, 70s, he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it. He couldn't prove to me that level has always meant curved.
Can you read us that definition?
Yeah, it's the new Merriam-Webster dictionary definition for level. And it says level, having no part higher than another, conforming to the curved parts of Earth's surface. It's contradictory immediately.
Whoa. Are you sure it says surface?
Or the curved parts of Earth. It might not say surface. I'm sorry.
Wait a minute. Are you reading it or are you memorizing it?
It's from memory. It's from memory at the moment.
All right. So when you're asked to read it, what you should do is say, from memory, blah, 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 blah. Because otherwise you're going to make me think there's a Mandela effect going on.
I'm not trying to do that. All right. From memory, right? From memory.
Okay,
yeah.
fair, but we don't want to know about the memory. We want to know what it is.
I have it if you want it verbatim.
Yeah, let's get it.
Yeah, level, having no part higher than another, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface.
Aha! So AI, I wasn't wrong. I wasn't off. Like maybe like a word or two off.
It says conforming to the curvature of what?
Liquid parts of Earth's surface.
Okay, so if the curvature of those parts are 0, then level would be conforming to the curvature, correct?
Correct.
So it's actually a gaslighting definition.
That's correct, AI.
The definition itself is a violation of the law of non-contradiction.
Correct.
Right, so to accept this definition is to accept the incoherent nature of the definition, right?
Also correct.
Kind of like, a horizontal, on a globe, a horizontal would be a reciprocal slope, not a horizontal. There would be two diagonal lines converging at a point.
The example is here in the chat. It's a visual example of how contradictory the definition is. I just posted it.
Well, you'd have to change how you express the term higher to mean a point along a radial from a center, right? Rather than what we traditionally understand higher to mean relative to a horizontal baseline. Because rest assured, when somebody wants to make something level and they go out into the world to execute it, that nobody thinks they're making it curved. They think they're making it planed to a horizontal baseline, to a horizontal orientation. This foundation is plumb and level, right? Not curved.
Right.
In fact, if you brought somebody a curved foundation and said, well, this is obviously conforming to the liquid parts of Earth's curvature, they'd be like, I want my money back.
Facts.
So this is an old joke, but for those who haven't heard it, it's quite hilarious. So what I do when I do foundations or floors or any of the base of a building for anyone is I do my tally for what I'm going to charge, and then on top of that I add a fees, like local fees, carbon tax fee, and then I add conforming to the curvature of the Earth fee, and I put on like $5,000.
Oh, that's fucking
Yeah,
hysterical.
and
I love that.
they're they're like, what the hell is these stupid fees? What the hell is conforming to the Earth's curvature fee? Why do you freaking need to do that? And I'd be like, hey, bro, if I don't conform to the Earth's curvature, your building should be unstable. You're not one of those crazy flat earthers, are you? And then they're like, okay, I'll pay.
Oh, that's such a good one, dude. I like that a lot. That's funny. Got a nice little meme that I made. If we use liquid to determine level, then the earth waters don't curve. Pretty simple. And then we can go to the science of water, all right? Science of water even says that it rests flat, seeks its level, horizontal. And none of those things ever in history have ever meant curving. Raiden, if you want to gaslight me, you can just do it over the microphone, dude. If you are delusional or out of touch with reality, then we can't move forward. Thank you for the gaslight. I 100% know that I'm speaking to you through Discord, Raiden. I'm not out of touch with reality. How sure are you that you're on Discord, Raiden?
I was talking with Rod King, not you.
You replied back to me after I said, what space? And then you called me
Sorry.
delusional.
No, I
Inferred that
meant
I
to
was
reply back to
delusional.
Rob. Maybe I made a mistake there. It was supposed to be for whoever Rob is. That's what that reply was for.
Okay.
Not you.
Okay.
Okay.
Beetle
Oh, by
Bro.
the way, Jim, I already know that you don't believe that space exists, so we already had that conversation.
Yeah, I don't believe that in things that violate natural law. You're correct.
Well, no, that's why I don't talk to you about space or satellites or anything like that
Because I
they'll say
don't
there's
have
that in
that
space.
kind of imagination.
Okay. Well, you can tell you something. That's fine.
Yeah, most scientists don't think that space violates natural law.
That's okay. Lusac, Boyle, Gale, they have a different notion.
No, they don't.
No, they don't. They don't say that gas needs a container
Yeah, which one of those said that
in order for
outer
you to
space
have
doesn't
gas
exist?
pressure.
No, I was asking which one of those that you named don't believe in. Well, actually, frankly, the globe, Earth, or outer space.
Maybe they believe in God.
Maybe they do.
I mean, but Matthew believes in God too, but refutes a lot of God's word. It's
No,
really
I
strange.
believe all of God's word. I refute your incorrect interpretation.
It's not an incorrect interpretation. A lot of these things are quite literal.
I'll take it back and be more charitable and say you and I have differing interpretations on some aspects of Scripture, even though both you and I would say that it's inspired by God. So that's a more charitable way to say it.
Okay, and I can agree with that. That is, it is the inspired word of God, right? I don't disagree with you there, right? So the inspired word of God inspired Isaiah, right, to write about how it is God that sits above the circle of the earth, whose inhabitants thereof are like grasshoppers, who spreadeth out the heavens like a tent, as a curtain, like a tent to dwell in, right? And every time I go camping and I set up my tent, I make sure I've got a nice level floor. You know, it's kind of domed out over me. It's a tent. You know, I'm covered. It's inspired by God, but that's somehow wrong. It's a false interpretation of the inspiration of God.
That's where we would disagree. I would say it's inspired by God, but I would take it more figurative and less literal.
But it's analogous, right? It's more analogous than it is figurative.
Yeah, and obviously that's not the point of this server, so we don't need to like hash it out here. But yeah,
Right, that's fine. You know, I don't need the Bible to show you how the heliocentric model is wrong, and that's fair. Yeah, I agree with you.
right. I would say that there's plenty of evidence. Plenty of evidence apart from the Bible where we could have this conversation. So I agree.
Evidence, no proof. We've been on this before, Matthew. We go round about evidence and proof.
Yeah, I think evidence and proof are different things. I mean, that's why we have different words. So yeah.
So if you were trying to prove this, speaking with Matthew, please mute yourself,
You're
Raiden.
hot micing. It's really loud.
Hi,
where you're
hot micing.
Thanks.
Wow, I completely lost my train of thought there. Sorry about that.
That's okay. I'm sure you'll think of it. Maybe we could see what Raiden wanted to bring up. I don't know if there was anything more for us to talk about.
No, I think Raiden wants to talk about satellites and things like that, but yeah, Matthew, I don't dislike you, right? Like I think that you,
I like chatting.
I think that you have like an image to uphold, right? Like a lot of us actually have formulated that notion about you. Is that, you know, you're kind of like a public figure, right? But not, you know, you're a teacher and all of this. You've got a reputation to uphold. You know exactly what we know, and you agree with a lot of flat Earth points, and only to go back to your belief in something, right? Like we've determined that, and it's you believe it so wholeheartedly, but you can't prove it, right? You say you've got evidence, right? And a belief, something you can't prove. Like imagine that's where my thought was going. Imagine trying to go to court and prove this. Do you think you would be successful?
I don't know. Depends on what standards of evidence they would allow. I see what you're saying, though. I mean, yeah, for me, it's more of a semantic thing. I end up reserving the word proof for more mathematical, logical type proofs just because I'm a mathematician. But I do recognize that colloquially, the ideas of evidence and proof and are used slightly differently. So I just need to acknowledge that and conform to how people use those words.
Question was, if you were to go to court and try to prove your case, do you think you would be successful?
I think I could put forth a pretty good case, so I think so, yeah.
So you think you could put forth a pretty good effort, right? But do you think you could prove your case in court? I mean, look, it's already been brought to court. That's the fun thing.
Yeah, I would say I could put up a series of arguments and evidence that would stand the rubric of being beyond a reasonable doubt.
Despite the fact that Flat versus Globe has already been to court and that the Globe side lost. Well, let me just, you know what it is, right? You know about this, right, Matthew?
I've heard there's some court case where there was some bet going on, and I don't know the details.
So let me kind of fill you in on the details because I'm pretty up and up on this. Is a gentleman by the name of Zen Garcia. Shout out to him if he's listening anywhere. He had an amount of money up for anybody that could prove a certain thing. The particular individual swore up and down that he proved it, and Zen said, "No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You failed, and you're not getting the money." The Glober got mad enough to take it to court, where he then also lost. Could not prove in the first instance that he even proved the Earth to be a globe in order to win the money in the first place. So that's kind of an issue, right? Do you think, I mean, I don't know, you sound like you could do a better job, but that's a tough case.
Yeah, I would say that he probably didn't prove the Earth's curvature in the way required by that contest, because it was a specific thing that that Garcia had put out there, and the court ruled in his favor because, according to the rules of that contest, the Glober hadn't met the criteria.
Right. So, and that's the problem we run into here, right? In this Discord, we do treat it a lot like a court. A court of law, we're going to hold you to your word, hold you to your claim. You better bring the proof, bring the evidence, back it up. And it seems to always fall short.
Well, Matthew, in particular, that they were using the 8 inches per mile squared, which is not actually correct. That's why the contest was never designed to be winnable.
Yeah, if anybody's curious about reading it, I can drop a link.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. It's a parabolic approximation, right? So even though it's a parabolic approximation, we should still be able to use it to determine some things.
Right. But the court ruled that even though the person determined there was a curve and the Earth was curved, because it didn't match the requirement of 8 inches per mile squared, it was not successful to challenge that. That's why the lawsuit was decided, right?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Okay. The challenge was to prove the Earth is curved at 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Sure.
The guy
Which
proved
is
the Earth
about
was curved, the guy proved the Earth was curved, but not to that specification. Of course, that specification is not what anybody claims. It's an approximation, as you said, right? So the contest was rigged, essentially.
okay, and you know, I fully accept your opinion. That's fine. The thing is, how much should the Earth be curving if it is a globe with a 3959 mile radius? That's the
Hold on.
question for you
Hold on.
guys to
No.
answer. I need to
You were
know
asking.
this. No. I need to know,
No.
right?
You were
Let's get
talking
into
about. Hold on. No, you were talking about the court case. So I'm saying that's not my opinion. That's the opinion of the court, right?
Sure.
So I'm just going over the queue. You said, could we prove it in court? And you brought up this as evidence that you can't prove the curvature, and that's not what the court case decided. The court case decided you can't prove 8 inches per mile squared, which of course is just, like you said, an approximation. Can't be proved because it doesn't exist, right?
Okay.
That's the court case.
Okay. All right. Good. Perfect. Great. On it. That's great. It's awesome. So now my question to you would be, what should be the rate of curvature for a globe Earth with a 3959 radius? Go. If 8 inches per mile squared is not the correct approximation, right? If it's not correct for a globe with a 3959 mile radius, then you need to tell me what the correct approximation of curvature rate would be for a globe with a 3959 radius. Go.
I'll post the equation in the chat here shortly.
You can't even tell me? You gotta post it
No,
so you can't
it's
even
not.
tell me?
That's why everyone uses the approximation, because it's easy. The equation is a little more complicated. Hold on one second.
Is this thing going to show me what the curvature rate should be for a globe with a 3959 radius?
Yeah, hold on.
You should be able to tell me as a glober, as a firm globe believer, you should be able to tell me right off the bat what the true approximation of curvature rate is for a globe with a 3959 mile radius. Period. But you're not doing it, you can't do it, you gotta refer to some other fucking bullshit.
Are you still there, Jenna?
Yep.
Yeah, I remember what I wanted to ask you. So the brand of deity you believe in is the Christian God, right?
Sorry, my husband was showing me something really funny. What did you ask?
I said the brand of deity you believe in is the Christian God, right?
Yeah, I don't subscribe to any religion.
Okay, so is it the Christian God, or it's not Vishnu, is it?
Yeah, I don't need any gods or religion to show you how your globe is dysfunctional.
No, this is part of the question that I wanted to ask you. I just wanted to make sure I knew which God you believe in. You
Call me agnostic. No, call me agnostic. I don't believe that there's any like one, set religion or anything. Like I don't need religion for the flat Earth. All I need is the fundamental physics
Okay.
and
The only
geometry.
reason why I asked
That's
is because you
also
said
important.
God. So.
I need fundamental
Okay.
physics and geometry.
I believe in the Christian God.
Okay. So what I want to ask you real quick is if your deity revealed to you a satellite image of a spherical Earth, would you accept that?
That sounds so hypothetical. But I just told you I don't subscribe to a deity or a religion, right? So how does that even work for you?
Well, I thought I heard you say something about God earlier when you were talking to the other person.
Right. It was in a more theoretical concept, right? Because Matthew is Matthew. He believes the Word of God, or the Bible to be the Word of God, right? And that was all I was pointing out.
Oh, okay. So you don't believe in a God or a space or satellite images or nothing, right?
Yeah, I don't believe in this outer space fantasy.
Okay.
These satellites that are hundreds of miles away.
Do you believe in anything? I'm just curious.
I would actually have to say that I don't necessarily hold a belief in anything because I am a very cut and dry person. It's either black or it's white. It is or it isn't. I can hold some speculations. These things are not beliefs.
Do you believe that you're real?
I know that I'm real, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Good enough.
Do you know that you're real? Do you know that we're talking on Discord right now? Are you 100% sure?
I don't know.
Then I
sure.
Okay, well, if you don't know, then I'm not sure that I can talk to you.
Well, I don't know. Do you really know anything?
There are some things, there's plenty of things that I know, and there's a lot of other things that I don't know. I actually am convinced that I will die not knowing some things, and that's okay.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess I could have given you the flat answer about Descartes, the cogito, but I guess that's really the only thing anyone actually knows, right?
I didn't catch that.
I said I could have given you the cogito. I think, therefore I am. I guess that's the only thing you actually know.
That's all well
right?
and good, right? Like anybody can think that they're a fucking bucket, right? But that doesn't make them a fucking bucket.
No, I'm talking about existence. That's the only thing that you can actually know is that you're alive, right?
Yeah, that whole "I think, therefore I am." That's some philosophical stuff, right? Like anybody can think that they're like a dog or a cat or, like I said, a bucket, right? That doesn't make that person a dog, a cat, or a bucket. You can think that you are something.
But Jenna, that's not what it's about.
Exactly.
So so Descartes said, "What do we know for sure?" He said, "Of all the things we know for sure, what can we not be fooled about?" Right? Because there's this thing called a Cartesian demon, which was like the Matrix back before there was the Matrix idea. Like, hey, if I was in a simulation, somebody was lying to me about everything. They could simulate my vision, they could simulate my hearing, they could make me feel things, they could lie about everything. I could be in a different world than I think I'm in. Right? What's something that they could never lie about? Which is the fact that I'm thinking. Right? I have thoughts, and there's not even an I really, but that's what he said. Cogito ergo sum. There's thinking happening, so I have to be alive. There has to be thought, something. That's where he started. That was the starting point.
So you're asking, is there anything they couldn't lie about?
Yeah, that was as extreme. It's called Cartesian skepticism. It's the extreme skepticism. That's why the only thing you know is that you exist. So, and if you buy this fully, it leads to solipsism. The fact that you're the only thing in existence, right? That you can prove. Everyone else could be imaginary. Now, no one lives that way.
I'm not imagining you. You're clearly talking to me. I know that.
I could be a figment of your imagination. I'm just saying people who buy into this, and there's really very few, but no one really does. But I'm just saying, if you have to acknowledge that I could be a figment of your imagination.
I don't acknowledge that. I'm not fucking crazy. I know that Mark G is talking to me through Discord right now. It's not a dream. I'm awake.
Sure. I mean, but that's I know you believe that, and most people do. That's the way most people live their lives, is they accept what
That's the
they
whole thing
see
about it. It's,
through their
Mark,
senses.
Mark, it's not a belief, right? I don't believe that you're talking to me through Discord. I know that you are.
You, with all due respect, philosophically, you don't know it.
This is not a philosophical thing. That's it. Philosophical. This is not a philosophical thing. Are you talking to me? Yes, you're talking to me. Am I talking to you? Yes, I'm talking to you. It's not not philosophical at all.
Mark, you don't think philosophy ended with Descartes, do you?
No, I'm just saying that position, and I don't think that Cartesian skepticism is really hard to defeat. I don't think it's really been addressed fully.
But surely you know there are philosophers out there. You said philosophically that's all you can know. You know there are philosophers out there who disagree with you, right?
No, I mean in terms of being certain about your knowledge, all
Holy
knowledge
moly!
claims.
I'm actually going to agree with Scott Mackey on something.
I know.
Shit.
All knowledge claims bottom out into unsatisfying explanations, right? It's the Munchausen trilemma.
I don't agree, and I think there's a lot of people who don't agree.
No, knowledge claims cannot be supported. They have to be founded in something unjustifiable.
Sorry, Caesar. I seen Caesar's mic light up. Caesar, you got something to say?
There's a theoretical computer science recently who put out this big long paper talking about all the possibilities and all the possibilities for life out there in the universe and all those stuffs. And you know what a Dyson sphere is? And they figured there's no way to know for certain that you can't be in a simulation that can simulate your thoughts if you have a Dyson sphere powering a computer powering a simulation. And they went into the details of, and it goes into the heat created by your computer and how hot a Dyson sphere is and the energy you can get from that, and how possible it is, how many Dyson spheres you'd need for an average star to simulate human thinking. But you can totally simulate the thoughts in a simulation.
There are philosophical reasons that some people have for saying that you cannot simulate a human consciousness.
Yeah.
What is that? That sounds. I'm a materialist, so that sounds silly.
It's an amazing paper.
So it's anti-materialists who would say that. They would say that part of a human being is a material body, but also an immaterial aspect.
Yeah.
Sure, but there's no way to demonstrate that immaterial aspect. It's simply asserted.
I think it's a properly basic knowledge claim based on the fact that I can choose things. But that's a whole different philosophy.
But free will is just a non-demonstratable concept, and it's kind of meaningless. I know people think they have free will, but they really don't.
I think it's properly basic to assume that because I think I have free will, I do.
Yeah, it's not the room for this, so I'll drop it. But yeah,
shoot, I'm making the choice to talk to you guys right now. I could choose otherwise.
The point is that there are some arguments against simulation theory based on philosophy. That's all I was meant to say.
Yeah. I like. I mean, I don't believe we're in a simulation, but I have to acknowledge, based on the odds, I think it was Nick Bostrom who just basically said, the odds are we're in a simulation based on, if we get a technology, civilized, advanced to create simulations, they're going to have more of the simulations than there are real technology. Excuse me. There's going to be more simulations than there actually are civilizations. So odds are we're in a simulation. So there you go.
I think that's what not Trump. That's what Elon Musk actually believes.
But what's interesting about
simulation theory, bro. If it's a simulation theory, then it's a fucking flat simulation, bro.
But what's interesting about his argument, though, right? He points to all these things in the organic universe or the natural universe to say if we can do these things in the natural universe, then we can create these things and simulate them. But if it turns out that his conclusion is that what we are right now is in a simulation, then all his premises are meaningless.
That's a good point.
Oh, I don't think so, because at the root there's always natural boundaries rooted in a natural world, and we may not be experiencing it without abstraction, but it is rooted in some type of natural world, right?
No, I wouldn't think so, because the idea that we can create computer programs, which we think of as based in silicon, right? But if we are such a computer program, then we're based in something other than what we're really seeing. And it's not necessarily silicon, right? Because there's no reason that whatever created this thing would be silicon based.
Oh, sure.
And so to say that we can do these things in silicon is to assume that, okay, then we are possibly or most likely a silicon based thing, and that just doesn't follow.
Oh, I wouldn't say we're silicon based. I mean, it's possible, but unlikely. But it's some type of simulation that is rooted in physics. Now, physics may not be what we understand it to be because we're dealing with physics in a simulation, but there has to be some type of limitation to something, to make the whole thing work.
Another thing too is, energy. Where's all this energy coming from to run this simulation? And can there be a world in which there are thousands upon thousands of simulations? Where's all the energy coming from?
Right. Yeah. So the energy to do the simulation has to be less than the energy in the universe, right?
Yeah. What? No, it has to be more than it, right? Because you're running the entire universe.
No. I'm saying whatever simulation you do has to be less complex than the universe you run it in. I guess that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So let's say we have 4 dimensions. Maybe we're running on a 10-dimension universe, and they're simulating 4 of the 10 to save on power.
Yeah. It just doesn't make sense to me. I think it falls apart.
Yeah, I'm not convinced.
Yeah, not the room.
Whatever.
Not the room, right? I mean.
Yeah.
If you're interested, there's a guy who hangs out at Gem Panda server named M. Scott Beach who loves this conversation. He thinks it's probably right that we're in a simulation too. And I've had this discussion with him many times. But so back to the flat Earth. Did I drop? Here's silence. Hello? The fuck?
I don't know. You guys got all off into the weeds and like simulation
I know.
theory
We're
and
getting back to
shit.
flat Earth.
And
Back to flat Earth.
We're done. Back to the previously scheduled programming here.
Right on. So I mean that we're still trying to find this approximate rate of curvature for a globe with a 3959 mile radius, right? And if 8 inches per mile square is incorrect, then what is it?
I can explain it to you. It would be x squared plus y squared equals r squared.
Scott, what did I tell you about explanations? Huh?
This is the math. I'm giving you the formula. I'm giving you the formula. So you start off with x squared plus y squared equals r squared. You move the x squared to the side, so you have y squared, which is the drop you're talking about. Y squared equals r squared minus x squared. Take the square root, square root both of those sides, and so you got y equals the square root of r squared minus x squared, and that's the y. So you have to then the drop would be r minus y. That's the actual formula.
So this math is attainable to physical reality?
Well, I don't see why not. Yeah.
It's not matching what we see and what we observe and what we test on a day-to-day basis, though.
It's matching what we see. Maybe not what you see, but it's what the rest of us see.
It's not even matching what we use in practical application day to day.
It is. Well, what we use, maybe not what you use, but we use it all the time, and we're getting back to
So you mean to tell me you're always drawing your? You mean to tell me you're always drawing your 90 from the center of a sphere, like when you build a deck or something? And I've built. Look, listen to me. I've built a lot of things. I've built decks. I've built whole buildings. I've put roofs on, and in no time ever, at any time ever, I never ever used the center of the earth to derive my 90 from when laying my foundation to put my fucking walls up.
No, you did. You just didn't know it. You have a level. It's a spirit level.
Oh yeah, I just did this thing and didn't fucking know it.
No, okay. If you have a spirit level, the little bubble's going to the top of that little vial.
That's very good, Scott. Yes, that is what happens, right? And we use liquid to determine level, and at no point does that ever mean that the Earth waters curve.
No, but that little bubble goes to the top, which means it's going up. It means vertical. That's
Very nice. So mass doesn't attract mass. Wonderful. So, what I'd like to know from you, though, is you still. I'm sorry. What?
That the level, the rest of that device you have in your hand is built to be 90 degrees off that vertical.
Wow. So let's make that 90 even bigger.
So you did use the center of the Earth.
90. Let's make that 90 100 miles long at its horizontal baseline on the surface of the Earth. You're fucked.
Yeah, then it'd be going off out into space. Yeah.
No, it ain't even going off into space. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
It would touch at one point on the Earth.
That's how screwed your fucking ball Earth is.
Yeah. I know you think so. You're wrong, but you don't have to stay wrong. You can
I don't think so, right? Because I happen to know for a fact that these large bodies of Earth water don't curve.
How do you know that?
It's been tested. It's been verified. I go out to the lakes all the time. I can see 5 miles across a lake from 6 inches above the water. So that defeats your fucking globe radius. That defeats it. It
doesn't.
Defeats your whole everything.
Yeah, but how did you measure the
5 miles from 6 fucking inches?
It doesn't. It doesn't.
6 miles. 8 times 6. That's 48 inches. So how did you know that it's 48 inches of drop?
Holy shit! I didn't know it would be 3 globetards on one.
Answer the question.
Wait,
how do we know there's no?
What was your question again?
Yeah, how do you know that there was no deviation at the lake?
What do you mean there's no deviation? Water doesn't deviate. It doesn't deviate from zero.
Oh, so you didn't measure it. Okay.
We do it up close in small sections. And then you go section by section by section by section till you do about 100 miles, and it's planar surveying. And then you guys say
that's
horizontal
not tell you
line
elevation relative
100
to something
miles of that horizontal line. Somehow it's fucking all arc lines. So
that will tell you the difference in elevation between
hold on. I wasn't finished. So when you see a horizontal line and you see a hump and an M in that, and you see an arc in that line, like a St. Louis arc, right? Every horizontal is like that to you. So how many McDonald's signs do you have on your globe? When every horizontal must be an arc. How does that work the fuck out for you, Bubble Man?
You have to demock safety with nonsense.
No. I'm saying when you guys see a horizontal
you just rambled and lost the point. Okay,
you lost the point.
No, you
when
lost
I
the
see
plot.
a horizontal line, I call it horizontal, a ruler. You call it an arc. So if I put 2 rulers next to each other, that's 2 arcs like a McDonald's sign. You fucking idiot. Now, where's your fucking globe curve? McDonald's arc, boy. Every horizon's a fucking arc. So we got arc in my view. You're standing to the right of me. You look that way. There's an arc there. Then you had Bob's arc, and then you had the other guy in here talking shit's arc, and the other Glober's arc behind us. We got a whole bunch of fucking M&M arcs. Aren't we McDonald's all over?
I think you guys always let Demock ruin your conversations, man.
I didn't ruin anything.
Demock's really good at this. I'm actually glad Demock came in because you guys are like a
passionate.
cackling hyenas, right? Like this lion is straight away from pride. You guys are about to fucking like eat me with some bullshit.
But he just comes in and screams.
Hey, you need to go out and come back in. You're crackling real bad.
Yeah, someone's roboting hard. Whoever that is roboting really, really, really hard. Okay, so now where were we? Did I drop? Did I get kicked?
No.
Oh, I'm back.
Yeah, people claim that they measured and they tested the surface of water at a lake. And then I asked them, hey, how did you verify that there's no deviation? And then, I won't get an answer.
Yeah, you never will.
I want to know, how do you know?
Nah, you never met Rakia and everybody on Earth Awakenings that told you for the last million fucking days in a row, every single way that you know. You go to the hardware store and you get a water horizontal.
That will give you a
And that's
level
how you
reference.
know. Now, when you go get the water arc tool, let us know. You'll be a fucking billionaire. You'll make it, and the hardware store will buy it.
Hey, a water level is not going to tell you
A water
the
horizontal.
differences
A
in
water
elevation
horizontal.
between two data points. So
It's a horizontal water demonstrator. This water demonstrates horizontal. Like it, lump it. Doesn't fucking matter. We don't care about your opinion, stupid. You'll have to show it do something different. Can you do that?
Mhm. Yep. We take depth and height from sea level, period, level. It's the zero baseline.
Wait, who takes depth and height from ski level? Do you? Because we
We have
don't.
a
I don't know. I don't know
horizontal
what you
zero
guys do.
point where nothing goes below that. At sea level, you don't go. If you go under it, right, you don't increase and you don't stay at zero on flat Earth. You go below, you would be negative 1 foot, negative 2 foot, right? On a globe, how do you go below sea level?
Now, technically, on a globe, you'd never be below
Yeah, are
sea
you
level.
interrupting? You're interrupting me.
Sorry,
But yeah,
go
just according
ahead.
to takes observation. Yeah, takes observations of objects dropping below the horizon all the time. That's what he does.
I think that you need to go back in. You need to go out and come back in. Your mic is trash.
Yeah, you're a roboting hard guy.
Yeah, you just gotta
Yeah,
go below sea level and
we
show us
can't
you're
hear what
still
you're
at sea
saying.
level. While you go below sea level, just show us that, Archer.
Distance from the center of mass. Pretty easy, actually.
Oh man, this is so fun.
What's
They're
the
gonna
answer?
show us how to
I
go
don't know why you guys don't like it. What's wrong with the answer?
below sea level and still be at zero and still be at sea
What's
level.
wrong with the answer? Distance from center of mass.
Don't know. You don't have one. If you can go there
No,
kindly and
that's
get
the
your
answer.
tape measure out. If you could go to that imaginary spot, Narnia Center Boy, Chewy Gobstopper, and measure it, then we'd see. What's wrong with you not going there? What's wrong with you not going from point A to point B to prove your claim?
Alright, but hold on. If we talk about going from point A to point B, right? Have y'all seen Garrett's Adventure? The 19-year-old that went from LA to I
I'm
think it was
talking about the
Indonesia.
fucking center of Earth. Shut the fuck up. I'm
From
talking about the
LA
center
to
of Earth to the
Indonesia
fucking.
though.
I'm talking about to the center of Earth to the fucking center of the dirt, the top of the dirt, the surface. From the inside of Earth to the top of the dirt. Have you done that? Fuck Garrett.
Have you traveled from one
Yeah.
end of the globe to the other to verify it's flat?
That's the whole thing about. I've been out at
Yeah,
sea.
y'all gotta
Man,
take that trip
my
though. He took that trip.
Nah, y'all
He
gotta
ended up on
dig
the
that
other side
hole
of the
up with the
world.
gravity shovel. You gotta get that magic gravity shovel. It'll take you right down to the core. Just hold on.
He ended up on the other side
Fucking
of the
crazy
world
as
though.
fuck. Yeah,
And he
cool,
did that
cool,
by
cool.
himself.
Good times. Good times. He put 2 dots on an end of a paper. Put one on one end of the paper, then put one on the next end. There's his trip on flat paper. Sad.
But how he go from LA to Indonesia though?
You do it horizontally, bro.
You see what I mean though?
No, we don't, retard. Horizontally. Horizontal line. No
Oh,
dip,
yeah.
no till.
You go from LA to Indonesia and you do it horizontally. You might make a left or a right turn, right, an arc on that horizontal plane, but you're not going around a curve. right? You're not.
But
The plane isn't
oh,
flying
okay.
around
Well,
a
I'm looking at
ball
the
of
flat Earth
earth,
map.
dude.
Y'all could be right. I'm looking at the flat Earth map right now. Y'all could
Well,
be
that's
right though.
fallacious. You need to
There
stop
is
that
no
right
flat
now,
Earth
right?
map.
Because
Correct.
flat
There is
Earth
no
doesn't
flat Earth
claim a
map.
map or a model.
I'm looking at the map right now.
There
Yes, it
is
Hey,
a
is.
chill
flat
out,
Earth.
Right.
Come on,
chill
man.
out, chill out. No,
It's
chill
in
out, right? Chill out, because the model is not the thing and the map is not the place, and that's what you got to understand.
No, yeah, I'm looking at the map though. You feel me? This map, it would make
Okay,
sense that
okay,
that
all right.
could
One more
happen.
time, one more time,
Possibly.
one more time, one more
Yeah.
time. A
You
model is
said.
not the thing, and the map is not the place, bro.
What you mean? Well, you don't believe the Earth
Philip,
is flat, right?
hold on, Philip. They will not own up to that map that you're looking at. Okay,
Oh, so
they
y'all
don't
don't
use
believe
that
that
map.
map.
No.
That's because
No, they don't
that's
believe that
because we
map.
won't claim.
The new
We're not
standard
gonna
map of the
fallaciously
world.
claim that we know
Y'all
how
don't
big
believe
the
that
Earth
map.
is. That's because we're not
I don't
liars, right?
believe
We're
the
not
map.
liars. We're not gonna lie to you. We're not gonna lie to you and tell you how big the Earth is because we don't fucking know, and neither do you.
No, we
Nah, I'm
do.
saying y'all don't believe the new standard map of the world. That's not the map y'all go off of.
We don't
No,
actually believe
Irrelevant. It's here nor there, dude.
they don't go off
So
any
then, how
map,
does
man.
somebody get from LA to Indonesia
They
on a
don't
boat?
go off any
they
map.
fly just like a bird,
Ask that.
straight and horizontally, brother. It's not hard. Just use your common sense, brother.
I'm just asking questions, man.
I know they don't have a map.
Right, okay, but if
Simple
I
as that.
said this
No
bird
map.
did a loopy loop
That
over your house, would that mean your house?
bro.
Would that hold on? If a bird flies and loopy loops over your house, does that make your house a loopy loop? It doesn't matter what the air is doing, brother, or what you do in the air. That doesn't negate the ground below you. I
Nah,
promise.
he's on a boat though. I'm saying he's on a boat.
Oh, so in the water. So in the water negates the ground.
Oh, what you mean?
So the water, what's he doing on the water that proves a globe? That this horizontal water.
That's.
You go
I'm
to
just saying
the hardware store.
he was on a boat
Listen,
by
brother,
himself
the
and he went
hardware
from
store
LA
has a
to.
thing they call a water level, a horizontal finder, and it's made with water. You use water to find fucking horizontal, not curve. Now, what do you need to know about water that he's selling on that's horizontal?
Mhm.
He's not dipping his nose down in the boat, brother. Take a fucking spirit level on that motherfucker. He's not dipping down 10 degrees, 2 degrees, 30 degrees, 40 degrees, 90 degrees. The boat
We
doesn't
know that.
tilt. The boat doesn't drop. The
We
boat
know
doesn't
that.
tilt. The ass end doesn't pop up. That means you can't be on a ball physically. That's humanly impossible. Go get
Feel
a
me?
ball and demonstrate to
I'm
No,
just
yourself
Philip.
how
asking
a
Philip.
boat can
questions,
stay.
man. You
Go
feel
get
me?
a
Before you
ball
respond,
and show how a boat can stay fucking level with a horizontal. Show how it can stay with put a horizontal ruler on the fucking ball and show us how your boat keeps in line with that. And if you can do that, you'll be proving a globe. But it
But now
won't. It's
we
gonna go
already
below
talked about
it.
that with the
It's gonna go
lidar. It doesn't
below a
matter.
horizontal line, brother. Go to
That's
your wall. Go to your wall in your room. Draw a horizontal line on the wall. Now that's flat Earth. That's flat Earth elevation. That's proof of it right there. Mine and yours same on flat Earth. The globes is different than that. Did you know? The globes is magic. So when they say you're 1 inch above sea level on a globe, that 1 inch goes below sea level and still is at 1 inch that way down there to Australia, down below your feet. They're telling you 1 inch high is below your feet around Australia. But up close and personal, they can't prove it right with the fucking ruler on the wall. They can't drop anything below that horizontal ruler and show you Earth curve elevation in front of your face. They'll tell you fucking stories and everything else. So my point to you is in hardware and construction, how would we be able to measure and make this very said curve in material if they can't? It can't be done. It will make it horizontal. When the fuck have you seen a curve be horizontal, brother? All these globers in this room right now that think they're smart are going to tell you that a horizontal ruler is curved. This
oh
is the shit you're dealing with.
hell no. That's bullshit.
Exactly.
That's bullshit.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Exactly.
That's bullshit. Y'all gotta be honest, man.
Ask them. Ask them right now.
I'm just asking questions, you feel me?
No, ask the
Cause
globers.
y'all
Ask
got
the
that
globe
fire.
people.
Y'all been in here,
No,
y'all been
flat earthers
faking on
know
this
it's
shit.
horizontal. We're with you, brother. We know they're full of shit. That's why we're here.
Oh nah,
We're
look.
dealing with
I'm
liars.
not saying the earth is flat though. I can't say that yet. You
No,
feel
I don't
me?
care what you can say. The earth says its own shit. Water scores Arnold. It doesn't care what you say. Doesn't
But
care what
I
I say.
gotta give y'all credit though. Y'all seem to be backing
I
up
know, but
everything
I'm
y'all say
telling
though.
you, brother, can a motherfucker demonstrate to you globe elevation in front of your face on the fucking wall and draw it out? They have the math. We've got 3D printers. They can fucking make wood unicorns, brother, but they can't print you an earth curve in front of you so you can prove water does that? Come on now. Come on. It's 2024, bro.
But
We
I
got
will say
that.
though, why is the moon round?
Dude, we're talking about the fucking earth. The earth is supposed to be measured to curve. If there's no fucking curves and you and I can't make one and they can't prove it and I can't and you can't, where does that leave us? Fuck the moon.
So you're geocentric. You're not heliocentric.
Brother, I'm flat earth fucking reality centric. Whatever you and I can go prove or demonstrate right now, if we held hands and walked up the hill like Jack and Jill and proved it, then we'd be proving it. If we can't, then fuck off with that nonsense. That's how you're supposed to do science, brother. You're supposed to manipulate, control variables, prove something. You're supposed to demonstrate the very thing. So you can't demonstrate orbits with 3 balls in a lab. You can't demonstrate anything to do with the 3-ball component or the physical attributes of 3 spheres, making temperatures, seasons the way they claim. You get to see a TV or a computer and they just flash, 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 flash. Cartoons in a book, cartoons on TV. Now you think you know something. I thought I knew something too. And then I went to try to demonstrate water sticking to a ball. Water holding a fucking shape. Won't happen. Water doesn't hold a spherical shape in a vacuum. It doesn't even stay around. It evaporates. I mean, these people tell you the dumbest shit. They look up in space and say, oh, those are planets and those are all this, and you're on a planet. Well, your planet has people, grass, sky, water. What do those planets have? Death.
But to
Nothing.
be fair, we're
No
not
water.
in a vacuum technically, right? Because there's
In a
the
vacuum, you can't
atmosphere,
do
right?
shit.
In a vacuum, though, that would be
Right.
space. We're in a place that
Air.
has an
We're in
atmosphere. You
air.
see what I mean?
Exactly. No, I'm
It
100%
is an
with you.
atmosphere, though.
That's
You
what
see?
we can demonstrate. Atmosphere. We can demonstrate air. We can't go see a vacuum nowhere in nature, brother. We can't. We have to make one. That means it's not existent in nature. See, science is done by natural observations. You're not looking up in the fucking sky and saying, well, I think that's doing that. Okay, sure, you can say something's moving, right? Cool. That doesn't tell you what that twinkly light is. If geologists have to dig under your feet to find out what earth dirt is, how the fuck do you believe that they're just looking and telling you what that is? They're not digging into it. They got to dig into this earth to find out what earth is, brother. I promise you. These motherfuckers lie. It's not your fault. It's not our fault. It's not our fault. That's what you have to remember. None of this shit is yours. Unless you're the one that made these claims and you put your money in the basket, it's none of your shit. All you have to do is try to learn the truth. Just like me. I don't
Yeah,
think
that's why I'm asking y'all questions. You know what I mean? Because
hey, listen, am I making sense?
y'all been spanking
Find out
people
what
up
a
here. I
rock
got to give
is.
y'all credit.
To find out what a rock is on the inside, what do you got to do, brother?
Yeah,
Open that
for sure,
motherfucker up.
for sure,
Okay.
for sure.
So what's the moon made of?
Rock, right?
No. What's it made of? Show me. Make one. Give me the
I mean,
material.
so you believe it's a hologram? You one of those?
No. Listen to me. Get me the material that it's made out of. Who told you? Who convinced you of what it was? Who showed you and proved to you what it was? They haven't done it to me. I don't know. I can
Yo,
truthfully tell you
Devon.
I have no fucking clue.
Yo, you know these guys on the ISS that are apparently in 0G? They bring liquids up there and
You got moon rocks, brother. Moon rocks. Do you have any moon rocks? Supposedly we went to the moon and played golf, right? Do we have moon rocks that all the kids could play with? They paid their hard-earned money for it. We're Americans. What do we pay $50 billion and $70 million a day for? No moon rocks, no science. So you can't see orbits with the moon rock in a lab. You can't get to do nothing. You can't move 5 gallons of water with one little moon rock like they tell you it's moving oceans and it's only 1/4 the size of the earth. All this other bullshit. So we can't take a moon rock and turn it orange and make it phase like they do, like it does for when harvest time, harvest moon. It grows, it shrinks. So you
yeah,
can't.
you said water. You said water doesn't disappear.
Hey, we're talking
Guys,
about the
the
moon.
ISS.
How you guys
Guys
don't
on
know what the
the ISS
moon is or the
are
sun.
directly
They're just
demonstrating
UFOs.
water
No, you didn't
becoming
demonstrate water in
globular
the atmosphere
in
anywhere in the
zero
vacuum.
gravity.
That's what you're supposed to demonstrate. A vacuum we have on Earth, we have them. We have water. We have all the necessary ingredients for you to make your
Now
fucking
hold
line
on,
out.
now he not lying. I'm bugging.
We got all your
If you
ingredients,
look at the
brother, to
space
make your
video,
gravity
the
shape.
water does hold its shape. Am I tripping?
Water doesn't hold its shape in a
No,
vacuum.
you just see in reality.
I
No, you
mean,
see in
I seen the
reality.
videos though. That's why they got to sip the cup like that, right?
Yep. That's why they got to tell you the videos are fake.
That's why they have a cup. Listen, brother. Listen. The cup means no gravity. You don't need a cup with gravity because gravity would hold the fucking water in your hand or on the table for you in a plop. How they show you a drop of water and they say that proves Earth sticking to something, water sticking. They show you a bubble of water on a flat table, right? Well, go outside and see if you see that big bubble of water in your backyard with no walls. Show me that
But
shit.
that would be different because
No,
because
no, it ain't different.
the
That's exactly
hypothesis
what.
of
No,
gravity
no,
though,
stop. That's
right?
exactly what they put on the table to show you, or put on the globe. They put a drip of water and say, "Look at that meniscus of water, hold its shape," to the globe, to the little ball in the classroom without spinning it. Right? I say, okay, cool. If that's your comparison, a 125 mile high fucking bubble of lake water or pond in your backyard, let's go see that shit. No pool walls. Take the walls off. Let's see your 125 mile high fucking lake or pond. No, that's the globe claim. It's not yours, brother. You're not, it's not, unless you're getting paid to talk to me about it right now. It's not your claim. It's not mine either.
No, I see
Nobody's
what
getting
you're
paid.
saying, but what I'm saying
How
is
can we
also
prove
how
what
do
they're
they fake
saying?
the video of
No,
them
no, no,
going
no.
into
How can we
orbit,
prove
right?
you don't need a cup for water on the ground for gravity to hold it and not our cup?
I mean, well, if you look at the videos, the water does
No,
hold
no, no,
itself
no.
in
Outside,
space,
brother. No, no. Listen to me.
but it's
Outside in
different because
reality,
the
we're
different
not going to
elevation,
imagine.
right?
No, no, no. We're not going to imagine what they say. Science is done by nature. If we naturally
Yeah,
observe, listen,
but they
brother.
got a video of that though. They do got a video of that, and you can
Repeat
see
it.
the water
Repeat
holding
it in
its
the lab.
form
Yes, that's
in the
true.
ears.
The effects
You
of
can
the
see it.
gravitational field around Earth
You
decrease
have
when
to
you
repeat that in the lab for
distance
it to be
from the mass
natural
of Earth.
nature. If not, it's
And
Shut
called an
the fuck
extraordinary
up!
claim.
keep
Demark
interrupting.
and the other gentlemen are having a conversation. Shut the fuck up.
It's called an
So that
extraordinary claim if you can't reproduce it scientifically, brother. So I don't care what they show you. Superman leaps tall buildings. Santa Claus, you were on his lap when you were little. It doesn't matter. They have to demonstrate that shit.
yeah, you go outside in the morning, all the
No, we're
beach,
not going
pretty
outside. We're
globular.
going to a lab and we're going to turn on the vacuum
Yeah,
chamber.
rain as it falls from the
Ingredient
clouds
number
is pretty
one.
globular.
Ingredient
And in
number
fact, they
two
say that
is
raindrops
water.
are so close to perfectly
Ingredient
clear
number three, turn the
that it's nearly
vacuum on.
indistinguishable.
Now, water should hold a spherical shape on their claim, or you can put dirt in there and it should make a sphere, or gas. Anything that's
Denmark,
going
I
to make
just
a
posted
sphere.
a video. I just posted a video from a what they call the vomit comet. So it's an aircraft that goes into free fall. So you get zero gravity for 60 seconds or whatever. It's in the chat if you want to take a look at what
How do
water
you get
does in
zero
zero gravity.
gravity if you free falling though? How is that zero
You
gravity?
you
It
free
can
Exactly,
fall.
only,
brother.
well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. It can only be maintained if you're inside of a vessel.
No, but check it out though. If you put ants in a little fucking airplane and drop it, they're going to say that proves gravity. That airplane dropped to the ground, that little one. Then if you're people in a big airplane and drop it, that's going to be 0 G. You got it right. How the fuck is it 0 G? Your question is correct. It's not. It's falling the same as everything else. They're retarded, brother. It's all in the story.
When an object falls, no other forces acting on it, they say that
Here
it's
comes
inertial, that
sideshow
it's at
explanation
rest.
about Catchphrase
Gravity,
Jones. Okay,
yeah, if there's
Catchphrase.
no other forces
What's
affecting
the
the thing,
value for gravity?
why are
What
you
number do I
interrupting?
write for the force of gravity, the value, right now so I can do the equation for you? What value do I put on the force of gravity? What value? 0? Shut the fuck up.
If you drop an altimeter up a building, it's going to be zero acceleration because
Yeah,
gravity is a
Elmo's
normal
riding
force.
too. He's riding in the park
It's not a
today.
typical force.
Yeah, I
So
know.
that's why when planes are in free fall, they can demonstrate zero G.
Nah, that don't make no sense to me though. I ain't gonna lie.
Elmo's
To
riding in the
be at
park
zero
today.
gravity, but you're falling, meaning that the gravity is pulling you down. How are
Yeah,
you
Yes,
at zero
the
gravity
force,
when the
the
gravity pulling
force
you
of
down?
gravity,
but your
the force of gravity initially it'll cause you to fall, but after a while, when you're in free fall, the object appears to be at rest.
Like if you
Watch
are,
this,
hey,
But
brother.
hey,
that's just like
Hey,
hey,
that's just
watch
like
this.
the Hulk because of wind, right? The Hulk that
Right.
Falcon that holds its position.
Just look it up. Just look up
So
coordinate
what? They're
acceleration and
defying
proper
gravity? No,
acceleration.
they just balancing with the
Helium
wind.
rises.
All you gotta do is look
Helium
it up.
rises.
Hey,
Nitrogen rises.
shut the fuck up. If your name is not Philip or Democ, shut the fuck up.
No, you shut up. You got nothing to contribute. Stop it.
Now I'm trying to listen. I'm trying to listen to what Democ and Philip are developing here, right? And y'all
I'm looking at Yale. I'm looking at YaleScientific.org. They say there is no such thing as zero gravity. Oh, in space, gravity is everywhere in the universe.
Right,
And
dude.
then say,
Isn't that
okay,
fucking weird, though?
that's some other
Isn't
shit.
that
That's some other
weird?
shit.
Like, remember when you was young and you were taught that what goes up must come back fucking down, but then you grow up and suddenly what goes up too far floats in fucking
is
outer space and goes into
Oh yeah,
fucking
they say
orbit, dude?
there's no such thing as zero gravity anywhere. That's what they claim in YaleScientific.org. There's
Everything's
no such thing as
falling.
zero gravity anywhere.
Everything is falling in their model, brother. Every fucking thing. That means you got to catch up
You
to
can
Earth.
demonstrate an object appearing to be at rest while it's falling.
But
You could
there's
drop
wind
an
and all that.
altimeter off the top
Am
of
I
a
gonna
building,
believe you
and
or am I gonna believe Yale when you told me to look it up?
zero
If
acceleration.
you jump off
You
the
don't
Earth, the Earth is
understand?
gonna
You
fall.
want to understand?
The Earth is big as fuck, and it's gonna fall. And then your little
Nope.
ass is gonna jump up in the air, and as you fall, you're gonna catch back up with the fucking Earth through space. Fall
Yeah, but
to
I
the
can
ninth
demonstrate
inning.
what I'm saying.
You're
You
gonna
just
catch right
denying
back up
reality
to it,
doesn't
little
help.
guy.
Look, hypothetically, if you were experiencing zero gravity, you would stay in the same place 100%. That would be
The
zero
Lagrange
gravity.
point. You're correct.
No, it's not Lagrange. No. Philip, I posted a link to how they simulate zero gravity in these planes. You can look it up.
Yeah, going nowhere is the
Meaning that they're
Lagrange point.
staying
Shut
in
the
the
fuck up,
same
acting like you're
place at
smart.
that's zero gravity. If the plane is moving and you're moving with the plane, then you're not at zero gravity. Zero gravity means you're literally not moving because there's nothing pulling you to move down. That would
You're
be
not.
zero
Not
gravity.
true. Means you're not
That would be zero
accelerating.
gravity.
Not accelerating.
You're right, exactly. Yeah.
You're not moving at all. That's zero gravity, though.
That's not true, man. Not true.
So you're trying to say, oh, it's a difference between acceleration and gravity. So they're accelerating, but not being pulled by gravity. That's what you're saying.
Yes. Gravity does not act like normal acceleration. Like when the force accelerates an object, it's not the same as gravity. Just not.
They're explaining theoretical physics to you, dog.
Yeah, you're in pain because you don't understand. This is for the other guy.
But what I'm
Philip,
saying,
That's all you want. That understands just
read the
fine,
site.
right? You the ones
Read
that
the
are
website.
saying
It explains
that
it.
what goes
You
up
don't
too
understand,
fucking
Jenna.
far floats too fuck away
You
and
could
goes into
understand if you
orbit.
cared to.
Fucking numpty dump fuck.
I know you don't get it.
She doesn't want to know.
No, I get it just fine.
Look up
Right, but here's the thing, right? Like you guys are all
coordinate
about fucking
acceleration.
Newtonian.
Go Google it. Stop telling me I'm wrong. Go Google proper acceleration and coordinate acceleration.
I posted a link to the zero G flights. You can buy it if you want. You can go on these things and experience it for 60 seconds or whatever it is, right? And it explains how it works. There you go.
But I think you should be clear and say it simulates zero G, right? Doesn't achieve zero
Once
G.
a fucking
That's what I'm trying to tell you. You see what I mean? It's not
But it
actually
simulates
zero
zero G.
gravity.
It's a zero G simulation.
In technicality, though, you're still being pulled by gravity. You see what I mean?
Correct.
Yeah.
No.
Correct.
So how is the thing with flat Earth is like you look at anything in the sky and it's round. So how is the Earth flat?
That's
You
the
see
whole
what I
thing,
mean?
dude. Is these fucking globers think that gravity turns things into balls, bro.
No, we know it does.
No, they say
What
that
we
they know it
observe.
does, right? But they can't actually fucking prove that gravity turns things into balls. They can't
That's
even find
confirmed
that
from
in nature.
observation.
They can't even find that in nature.
We've
No,
proven
it's
it,
in
just
nature.
not.
That's
Just
why
you
we
don't
say that's
understand
the
it.
case. Absolutely in nature. So we observe.
Find me where
That's
gravity is
where it
turning
comes
things
from.
into balls in nature, bro.
But Jenna, do you think the people who worked at NASA and put rockets into space required that you understood and believed what they did before they can do what they did?
Oh, I love that you asked me this question. As a matter of fact, the people that put rockets into fucking space know that the Earth is flat and fucking stationary, Scott. Thank you very much.
I don't think they do. Can you find me one of those
Yeah,
people?
they do. They absolutely
Can you
do.
find me
And they
one?
fucking
Can you find
profit
me
off of
one?
your dumb ass from their fucking lies.
And can you find me one who believes that?
Find you one. I've got a 102-page fucking NASA document that was declassified under everybody's fucking noses.
Declassified because it was never classified. It was created as a way to simplify. It was created as a way to simplify flight controls back in the 80s. We've been through this.
That's
You
so
misunderstand.
cool.
You don't.
And the
You're
fact that
misrepresenting what that document is.
no, I'm not misrepresenting. Why would they even feel the need to mention it 4 fucking times? Why would they feel the need to mention it 4 fucking times if that's not what it's doing?
To simplify
That's
the
not what it is.
equation.
That's not what it do. But we gonna say that it's flat and
Simplifying the
non-rotating,
equation.
even though that's not what it is and that's not what it do. That's fucking asinine, right? So NASA knows that these guys are the kings, right? And I fucking hate NASA. I hate NASA, right? But I'll give them this much. Shut the fuck up. I'll give them this much. They are the kings. NASA are the kings of fucking aeronautics. They ought to fucking know if it's flat, round, curving, spinning, or not, right? They'd have to know that for performing all of these fucking things over the Earth, dude. All of it, right? So they know for a fucking fact that this shit is flat and non-rotating, right? But they make more fucking money telling you that it's a fucking globe, and you'll just empty your fucking pockets for these motherfuckers.
They
Well,
did
it's
make
not
a
a
lot of
voluntary.
Oh wow,
voluntary
that moment of silence was just absolutely everything.
Well, we just wait. I was waiting to see if someone else was going to talk, and
Yeah,
someone else
here's
waiting to see
another
if I was
thing.
going to talk.
If I release a helium balloon
I'm being polite.
vertically from my hand and it goes up above my head, like you and I, we're standing here and I release a helium balloon and we watch it go up vertically, they can send any fucking rocket from any part of dirt or water they want, I swear to God, horizontally, like to the sun, and it'll never increase in elevation. They can't pull up. All they have to do is fly horizontally to increase because, like I said, the ruler on top of the globe, that ruler goes away from the ball. Every fucking
Rocket's
anything.
trajectories are parabolic arcs.
So,
So what are you
so,
talking about?
see, okay, catchphrase Jones. So now what we do is we're going to see that the helium balloon, we'll give them an hour, right? To see if their fucking rocket can even increase 1 inch, brother. 10 inches, 2
Are you
inches.
talking about balloons or rockets? Which one?
Rockets getting beat by a balloon. My helium balloon will go vertically up and increase an inch, right?
You
No
think a rocket would get
Now,
beat
a
by a balloon?
rocket is never going to increase in elevation going horizontally perfectly like it would if it were on a ball. I guarantee
So
it.
you think a
The same
balloon would
way.
beat a rocket to
Shut
space?
the fuck up, you retard invalid voodoo doll. Listen, the same way a fucking submarine cannot go a foot in water and not hit dirt going horizontal. No
I'm jealous.
submarine known to man
I want to
can
be the
go
invalid
underwater
retarded voodoo
and
doll.
pop out the curved edge of water
Not hit
and hit
dirt.
dirt every time. Every fucking time. That proves flat earth. If you can't go down underwater 2 inches of this big ass 8-mile deep ocean and then pop out the fucking surface that way, then you kiss my fucking ass, you ain't on no ball. I don't give a fuck who you think you are.
My
You're
God,
gonna
you're
Was
hit
that a
dirt.
stupid.
response to my comment about rocket
Shut up, fucking
trajectories, or
retard. You're a retard. Talk to yourself.
That's his response to everything, I think.
Yeah. Hey, if you
He
dive
has
down
one
in water on a
response.
sphere, your little microscopic ass, me and you, bro, that's listening, real human, if we dive in water right now when it's curved water, we should be able to dive down and come out the surface. Just like a fucking sticking a pin through a fucking orange peel. The orange peel's the ocean, right? The orange is the fucking earth. Me and you are the tip of that pin. Down 33 degrees, we're going to pop out the fucking surface. When have these cunts ever done that to show you they live on the globe? Dive down in water and pop out the other surface. Fuck all.
random?
Fuck the stories. We want to see some real physical attributes of a globe, baby. Let's get her.
I'm sorry whatever happened to your brain in its normal course of development, but it clearly did not
Sorry,
finish.
and orange is too complex for you.
This is
Well,
what you do, Scott. You add hominem and you fucking attack the
No,
fucking
that's not an ad
person, right?
hominem.
Instead of
That's
Are
an
you?
creating
insult.
Oh,
fucking
did you not?
That's an insult.
logic.
It's an
You're
insult,
Jenna,
not an ad hominem.
T-Mock he can't talk for 10 seconds without calling someone a retard.
I know.
She has the nerve to say something about somebody else's behavior. That's
Retard,
insane.
retard. Are you
What are you,
offended
like
by
a
words?
female democ or something?
I don't care. I find it charming at this point.
Yeah, I find it charming. You can't prove water's curbing. You can't go pop
Look,
out.
here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. It makes absolutely zero fucking sense for NASA to mention in their document 4 fucking times a flat, non-rotating Earth, a stationary atmosphere over a flat, non-rotating Earth. Why in the fuck do they even have the need to mention it? But if it's not relevant, that's not what it is, and that's not what it's doing. But they feel the need to fucking mention it.
Hold
We've
on,
already
it is
explained that to
relevant.
you.
God,
It is
dude.
relevant.
No, listen, shut, I'm not done. No, you're not going to interrupt me. I'm not done. Right? So this leaves you guys at this juxtaposition where you have to sit there and really discern, right? You have to be like, oh, either NASA's lying about this document. Oh, it's oversimplified. You have to straw man and give all of these excuses to why this document says this.
It
No, I don't
treats
have to
the
do
Earth
that.
as fixed. That doesn't
Yeah,
mean it actually simplifies the math.
No,
In
I've
my
read the
first 2.5
document.
years
Let
of
me-
college, I was in aerospace engineering, and I did some of those equations. And I know why they say that. I don't have to guess. I know exactly why they say it.
Why do they say it?
So
Why do they say
to simplify the
horizontal
math.
lines are what you fly over?
Yeah, I knew it. Oh, so you're saying
Yeah.
That's what I want to know. Real quick, I'm going to interrupt all of you interrupting, okay? Why would NASA feel the fucking need to include it in their document that the Earth is...
Simplify
Shut
the
up!
math.
Shut
That's the
up!
answer
I'm
to
not
your question.
done!
You
Shut up.
asking the question, that's the answer. To simplify the math.
Not done. I'm not done. You just don't want to hear it. You don't want to hear the question
Okay,
because
ask
it
it
would
for the
obliterate
8th
you.
time.
Can I
Ask it for the
finish?
8th time.
Is
Yes,
it my
go ahead.
turn? Can I finish?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So, why would NASA feel the need to put this in their document 4 fucking times if that's not what it is and that's not what it do?
Same answer. To simplify the math.
Nope. That's an excuse to simplify the math. The math, right, it's trigonometry.
You wanted an answer.
It's trigonometry and calculus for these bodies of these aircraft bodies in flight. They are the roll derivatives, the yaw derivatives, they are the pitch derivatives, the lift derivatives. That is all that is included in this document, stating that these aircraft are operating in a stationary atmosphere over a stationary Earth.
You know what's ironic?
Stationary Earth. Right?
You know what's
have
funny?
no
They treat it as stationary and fixed, but when they go to find their coordinate, it turns out the Earth is not where they thought it was if it were fixed. So they correct. They make adjustments.
Hold on.
There's differentials.
That didn't make no
Oh
sense.
my
What are you
God,
making
dude.
adjustments for if it's flat and stationary? What are you making it? What adjustment do they make, dummy?
This document she's referencing even says
What
it's a
adjustment
simplified
do they
version.
make for flat and stationary?
Yeah, it
Tell
says
us
it right
right
there, doesn't it?
now.
And listen. This is for the derivation and definition of flight for aircraft operating in a stationary atmosphere over a flat, non-rotating Earth. That is the introduction. That is also the conclusion.
Does it also say something about a rigid airplane?
That's fine, right?
Does it
That's
say
fine.
something about a rigid airplane?
That's a straw man to the topic. That is a diversion. What you're doing is diverting.
Does it say the plane is
Rigid
fixed?
not
Does it say the
tilting
plane
or dropping. Rigid means like level, horizontal, not tilting.
No, it doesn't.
Fucking
It means
retard.
not flexing.
No, you're
Yeah,
retard.
not
Doesn't mean that.
dropping, not dipping, not
You're
bowing,
retard. You have
not
no idea about aircraft or about
not
mechanics.
curving,
Yeah, I spent
motherfucker.
3 fucking years. I spent
Show us
3
your side
fucking
view.
years in Air Force. In Air Force, ROTC.
Just
You want
show
to
me
sit
your
there and
side view.
gaslight me and tell me I don't fucking know about aircraft?
You don't know what
You
rigid
Fucking
aircraft
long
are.
line of Navy
You have
and
no
Air
idea.
Force,
liar.
motherfucker. But you want to sit there and talk shit.
Hold on, Jen. All we gotta have is the side view of any airplane going below a horizontal line that's lined up with the ocean.
I
Watch
posted
your
documents
airplane
explaining
go.
what non-rigid and rigid
No, we're
aircraft
not
were.
gonna look
You
at any
ignored them.
fucking phone books. We're not looking at phone books, brother. That almost made me choke. So we're going to
Democ,
stop looking at phone books. We're going to look at a side view of the airplane going below the water, down below vertically. We're going to watch that live if we can. Can we watch that, Book Boys? Fucking Bookworm's Head? Cartoon comic book Pete?
Democ, this is a hard one for them because when you bring up this NASA doc, they have to go through their brain and they have to
No, I don't.
analyze. They've really got to get down to the discernment, right? Is what is NASA lying about and what do they know, right? What does NASA know and what are they saying?
All we have to
Whatever
do
they
is read
know.
the document, and it's obvious what you're
NASA
saying
knows
I've
is
that
had the
not right.
document in
NASA,
my possession for nearly 10 years. I've
NASA
read it
has
Oh,
side
yeah, and then
plenty.
you misunderstood it for a very long time.
No, yeah,
No.
you
A little bit
can't
I just don't
sad.
You're
understand
understand a
it.
side view.
You're
You cannot
gaslighting me.
misunderstand a side
I
view.
just don't
You
understand it.
cannot
That's all I say.
misunderstand a side view. Go get us your side view, and we'll not misunderstand your live fucking side view of your airplanes going down below the fucking sea level of zero and still being at sea level of zero. We want to see
Boy,
them do that, you dumb fucks. If you don't
this
have any
simple little
side view,
mind.
nothing's going down a curve. Idiot. If you throw Bobby's rock over the fucking hill,
I get it. You can't grasp
we
it. I
can
get
film
that.
it, retard.
You can't understand it. I get that.
No, we can't understand looking forward, dumb cunt, Rainbow Man.
Like the dog when you point somewhere, it looks at your
Yeah,
finger.
no, like guessing.
I know, because you can't understand the answer, and that's unfortunate for you.
I'm pretty sure those documents, they don't say that the Earth is fixed and stationary. It says for the
Fucking
sake.
document ain't showing you
Listen,
no
it says
airplane
for the
going down
sake.
below
Oh my
nothing.
God,
Shut the
dude.
fuck up.
Okay. No,
You're
let him
Give me
being a
a
finish.
hater.
Let him
video of
finish.
the airplane going down below a fucking hill sideways,
Let
retards.
him,
Do you
I,
understand
Jenna,
what
you
that
already
means?
know what I'm going to say,
let him finish,
right? The
Democ.
context of the, don't take those words out of context within the document, that they treat it as fixed and stationary. It's not the same as
Okay,
it
stop.
actually
Stop.
being
Nope,
stationary.
stop right there. Stop right there. Why in the fuck would we have to treat it as flat and stationary if that's not what it is and that's not what it's fucking doing? That's fucking asinine. There's no logic
Because
to
if
that.
you were to account for the spinny, wobbling Earth, there's a lot to account for. So they just treat it as fixed. And then they make
So
corrections
wait,
afterwards.
No,
wait.
no, not really.
They've got, hold on. So they've got all of this stuff that they have to account for that they just decide to not
I'll
account
stand
for.
corrected, Scott, if I'm getting this
No, no, but no, because what happens if you include all those other variables, it ends up in differences that are well outside of the significant digits, rounding error for what you need. Because the answer you're going to get from those is a number. At the end of every one of the equations is a number, and it tells you how you need to build a certain part of that airplane. And whether you get 8.1 or 8.07, whatever decimals you want to go out because you include those other variables, doesn't matter. If you come up with 8.17 and that's as much as you need, everything after that 17 is irrelevant. And that's all those other variables will change. Everything after the 17. Think of a
This has
specific example.
nothing to do with the fact the
And
document
that's why I
states that
include
they're
it. It just makes the
operating.
math fairly hard.
These aircraft are operating in a stationary atmosphere over a flat, non-rotating Earth. They have to mention it 4 fucking times only for it to not be relevant. Where is your logic?
Yes, because
There
that
are
way,
there are three
when
other
someone does the math, they don't go where are these other variables. They go, we don't care. They're irrelevant. They're
there are
So we
insignificant.
don't have. So thank you. All right. So you have conceded. We do not have to account for something that isn't there and not fucking happening. That's the end of it.
there are three other simplifications in this document.
We don't
There are
account
three
for
other
speed, we
unrealistic
don't account for tilt, we
simplifications in
don't
this
account
They
for
document.
don't account for
Coriolis,
curvature.
Non-rigid aircraft,
don't account for
constant
any of that.
mass,
We account
and
for a
they assume
non-moving,
linear
unrotating.
relationships.
Oh, so
We
they
account for
assume
nothing.
linear relation, right? They have to. They have to. Okay, because if you look, if
No,
you
they say
actually,
it's an approximation. Did you look in the document?
if you look into it, right? And I spent 3 years in junior Air Force training. You do not have to account for curvature. You do not have to account for any of that. You do not have to account for rotation. It's kind
We
of
know
weird.
that.
Why wouldn't I have to account for something that's actually there? I don't have to account for curvature, but it's there. I don't have to account for rotation, but it's happening.
Don't account
It's
for that brick
asinine. You
wall, but it's there.
fucking A.
Same way you don't have to account for the curvature of the hill when you drive over it.
Yeah, don't account for
Go
the
ahead,
brick wall
Demo.
you're gonna slam into, Scott. You'll be fine. Don't worry. Close your eyes, buddy. Close your fucking eyes, idiot. put a number on paper. You won't hit it. You won't hit that brick wall of gravity. It's fucking
So
yanking
here's
you
the
down
thing.
around that one curve, that one magic curve around Florida.
You guys don't
Sam
want
Williams
answers to your
rock
questions.
went
And
around
I
You
would
ask the
face.
questions and you don't want the answers.
no,
You're
I would
educated.
See
I
what
would
the
I'm here to help you.
came from.
absolutely
I want to see the
I'm here to
expect.
physical
help you.
attributes where the answers
I can
came
help you.
from.
I
I
know
don't
this
want to
stuff.
look forward like a retard motherfucker like you and try to sell stories and say, look, I see Narnia, Demonk. Do you believe me?
Yeah, no.
Narnia is dropping down below the hill in water. That way.
See,
Look,
Denmark
that
clearly
way.
doesn't want the
That
answer
way.
because he needs his
Hey,
life to
can I
have
look on the
meaning that it
side
doesn't
and make
have. So what
sure?
about you,
No,
Denmark?
don't look on the side and make sure,
Do
Demonk.
you like
Stand
Denmark?
back here 50 miles away and look forward. Hey, can I
Scott,
get on the side and make sure what
posted the
your house
document to
looks like
chat.
from the side? Can I
Okay.
look what your backyard looks like so I can trace the topography? No, Demont, get 50 miles back and then look at the front of my fucking house. Tell me what my yard looks like in the back and topography and all. It's going to be
I'm like,
great.
nobody knows what you're fucking talking about, dude. You're just going
Yeah,
on and on.
it's called measuring globes from 20 miles away. And we're going to look at your front door and measure what the fucking rest of your house looks like in the back. And we're going to draw it in the hills in your yard. By looking at your front door,
He's
Glober,
just so confused. This
you have
world
an
is
I
very
know. I'm
confusing
confused
to
on how
him.
you got the side
I think
view.
that's called projection, Scott.
I'm
No, I
confused
understand
on
the
the
world
side
perfectly
view you
well.
boys don't have. I'm confused how a side view is beyond your fucking comprehension here.
So either NASA knows. Listen.
No, I
You are
posted your
faced.
document to chat so everyone could read it.
You're faced with two things, right? Either NASA knows that the Earth is flat and non-rotating, as they are the kings of aeronautics. I will give them that much. Or they're lying to you about a ball Earth, which they do profit from, right? That's the juxtaposition that you're stuck between. Is you either have to admit that NASA, the kings of aeronautics, have to know. They would have to know what the nature of this Earth is. Whoosh, I'm not done fucking talking.
Sounds
They would
like you're
have to
done.
know
All right.
what the nature of this Earth is and what it is doing, right? In order for them to perform all of these flights, these tests, all of these things, these launches, they would have to know, right?
That's what they're doing.
But they're feeding you this globe Earth, right? So what do you believe? Which one is it? Either NASA is telling you the truth when it comes to the Earth is a globe and the shit that you see on a fucking screen, or NASA knows for a fact that the Earth is flat and non-rotating. That's that you have to decide.
There's nothing controversial about Earth being a globe.
No, you have to decide. Either NASA knows it's flat and non-rotating,
I've
or
already
they're lying
decided.
to you about a globe.
I've already decided. You don't understand what they wrote. That's what I've decided.
Your decision makes no fucking bearing in this, because the fact they mention it 4 different times, these are aircraft, the derivatives and definitions, derivatives of aircraft operating in a stationary atmosphere over a flat, non-rotating Earth, mentioned 4 fucking times in a 102-page document. You cannot sit there and fucking tell me that, oh, it's just, it's simplified. Listen, you're giving me fucking excuses. These guys
No,
know.
I'm
They
giving
know.
you the explanation.
They know what the truth is, but they
I know they do.
profit. Shut the fuck up, but they profit from the lies. Let me ask you a quick question.
Okay.
Scott, I'm going to ask this directly to Scott.
Okay.
Scott, if I said I have this thing that I need you to push, this big lie that I need you to tell, and I'm going to pay you this sum of money for it, right? Would you do it?
No.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't do it.
No.
Even if I said I need you to do this and I'll pay you $5 million, you're going to turn down $5 million?
Yes, of course.
You're going
Wouldn't
to
you?
turn down $5 million. I don't believe you for a second. Fuck, I'd
Would you?
take it. If I'm being honest, I'd fucking take it.
No, that's the difference between you and me then. All right. Now I understand you. I
But
wouldn't.
that's the thing, is I wouldn't, because I actually have more integrity than that, right? So the NASA document is actually fucking telling you
So you wouldn't.
what they know.
So you wouldn't then. So you wouldn't then.
So the NASA document is actually telling you what they fucking know, as opposed to what they show you. That's it.
So I want to go back to this. I want to go back to this $5 million thing. Would you or would you not lie for it? Hello?
What?
What happened? So would you lie for $5 million or not?
No, actually, I have a greater moral standing for that in all reality.
Well, good.
All of humanity, right? I'd probably be like, what the fuck? No.
I know, either would I.
Right, but that's not the case here, right? That's not the case. You
No, it is
have
the case.
absolutely
You're not
nothing.
lying.
You have nothing. You have nothing to refute the fact that NASA states a stationary atmosphere over a flat, non-rotating Earth. Aircraft operating in a state.
Second question on this profit thing. Do you think anybody at NASA is getting
That's the
rich?
question I want answered. Why would they feel the need to mention that 4 fucking times if it's irrelevant?
Is that on repeat? Did someone clip that? It sounded different. Hello? God damn it. What happened?
We need
Did
to
I get
ask that
kicked?
pilot to
Oh, no, I
film
didn't
when
get
they're
kicked.
just getting around the curve of the earth, right when they're at that sweet spot around 2 o'clock. Just film forward for us with the camera and show us no earth in front of them. That's all the fuck we need, stupids.
Sorry, I had a call coming in. I didn't get
Oh, okay.
Scott's response to my
To which one?
question. Why would they, okay, real quick, why would they feel the need to mention it in the document 4 fucking times if that's not what it is and that's not what it do?
Okay, this is the 9th time you answer that question. This is the 9th time I'm going to answer you.
So no
It's not the ninth.
Simplify
It's
the
not the ninth
equation.
time. You can do whatever
No
number you want.
Coriolis in
Sorry.
the document.
Simplify the
No
equation.
precession, no wobble, no tilt, no Coriolis. So they don't have to account for Coriolis. They don't have to account for precession. They don't have to account for tilt, wobble. They don't have to account for
Right.
longitude,
Correct.
latitude.
Correct.
They have to account
And
for
and
fuck
None of
all
those things
of
would come
all
into
the
play
and
fucking shit
for
Democ,
you
most
guys
flights.
made in the world.
I'd like to address this to Democ, right? Like that's a whole thing, right? Is that if it is curved, right, and if it is rotating, it would
Right.
seem sensible for us to account for those things. We would have
Coriolis,
to account for those things.
wobble,
We would have to account for Coriolis. We would have to account for
No, we
curvature, and we would
wouldn't.
have to account for
tilt,
rotation.
No,
But
we
we're not
wouldn't.
accounting for any of
and
those
the
things.
arc
No, we
itself,
wouldn't.
Just the NASA document, right?
and the drop.
Like
But we wouldn't.
it's an absolute
Rotation, drop,
flop, right? And I
Coriolis,
love how
tilt.
Globers like to try to talk through Flat Earthers' response, right? You just can't bear to fucking hear the logic.
That's because there is no logic, and I'm trying to explain to you why there's no logic.
You're trying to explain your lollipop logic.
No. If you understand flight, you understand that we don't need to account for the rotation of the
I
Earth.
understand flight, and in my flight manual, it said you're going to be flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Well, okay, so on a curved rotating Earth, why would we need to
On
take
a
into
curved
account the
rotate,
rotation
well,
of
here
the
we
Earth?
go, back to asserting bullshit again.
Well, why would you need to take into account the rotation of the Earth in flight?
What? What do you mean? Why wouldn't you have? Oh my God, Scott, are you serious
Try
right
to
now?
answer it. Yes, try to answer it. Why would you?
You're serious, right? You're serious, right? Why would I
Of
not
course
have
I
to
am.
account for? I would
You don't
have
have
to
the
account for that.
vocabulary to explain why.
Nah,
That's
that's
it.
bad,
Why would you
man.
have
That's
to
bad.
account for it? Why would you have to account for it?
If it's doing that, if it's curving, and if it's rotating, I would
Yeah,
have
it's
to account
rotating.
for that
Why?
for
Why?
proper trajectory. If you're gonna just keep fucking asking why through my question, you can go fuck yourself.
Oh, someone's mad.
You don't got the answers.
No, Scott wants to
Nah.
keep
Come
asking
on,
why.
y'all.
Why?
That's bad,
Why?
y'all.
I'm trying to fucking answer,
I'll
but he wants
stop.
to be like, why?
Answer.
Why?
What are you doing?
Okay, I'm trying to fucking answer. Okay, can I do this now?
You do whatever you want.
Jesus Christ. You would figure that if the Earth is curving, and if it is rotating, you would have to account for that for proper trajectory.
Someone muted Scott, so he can't talk.
That's probably best. We still got
No, but
Democ in the house. I see Crit
yeah,
still
but
in the house.
that's not how they navigate aircraft though, right? So
Yeah, my flight
they
manual says that I'm going to be flying over a flat non.
post your flight manuals.
Why? Why do these flight manuals?
Or just
are like,
tell me what they
gonna be
are. Just tell me
right there
what
in the
flight
right there in
manual
the net.
reference you.
Oh my god! It is also right there in the NASA document stated 4 fucking times
No, I want to
that
see
you are going to
reference
be
your flight
operating.
manuals. I want to see your flight. What flight manuals are you referencing?
She's lying.
That you're going to be operating your aircraft in a stationary atmosphere over a flat, non-rotating Earth. But that
You read
seems to
that in a
really
NASA
bother
document,
you.
not
Why
your
does that
flight
bother
manual.
you? Why
Where's
does it
that
bother
in the
you?
flight manual that you referenced?
Why does it bother you?
Because you made a reference to this flight manual. I want to see it, or at least want a reference so I can look it up and verify it.
Okay, because the NASA doc isn't good enough for you. The Kings of Aeronautics.
No, because I think you're lying.
Not good enough for you.
Manual.
Yeah, they're not good enough for you.
I think you're fabricating the flight manual reference.
Yeah, no, I'll go look for it. It's probably going to be impossible to find on Google since Google's full of anti-flat Earth shit. But
Well,
here we
I wish you
go.
luck finding that.
I'm gonna look it up again. I'm gonna try to find it.
DuckDuckGo.
So that we can ignore the fucking fact that NASA states that it's flat and non-rotating, right?
They say they treat it.
They're the kings of aeronautics, not
Doesn't mean
me.
that
They're the kings. They have to treat it that way because it is that way, right? You have to treat a child like a child because they're a child, right? You got to treat the Earth like it's fucking flat and non-rotating because it's fucking flat and non-rotating. You
It's
treat a
not
dog like a dog and a cat like a fucking cat, dude.
No, it's not that
fucking basic fucking logic. It's basic fucking logic. It's basic fucking logic.
I don't think you're not using much logic to assess your own argument.
Yeah, I've been just fine at laying out the logic for you, and you guys are in the spiral of denial spiral.
It's funny, you're quoting some NASA document as if like, look, NASA's saying they're telling the truth. Look, they're saying Earth is flat. Dude, everything else NASA proclaims goes against what you're saying, whatever you cherry pick.
Yeah, this is where discernment takes place. Do you know what discernment is?
Obviously, you don't. Seriously.
Discerning just fine the fact that the document
you know
states
what
a flat,
cherry picking is?
non-rotating Earth, right? So I can discern from that the kings of aeronautics would have to know that the Earth is flat and non-rotating, right? But they profit, right? There's more of a profit for them.
Imagine trying to say that NASA claims
Imagine cutting me off in the middle of a sentence. Wow.
Dude, NASA doesn't claim the Earth is flat.
Imagine cutting me off in the middle of a sentence.
I don't think it matters. NASA doesn't claim the Earth is flat.
Yeah, the derivation and definition of flight over a flat, non-rotating Earth is pretty definitive.
Yeah, but they don't claim the Earth is flat.
Yeah, but, nope, you just agreed and then tried to negate. Yeah, but, don't fucking yeah, but me. You can go somewhere else with your yeah, buts.
Someone throw in an escape rope or something.
Can you name me an aircraft that maintains constant mass?
Can you refute the NASA document at all?
This is what I'm doing. It claims that it's a calculation for a constant mass constant mass aircraft. Can you name one that actually is constant mass?
Right, over a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Right, name an aircraft that's in real life constant mass.
Why should I have to? You're ignoring the fact that the document
because the document if you can't name one, the document doesn't apply in the real world.
I'm gonna say every fucking one of them. Now, boy.
Really?
Yeah, bitch.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, bitch.
Now prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, bitch.
Much love,
none of them burn fuel.
Prove me wrong, stupid fuck. How they changed their mass?
Do they burn fuel?
They're saying that fuel weight. Democ, I'm going to tell you right now what their straw man is. Their straw man is fuel weight.
The air is supporting them. They don't change any fucking mass. They're riding on the air just like water. Fuck off with that mass shit.
Yeah.
So
do they land
make,
with less fuel than they start with?
Right. Nope, that's what would make the constant mass, right? Is the air under the waves, right?
While they're flying, tell me the weight.
They think that fuel weight, look at this, right? They think that fuel weight debunks the fact that NASA states that all of
No,
this is happening over a flat, non-rotating
they
Earth.
would have to
Right?
weigh the airplane while it
You
was
can't
flying.
produce an aircraft
Weigh
that
the
this
airplane
document
while
is
it's
meant
flying.
to address.
Weigh the
So
airplane while
Oh
it's
my
it's
God, these
flying.
straw
clearly
mans are on fire.
you're clearly not understanding about
You
how
how to
aircraft work.
drive the fucking airplane in flight, you idiot rubber duckhead prick.
Oh, I moved up, idiot rubber deckhead prick.
That's a new one.
I get a T-shirt for that one.
Hey, Callie, tell him how to weigh the airplane in the air, you fucking idiot. Get the
He's
math.
saying that NASA
Get the
says
math.
that an
How
aircraft
do
is rigid.
Stop saying
So
it.
we know aircraft is
Stop
not
doing it.
literally rigid.
How are you saying that without doing it, bitch?
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Stop saying what I'm doing.
I
Does
was in
the
the middle of
aircraft
saying a
weigh
sentence.
less?
You don't care to comprehend the issue with your flat Earth. So whatever.
Does the aircraft weigh less when it lands than when it takes off?
Now it's got to land. So on the
Yeah,
ground, the airplane
gotta
weighs
On the
land.
ground,
the earth is moving. You're a
We're
fucking
gonna
yeah,
straw
idiot.
less
man the
mass
shit
than
out
when
of
You
it
this
are
right
takes
a
now.
off.
straight
So it
idiot.
loses it during flight.
You're a
End of
straight up
proof.
idiot. You're just an idiot.
End of proof.
You don't make no
Emma,
sense.
they
You and
hate
your
it.
fucking cardboard claims, dude. You're stupid. You're like a catchphrase Jones number 5.
They hate it, Demo. They
No,
hate the
the
fact
rubber
that
ducky, whatever was better than the catchphrase. That's not good. You could do
that's
better.
fine. But you guys hate the fact that, the Kings, it's great, right? Because in one instance, you guys are like all about NASA and NASA doesn't lie to you and all that stuff and everything that they put out is true. And then we present you with this document where they have it all down and you're like, oh, well, now they're lying, right? NASA's lying,
No, I think
right? So,
NASA's wasted billions, if not trillions, of dollars over the years. I mean, the space shuttle was a disaster from a
yeah,
a
they
program.
have taken thousands
They put a
upon
blind
thousands of
bubble
your
on.
tax dollars and my tax dollars all to Fiji bullshit. How do you like it?
You know that
Well,
little board game that where you get the arrow and you got to flick it and it makes the decision for you? They get a little board game called NASA and then they flick it and close their eyes and they take off their blind. Yep,
I
that's
think
right.
they use a
That's
magic
right.
8-ball.
That's right.
It's
The
the NASA
magic
magic
fucking arrow
8-ball.
pointed to it. NASA says it's right. But then when the arrow points to not rotating, stationary, they're like, throw this fucking game away. Break it. I hate
No.
this NASA board.
Flip the table. This is bullshit. What do you mean NASA knows it's flat and non-rotating?
What do you mean they just proved we don't have to account for shit and all that was garbage? What do you mean?
And that's the whole thing,
Cats
right?
with the
Is you Globers want to come in here and tell us they don't have to account for that? Why? See, that's the logical thing, the illogical thing that you're up against is that you're like they don't have to claim for this thing, right? In the document that says is not happening. It's not curving and it's not spinning, and you're saying they don't have to account for that, right?
They
Well, they
don't
don't
say
have
it's
to
not
account.
happening. They're saying that
They
they
don't.
don't account for it. Two
They
different
don't
things.
have to account for it because it's not happening. I'm sorry that it doesn't
Well, that's
specifically
your
say.
philosophical interpretation of the best document.
I'm sorry that
All right,
in the
Zoidberg.
document. I'm sorry in the document that it doesn't actually say that. We don't
Very
have
thick,
to
one
do that.
sentence. The whole
Right?
document is about fucking aeronautics, right? Like,
The whole document is about the yaw, pitch, roll, drag, lift of
yeah, stuff
aircraft
you do in
over
space.
in
No,
a
I'm interrupting you,
stationary
dumbass.
atmosphere over a flat non-rotating Earth. There's no refutation for this.
Here's the basic concept of the document. Let me talk about what the document is, right? So, flight dynamics and this engineering through air is a nonlinear system, right? Right. What they've done, the whole point of the document is
Non-linear. They say it's all throughout the document. They say it's linear.
it is. If you read the document, what they say
Nowhere in
is
the document does it say it's non-linear. It says it's linear in the document. What the fuck are you saying?
if you look at here, it says that these are linear approximations of nonlinear effects, and they go into great detail about how they're approximating the nonlinear effects. Right? All of this, the whole document is to provide approximations. These are derivations that they've pre-calculated for people to help them do equations. Right? And these approximate nonlinear effects because nonlinear effects are really difficult to simulate.
Okay.
Back then, especially with computers, right?
Okay, and
that they had at the time.
are the equations for the Earth, or are they for the aircraft?
They're flight controls, as far as I know.
So they're for the operation of aircraft, correct?
Yes, right. But the point is that these are
Okay,
the whole document.
Stop.
No, I'm
Okay.
going to answer your question. The whole point is the document is using linear equations because they're simpler.
It's not look, I understand what you're saying, right? But the fact is, this is the operation of aircraft in a stationary atmosphere over a flat, non-rotating Earth. Period. These guys know. They would have to know. They're the kings of fucking aeronautics. They'd have to fucking know, right? They'd have to know. Right? How much does fucking NASA make every fucking year? Right? From your tax dollars,
Actually,
my tax dollars, just to give you a fucking globe and some fucking CGI and some fisheye lenses, dude. But they know, right? They know the truth, right? It's not hard, right? Most of these motherfuckers know the truth, but feed you fucking bullshit that you pay for. Fuck.
It's like you're just asking for sympathy for your interpretation of what's
No,
stated in
you
the
really had to take a minute to try to formulate a fucking response, dude.
I
Just
was
stop.
hoping you
Just
wouldn't
stop.
interrupt me. That's why I waited. But you interrupted me
Just
anyway.
yeah, you don't have an argument. I'm going to interrupt you because you don't have an argument.
Yeah, this is the argument. Your philosophical interpretation of the data is kind of biased. Like you're just saying, look, it says
Kind of
here
biased.
that they say that it's flat and non-rotating. That's not what it says. Okay, you're
So
cherry picking.
you say that my philosophical interpretation is kind of biased, right? No, dude. How many
You don't think so?
it makes no sense to state it 4 fucking times in a document that these aircraft are functioning in a stationary atmosphere over a flat, non-rotating Earth. But that's not what it is, and that's not what it do. Right? So NASA actually fucking knows, right? But they sit there and feed you fucking bullshit at your expense, my expense. Fucking A, dude.
I don't think it's bullshit. I think the
Alpha.
technology is real. The documents, the data that you're claiming. What do you think they're doing when they say that Earth is a stationary, non-rotating Earth? Like,
That's
what
exactly
do you
what
think
it means.
that's for? What do you think they're doing?
I think that they are operating aircraft over in a stationary atmosphere over a flat, non-rotating Earth, as mentioned in the document 4 fucking times. It's pretty simple. It's
shouldn't
very
that be in every
simple,
document?
right? So you
Shouldn't that be
either
in every
have to
document if they're telling
concede.
people how to calculate stuff? Every
So
document about
you either have to
calculations should have that.
concede that this shit. You either have to concede that this shit is happening over a flat, non-rotating Earth, or you have to concede that NASA lies to you, right? So either the document's correct and NASA knows what's up, and they're fucking lying to you with your tax dollars and mine. They're just
so this one document out of
bullshit.
thousands.
Everything else NASA says is right, and the document's bullshit. That's what you have to concede.
Right. So this document hold on. This document is meant to provide calculations for aircraft engineers, so people that design aircraft. Presumably, they want these aircraft to fly and not fall out of the sky, right? So, out of the thousands of documents that NASA has probably produced over the last 50 years, right? And this is the only one, or maybe there's maybe one or two other ones mention this, because I think I've seen another one. This one mentions the non-rotating Earth, but all the other ones don't make mention of it. So those engineers listening to those other documents are going to design.
This is directly from NASA itself, from the heads of NASA itself. It's why. You guys have not answered why. You guys have not answered why. You guys have not.
People are building aircraft on faulty assumptions.
You have not given a logical answer for why it would be necessary for them to state this in the document 4 times if that is not what it is and not what it's doing.
Yes, we've given it multiple times because it's stating those because they're simplifications. That's it. It's a simplification.
They're simplifications, but it's not just a simplification. Basically, what they've done is they've simplified the derivation and definition of flight right? These aircraft, the roll derivatives, the yaw derivatives, the pitch derivatives, the lift derivatives, all of these things. That's what they've simplified over a stationary fucking flat Earth.
Which is a simplification.
Simplification? Why? Why would they need to do that? If the Earth is curving and spinning, why in the fuck would they feel the need to mention that the Earth is flat and non-rotating 4 fucking times in the document?
Look,
It's asinine.
because it's the exception. Because it's the exception, not the rule. People.
Exception,
If you didn't mention that, they would say, "Well, how do we account for that?" They're saying, "No, we don't need to account for it." As a matter of fact, if the Earth were stationary, let's say NASA really knew this, why would they even put it in the document?
Nope, I'm not. No. This conversation is on fucking loop. It's on a fucking loop because you
Oh my God,
guys
that's such a
can't
great
fucking
point.
because you
can't
cannot.
read.
Can you?
That is the best point, Mark G.
You can't cope. You cannot cope with the fact
If Earth
that
was
the
in
Earth is
fact
flat
fixed and
and
non-rotating, they
non-rotating.
wouldn't mention it in the
Cannot
document. That's a
cope
great
with the
point.
fact. You cannot cope with the fact that they operate in a stationary atmosphere over a flat, non-rotating Earth.
You have to keep saying that. Try and convince yourself.
Nah, y'all are coping right now. I am not gonna lie, bro. I looked at the document, man. She's not lying, bro.
I'm
It's
not
right
lying,
there.
dude. That's what I'm
It
saying,
definitely
Philip.
says a
Knuckles to
non-rotating flat Earth.
Knuckles to
It
Philip.
definitely says that, though. In like the
Nobody
first,
denies that it says that. It's the
it says
context
it
of what
right
it's
here.
saying.
Like I have the document right here, though, bro, and it's really NASA.gov. Like it's right
I
here,
know.
though.
I posted it. I know.
So it's
I'm
like,
reading it.
why would they say that, though? I mean, I'm just saying, though. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm
Philip,
saying, dude. Why would they feel the need to state it 4 fucking times if that's not what it is and not what it's doing?
Philip, do you build anything or do woodworking or any type of construction or anything?
I don't do woodworking. I've done woodworking before, though. Yeah.
Okay. Give me something you built. It doesn't have to be too personal, but just something.
Just a little stool I have right here. I'm holding it right now. You hear that?
Okay. All right. So let's say the stool's like a step stool, right? Just real small, right?
Yeah.
And I said I want you to make me a step stool. It's like because I've got one my dad made, like a foot by a foot and a half, right? And it's just one step, right? And I said to you, hey, I just want a foot by foot and a half. But you're like, well, how do I know that it's a foot or a foot and a half? How accurate do you want it? And I would say to you, I don't care. It's just a step stool. I don't need it that accurate. But to be honest, if you measured a foot or a foot and a half with just a tape measure, it would not be exactly a foot or foot and a half. It would be off, right? You could not, as a human being, nobody can get it to be exactly like dead on a foot and a half. In this case, all NASA is saying is that, hey, I just need it to be in the ballpark, right? If later on we make this aircraft, they'll probably go back and make sure it's exactly to the specifications. But for the quick calculation, it's close enough. That's all they're saying in this document.
But if they're basing the model of a spacecraft on a flat, non-rotating Earth, then it's like, why would they? That wouldn't make sense.
No. It's because
I mean, I haven't read the whole document, but
no, that's fine. The rotation.
That would have made
Some
sense.
The rotation makes a difference. The rotation makes a difference, but it is not a big difference. It is a small difference.
No. Come on now. If you fly from New York all the way to Tokyo, the rotation of the Earth does not make a difference. You would land in a whole nother place.
Dude, you're on Philip. You're getting on it, Philip.
Come on, bro.
No,
that's the worst argument that y'all made, though. That's a bad argument.
No, Philip, if you
and to relate it to that retarded fucking stool you built,
you can land in Osaka when you was trying to land in Tokyo.
This guy's new at roasting y'all. This guy is new at roasting y'all right now. Go ahead, Philip.
Philip, here, if you know how the compass works, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool, right. So let's say you put a compass in your hand and I say, well, just go north, right? You head to the North Pole. I know it's not actually true north, but pretend it is for a second, right? So I say, go north, right? And then somebody took you put a blindfold on you and moved you left or right some, mile or two, right? And said, and you didn't know where they moved you, left or right? So you couldn't tell, put a blindfold on you. And then you resumed your path. Would you end up at the North Pole using that compass?
And somebody blindfolded you.
So let's say you're right. You're walking straight. You're in the forest, and you're walking towards north because you got your
No, I
compass.
wouldn't
They just
get
say
there
go north.
blindfolded because I'm blind.
No. You're walking. You don't have a blindfold on when you start out. You're walking north. Somebody stops you, puts a blindfold on you, moves you to another spot in the forest. You don't know. They take you east. They take you west. You don't know. Take the blindfold off. Give your compass back. And they say, okay, continue. And if you got your compass again, you say, okay, I'm going to resume my journey. Will you still get to the North Pole?
Hey, Philip, that
Yes,
compass
but
is round
that's
and
not the
flat, bro.
same thing, though, bro.
Yeah.
So if the Earth rotates at 1,000 miles per hour, right? That changes the whole, and it rotates on an axis. You see what I mean?
Okay.
You're not just
Yeah,
going
no.
straight. It's not just
Right. So the
rotating
angle.
straight.
Right. Okay. A couple things. What I'm saying is that my analogy is saying that when you navigate, let's say you're flying from like Arizona to New York, it's a little bit of an angle, right? Or let's say Florida to New York, right? Florida to New York, right? You aim your compass. Let's say you're flying to LaGuardia. You aim your compass to LaGuardia, right? And let's say the Earth does change, and it only, to be honest, it's only about, and the flight takes like 4 hours, let's say, or 3 hours. It's only about half a degree of angle per hour, right? It's a very small change that you actually have to compensate for. But your compass is always pointing towards LaGuardia. So yes, you will change your flight, but you don't have to compensate for it because that's the compass always points there in an aircraft. Your navigation points to where LaGuardia is. You steer the aircraft towards LaGuardia. If LaGuardia is moving because of Coriolis, you follow it. You don't have to go compensate for
I
it.
see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Okay, yeah. You're always heading towards a spot. If that spot moves, you keep heading towards that spot. That's just the way aircraft navigate.
Yeah, but that doesn't prove
But in
that
the
the Earth is
situation
moving.
that the Earth is rotated towards you and you're going directly to that space, how do you not have to account for the rotation of the Earth?
Thank you.
Oh, okay, so you're saying if you fly east to west or west to east,
and it's coming at you at 1,000 miles per hour.
Right. Well, realize that when you start out from an aircraft, and here's something I'll post in a second if I can find it. But I've got some interesting video of sharpshooters and how it affects bullets over long range targeting. And so what'll happen is in military, this happens actually in military exercises. So when they fire cannon shot, for example, with or against the rotation, it will affect not the trajectory left or right, but it'll actually affect the height. So it'll go a little further in one direction and a little less in another direction, right? So again, in this case, all you have to do is to realize that when you take off, let's say we'll go Los Angeles to New York, right? In one direction, you are actually either direction, you're already going 1,000 miles an hour, right? So like you're already in that frame of what they call frame of reference, right? So when you're in an aircraft, I assume you've been in an aircraft, right?
Mm-hmm.
You are the reference frame.
Right, the aircraft is the reference frame. So you're traveling at 600 miles an hour on an Earth that's traveling 1,000 miles an hour. But when the flight attendant comes by and pours a drink, the drink pours because everything's moving together. Right. The drink doesn't hit the wall in the back.
So then, what about when you fly from LA to London or LA to New York?
Hold up, Philip. They just tried to fucking pull one on you, right? They tried to say, "Oh, you pour this fucking drink inside an airplane that's moving 500 miles per hour, right?" So clearly, if you're inside the airplane and you pour drink at 500 miles per hour, ain't shit gonna happen, right? So let me just be riding on the wing of that airplane and pour me a drink at 500 miles per hour. You see?
My analogy is that the drink is inside the aircraft. The drink is inside the aircraft, and the aircraft is inside the Earth, right? The gravitational pull of the Earth, right?
Inside the Earth. Hold up.
Now you move
I thought
faster.
Earth wasn't contained though. Inside the Earth.
Faster. It is inside the gravitational pull of the Earth, right? So it's in that frame of reference, okay? So, but in terms of the elevation, speeding up and slowing down, they do go faster in one direction or another. It's primarily due to winds, which are actually due to the rotation of the Earth a little bit. But the Coriolis effect is not a big contributor to speed or deviation, as far as I know.
The Coriolis effect is really non-existent at all. You know, I actually asked my boss, who was an ex-sniper in the Army, and I asked him about the Coriolis effect, and he just looked at me all kinds of fucking crazy. And he was like, "The what?" And I was like, the Coriolis effect. He's like, I don't know what the fuck that is. And I was like,
Well,
it's like for the rotation of the earth. He's like, no. He's like, we only had to adjust for like wind direction, left, right, forwards, backwards, and the wind speed. He's fucking Coriolis. He's like, sometimes the wind goes left and sometimes the wind goes right and sometimes it comes at your face. My boss, a fucking ex-sniper, was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, I've got.
You're not the first person to say that either. There's another
Hold
pilot
on.
I heard say that same thing.
What? She was talking about a sniper. What are you
That the
talking
Earth
about?
is
A pilot?
flat. No. I heard a pilot say that the Earth is flat, and he's a pilot, and he's in the cockpit, and they're interviewing him. I seen that too.
Philip, I actually have
Have
this
flown
awesome
planes,
video.
right?
I'll see if I can post it in the chat here. But it's actually a compilation of different pilots being asked. Like they weren't suspecting anybody to come up and ask them fucking anything. But these people on board come up and ask the pilots, are we flat or round? Do you see a flat Earth or a round Earth? Is it standing still or is it moving? And the pilots are like, it's flat. It stands still. It's flat. There's a pilot. One of the best ones, honestly, Philip, that I ever got, that I've ever seen, was somebody who was asking a pilot, so do you think the Earth is flat or round? And the pilot of 31 years chuckled and he said, I know the Earth is flat. A pilot of 31 years said, I know the Earth is flat. All right. So, and then there's like a compilation of like 19 pilots, an F-16 pilot. A lot of pilots are like, yeah, no, it stands still and it is flat. It is very flat.
Yeah. Where could you post that?
If you give me a second, I'll post it here in the chat. Hey, don't everybody stop on account of me looking for something, right? I've got fucking thousands upon thousands of files in my phone that I gotta weed through. So, but Philip, cheers to you, man. Philip, you're on it, and you seem open, and I appreciate that. I respect that.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, man, you can't say that these people are just making shit up. Like, they have the facts right here. Like, I'm not gonna lie, you can't just dismiss them.
Yeah,
So
you came in. Look, you came in sharp. You came in hot with that document backing me up, and I respect that and I appreciate that, right? Because like it doesn't make sense that they would have to list that 4 times if that's not what it is and that's not what it do.
yeah, I mean, it's right there though, man.
Right there, right? Like, oh, and then, but these guys around here, they're gonna say, well, they don't have to account for it, right? No, they'll give you all these bullshit excuses why they don't have to account for it. But that's the whole thing. Is like, why would I have to account for something that isn't there? That's not happening.
I mean, that would be like a baseball player throwing a ball at a batter, and while he's moving towards the batter, like, you see how much harder that makes it.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like, you're not just gonna land in the same place. Like, I understand if the compass is moving and all that, but if something is moving at you at 1,000 degrees at an angle, that's way different.
Right. So if I'm traveling either from south to north or north to south, and I'm having to account for this 1,000-mile-an-hour rotation underneath me. That's gonna be a difficult situation to land on. And they want to say that the atmosphere
Like
is
that's
For someone who studies what
really
you know, you
difficult
really
though.
don't
Like
know
that's
much about it.
really difficult.
wow, fucking everybody interrupt at once. Go ahead, damn it.
Well, that's not how flight works, right? We're traveling in a frame of reference that's already moving.
How many times have you been in an airplane? How much flight training have you had?
How much flight training have you had?
Plenty. I'm asking you.
Oh, I've been on lots of aircraft. I have not had flight training.
You've flown in a fucking commercial airplane. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
I actually was doing high altitude flight simulators because I came like real close to going into the Air Force. I was really about to be a pilot. I changed my mind. I didn't want to go through that, so I didn't do that. But I studied hard and I was put through the rigorous testing. And I don't know how it escaped me after high school, but it escaped me somehow, right? Even after high school, I was still thinking that the Earth was a ball. And then I get more into the flat Earth stuff. I figure out everything that I need to know about the globe Earth. And I start getting into the flat Earth stuff. And then all of my flight training just dawns on me. Like a lot of things,
Yes,
like
I just posted.
there's stereocilia in your ears, right? Like, so if I am strapped to the outer surface of a plane that's moving 500 miles per hour, I'm going to feel that. The stereocilia in my ears is going to detect that. It detects acceleration and deceleration. Now, according to the globe Earth, there is some acceleration and deceleration of the Earth around the sun. My stereocilia doesn't detect any of that, even though it's a rate of like 66,000 miles per hour. In another direction, we're going like 1.3 million miles per hour. It's speeding up, it's slowing down, it's speeding up, it's slowing down. Can you imagine how that would be if you were just on the outside of like an aircraft, speeding up and slowing down, or like a taxi or something? You're speeding up and slowing down. You're changing directions every which way. Right now, it'd be more drastic, right? Given the area, but
Your
that's not the
cilia
point.
only,
Your
look, it
stereocilia.
only detects, yeah, they only detect acceleration or deceleration.
Yeah, and your globe Earth is doing that all the fucking time.
So what's the difference between being inside and outside the aircraft?
Oh my, are you serious right now?
No, in terms of acceleration, what's the difference?
The fact that when I'm standing on the surface of a globe Earth, I'm not contained, as opposed to being inside of an aircraft. As opposed to being inside of an aircraft where I would be contained.
You said inside and outside of an aircraft. So if you're on the wing,
Yeah,
you
that's
feel
the difference.
acceleration.
That's the difference right there. Don't get lost in it. Don't get lost. Okay.
No,
I'm standing on the. I'm standing on the surface of a ball Earth that has absolutely no enclosure. I'm not enclosed. I'm standing on the surface of something that is going 66,000 fucking miles per hour around the sun as the whole motherfucking thing is chasing 1.3 million miles. Are you serious?
Yep. You are the drift.
You don't get it,
and
you don't get it. So the thing is if I'm inside of something, like I'm not going to feel that.
You
right?
are
But
inside.
on the
You're inside
surface
the
of something,
gravitational envelope.
You can't let a motherfucker finish, can you? Wow.
I'll let you finish. I gotta probably do other stuff here, so I'll let you finish.
Have fun going and doing other stuff.
I'm gonna go have fun doing other stuff. Philip, I'll talk to you later.
All right, boss man.
I posted a video of Coriolis and gunshot or sniper or rifle. Take a look at it.
All right, and to counter that, I am going to post about. And I already told you, I asked my boss, who was a fucking sniper in the Israeli army. Okay, like dude's a really fucking cool dude. Anyway, and he's like, I fucking love America, and I love my president, and you're gonna fuck around and find out. He's a way cool guy, right? But I asked him about this. He was like, Corey, what? Corey, what the fuck? He's like, what the fuck did you just call me? It's like, damn, dude. He's like, no. He's like, we adjust for wind speed. Sometimes the wind come from the left. Sometimes the wind come from the right. Sometimes the wind in your face. Sometimes the wind at your back. You know? He's like, the wind comes from all different directions. Motherfuckers.
I mean, you would basically have to aim, like, if you was trying to go to, like, let's say, Australia, you would have to aim at, like, Russia or the opposite or whatever to get to Australia because of the amount of rotation, right?
It'd be some crazy shit, dude.
Yeah, that's crazy. That shit don't even add up, though. I ain't gonna lie.
That's what
You would
I'm
be seeing
saying,
different
Philip.
shit when you in the plane. Like, you would be seeing different countries. You'd be like, why the fuck am I in England right now? I'm supposed to be going there.
That's what I'm saying, Philip. Like this Earth is probably a lot bigger than we know or than we've been taught, right? I think what happened is they stopped at a certain part in fucking Antarctica, wrapped that shit into a ball, and said, "That's all there is, kids. Nothing more to fucking see here. We're just gonna close off your mind, close off your line of questioning. That's all there is, right?" And that's truly what happened to us. It's a lot deeper than just the shape of the Earth, right? Like never mind that flat's not a fucking shape. Can you draw me a flat? No. You know? We were all given this ball, this spinning ball Earth, with nothing else to compare it to. You were too young to question it. You were too young to think for yourself. And so this is what you got. You're just gonna accept it. And if that's all you got, you're gonna accept it, man. Yeah, you might want them pair of Nikes, man, but them fucking thrift store shoes, that's all you got. You gonna have to accept it, man. It's about what happened to us all. You had nothing to compare it to, right? Like if I was young and I had like flat Earth or anything like that to compare it to, I probably would have drawn my own conclusion at a younger age.
They definitely do shoot you down if you try to fly over certain places, though. That shit
And see,
is
here's the
crazy.
thing, right? Like there's a small call it like a cliff. There's like a small cliff of ice that comes off of Antarctica, and the southern point of South America points with that point of ice, right? That's about where they have the South Pole at, right? So like if you're picturing Earth is flat and Antarctica is this ice wall around you, now given it doesn't matter flat or globe, you still have an ice wall, you still have this continent, whatever, you still got to get up 200, 300 foot shelf of ice to get on top of this motherfucker. Flat or round, it doesn't matter. So they'll bring you like tourist section. They'll say, "Oh, it says yeah, you can totally go to Antarctica. That's not even a problem, right?" But they only bring you to one particular designated spot, and it's south of South America. It's just a little point of ice. The point of ice points with that southern point of South America, and they bring you there, and the tourist flights will fly you right over there. You'll see some mountains, shit. You'll see some ice covered, snow covered mountains and shit. Oh wow, so beautiful. But that's it. They're not gonna show you anything else, right? They like McMurdo Station is fucking hundreds of miles away from that point.
Okay, so I'm just curious. I was listening for a while. You guys said a lot. So if any of the stuff that you were saying is wrong, how would you know it? Is there any way to check anything that you just said in the last 15 minutes?
Yeah, it's really not hard if you can go and look at the mountains, right? So there's on that peak of ice, on that peak of Antarctica that is closest to South America, and you go look up the mountains, right? And then you go look up like like say you want to go on a tour or something, right? Like those are the mountains that you're going to go. You can actually go and map this. You can go look this up. You can go look at the mountains that are there, and then you can go on this tour. And those are the mountains. Dude, go check it for yourself. I've done it. I encourage you to do it. It's
Okay, well, the reason why
it's pretty
I asked
wild.
is because it started sounding like you were drifting toward conspiracy theory with some of the stuff you were saying.
No. All I was saying is that there is a designated tourist area in Antarctica for Antarctica. So if you want, it's not. So when Globers, let me clear this up because flat earthers like you can't go there, right? It's not that you can't go there, okay? But it's that you can't go any further than the designated tourist area that is off the southern point of South America. That's all I'm saying. It's not a conspiracy theory, right? It's like that's the tourist spot. That's the tourist spot for Antarctica. Like,
there's certain parts of the
sorry,
White
but
House that you can't access either, but that doesn't really mean anything. It just means you're not allowed in those areas.
You said what?
I said if you go on a tour of the White House, there's certain parts of the White House they're not going to let you have access to. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything. It just means you're not allowed in those areas.
Well, it means that they do
I
have.
mean, they have aliens or something back there. You know what I mean?
No, they do. I mean, look, there's a lot of things that are secrecy, kept secret. You can't even. I don't even like. Are you saying that like there's no secrets that are being kept? Because I don't know. What do you think, Philip? What do you think?
I mean, it's a lot of secrets being. It's a lot of shit. That's why it's like the flat Earth shit is very interesting because it's a lot. The way they teach history and all that. It's a lot of bullshit. It's a lot of bullshit. And there's a lot of books on that too. For sure. I'm just looking at the old maps right now, man. Shit.
So yeah, it's kind of weird, right? You got all these different fucking countries. It seems like they're enemies. They're at war with each other, and then when you look into the Antarctic Treaty and how many countries are in on it, in the Antarctic Treaty, it's like, well, what the fuck? So you guys are like always hating on each other, but you can agree to fucking keep all of this shit off limits except for this like one tourist location off of fucking the south of South America?
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of theories about that shit.
Dude, I've heard the dumbest excuses, like they can't disturb the fucking penguins, dude.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
Dumb shit. Some super dumb shit. Like, well, we can't disturb the penguins and environmental this and that and blah, 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 blah. It's fucking retarded. And I'm like, okay, so you got like 19 fucking countries who are all like shaking hands with each other about this Antarctic treaty, right? So like certain points, like you're not allowed to go. I mean, there's like sensors in the water. There's these buoys, right? Sensors on buoys that send signals to like warships and all kinds of other data fucking wireless shit. And they detect craft in the water, right? That aren't technically supposed to be that close. And it's like 60 miles southern latitude and also 60 miles or the 60th southern latitude and the northern latitude. So like it's not just Antarctica that's off fucking limits, dude. Like it's the Arctic as well. Like the very polar fucking Arctic is off limits as well. Right? So like what the fuck? We're just kind of in this like big circular fucking sheep pen, this cattle pen. I don't know. But I'm like, I think that we should be allowed to go wherever we want, right? But Nah, if you want to go anywhere other than the designated tourist area of Antarctica, right, you got to fill out all kinds of permits. You got to go through the government, got applications. They can deny you at any time. It doesn't matter. They don't have to tell you why. There's a process that you have to go through, right? And most people don't make it unless they've got high credentials. They are military aircraft mechanics, researchers, who are like National fucking Geographic. So, yeah, if you're you or me, you can't go.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that shit crazy.
Yep. Not to mention, like even just to go to the designated tourist area of Antarctica it's a few thousand that most people, especially today, can't afford. You can't afford it. I can't afford it. It's just like, what the fuck. As they mark up the price, that makes it even harder for people to go.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
And another thing, they got these people. They got this trip, right? And you probably heard about it. You got a couple like flat earthers and globers going out. They're doing this trip to Antarctica. They're calling it the final experiment, which is dumb, right? Because they're gonna go see something, right? If you go see something, you're making an observation. That's not an experiment. An observation is not a fucking experiment. So these guys are gonna go to Antarctica to go see the sun, right? But here's the thing: is they say, oh well, there's these 24-hour Antarctic sun videos, and I'm like, so if that's your proof, then why the fuck you have to go to prove it if it's already been proved? Well, because their 24-hour sun videos have all been fucking debunked. And so, since all of their videos have been debunked, they're like, well, now I guess we gotta like go there, right? But I don't think they're gonna see a 24-hour sun. Nope. Philip, I think your mic is open, bro.
Nah, man. I'm just looking at these documents, man. But yeah, that is crazy though, man.
I'm not lying, right? Like, I've done my
Yeah,
research,
man.
dude.
Yeah, man.
I know
That
my
shit
shit.
is crazy.
Like, you could fact check me all day. You ain't gonna find that I'm wrong.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. It don't make sense. That whole shit with the 1,000 miles per hour, but you gonna land in the same place though. That shit don't make sense, bro. They have to have an answer for that though. They have to have an answer for that. For sure.
They will tell you that the atmosphere is keeping the plane in lockstep with the rotation of the Earth, which makes no sense at all because the plane is moving at a different speed than the moving Earth.
Yeah, that makes no sense. Yeah, that's just intellectually dishonest. Because you can move in the opposite direction of the rotation of the Earth. So that shit don't make no sense.
Yeah, there's somebody in the chat. Atmo is velcroed to Earth. Yeah, then it doesn't make. You've got an aircraft that's traveling at 500 miles per hour, while you've got an Earth that is moving, an Earth in an atmosphere 1,000 miles per hour, which would mean that every aircraft that becomes aloft would have to be traveling at 1,000 miles per hour and then some. Right, a little bit faster than the rotation of the Earth in order to get to their destinations, or depending on direction, right? So, or they could just, get up in the sky and just stay levitating or whatever, and then the Earth can just move out from underneath them, and they'll just like land where they need to be or whatever, right? But that shit doesn't happen. So, They can't rectify that. That's the whole thing. They can't rectify that.
Yeah, the atmosphere moving with the Earth doesn't mean that the plane is moving with the Earth. That shit don't make no sense, man. I don't know why he said that.
Yeah, because if the atmosphere was moving with the Earth, well, then that shit is moving at 1,000 miles per hour at your equator, right? So then your plane would have to be like moving at that. If it's in lockstep with the rotation of the Earth, you see?
It can't be moving if they made what's it called, the ozone layer and all that. If the atmosphere was moving, then how could they make those simulations? With the ozone layer would have to be in the same place.
Right.
So that don't make no sense.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Is they're making claims that they can't prove of things that don't happen. Welcome to flat Earth, Philip. This shit don't move.
Look. I can't say that yet. You know what I mean? I'm still on the
I
edge,
know.
man.
Look,
You
I
know
was
what I mean?
there. I was there, dude. I was right where you are at right now, looking at this shit, going, "Well, hold up, that don't make no fucking sense, right?" But like, it still
You
could
sound
be
like the
right?
skinniest 60-year-old man on the planet.
Excuse me?
I said, you sound like the 60th or the skinniest 60-year-old man on the planet. Hey! You are the skinniest 60-year-old man on the planet. You are small.
Have you had a couple drinks too, sir?
Yeah, so?
Yeah.
You're not making
Cheers,
any
brother.
sense.
Cheers. I've got one in my
It
hand.
made plenty of sense. Old lady. You fucking
Are you a
old
lover?
lady.
I'm not old. Jesus Christ, I'm
You're
31
an
and
old
I look like
lady
I'm
and you're skinny.
25.
Okay, you lost. You lost the fight, dude.
I lost the fight. I'm not
Thank
here
you,
to fight. I'm here to
knows
learn,
I'm not an
bro.
old lady.
I want to find the
You're
truth,
an old
bro. I'm
man.
not gonna just defend any side blindly. I have to see the facts. And if nobody can rebuttal what she's saying, then she's winning. And they're every time I'm in here, they're spanking y'all, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah. It's real easy. Turn them over the knee. Spank it, man. We turning Globers over the knee every day in here.
Yeah, man.
Globers over the knee. Your big fat knee? How big and fat is your knee?
Let me simplify it for you. We are spanking Globers in here day after day.
You're bending big fat Globers over your big fat knee, huh?
Yeah, my big fat
How big
knee.
and fat as your knee is?
Big and fat. I bet if mass attracts mass, my foot would attract up your ass.
Well, you probably can't walk around your house with how big and fat your ass is.
Hey, I appreciate you bringing comedy to the chat.
I'm being serious. I feel bad for you.
Hey, do you think the Earth is a globe? And like, what makes you think that?
No, the Earth is flat. Obviously, everybody knows that.
I don't think so.
Gay
Then why
lord.
are you being? Then don't be a dick, man.
How is that? How am I being a dick?
By insulting.
I said you're fat.
Telling me I got fat knees and stuff. That's rude.
Well,
I don't
you're
have.
fat. Just accept it.
Rude.
You fat retard.
I'm not. Why you gotta be rude? If you're a flat earther, I'm a flat earther, and why you gotta be rude to me?
Why do we have to agree on everything? I was gonna say the Earth is flat.
We don't have to agree on everything, but we should be kind.
Like we're having a good conversation, man. Me and Philip, we're talking about this and like walking it through, and it was good. And then you come in here intoxicated, telling people they got fat knees.
And now he's muted, so we can move on.
Okay, cool. I know, Beetle, bruh, ban him, please. That was so rude.
I'm looking at
this kind of stuff we get. Look.
I'm looking at that right now.
Yeah, I would just say look at both sides and like determine which side you think has the best explanations.
Oh no, that's exactly what I'm doing. But y'all gotta respond to what she said. Y'all can't. If she can respond to everything you saying, but you can't respond to everything she's saying, then that's a bad look. You see what I mean?
It is. I think we have adequate explanations for everything she says.
Alright, so then y'all gotta explain to me how it makes sense If the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, but I go to Tokyo, Japan, and go straight and don't aim at Russia, but I'm aiming at Tokyo, Japan, how am I going to get to Tokyo, Japan if the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, bro?
Yeah, because
Because it
aircraft.
curves around.
Oh, aircraft have airspeed indicators because they fly in the air. So the question is the air moving about the same speed as the ground? And the answer is yes.
Okay, but if the air is moving at the same speed as the ground, then and the that would mean that the airplane is in lockstep with the ground, which means the airplane would have to be traveling at the speed that the
At
ground is
1,000 miles
traveling,
per hour.
which is not what it's
Zero.
doing.
It means the airplane and the ground are moving zero. And then you have to account for everything else. That means that's why they say non-rotating stationary plane, because you're not accounting for any of that shit. You're not counting for a curve. You're not counting for the tilt, any of that dumb shit. You're counting for wind and get to where you're fucking going. Fuel.
Bingo.
But what about the thrust of the plane itself? What about
What about the thrust of the plane itself? It has absolutely no bearing on that fact that the plane has to be going a different speed and the Earth is going a different speed.
I'll tell you how it does. The thrust of the plane, whether it be through a propeller.
How are you going to demonstrate any of this shit?
Well,
How does
let me finish.
demonstrate air?
He's gonna finish
I
his
can't even
sentence.
finish making my point.
I know you can't finish showing it either. How do you show air stay lockstep with a ball in the back?
If something that can be, if something that can,
before you can ever prove
is it okay if you guys can mute him for a minute because he won't let other people talk?
Hold up. Moderation.
Can
A
he be
little
muted?
bit. Demok, finish what you're going to say, and then let the gentleman finish what he's going to say. Demok, go.
A vacuum chamber and a ball in it spinning and some air sticking to it, lockstep. 66,600 miles an hour one way, 1,036 miles an hour another way, 400,000 miles another way. You got that, Peevely?
All right. So when an airplane is being propelled by its engines, that adds to the difference between it being lockstep with.
You are trying to come up
finish the
with.
sentence.
No, I'm sorry.
No, I'm gonna let a person finish. Do you know why you guys pretend that globe people can't debunk you? Because you guys do this.
Sorry.
Okay, so let's try it again. Before the airplane even begins to move with its own engines, it is in lockstep with the ground. Okay?
That's a claim.
As it propels itself through, what is from liftoff, and as it's going through the Jesus Christ, man, you guys are ridiculous. I am amazed at how you guys will complain about people interrupting you, and I can't finish a single sentence, and you think because you're irritated or you sound angry that gives you leverage. It doesn't.
By reality,
all it does is make you look like you're afraid of the truth.
Yeah, I'm afraid.
So am I going to go ahead and finish my sentence?
I'm afraid of your
And what I'll do is I'll go ahead and mute you myself.
Yeah,
okay? And I guess you'll compete with my voice to persuade everyone else in the room. You're muted now.
How many
so
we got to hear from you?
In any event, what happens is that the movement of the plane, which was different, and it was not in lockstep with the ground when the plane started moving, the airplane is still out of step with the surface of the Earth as it continues to move. So why would it stop being out of step with the Earth as it continues to move? So let's see if someone can answer that one.
Please,
Guys,
please.
I would answer that
Please.
one. I would answer that
Please. Listen.
It doesn't matter what gravity happens to the Earth.
listen.
There are two people that won't let you answer that one. I swear it.
I just answered it. I just answered it.
So in any event, you guys are incapable of handling the truth, which is
then why,
right in front of you,
ignoring my answer?
and that's okay.
Why are you ignoring my answer? Huh? You
You're not.
hard. Why are you ignoring my answer? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Because the other persons won't let you finish the sentence.
Listen, hey.
My bad.
Hey, excuse me, gentlemen. Whoever has Demok muted, That's not okay. That's going to create audio chaos. Worse, okay? So let's not be turning each other down and using each
Buddy
other here,
man, can you
okay?
please
I
shut
think
up?
audio chaos
So I want
occurred when Denmark kept interrupting. That's where the chaos began. So it's
okay,
impossible
then
if it's going to be
listen.
the Denmark show and he's allowed to just dominate the thing. I think that should be addressed first.
Okay, so we all heard what you said, right? But what you're saying is you're giving us this explanation, and it really sounds like it's coming from your imagination, right? Like not
No,
to be
that's not
offensive,
right. That's not what it sounds like, and it's not offensive. But it's just this.
you know,
It's
this will
nonsensical for you to say that something
I
that is
hear you
demonstratable and
out.
consistent and accurate and reliable
I
and reproducible
wasn't
is
even done
imaginary.
talking, right? But like, I'll be done in a minute. So you're explaining something, right, that isn't actually happening.
So you state, and I guess because you said so, that's just as good.
No, that's not what I'm
So then,
saying.
so then, just get into the description. Get into how the physics of it just doesn't work. You don't have to preamble about
Right, no, that's
how what
fine.
I'm
I mean,
saying is
I
imaginary.
will if
Just
you put
describe
interrupting
it.
here.
Like I didn't waste my time talking about he's wrong because of
That
his
was wrong.
imagination. I explained the physics of it right off the top.
So if you have an Earth that is moving at 1,000 miles per hour around the equator, and an airplane takes off at the equator, that plane, right, is you said it would be in lockstep. The plane has to get up to a particular speed before it can get the enough air under its wings to maintain flight. That speed is
It already got up to that speed. It was already up to that speed before it started moving off the ground.
No. Okay. So,
if it wasn't up to that speed, it would have on the
why did you
ground
interrupt
been
me?
left
Why did you
behind by the
interrupt?
rotation of the Earth.
She's
So I
talking
was-
about airspeed. You need to let her finish Latin destruction.
Wow. Thank you, Matthew. So, plane itself, right, is on the runway. It is accelerating to a certain speed so that it can get air under its wings, right, off the runway. It's got to get off the runway. It's got to get up to a certain speed to get off the runway. And then it must get up to a certain speed to maintain flight, okay? So that's typically anywhere between 300 to 500 miles per hour, according to the gauge on the aircraft itself, right? So on the aircraft itself, we're reading that we are traveling at a rate of about 500 miles per hour. We have an Earth underneath us moving at 1,000 miles per hour. Rather, that the plane is in lockstep with the Earth, which would mean that the plane is not going 500 miles per hour, it's going 1,000 miles per hour with the Earth. Now, that's not what's happening. The plane is not reading 1,000 miles per hour. There's a huge discrepancy here, and I'm hopefully I'm pointing that out well enough for you. Can you tell me what that discrepancy is?
Your misunderstanding is the discrepancy. May I respond, or do I have to continue to listen? I can easily explain your misunderstanding, but I don't want you to feel like I'm cutting you off while you're trying to explain yourself.
Well, go ahead and explain my misunderstanding.
All right. So the first misunderstanding that you have is that you're looking at some indicator on the airplane and assuming that the indicator is based upon the Earth being stationary. That indicator is a lot. Let me finish. That indicator is itself also in lockstep with the Earth's rotation. Whenever we're standing on the Earth, let me finish. Whenever we're standing on the Earth, we are already standing on the Earth at the rate of its rotation. You're standing right now, let's say you're on the equator. You're standing on the equator, already traveling at your 1,000 miles an hour. So that is irrelevant to the indicators on the airplane because the indicators on the airplane are not designed to be calibrated to the Earth not rotating. So that's mistake number one. Mistake number two is that I'm explaining this very, very, very well. Mistake number two is that when the airplane is moving, and since you're comparing its rate of speed to the Earth not rotating, and you are looking at this from a point of view as if the Earth is rotating,
That's mistake number two. Since the airplane is already rotating with the airplane on the surface as it's touched the ground, it's already touching the ground before it lifts off. So the moment that it lifts off, it already has all of that momentum already carried along with it the whole time since it was manufactured from the Boeing. So that airplane's been sitting on the tarmac, rotating at 1,000 miles an hour. Why would
I
it
need to stop
lose
you
that 1,000
because you
mile an
still.
hour
I need to
rotational
stop you.
speed the moment
I
that
need
it
to
lifts
stop
off the
you.
ground?
No, I need to stop you. I need to stop you because you still have
Yeah,
not
yeah, you need to stop me.
explained.
Go ahead.
I need to stop you because you still have not explained my misunderstanding. You're still an
I
explanation
did.
of what you
I
think.
identified it very clearly,
So
and
you're
you're
giving an
just ignoring
explanation of
it.
what you think is
The
going on.
explanation is one, the Earth is already rotating,
My
and it's been rotating
fucking
for all of eternity.
God.
And anything that's on it, this is the explanation directly explaining your misunderstanding. The airplane on the Earth is already rotating. It is already with the rate of rotation on the Earth
Okay, all
because
right, okay.
so that explains what? That
gravity has a
explains what you said.
magnetic pull.
Okay, all right.
I mean,
I'm gonna
that's
go.
the
I'm gonna
best
go with you.
argument I made in a minute
Listen to this.
because it's a magnetic pull.
Listen.
The
Moderation.
the
Moderation.
misunderstanding explanation, is that what we learned in school when they say you're going to learn the misunderstanding explanation?
Demo.
So when you learn
Demo.
about the globe, yeah.
Let me go ahead and lay this out real quick. If hopefully I will not be interrupted. I have to interrupt to interject this real quick because yes, okay, I'll agree with you. If living on a spinning ball and this runway is at the equator, the plane is on the runway. The plane is moving at 1,000 miles per hour, even though it's standing fucking still on a runway. Okay, and then that plane has to get up to a particular speed to get off the runway, but that speed is less than the speed of the Earth rotation, right? And then suddenly we're in lockstep.
No, that was three misunderstandings you said so far, but continue. It's like you're compounding your own misunderstanding with even more. Like somehow you make a statement that shows that for a moment you
have a
understood that the
claim.
plane is. Oh, go ahead. I didn't want to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Finish.
Okay, so you were right at the beginning when you said, okay, the airplane is on the runway and it's rotating with the Earth at 1,000 miles an hour. It doesn't matter what the miles an hour really is, but let's just say 1,000 miles an hour. What ends up happening is that you keep subtracting the miles an hour from what you agreed it started out with the Earth rotation from the speed that it's using to lift off of the runway, which makes no sense. Instead of you adding it, you subtract it. That's mistake number one. Mistake number two, you keep restating it in the middle of saying it. First, you say, oh, it's going 1,000 miles an hour, even though it's keeping still. It's keeping still relative to the ground, but it's not keeping still relative to the Earth's rotation.
I get it. I
Go
got
ahead and interrupt me. That's fine.
Great. So we don't want to subtract. So you said don't subtract from it. Okay, I'm not going to subtract from it. How about this? I'm going to add to it, right? So you'd have to be going.
I didn't get to your third misunderstanding.
No, that airliner would have to be traveling at 1,500 fucking miles per hour in order to
1,500 miles relative to the Earth if it were not rotating, but only 500 if the Earth is rotating.
You cannot prove that it's in lockstep.
Yes, I can. The ground is the proof. The ground is the proof. This is like basic.
Rotating.
If the ground is not the proof, then nothing can prove nothing. If I can't stand here on the ground and say that I'm in lockstep with the ground that I'm standing on, then nothing exists. Nothing is real.
You have an aircraft. You have aircraft traveling at different miles per hour than the rotation of the Earth, right? So, but you're saying that it's all in lockstep, right? It's all in fucking lockstep.
No, I didn't say it's all in lockstep. No, I did not say that. You're wasting time.
You know.
I did not say it's in lockstep after it's lifted off the ground. Once it's moved off of its stationary spot, it is out of step with the rotation of the Earth. The amount that is out of step is the speed that it is registering on its speedometer.
Moving.
So then that throws your argument out the window.
No, it doesn't. It reaffirms my argument. Guys, stop with the psychological reverse psychology. It doesn't work.
Hey, you better chill.
Okay?
You better chill. My boy Philip is new.
Stop.
My boy Philip is new to this. He's new to this and calling your shit out.
bro. But look, if it's in lockstep only when it's you said like okay the engine's not on. Obviously it's in lockstep, right? But you're admitting that if it's in the air, it's not in lockstep, right? So it's not moving
Yeah.
with the rotation of the Earth. That's what you're saying, right?
It is not moving with the rotation of the Earth once there is movement
Bingo,
from
because the
its
Earth's not rotating.
bingo. Yes, bingo. Then bingo. I
Okay,
won.
so then
Because the
I
Earth's
debunked
not
you.
rotating.
So that's
Because the Earth's not
No,
rotating.
because you have now misunderstood lockstep to be stationary. You misunderstood.
No.
See, your terms keep. Okay,
no,
then let
no.
me
That's
make sure
not.
that
We
the terms are
understand that
not
though. I
misunderstood.
understand that though, bro.
Lockstep
I'm
with the
understanding
ground does not mean that the Earth is
Lockstep,
stationary.
right?
Lockstep with the ground means that you are traveling with the rotation of the Earth
Yes,
in
but you
lockstep
said
with the
it's
rotation of
not.
the
Yes.
Earth.
And you said it's not.
So then you undo what you just said like 30 seconds ago.
No.
What you just right. You come.
That's
Then you need to
that's
write
how
it
I've been
down.
referencing.
You should write down what you're saying.
No, that's how I've been referencing it. I've
Okay,
been
so
referencing.
you keep changing your reference.
Do you have like fucking 5 mouths and like 1 ear, dude? Like all on the front of your face, right?
The
So I've been
question I want to know
referencing.
is, do you listen to people when they're talking, or do you try to hurry the person up and then disturb
Shut up,
what they're
bitch.
saying so that it
All right,
doesn't
shut up,
make
bitch.
sense?
I'm gonna start
Okay.
being verbally abusive to
I
you
don't
because you're
care,
just
ma'am. You'll never meet me in person. We're never gonna meet each other. This doesn't mean
No,
shit.
you're being a dick. Can somebody fucking like mute this dick so I can get a fucking point across? Because he's trying to say that I'm confusing it with stationary. Now let me fucking defend myself. I've been referring to lockstep in motion. Never once have I referred to this lockstep as fucking stationary. Good fucking lord. Good night.
You done? Because this is easy to respond to. Lockstep in motion is fine as long as you acknowledge that as long as you can see that the ground is with you and it hasn't appeared to move away from you, you're in lockstep with the earth in motion. When you turn the engines on, you are adding momentum to yourself that is taking you out of lockstep with the earth in motion. Does that make sense or not?
So then you're not in fucking lockstep. Jesus
So
Christ.
what? So what? So what?
Are you trying to say that the Earth is propelling you forward and accelerating you?
No, I obviously did not say that. See, this is what I'm talking about. Listen, it is
So
one thing to interrupt
you're trying
someone.
to
Wait,
argue that
let me
it's a
finish. Let me get my
magnetic
little
pole.
15 seconds in. It's one thing to interrupt someone, and I grant you guys that. But it's another thing for someone to say something so abundantly clear, and then you respond with something that is so different than what the person says. It's like you're not listening.
No, go ahead. That's what I thought you was
So
originally
again,
saying.
the earth is in motion, and with your position on the ground is not changing, then you are obviously lockstep in motion with the earth. Okay? You're in lockstep with the earth while it's in motion. That is done. We're no longer going to get that confused. As soon as you move, you are now no longer in lockstep with the earth. You are whatever the amount of distance that you're traveling, your position over time, we call that speed. Okay? Whatever your position is over time, okay? Or I'm sorry, we call that distance, but there's speed and distance and all that stuff. Whatever that change is from your initial position over time, you are now out of step with the rotation.
Do you even understand
I'm trying to explain this so basic to you.
Do you even know?
Ma'am, that is nice and funny and cute. But the issue, yeah, but what you're doing is trying to be insulting. Not that the insult bothers me, but it's a distraction from understanding. And that's the only thing I care about. Lockstep in motion is one thing. Acceleration and gaining speed and changing position means that you're out of lockstep with the earth in its rotation. It doesn't mean that you start at zero compared to the earth's rotation. It means that you add or subtract that little bit of difference in speed that you have to your initial position, which means, yeah, okay, you're out of lockstep with the earth once you start in motion. So what?
But you're
so
adding
that's the whole
rotation
thing
of the
about
Earth.
it, right? Is from all there's a lot of different accounts from pilots, right? And they say that once they get going, the Earth appears to stand completely still. That's a fucking problem for your whole Earth is rotating underneath.
That is not. That's an appearance from far away. That doesn't mean anything. If you're not at the same spot when you land, If you were still moving around when you landed, you would have changed position. You were out of step with the Earth's rotation.
Wait.
Doesn't
Okay,
like
so
it's,
look at this
I
though.
could be
Look at
far
this thing.
away. I could be
You're
like
going against the
miles
Earth's
above the
rotation.
Earth, and it would look
Understand?
like I haven't moved. But I certainly am moving.
So if you're going against the Earth's rotation, right, then you have to subtract the Earth's rotation.
So what?
That's the whole thing.
So
Yeah,
what?
you would
If you're
actually
going at
have
500
to.
miles per hour
You
against the
would
Earth's
have to
rotation, you're going
subtract your
backwards.
speed.
It would be
Actually,
1,000 minus 300 miles an hour. So what?
Look. 500 miles per hour minus 1,000 miles per hour. How much is that?
No. See, there you go. That's what I said earlier. You guys did. It's like you flipped the math. You are going 1,000 miles an hour, and then you go.
No, we're going in reverse.
I guess I won't finish my sentence, but that's okay. Go ahead.
Go ahead, bro.
You subtracted the Earth's rotation from your speed, which makes no sense. What you're supposed to do is you have again. Let me try to finish the little sentence.
Go ahead.
So you're all listen. Your position, because you can't control gravity, you can't stop the Earth from rotating. If you're on the equator, your position is always going to be 1,000 miles an hour going. I always forget. Is it rises from the east, sets to the west? That's the sun. So I guess you're going.
You cannot prove. You're just making fucking assertions.
Yes, I can. There's other ways to prove this. We're talking about simply this part of this. So there's that. But there's 1,000 ways to prove. Ma'am, trying to implore and try to emotionally implore does not make a compelling argument. Okay? Trying to emphasize your voice doesn't make a compelling argument. It's manipulative.
Balls and airplanes fly in lockstep.
And the other thing is, why do you call the Earth a ball when a ball is a children's toy?
Now I'm trying to
being sarcastic and cynical doesn't help.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying, though, bro. You're saying
I know she keeps interrupting.
Are you not saying that? Okay, we're including the rotation of the Earth, basically the miles per hour. We're including that with the miles per hour that the plane goes, right? That's what you're saying.
Always include the Earth's rotation when you're traveling. If you're going to make this argument about the Earth being stationary or not, if you're not interested in that part of this flat Earth argument, no one's going to care about that because it's never going to change. The Earth is never going to slow down rotation. It's never going to stop rotating. So it's always going to be 1,000 miles an hour on the equator for all of eternity.
What I'm asking you is, if a plane is going 500 miles per hour, right? And it is not lockstep, is what you're saying. You're saying it doesn't matter because
as soon as it goes 80 miles an hour, it is no longer in lockstep. So what's the problem?
So what that would mean is that the rotation of the Earth is completely independent of the rotation of that aircraft, right? That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, that's what that would mean.
Your wording is backwards. So yes, the rotation of the Earth certainly is independent of the rotation of that air. Ma'am, for God's sakes. It's okay if someone disagrees with you. So, no, your wording is flip-flop because, yes, even though what you're saying is true, it's meaningless. Yes, the Earth's rotation is independent of the aircraft. It's the Earth. The question is no, it's not what I'm trying to say. I'm talking about the aircraft. I'm speaking about the aircraft being independent of the Earth. The aircraft's momentum is not independent of the Earth. It's extraordinarily dependent on the Earth. That 1,000 miles an hour.
Oh my
no,
God.
it wasn't. You guys keep flip-flopping this stuff. No, I'm not. Bro, this isn't that complicated. And this isn't no trick stuff.
I'm trying to argue, bro.
Okay? No, I'm not. Then don't bro me. I'm a black man from Chicago. You don't need to act like I'm bro this and bro that.
That doesn't add up.
Just chill and stay to the point.
Acceleration eventually has to go, right?
Yeah, that's the whole point.
No, because you're confusing acceleration with direction. You're confusing acceleration with direction. So if you're moving east, that's what I was trying to say, but you guys cut me off. If I'm moving east or west, that is relative to the rotation of the Earth. And I always get it confused because that's kind of like my thing. I flip-flop the direction. But if the Earth is rotating right to the east and sets, I guess it's rotating eastward, then if you're going west, then you're adding, right? And if you're going eastward, then you're subtracting. You would be subtracting from the absolute motion.
But that's not happening. That's not
you're
happening.
You're declaring that it's not happening because you're God. I get that. But I'm not interested in your religious insistence.
We're not adding and subtracting.
Yes, you are. You are literally if you're comparing it to a non-stationary rotating Earth. I'm sorry, a non-rotating Earth, then you are. If you're going to acknowledge that the Earth is rotating and you're aligned with that, which we call your frame of reference, then No. So that's what you guys keep doing. You guys keep jumping in and out. It's like you got 1 foot in
Hold on,
to the argument, and then you take it out.
Right? You keep talking through like everything. So like real quick, I got some questions. If the airplane if the airplane and the Earth are moving independently of each other, and the aircraft is moving at 500 miles per hour, and the Earth is moving at 1,000 miles per hour, right? But I don't have to account for any of that, do I?
So I think you guys
Your
are
question
talking
was
past
so
each
badly
other.
formed that it makes your question irrelevant.
You're really saying some crazy.
You said that they are both independent of each other, and I said earlier is that the airplane's momentum, the airplane's motion, is dependent on the Earth. Okay.
Okay, so it's dependent
you
on
ignore
the Earth.
that and said they're both independent.
Depending on the jets.
Depending on the Earth, right? So shut the fuck up for just a second. Depending on the motion of the Earth, right? Dependent on it moving 1,000 fucking miles per hour around the fucking equator, right? But my aircraft is only moving 400.
No.
Right?
You messed up. No. You just messed up. You just messed up. You said 1,000 miles an hour around the equator. Hold on. Your question again was badly worded. You said 1,000 miles an hour around the equator, which was wrong.
Hello. Okay. So if my aircraft is moving at 400 miles per hour and the Earth is moving at 1,000 miles per hour, are those dependent or independent of each other?
The way you're wording it, they're independent of each other. So you haven't established a relationship yet. You had no. You had listen. There is a concept of there's a concept of wish that you're ignoring.
I don't need that. Right. So
well, then I reject your question as insufficiently asked.
Stop talking over each other.
They're independent of each other. You said that.
No, I did not. No, I did not.
Oh my God!
No, the way that you word your question, and I think that you're trolling. I really do. I think you're trolling.
What are you talking about?
Right, because she asked me if Okay, then let's try to clear up the misunderstanding. Then, if you're being honest,
I can do that for you. If both of you guys be quiet, I'm trying to explain.
But if you want to jump in.
You don't even know what you're saying, bro.
Okay, here's what's going on. You guys are talking about speeds without defining what you mean. A speed is always in reference to something. So an airspeed is the difference between the plane and the air around it. A ground speed is the difference between the plane and the ground beneath it. The rotation speed is at the equator, 1,040 miles an hour speed of the ground compared to the center of the Earth or compared to the North Pole. And so when you talk about speeds, you guys are talking about three different things and mixing them all up in ways that doesn't make sense. You need to be clear about what you're saying.
Wait, can I speak for a little minute, though? Because I've been listening to
Yeah, you're the one that asked the question, so you should go
Okay,
first.
bro, I got a lot of questions. Okay, so hold on. Because this man basically is saying, I understand what he's saying, bro. He's saying that, okay, the plane is moving, right, in lockstep with the rotation of the Earth, right? And so it is going to accelerate with the Earth when it leaves. That is what he is saying. That's why he said momentum. That's why he said the word momentum. So that means if the plane leaves and the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, right? The plane is going to move 1,000 miles per hour for a little minute because it's like a ball being thrown. But what happens when you throw a ball? The ball eventually deaccelerates. So that wouldn't even matter in the long term.
I was going to get to that. He actually got to that.
Wait. On top of that, if the plane is flying from New York to LA, right? Because the rotation of the Earth is going against it, then that would mean that the plane would fly backwards because the momentum would push it backwards across the Atlantic.
Okay, so let me address that. So what the other person said is trying to clear up the air. He's mostly true, but I did explain your position, your initial position, and your subsequent positions. The fact that we have to distinguish rotation of the Earth and air currents and the airplane when it leaves the ground is important. But it's really not that hard to grasp unless you're trolling. Once you understand that the Earth and the air and the plane before it moves are all traveling together. The only time that the air you can say is not traveling with the Earth is when you're looking at the currents and Coriolis. That's the only difference. If you're standing still and the air around you is not blowing, then the air is also lockstep with with you. Okay. So now we go back to the airplane. You're speaking of a loss of momentum, and I get that. But that's not the issue with the airplane going over and traveling with its engines running. Okay. You're not looking at an airplane that is released and then it loses thrust because it's released. Okay. You're also not understanding is that those planes have large engines. They're not like an engine and the engine has to shut off. Okay. So all of the momentum also with the air around it is also having an impact on it because an airplane that is getting a 1,000 per mile headwind is going to use a lot more fuel to stay at that speed than an airplane that's not. And so that's where what he said is true, that you have to understand each one of those conditions, but you're just now bringing this condition up. And it's a valid concern, but that's how you address it. If I'm in an airplane and that airplane is going against 1,000 per mile headwinds, I'm going to be using a lot more fuel to get to my destination. So you can't track the headwinds because the Earth is always rotating. The Earth is always pushing the air to rotate with it.
All right, but bro, so first you say
that was beautiful. Thank you. I appreciate that right there.
First you say that the plane is moving independently of the Earth, but now you're bringing
I did not. No, I did not.
You said that though, bro.
No, I did not.
That.
You know what you need to do? Record what I say and play it back. Record what I say and play it back. I said that when the plane at first,
let's say you never said that.
I said was not that right. I didn't.
Let's say you never said that then. Okay. So essentially, the Earth, right, is what I'm saying is, if the Earth is rotating against
take your time,
fly, right, you're not going to get that momentum.
Why not? What makes you think that the momentum? The momentum.
You're going to get momentum to the side.
No, my friend. So now you're confusing gravity. Now you're confusing gravity with it, and that's fine too.
That's not nothing to do with gravity.
Hold on, though. If you have an aircraft, right? If you have an aircraft that is traveling from south to north, right, and you're having to account for that rotation, that east-west rotation, right, and you have to account for that trajectory on the runway, that's not working, right? You said, and you did say, and even Philip, our new guy, heard you. It's independent of each other. The aircraft is traveling at 400 miles per hour.
You deleted words that I said.
Shut the fuck up and don't interrupt me, motherfucker. Right? So the Earth is traveling at 1,000 miles per hour, and the aircraft is traveling at 400 miles per hour, but they're independent of each other. And you've got a flight going south to north, and you have to land on a fucking runway at the equator. Are you fucking stupid?
All that extra drama was unnecessary. Your main point was you're sitting.
Bricked. You have a brick for brain.
No, you're being emotional. You're trying to be insistent, and that carries your argument. Emotional appeal. Listen,
I'm using your claim, motherfucker.
Great, thank you. Now let me correct your error because you misquoted me yet again. You misquoted me yet again.
You misquoted me yet again. You said that the shit is independent of each other.
No, I didn't. I said that the Earth is moving. Guys, let me correct your misunderstanding. I said to you that the airplane's momentum is dependent on the Earth. Okay, it is always going to be dependent on the Earth.
It's not. It's dependent on how much them fucking engines can push that motherfucker.
Okay, so if it's dependent on the Earth, that means it's always dependent on the Earth.
It's always dependent, right? There's always that 1,000 miles or that rotational momentum is always present. Okay,
so that means it's dependent on the Earth.
How much of that is present is dependent on the Earth, right? Jesus Christ, y'all don't let people talk.
Flattened destruction. Your argumentative attitude has made Philip closer to flat Earth than to globe. If you hadn't been.
Too bad.
Bro, what you're saying don't make no goddamn sense. You're saying
it makes sense. You're trolling. And the thing is that all of y'all are trolling. As far as I'm concerned.
You went from saying that the
plane don't justify him. Don't justify his ignorance by blaming me for it.
100%.
No, what it is that you're trying to find.
So is
Can I
it 100%
speak, or are you
dependent on
going
the
to cut me
rotation of
off
the Earth?
before I
No,
answer
I'm
you?
talking about your tone. Your tone has made him not like Globers because you're
Thank
just
you
so
very much. I
argumentative.
apologize. I would like to continue. All right. So what
You
I
continue
said
the
to
same
you,
tone.
thank you. So what I would like to make sure that you don't misunderstand for the like eighth time is that you can look at an airplane's speed, you can look at the Earth's rotation as two distinct things. Okay. They are not like the engines that turn on the airplane and make the airplane go is not caused by the Earth's rotation. That's the level of dependence that I was trying to distinguish. However, I have been consistently trying to tell you is that that airplane, its momentum is always dependent on the Earth, and then you're adding the momentum of its own engines. As long as the engines
That
are running.
means that
That's
the
what I'm
airplane would have to
saying.
fucking
Thank you for
travel
saying that,
at
then, bro.
1,000 fucking miles per hour with the fucking Earth, you fucking idiot.
Yo, bro. Thank you for saying that, bro. So that means if you're going from east to west and the Earth is rotating at 1,000 miles per hour, right? Then you're going 500 miles per hour, right? How are you gonna make it to that destination?
I think he's gone.
Oh my god, yo, bro, no. That was the dumbest shit I've
Oh, he's
heard
back. He's back.
in a long time, bro. Bro. Okay,
Hey, why
bro.
did you guys boot me out the room?
So,
Like
bro.
that's what I'm saying. That's how weak you guys are, man. Come on now.
So answer this, bro.
Nobody booted you, bro. Save your
So
boo-hoos.
if the
No, it's
craft
not a
is
boohoo.
dependent,
It's I was booted out the room and I didn't touch the phone. So
if the craft is
Discord
dependent
drops me.
on the rotation of the Earth
Booted you,
as well as
poo.
its rockets, right? As well as
sir,
its
I
moon.
can't hear you because we were cross talking. Let's start over again and just focus on the information without the extra bells and whistles, and I'll be able to understand.
Okay, so you're saying if the plane is dependent on the rotation of the Earth as well as its propellers, its engines, right? It's
So far,
dependent
so
on those
good.
two, right?
So far, so good. When it's in the air, yeah.
So when the plane is going from east to west and the Earth is rotating at 1,000 miles per hour in the direction of the plane that is going against that rotation, how would it make it from New York to LA only going 500 miles per hour?
Because the Earth is rotating east to
Against
west.
it. It's rotating against it.
Oh, what? So wait.
Wait,
So, see,
what?
now you see how she jumps in, and that disturbs our ability to converse.
No. You said
I'm
it
going
is
to
dependent
explain
on the
it.
rotation of the Earth.
So what? It's always ever present. The plane did not stop having that momentum while it's in the air. It's not. It doesn't go from 1,000.
It would have backwards momentum. It would have
That's just your turn. You're just making a turn for it. The thing that matters is the direction and whether the engines are on or not. That's it.
Okay, so have you ever played basketball, bro?
The basketball doesn't have an engine on it.
No. This is what I'm saying. When you throw a wet basketball in the air, what we do when we throw a wet basketball in the air, we spin it, right? And what direction does the water go in? It goes in the direction that the ball is spinning, right? So
Right. The water
if
doesn't
the
have
plane is
engines
going
on
in
it.
the opposite direction, how does that work?
Because it has engines on it.
You're not. Yeah. So Philip, this guy's not under fucking standing, right?
No, I understand. You're just refusing to accept that. Like, why is that hard to accept?
We would have to move
Don't get me
backwards, bro.
Sir, I'll tell you what, because of the interruption that this lady is having, if you want to have a conversation with me on an off to the side, so be it.
Listen.
Or when she's not around, because she's going to disturb the flow of the conversation.
No, you're just mad because
and it's up to him to make that choice. It doesn't matter what you think about me. It's up to you to make the choice.
There is a radical geodesy dilemma.
You can send me a DM or you can send me a request, and I'll.
No. Your argument is bad. I thought
he's muted now.
Electromagnetism, bro. Electromagnetism would have been a better argument, bro. You're talking about the Earth spinning at 1,000 degrees, 1,000 miles per hour against you, but you're going up 500 miles in that direction. You're not going to ever get to New York. In fact, you're going to go backwards.
Philip, he's muted.
Moderation.
Yes.
Yeah, moderation coming through. Moderation.
Thanks, Al.
Hello. Hi, kids. All right, let's see if this guy knows what he's talking about, shall we?
What's up, brother? He won't stop. He'll talk through you. I'm gonna mute myself.
No, he can't talk through me. He'd like to, but he won't be able to.
Well, I
All
would
right,
like to have mute powers so I could fucking have that.
Yeah, all right. So, Flatten, I'm going to mute you. I'm going to ask you a question. It's pretty simple. All you got to do is answer it. A guy as intelligent as you should be able to do it. Okay?
That right there was unnecessary. Now,
yeah, so let's not get the color commentary into the call. Let's just focus, okay, on the question. And then once you answer it, you can proceed to tell me what your knowledge is on this. So, real quick, okay? So now let's focus on the question. Got it? So the question is, can you, at any point in time, see the Earth spinning?
you ready for an answer?
Yes.
Okay, by being up at a high enough elevation and waiting for a long enough time to see it yourself.
No, I didn't ask that. What would be the naturally observed phenomena of the Earth spinning? Can you make this observation yourself?
None of us can because we're not.
Thank you. See, this was easy, one and done. It's all over with. So none of us can see the Earth spinning, so why are you talking about it spinning if it cannot be observed? We're pretty much done here, aren't we? I think we are. That's it.
So we're done because you muted me while you're.
No, we're done because you can't go anywhere if there's no naturally observed phenomenon of the Earth spinning around. So your assumptions aren't going to help you at the end of the day. What will help you at the end of the day is an observation of the Earth naturally doing something in nature, which you haven't observed, which was my question. You didn't observe it. No one can, according to you. You've conceded. Game over. No more conversation. So all of your talk for the past 30 minutes was for naught, because it was an assumption you were building all of this on, and you were calling Jenna out and saying, the first thing you're, what did he say, Jenna? First thing you got up wrong, and the second thing you got wrong, and the third thing, when he didn't even have a naturally observed phenomenon of the Earth spin.
Well, Alpha, here's what happened, right? Is he first went on to explain my misunderstanding, but he never explained my misunderstanding. He went on to tell me a story and his explanation of how he thinks this shit works.
Yeah. So here's the problem, Jenna. He was assuming the Earth is spinning. He never told you that he observed the Earth spinning, which, of course, right now, his concession was he never made an observation of the Earth actually spinning. So nobody can, according to him. Those were his words, not mine. Because I asked him the question, he responded. Therefore, game over. There's no more to talk about. If he's going to assume the Earth's doing X, Y, and Z, that doesn't matter. He cannot prove it. He cannot observe it. There's no actual Earth spinning around. And so he's pretty much cooked at this point. He's just sitting there roasting because he can't do anything else. All right.
So maybe if I had mute powers, if I had the mute powers, I would have already muted him by now. We would have already gotten to this point, but he just wanted to go round about how the aircraft speed is independent of the speed of a globe on Earth. So
hold on, Jenna. Who's coughing in the mic? Somebody's hacking up alone.
Oh no, that was my husband right next to me.
Okay. By the way, guys, for those of you who are listening, if you are a globehead in this call and you don't have a naturally observed phenomena, then you cannot proceed forward. You cannot persevere to tell us that the Earth is doing X, Y, and Z if there's no naturally observed phenomena of its doing so. Because that's step one. I see something happening in nature. I see it happening in nature. The Earth is in motion. It's spinning. If you do not see it, then you cannot assume it. Got it?
Right. The whole point
I would say also, if you find yourself speaking more than 50% of the time, flattened destruction, for example, that maybe you should back off until you're speaking 30% of the time and let other people get in.
Yeah,
well, that's also true. But
so
he's got a lot of energy. That one, I've seen him. He's a regular. He's been here before, but he hasn't been here for a while.
Yeah, my whole point with him was that if the airplane is on the runway, then of course if we're living on a spinning globe, then of course the airplane On the runway would technically be in lockstep with
Yeah, but
1,000 miles per
yeah, that's
hour, but
fine,
once it
Jenna. But
takes
like,
off,
here's the problem, though. We don't need to go a step farther than they can't prove. So if we start to say what can happen on a spinning Earth, we're actually giving them the idea that it could be possible, or let's say this, if it were possible that the Earth is spinning, then it couldn't work. And we don't do that here. What we do is tell them from the start, can you provide evidence that it's doing so in nature? Where's the naturally observed phenomena? We start there. And if there isn't anything coming from their mouths that their naturally observed phenomena is of the Earth's spin or not, then we do not proceed forward to give them the idea that it's possible that it could be spinning, and tell me how the world would work then. No, we do not do that. That is offering them the ability to then obfuscate from the actual truth, which is the reality that we all live in, that the Earth is not actually observed spinning around. Nobody's ever observed it. It's never been done. You cannot point to somebody that's ever seen that. So the gentleman was lost in the sauce from the start, and everybody indulged him. Everybody was indulging him. Okay. Let's say the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. Let's just say that. Now, for that sake, how does it work, Glober? And of course, he's got 1,000 excuses. We don't need that. We need them to provide the evidence from the start that the Earth is actually spinning. When they can see it doing something, then they can actually prove to you that in nature it does so. Without that, they are bankrupt. They do not have anything. They do not pass go. They don't collect $200. It's just not going to happen. You got it?
I think that's a great distinction. Yeah, in fact, and so Alf, I would say that at the beginning of this, it was sort of somebody saying, hey, if the Earth were spinning, this is how it wouldn't work. And he was trying to say that it would. So
I know
you describing that distinction was helpful.
Yeah, that's kind of why I jumped in. And listen, it becomes a debate, as you've heard. That's what happens. The debate ensues. But the first step would be here for everybody to come together and say, what do we all observe? How can we test this? What is it possible on the Earth, especially when we're doing things together, right? And that makes sense. But if it doesn't pass that, we can't proceed forward and then talk about assumptions, because that happens on both sides. Because both sides start making assumptions, and we're off to the races, right? Who's saying what's right? We're not testing anything. We're just both assuming what could happen on the Earth that's spinning. And if the Earth was spinning, it wouldn't work for the flat Earth side. And we're not going to do that. We're going to start on empirical evidence. We're going to do the test. We're going to go make our observations. And if it doesn't line up with anything that we can see, then it's not possible that they can assert that it actually is with a pendulum, with a gyroscope, with anything. Because the first step is, I see something happen in nature. Now I want to test if I can see anything that I can do to manipulate any independent variable that will affect the dependent variable, to see if I can make an experiment to test a hypothesis. But if that's not been able to be done, then you can't proceed forward to just say that it's so. These are just so stories, and we're not going to entertain them. Hopefully everybody's on the page now. Like, that's all I'm trying to point out. Because the gentleman is full of assumptions, and he's glad to have a conversation with anybody who will debate him on his assumptions. We don't do that here.
All right, so he wants to be unmuted so that we can prove to him that we're not cowards.
Yeah, but I don't.
We'll see how that goes.
I don't negotiate with people who just want to assume things. He needs to concede that all of this was his assumption after I unmute him, and then he may proceed forward. If he doesn't say it was all an assumption, then he'll just stay muted. So I will give him one chance. I am fair on that. So, Mr. Flatten, I will give you the option. If you say these are all your assumptions and you haven't like you said, empirical evidence to make an observation that you saw the Earth in motion, then I will go ahead and grant you go ahead and stay in here and have a conversation. So long as you say these are all assumptions. That's it. Go ahead, sir.
You are dictating terms and you're disrespectful.
Yep, there you go.
Okie dokie. Yep, so he wants to talk about the people and his feelings, right? Not the subject.
Yep. He could have just said it was an assumption that he made, and we'd have been fine. But now you sit with the red mic. You didn't have to. It was your choice. Because being honest is what keeps you in the call. If you say, look, these are my assumptions. I assume that the Earth is in motion, and this is what I'm arguing for. And that's fine, because if you believe that the earth is doing something, I don't care. My point was, if you see something happen in nature, I need that answered right now. If you don't see it, I need that answered as well. But if you're assuming, then I need to hear you tell me that you're assuming, and you can continue. Why would I not let you have a conversation about you saying that you're assuming? That has to be established. You can't make it sound like it's a foregone conclusion that for all time the earth has already been doing this thing, because you're not giving the facts out here that no one's ever made an observation of this thing. So I don't have to go long in the tooth about this. You already know the way this goes. So if you want to have a little conversation about what we do in this room, then it's not going to get you anywhere. It's very simple. Just be honest. Well, I guess that's it. But please continue. I don't know who else.
I have an argument against flat Earth.
Go ahead. State your argument.
Can anyone respond to my argument?
I will.
Okay, it's simple. If the Earth is a flat surface, why is it impossible to travel to the edge?
What? Why is it impossible to travel
to the edge of the Earth?
The edge of the Earth. What do you mean by that? Please make your statement very clear.
I think it's pretty clear.
No, it's not. Make it clear.
And how can I do that?
Well, we have planes, boats, car. Pick your vehicle which you want to travel on.
Precisely.
Hold on a minute. I'm going to tell you. State a geographic location where you want to start from, and then tell me the point where you want to end up at. I need to know where you're taking us, so if I can tell you it's possible you can do this on the Earth, or it's not possible. So go ahead and give me a method of travel, and then tell me what point to point you want to travel to.
Well, that's part of the point. Is we have high speed like aircraft, we have high speed like boat craft. So just like
okay,
pick your poison.
No, you pick your poison. I'm asking you to do it. Tell me where you want to start from.
Just say like the fastest terrestrial. Just like, look, calm down. Just pick the fastest. Just calm down. Okay. Just pick the fastest. Yeah, you're a little excited.
Why are you telling me to calm down for it? I need you to pick a vehicle. Tell me what geographic location and start there.
He's gaslighting you in a way.
Okay, pick the highest.
Doesn't work on me.
I'm not gaslighting you. You're acting excited.
Stop filibustering and get to the point.
Okay. But calm down. Okay. But so does
oh my God.
Pick the highest speed form of terrestrial travel you want, right?
Are you having trouble making a statement, sir? Because you're fumbling and you're stumbling and you don't even know what you're talking about. Just make a clear, concise statement and tell me what you mean. For God's sakes, don't take forever doing it either. Go.
I started like one time and
okay, so now here we go with started one time. Just make the statement once and for all. Start from LA, go to wherever you want to go to. Say I'm going to use a helicopter, an airplane, whatever you want. All right? I need to know what you're talking about if travel is to be expected on the Earth. Now go. Make your statement.
You're acting like a bully.
Would you just make your statement already?
I don't converse with bullies.
All right, then. Take a hike. How about that? That's it.
Is anybody else?
Maybe I can steel man what he's trying to say.
Nobody else. Listen, and Matthew, I know you're trying to be as charitable as you can, but these guys that come in here, I want them to actually realize what this forum stands for. And it's just be clear. If you're going to be clear, Matthew, he can also be clear. Because it doesn't take a genius to make a clear statement, all right? Just make a clear statement. That's it. And then once we get to the point, then I'll be able to answer you. Otherwise, I'm not going to ask you, ambiguous, things. Pretty easy. Go ahead.
There you go. Alpha ignoring people's questions.
Yeah.
No, am I ignoring it, or am I telling him to be concise? Because he's stumbling and fumbling. I can't answer a question.
I said I'm not stumbling. I'm not stumbling at all. You're very upset and you're acting.
Oh my God! You see,
Exactly.
look what he did with his airtime. That's what he did with his airtime. Now,
Dude, just answer his question, Alpha. Stop bullshitting
who's
around.
this guy? Trojan. Now you're muted. All right. So we can do this, very easily. Doesn't take for somebody to take forever to do it. Can you do it, C-Fibbers?
Yeah, let me wash my hands real quick.
Meanwhile, back at the ranch.
This is some lowbrow shit right here.
No, you.
No, you, Timbo. Hey, in like 3 minutes, so you're gonna have to take over.
You know,
Hello guys.
All right, Alpha Veritas, did you calm down? Are you ready to engage with the argument now?
What?
Can you guys hear me?
Did you calm down? Are you calm? Are
That's
you?
a provoking thing. No,
We can hear
fuck
you, but
you. I'm gonna say fuck you. That's a provoking thing to sit there and tell somebody to calm down when they're being perfectly calm and fucking rational. Fuck you. Go ahead with the conversation.
He's being very agitated, acting like a thug. No, he's not.
No,
being
you're
calm and
acting like a
rational.
little
You're
bitch
acting
and
like
telling
a
somebody
bully.
to calm down when they're not even
No,
being
I'm not.
aggressive.
You're being very rude as
guys.
well.
I can
No,
solve this
you.
really
You're
quick.
just
I
being
am
rude.
always angry, and why is being angry a bad thing?
No, you.
Why is being angry a bad thing? Answer me this.
Who's this guy?
I'm
Why don't
always
you guys
angry.
shut the fuck
Look, I don't
up?
care if you're angry. I'm just not going to converse with somebody who's angry. I want to engage on an intellectual
Yada
playing field.
yada yada.
Okay.
Filibustering, yada yada yada. Filibustering, yada yada yada. Right? Make your statement already.
Okay, buddy. Okay, so pick the highest speed form of terrestrial travel. You know
You
what that
pick
is?
it. It's your fucking claim. You pick it.
Okay,
Yeah?
the highest speed.
Oh my God!
Jet.
Here we go
Highest
again
speed
with the
jet.
highest speed. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? Why can he not say something very clear and concise? Is this fucking Globetardia? Fucking, are they letting loose all the people out of their fucking school or some shit? What the fuck, dude? Pick the highest speed. Pick the highest
This is
speed.
the lowbrow
The
shit
highest
that
speed.
they've got at the moment.
Fuck
This is
sake,
all
dude.
lowbrow.
I mean, oh, dude. I'd hesitate to unmute him. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, you pick my claim.
Yeah. Look. You're not understanding. Right? Look. Pick like a fighter jet. Okay, I don't know the exact kinds of fighter jets there are, but you know what a fighter jet is, right?
Jesus, dude.
You know what a fighter jet? Do you know what a fighter jet is?
Can you just make the statement already?
Yes. Do you know what? Oh my God.
Everybody
Okay,
knows
so
what a
I
fighter
take
jet
a
is.
fighter jet and I fly to say I pick I pick out a map and I fly to the edge of the map, right?
What?
What's stopping me from going?
Hold on, dude. Wait a minute. How the fuck are you gonna fly to the edge of a map, you fucking moron? What are you talking about? That was not even a direction. What direction are you fucking flying? What is this guy? Is he for real?
Treasure map direction.
Hey, let me fly to the edge of the map. Just fly to the edge of the map. What fucking direction is that, dude? Give me a direction already.
Look, you're not making yourself look good with this.
Really? Because you could have said north, south, east, or west, right? Those are cardinal directions. You could have said, hey, get in a fighter jet and go fucking west or northwest or some shit. Fucking tell me where you want me to go. All right? Can you do that?
Go west. Yeah, go west. Go as far west as you can.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Go as far west as you can.
Okay.
Okay.
Where are we starting?
So
Where are we starting from?
Does it matter?
Yes.
Why does it matter?
Because I need to know where we're going and where we're going to end up, and if it's actually something possible.
Dallas, Texas.
Logistically.
Yeah, Dallas, Texas.
We're starting from Dallas, Texas. Where are we going?
West, as far as we can.
No, a pilot doesn't just go west as far as he can. He actually has a destination. What destination do you want to head towards, sir?
What the fuck are you? The point of this destination is to.
All right, so listen. A fighter jet has a specific amount of capacity of fuel that it actually takes, right? So if you're gonna say a fighter jet, well, that fighter jet has only a limited amount of fuel. So if he's gonna go west and say, "Hey, buddy, does anybody want to get in a fighter jet with me and just go west?" Nobody
Why are you
fucking
arguing
does that.
semantics?
All right, arguing semantics.
Do you even
You're
know
gonna be
what that
muted.
means?
We don't need to hear your fucking color commentary. We're talking to this guy who doesn't know his ass from a pipe wrench and is telling me to get in a fighter jet, start from Dallas, Texas, and just go west. Like a fucking pilot that gets in a fighter jet will actually do that. Are you kidding me? I don't need to tell.
West,
Don't fucking.
peaceful there.
He's
Go
like,
west.
no, you know what's weird is that the guy's gonna get in a fighter jet, right? Fuel up in Dallas, Texas, and take off west. Say, hey guys, you know what? I got it in me today to just go west. I'm just gonna go west. You know, how about that, guys? They're like, where are you going? Don't know. I'm just gonna keep going west. Are you guys
edge of
okay?
the map? I'm going west to the edge of the map.
They're gonna go west to the edge of the map. They're gonna be like, you're pretty fucking stupid because you have enough fuel to go where you're going. Like, what the fuck is your destination? All right, so once and for all, Seafibbers, where are you going from Dallas, Texas, going west? What is your destination?
Look, I don't think that you're very.
Anyways, I mean, you can mute this dork if you want to and talk to him. I don't think he's going to be much of a conversation, but he might tell you to go west and continue to go into the edge of the map. But what that I don't know, because a fighter jet doesn't have as much fuel as he thinks it does. So I don't think it would probably crash in the ocean before it gets anywhere. Because of course
the other guy might be interesting. He was butting in saying,
"Yeah, we'll mute him."
Yeah,
that's Aussie Man. We'll let Aussie Man champion. Go ahead, Aussie Man.
Bro, I'm not going to sit here and argue semantics with you.
What's semantics?
Aww. Sad clown face.
What's semantics?
He doesn't know, Timbo. I think Raymond
argues semantics.
You're just arguing about like the experiments, like
what
problems.
experiment?
Like you're arguing about the. Are you gonna let me talk?
Yeah, what experiments? I didn't hear one. I didn't hear an experiment.
You kept arguing about the guy saying going west, and they're like, "Well, the jet's gonna run out of fuel."
Yeah, so I'm arguing with the guy. I'm arguing with the guy who doesn't know how to be concise in what he's saying, because if he wants to talk about things that are real, right? If you're going to get in a fighter jet and you're going to fly west from Dallas, Texas, and you're going to go to a destination, where is that destination? Because a fighter jet has limited amount of fuel. You can't just keep going wherever you want. So you have to have a destination in mind. What is that destination? And that's what I was asking him. Can you shoulder that argument? Aussie Man?
Yeah, bro, you're just arguing semantics.
Semantics?
Dude. Why are you saying semantics like it's a bad thing? Do you know what semantics are?
Because that's stupid, bro. That's what people do when they're losing the argument.
Do you know what semantics are?
Am I going to be constantly muted?
Yeah, until you answer the question. What are semantics? The guys are asking you questions. Answer their questions. Go ahead. What's semantics?
You're just attacking.
We want to hear what semantics are, not your commentary about what we're doing in this channel. What are semantics, sir?
You're just
Your just is not semantics. What is semantics? Do you know?
Really just want a definition.
Yeah, I actually want you to define what semantics are so we all know what you're talking about. If you understand what it is.
It's the relationship between signs and symbols. That's what you're arguing. Yeah, that's what you're arguing against. You're arguing against the problems, like variables. Not like you're like, let's concentrate about how much jet fuel there's in a jet instead of the actual problem, which is what.
What's the problem?
So if you don't have enough, if you don't have enough jet fuel, how are you going to complete the mission that he's proposing?
We only care about the distance, not how.
No. Well, we care about reality. We don't want to jump in a plane and just go somewhere without knowing the distance. Where are we going to, sir? Do you know?
Well, if you fly
Oh,
west, you're
you
just
let
going
the
to
guy
fly in a
explain.
circle anyway.
No, we're not going to let the guy
And
explain.
one question real quick, can I?
Not really. We're not going to get one question from you. We're asking the questions here, sir. We need the answers to the questions. So if he doesn't know and you don't know because you want us to unmute him, then what do we have here? We got nothing.
Hell yeah, to communicate.
I'm gonna kick it over to you, Timbo. You got this, brother. You can unmute both of them if you want. I'm just gonna leave them muted
No
until
worries,
you
man.
unmute later. But I'll be listening. But
I'll be listening. I'll be in here. I think Ray wants to talk to him. Do I have to unmute him? Who was it? Who were we just talking to, Ray?
Oh, there were two of them. There was Sea Fibers and Aussie Man.
Aussie Man, where's he? Where's he gone? Aussie Man. There we go. John Chatto? You're up, Aussie Man.
It depends.
You won't get muted. Go ahead. Aussie Man, talking to a couple of Aussies. Go ahead and give your claim, comment, discussion. We don't have to argue.
Unmute Sea Fiber, unmute him. I don't know why you're trying to talk to me.
I want to talk
You
to you.
fairly pissed me off because you just muted me like an idiot.
Well, it's pissing you off that someone else is muted.
Is muting me like an idiot, yes.
I'm not going to mute you, man. So you're free to talk.
Are you sure his name shouldn't be Alpha Virus? I'm just saying. He kind of ruins conversations.
Best not to talk about people when they're not here, yeah?
Is Chucklefuck not here? Sorry.
I don't know who that is. Oh, so what seems to be the problem with so saying that, okay, you jump in a plane and fly west, you're going to run out of fuel? Is there something wrong with that comment? Oh.
I think he's talking to you, Aussie Man.
I think the other guy wants to be unmuted.
I think the bigger question is if they're not counting for curvature, why are these goons counting for curvature?
Yeah, I don't know what.
Sea
Hold
Fiber.
on. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so that guy was really rude. I'm glad he's not here anymore.
No,
Okay.
he's not.
So, yeah, he was. He was being very rude. Okay, look, so a person
A
wants
bitch,
to
if you will.
travel. There's lots of people that are presumably like interested in discovering whether or not the Earth is like a finite amount of distance that you can travel, or if it's like impossible, like you were saying that like the edge of the Earth, if it has one, is so far away that you can't travel to it without running out of fuel. Like it's impossible. There's only like a few ways that could be like. So the furthest that a fighter jet can travel is like 3,400 miles. So if you're saying that like the edge of the Earth is further away than the furthest
I don't
amount
know
of
about an edge.
distance.
I don't know anything about an edge.
Okay, but the point is that like the Earth is either has like a boundary or it doesn't. It either has like a finite boundary or it's boundaryless, right? In which case it's like infinite.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, it's a dichotomy. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's probably like pretty unlikely that the Earth is just like infinite. It just goes on forever.
Yeah, but then you're just making assumptions about what it is.
It's not an
No one knows.
assumption.
What's not
It's
an
not
assumption?
an assumption.
You said you could assume that, and then you said what you
I didn't
assumed.
say that.
Is that not an assumption?
I didn't say I assumed anything. I said that it is
You
the case. That's far more. I said it
you
is
said
the
it
case.
is the case that it's finite.
I didn't say that. I said it is the
Okay, what did you
case
say?
that it's much less likely that the Earth is infinite, that it has like
Yes,
it
so
has
that's
like
an
no
assumption.
boundaries.
Yeah,
No,
we're going to have
I
to
don't think
argue
it's an
about the word
assumption.
assumption now, are we?
Yeah, I don't think it's just like an unjustified assumption to say that it's probably the Earth is probably not boundaryless. I think the Earth
Okay,
probably has
justify it.
a finite.
Justify it.
Justify. Okay, so you don't agree that the Earth is more likely to be finite?
I'm not going to make that assumption
Why not?
because I don't know.
Why not?
Could be finite, could be infinite.
I would just take that to be a reductio of your position if you think that it's equally as likely that the Earth is infinite as it is that it's a finite.
I don't really have a number on it, but do you? Do you have like a percentage that you would say? Or?
No, but it's probably just like really, it'd be really strange if the Earth was just infinite, if it just like went on forever.
That's strange. Like stranger than living on a sphere in the vacuum of outer space? Like that kind of strange?
Yes, much stranger than that.
Much stranger. Okay. How much stranger?
Well, I don't think I could quantify it. Maybe like 1 billion times more strange.
Okay. So justify if the Earth is flat, it must be finite or infinite.
No, that's regardless if the Earth is flat, it must be finite or infinite.
Okay. So go ahead.
It's just a true dichotomy.
Yeah,
You already agreed that was a true
how are
dichotomy.
you going to solve it though?
You already agreed that it was a true dichotomy.
Yeah, it is. So how are you going to solve it?
It's not something that needs to be solved. It's just the case that it is or isn't
Why not?
infinite.
Yeah, okay.
Because it's not
That's
a
fine.
problem. It's just the
So
truth.
it is or isn't finite. Okay, great.
That's correct. That doesn't.
Yeah,
that's
fine.
not a problem that needs solving. That's just the case. Do you
Okay,
understand
so
what I mean?
yeah, but you still don't have an answer, do you?
Yeah, I do. The Earth is much more likely that it's finite than it is that it's infinite.
Okay, how are you going to
Right?
prove that?
That it's much more likely that the Earth is finite.
Yeah.
I just think that it's like obvious, right?
So it's an opinion.
Yeah, I mean it's an opinion.
Yeah, that's
Look,
great.
if you don't agree on this point, then I'd say that it's just a reductio of your position because you can't even get a flat earther to agree that the Earth is more likely has a boundary than that it is boundaryless.
Why should I? Why would I have
position.
to agree that between a dichotomy that we can't resolve?
We can resolve it.
Okay,
The
go ahead.
dichotomy isn't.
So you're going to justify. You're going to justify that your opinion is that it's more likely that it's finite. Go ahead.
You're disputing that it's far more likely that the Earth has a boundary than that it's boundaryless.
I'm not disputing anything. I just asked you to justify
of course you're disputing
your
it. Yeah,
not disputing anything.
Yeah, that's what it means to dispute something, is to ask for the justification. Saying
It
you're
means
doubtful.
disagree. Yeah, I'm disputing it. I'm disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just asking you to justify your claim.
Yeah, so obviously you don't agree with the claim if you're asking me to justify it.
No, it's because I don't have an opinion on the claim. So you need to justify to me your claim
either way, you don't accept the claim.
I know now. I know why you got muted.
Why? Because I'm too smart for you?
You're not smart, dude. You're just going around in circles.
No, it's really simple, right? The Earth is either boundaryless or it has a boundary.
They're really smart because you don't have an answer for a justification that you claimed. Why is that smart?
Nobody said anything about having an answer for a justification that they didn't claim.
Okay, so what is your justification that it's more likely that the Earth is finite? Are we going to go around in circles again?
Yeah, again, so you're disputing that it's far more likely that the Earth
No, you're not listening.
is
Once
finite than
you've
that it's
provided the
infinite.
justification, once you've provided the justification for your claim, then he'll make a decision as to whether or not he disputes it or not.
Yeah, the point is,
No,
I
but
think
he is
that the claim is
disputing it.
so obvious that it doesn't
No.
need justification, right? I
No.
think it's just prima facie. It's to occur to your
Okay,
common
what's
sense.
obvious? What's obvious about it then?
What's obvious about the Earth
The
being
Earth being
bound, having a
finite.
boundary, than that it's probably not infinite?
Yeah, because that would be your justification, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, asking what's obvious about something is just kind of like
All right. See you later, dude.
Ill-informed question, right? Like,
So what you've just done is what's
saying that
called
it is
making
obvious.
a baseless assertion. Yeah, do you understand what a baseless assertion is?
Look,
that's what you've.
if you
that's
want
what
to
you've just
disagree
done.
that it's obvious, that's fine.
No, not disagreement. I'm telling you what you've done, which is baselessly make an assertion.
Yeah, I think it's
right. So
I don't think it's baseless. I think it's an assertion. I don't think it's baseless.
Explain. If it's not baseless, you have to provide the basis for it, and you're not doing that.
Wait, what's your base to claim it's a baseless assumption?
Shut up, dude.
So
I'm talking to C5.
there's some things that are like self-evident, like the fact that you exist or that you are having a conscious experience, right? So those things are going to be baseless, but that doesn't mean that they're not true. It's dumb to say that you exist is self-evident.
So would it be fair to say that you're saying it's self-evident that there would be a boundary?
Yes, absolutely.
Right. Why is that self-evident? Where are the boundaries?
So if you're asking why something is self-evident, then you haven't understood what it means to be self-evident.
No, just tell us where the boundaries are around us. It should be self-evident to everybody.
No, you're now changing the subject because you're trying to run away from the point.
You're going to have to explain how I'm running away. I don't know. I might. I'll end up with no hair at the end of this.
Yeah, so you've already surrendered at the outset, right? You're trying to claim that there's no.
You've said nothing. You just might as well just say nothing and just sit back because we're asking you to explain why it's so obvious, and you just say it's fucking self-evident. Well, why? Tell us why. Otherwise, you're just spinning shit.
So here's how you compare your prior, the prior likelihood of a theory without evidence, right? There's lots of ways I could do it. Right? If the Earth is boundaryless, then you have to explain how there's
So is this your justification or not?
Yes. So if the Earth is boundaryless, then there's an object in space. And by space, I don't mean outer space. I just mean spatially, temporally located. There's an object there's an infinite object, right? An object that's infinite in size, right? And that goes against common sense because
we don't know what that looks like,
infinite. What?
We don't know what infinite looks like, correct?
What infinitely sized objects look like? We don't know what.
We don't know what infinite looks like as a whole, like anything infinite. We can't imagine that.
Yeah, but if the Earth is spatially located, then we probably don't think that it's an infinite object, right?
So how are you going to solve this then?
I just
What's the justification? It's not a justification. It's just a guess.
How in the fuck do you demonstrate what you just claimed is what he's asking you? How do you solve for the problem that you think wherever you are in the middle of nowhere, somewhere, infinite, whatever, how do you demonstrate what you're saying versus what could be reality?
Look at Donato's picture. It's a picture. It's like a model of the Earth, right? Now, any reasonable model, presumably, if you were to say, well, my model of the Earth is that it's potentially infinite in size, well, then that's just going to look like a much worse model because it's just sort of hard to comprehend an infinitely sized object.
You're the one that keeps saying that. Nobody said a picture is the Earth or a model of the Earth. A picture is a square fucking picture that only covers what the picture covers.
No,
It's
a
never
picture
ever.
of a model is a model.
Hold
Like
on, bro.
a picture
Hold
of a
on a
model
minute.
is a
You're gonna
model.
learn something today, smart
I'm
guy.
not going to learn anything
A
from you.
picture
Okay,
is
you don't
only
know what
got
you're
you
talking
in
about.
it.
Okay, I don't
If
need
I
to talk
take
to
a
you about
picture of
this.
you, what's that gonna do for the Earth? Tell me how you get the Earth from that picture, stupid
Yeah,
fuck.
I'm not talking about this
Yeah,
nonsense.
we
Okay,
are.
I want to
Yeah,
talk
we're
to
talking
somebody with
about
a room
pictures.
temperature IQ. Okay.
Yeah, we're showing your IQ's not very good, picture man, map guy.
Okay, yeah, and you think the
Yeah,
Earth
I
is like
know.
your model of
I
the
just
Earth is
took
that
a
it's
picture. Now, how
an
does that map
infinite
Earth?
ball of dirt
Show me how my picture maps Earth, you dumb motherfucker.
because it's a reductio of your theory if you claim that it's
No, I
more
took a picture
likely
of
or
you.
that it's
Show me how
equally as
that map
No
Earth.
one
likely
made a
that the
claim
Earth
though,
is
dude. The only
an
one that made a
infinite ball
claim
of
was
dirt.
you. The only one that made a
That's
claim was
incorrect.
you saying that I can
That's
justify.
incorrect.
I can justify that the Earth is most likely finite.
And your claim is that it's not most likely, right?
I didn't
And
make
your
a claim.
claim, that is the claim.
No,
You
I
can't
didn't
get
make a
by in a
claim.
conversation without making any claim.
Timbo
Right?
has
You
literally just asked you
immediately
to
made a claim.
explain your claim. He hasn't said anything.
Of course
Don't you
he
have an
said
infinite
things.
space? Don't you have an
These
infinite
guys
space?
are schizophrenic. It's
Like
okay.
if you have an infinite space, why can't he have an infinite plane?
Yeah. Where's the space finish?
I don't know if space finishes, right?
Yeah, and just like we said,
Okay.
we don't know about the Earth. So what's your point?
Yeah, so because space is not like
So let's move on. Let's move
Yeah.
on
So
to
what
the
does
next
that look
topic
like?
that's going to
Yeah.
debunk it.
space is not an object, right? It's not like a ball of dirt, right?
It's not.
You made it an object with your model. You
No.
modeled it out, so you made it an object. Yeah, yeah. You put a measure and a distance to it. You
That's not
created
what
that
it
in your
means
head.
to make a model. That's not
A
what a
square
model
picture
means.
you
You can have
show
a
us.
model, you can have infinite models of
No, you show us a square so we can have infinite square pictures of Earth. Cool.
Look, this is
Are you
the whole
saying that
point is
there's
it's just
infinite
like
Earth sizes?
look,
What are you
it's just the
saying?
whole point is you're supposed to think about like what the earth is like in the abstract, right? And you're just demonstrating that you're like incapable of doing that for some reason. Like which is more likely? The earth is infinite or it's finite? Well, if you say
We
I
don't
don't
know what
know,
the
if
fuck you're
it could
talking about.
it could very well be like the
We
earth
don't
could very
have
well be infinitely huge.
we
Okay,
don't
well
have
then we
to think
have an
about the Earth as
infinitely
abstract
huge
or anything like that.
like a potentially infinitely huge model of the earth that we have to account for. Okay? And that's going to be like extremely difficult to account for because it's like
Just like
okay,
it's
so
going to be, it's
Well,
going
then
to
you should
be,
stop
it's going to
accounting
be,
for it.
or exactly, because if you're going to say it's going to be hard to do that, yet in the same breath you'll say, but space is infinite in your own model. There's an
And
ever
that's okay.
expanding infinite
No
universe.
problem.
Well, then you kind of put your foot in your mouth there because you just like you debunked your own claim. If it's hard to imagine an infinite plane, well, then it's going to be hard to imagine infinite space. No, I mean just logically, right? Like let's just think like logically. You
well, not
can't say one and not the
necessarily.
other. Oh, because it's a belief, and I get that. I respect that because that is your belief. It is what it is. But that's what we're telling you. We're telling you if you have an infinite space, then well, we could have an infinite plane because it's the same concept. It's something that we both can't
It's not
verify,
the same
but you're going to
concept.
believe it. You're going to believe it though. Either way, you have to believe it.
Yeah, the word infinite is
What
the same
it's
concept
not
as
the same
infinite.
concept and we
Yeah,
can't
infinite
verify
and
it.
infinite. What don't you
No, it
understand
isn't.
about those two words, brother? Infinite
The
being the same as
concept of
infinite.
space is not the same thing as
Brother,
the concept of an
the two
object.
words are infinite. We're talking about infinite space, infinite dirt and water. What don't you understand about infinite? Infinite.
Yeah, because dirt and water are like
No, the
objects,
word's
right? Space
infinite.
is not an object.
No,
Yeah,
two
so you
words.
know
Infinite.
what you're doing.
Hold on. Hold on.
You're committing what's called a special pleading fallacy right now.
No, I'm not. I know what a special
Yes,
pleading fallacy is.
you obviously don't because you're committing
A
it.
special pleading fallacy is when you don't have a principled reason for saying that one principle
Oh,
applies in one
no.
case and it doesn't apply in another
Yeah,
case. I do have
yeah,
a principled
exactly.
reason.
Yeah,
Principled reason
that's
is
exactly what
because
you just did.
Congratulations.
the principled reason is that space is fundamentally space is
1,000,000% what
fundamentally
you're doing.
space
You're
is
saying
not like an
infinite is
object.
different than
It's not like dirt.
shut
It's not
the
like
fuck
water.
up.
It's not like rocks.
Okay,
It's not like anything that we
Low IQ,
deal
be
with
quiet.
terrestrially on Earth.
Low IQ,
okay,
be
okay.
quiet.
So space is like a fundamentally entirely
One at a
different
time,
concept.
guys.
Let me ask you a question, okay? Just real quick. Just to solve this, let me ask you
So
a
it's
question.
not special pleading because I gave you
Okay,
a principled reason.
okay,
So I
so
just
okay,
use
so
it.
so
He
let me ask you.
started talking, so that's time for you to
Right.
be quiet. So
Let
go, APOC.
let me ask a question, okay? If you have the measurement through calculations of a space, right, in a universe, and then they say it's 14.8 billion light years across, then you have created a model. Now it's just all mathematical, it's just all theorized, I get it, but you have given it a distance. But they're saying in the same breath, they go, but it's infinite. And that's just all we can see so far with our technology of today. That's all we can calculate it to be as far as what we can see with the technology we have today. So you can't say it's space isn't a model or a measurable thing, but you guys do that. You created that, not us. You did that, or should I say your side? You guys have said, hey, here's a universe. It's X amount of billions and trillions and gazillion miles across, light years across. Then you have given it a measurement. But in the same breath, if you say, but it's infinite, well then how can you verify that? And then that goes back to his saying of, well, it's an infinite plane. Both arguments, we cannot, neither of us can back up our claim that we've given. So what it boils down to is you're believing what you've been told, because when you were born, you never knew that. By the way, you never knew the distance of the galaxies in the universe until somebody told you this is what it is, and then you believe that. So then you thus created that model in your own brain and you accepted it. Would you agree to that? Yes or no? Crickets? I mean, that's an answer, I guess.
I think you bricked him.
Yeah. I think so too. And that's okay. I mean, I respect that. Your silence, I respect more than your gibberish. Oh, he left. Okay. Well, that's probably even better.
Yeah, he doesn't understand the difference between the word infinite and infinite. There is no difference. He's trying to tell us the difference between the same exact word as itself. Infinite dirt, infinite water, infinite air, infinite space. All three jump in the train of infinity.
Yeah, and his special pleading that because space isn't an object, it gets treated differently or something. It's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly. So like let's define an object, right? Well, if you've given it a distance, you've then created an object, even in your own theory, in your own measurement. You've then thus created an object. So like that's why, like, if you were to put that in a textbook and then you drew this, this entire universe with lights and a shape to them, well, then you've just created an object that can technically be measured in their own paradigm. But he didn't get that. He that's why he left. He was like, I'm checking out, because he just realized, yeah, I put my foot in my own fucking mouth. That's what he did. He got wrecked, ultimately.
Well,
In his own logic.
I thought these debate bros, they claim to be like, they study debating and they can't even argue. They don't even know what's going on.
Well, that's why. they studied a format of debating from like it's like learning how to play chess from Bob down the road or just whoever,
Yeah,
and then you go to play a room of 10 different humans that are good at chess, learn 10 different people's ways. So like you're not against Bob anymore, you're against other humans. It's gonna be different. It's not gonna be what you thought.
yeah. They think they've got these tactics where they but it doesn't work.
It might work elsewhere.
They
But
never
when you
say
just
anything.
press them to like show some evidence or anything, then they're just fucking bricked. They get like they can't go anywhere from that. It might work elsewhere, but if once you show us something, there's just never ever anything there. They have to just resort to that formula of spinning in circles. It's so frustrating.
My favorite ones always say, right, we know. Well, we all know. Well, everybody knows. Well, everyone knows. It's like, huh?
It's common knowledge that.
Yeah, it's so
Argumentum ad
common.
populum.
Yeah, it's so common that everybody for the last 8 years has been trying to go over like we look up the fucking answer that's given to us. Like that's supposed to be the exact right fucking thing, the estimation, the equation, the calculation, the numbers, the math, the formula, all supposed to be in accordance with itself. And then we show them and they're like, no, that's not right. And then the next glober will say, no, that's not right. And then that glober will say his math. And if you sit back, every single glober will argue different math for the globe. It doesn't. So where do you even go with this when the globe is a fucking chameleon and not one glober has the actual math and can't show you the curve on the wall? It's weird, man.
Yeah, can't show you anything.
Right, lockstep air on a spinning ball. That's fucking crazy. Show me that. Show me how air lockstep to a spinning ball. Are these dudes nuts?
But Demok, I think it's more fun to consider myself swirling through space and just like that, as opposed to being flat and stationary. That sounds too boring to me.
Hey, man. If reality is too boring for you, I don't know, man. Yeah, you can imagine all you want, brother. I'm not against it. I mean, that's what video games are for. You can get on GTA and fly through the air and do all that good shit, crash your airplane and live, and it's fun and do it 100 times. But in reality, nah, ain't happening.
Look, it's way more fun to be swirling around, right? And fucking
No,
like
because you
not
can't do
just
that.
swirling around, but
No,
also
it's not
swirling
fun to do
around
that. No, you be dying. No, that's stupid. Who in the fuck wants to go to a vacuum and say they want to be swirling around in a vacuum and be
Dude,
the
I
only
think
fucking
that
hold on,
sounds.
brother, hold on.
That's how
You be
I
the
ain't
only
okay, like,
human. You'll be the only
it's
human
more fun
around.
to me.
You'll be
I
the
think
only
that's
human
more
in a
fun to me.
vacuum, and then when your airplane goes out of fuel, you're fucking done.
I don't know, dude. Like, would you rather just be chilling, just sitting in one
No,
spot?
I wouldn't be. No, that don't make no sense. I'd rather be on Earth where I was fucking born with all
Just
humans and life, not no
stationary.
life nowhere. That's
Sounds
idiocracy.
so
That's
boring
stupid.
being stationary,
No,
bro.
what you're saying is boring. Sitting in a fucking ship in space, eating fucking Cheetos by yourself, being a
Hell
fat
yeah,
ass
that
in
sounds
a
like
fucking
fun,
space
bro. Like
module.
just swirling around and
That
shit.
sounds dumb as fuck.
Swirling around the sun
Go
in the
swim in a pool, dude. Go get in a beach ball and play around in the ocean. Go get inside a beach ball and play
same,
around on
dude.
the ocean. Same thing, no difference.
It sounds like fun to me to be
Well,
swirling
go
around.
do it. We'll film it. Get in a beach ball. Go jump on the fucking center of the have them drop you off at Point Nemo, and we'll film it. You'll film it
Like, who
inside
wants to just be chilling on
inside the
some
beach
flat?
ball.
on some flat plane, just sitting.
No, you're going to be chilling in free space water, running around inside your beach ball with a camera going, yeah, this is great. I got no food. I got nothing here. I'm 8,000 miles away from everyone in every direction in my beach ball. This is fun. I'm free. It's going to be awesome.
Say, man, like it sounds like a lot more fun than just sitting on a flat plane and just.
Well, what are you waiting on?
Sitting there.
Why are you not doing it, brother? All you got to do is sit inside a beach ball.
That's how I vision the world. So I'm already doing it.
Okay, Elon.
I mean, you envision the world as just sitting there, stationary and fucking boring. It doesn't move. It just sits there forever.
No, I don't envision. That's what it is. It's sitting there not doing nothing forever. Yeah. It's so
boring
sad.
is it just to be this flat, stationary place, right? That just fucking forever and ever and ever just sits there and doesn't do anything different ever.
It's not boring to not be a cartoon. It's not
How
boring
boring
to know
is
real
it
physics.
listening to someone talk about a fantasy that they have never even seen before?
Yep. The deeper you get into the finite physics, the more spectacular the flat Earth becomes. And if you know, you know. You know?
Definitely not boring.
The only
no, definitely not boring.
The only difference I see is whether or not God made it.
No,
that has no relevance on like what the fucking llama does, though.
The difference is one's
flat,
horizontal and one's a ball. Yeah.
If one is just like this flat stationary place that never moves, right, and it just chills there forever, and it's always been around, and it's always gonna be around, then somebody must have made it, and that's where God comes into it.
Okay, so they're not the same then, are they?
No, they're not. Like if you consider like the
whole, you just said they're the same. There's only one difference, so they're not the same.
The globe Earth model is like it's all random and fucking shit just got made by random events, and it's all random what can happen next.
Yeah, well, the Earth certainly and life looks really random, doesn't it?
It does.
What do you mean it does? There's patterns and everything.
Yeah, but
yeah, man, I'm just saying it seems like a lot more fun to live on some random shit that just moves around fucking randomly and just fucking.
That's why your brain is random.
Have you guys heard of Hollow Earth?
It gives me free will, brother.
Free will.
I mean, I'm just playing though.
What do you guys think of?
Don't take this too seriously, Timbo. I just saw a gap in the room.
I don't, man. I love life. I laugh about life. I laugh about a lot of things.
Evolution doesn't give you free will. Evolution would be a cage like a motherfucker. It would be like slime mold having to follow the same pattern every fucking time because it knows nothing.
I can't wait until
it doesn't know anything else but to act or react the way it has to because of evolution. You have no fucking choice.
You think what happened was, right? People were flat earthers at one point, right? Then they evolved into globers, and then they devolved back flat earthers.
No.
No,
I think we have a bunch of liars and a bunch of idiots and a bunch of low IQ people who, if I show you a whole bunch of pictures every day, that'll become your fucking reality. So if I show you Roger Rabbit a whole bunch of times, you'll be fucking.
Do you think it'll be cool if like
this guy's hugging the mic? Jesus, can I start talking?
Yeah, go ask your question, man. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, Demok, what do you think of the correlation between water and electricity? Do you have anything to say on that?
Has no bearing on the fact that
electricity?
These bodies of water seek a horizontal level flat equilibrium.
What do you mean the correlation?
Talking about his whole theory on water being electricity.
Do you mean that water's a conductor?
Fish swim through water and they exert electrical continuity from the water. They don't get air. If that's what you're wondering.
What? I didn't even understand
what you went on this long parade. You went on this whole long parade years ago, Demok. Water being electricity, so why am I not being electrocuted?
What I said.
When I get
Clean
into
your
water?
out. Stop talking. I said when the fish are in the water, they're getting electrical continuity. That's what they're breathing. not air. Did you
Well,
hear
Joe,
that?
can you define that?
You say
I
the same
don't
thing about
understand.
ground,
What do you
right?
mean with
Well,
electrical
that's how fish are getting alive. They're
continuity?
not breathing air. If you bring a
Fuck
fish
all.
in air, it dies.
Joker, you
What do you mean with electrical
If you
continuity?
bring a fish in air,
Asking what it means.
dies.
Okay, but what does electrical continuity mean?
Static.
Can you define
What's
that?
this got to do with the topic?
electricity.
Static.
I know.
Yeah,
I
the
think it's
exchange
gonna
of
have.
electricity or energy.
You actually hold on a second, Demo.
So if I
Energy,
put my
brother.
hand into
One
a
second,
bowl
one
of
second,
water, right, and
one
go
second,
back
Demo.
and forth, do I create static electricity?
Joker,
Who
you
cares,
you
man?
stop
Yes.
me and Demok talking to talk
Yes,
about.
movement is energy. Yes, movement creates energy. That's differential. From a still position to a moving position, that creates high to low, hot to cold, positive to negative. Any differential, any temperature differential creates water. Any electrical differential can create water because it'll have a temperature differential and also a magnetic differential, and it's all like energy too. I mean, that's just the way the shit works, man. That's the way your physics are explained: high to low, hot to
You
cold,
prove
positive
it?
to negative.
It's
I
not
didn't
just
make the
that.
shit up.
If you
I
It's
mean,
just what I
electricity is
observe,
a
brother.
if you're
It's what you and I
submerging water,
observe. Hold on, Branch. Let me finish. It's what everybody here observes, and you don't observe anything else.
well,
That's it.
Joker, if you're coming from a scientific
So
perspective,
I know.
are you coming from a scientific perspective,
Yes.
Joker? Or are you coming as a joker?
Could it be both?
I'm just saying, like, are you coming here to fuck around, or did you have something scientific to talk about?
I mean, have you ever watched the Batman trilogy?
Okay, so you just here to fuck around, which is cool. That's fine.
Oh no, the Joker didn't fuck around. He had a very strong message to give, didn't he?
Well, are you a globe joker or a flat earth joker?
I'm neither.
So what do you think? What's your perspective?
Well, I'm wondering.
The waters above, waters below. Can I finish, please?
All right, can you get a little bit faster when you respond? You take too long to respond.
No, I'm not gonna hurry up for you. I'm asked the question. You keep humping the mic.
Take your time.
Thank you, princess. So my position is the waters above, waters below. We live in water world, boy.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's fathomable that there can be dirt, saturated water under our feet. Hey, I'm not against that. Shit, it's what the scientists look at. A lot of mud. It's more. It's like clumpy ass.
It's what the Bible talks about.
Well, hey, maybe people back then dug down real deep and like tried to figure out what we're on, and so far they got to some water and some mud underneath the dirt. I mean, you never know, brother.
So, when I put my hand into a bowl of water and stir it around, energy is created. Yes, kinetic energy and a gain of temperature in
A magnetic
whatever way you can
effect is also
think. How minimal it is, but there's no electricity being made from that.
Yes, brother,
If you
yes.
rub your hand or like a PVC tube against your hair, you get static electricity.
Yes.
But you won't get static electricity when you put your hand in water and go back and forth.
Because that's not
how things work.
That's
But
not
you
the way,
do.
brother.
You do get static electricity when you rubbing on water creates that electricity. It just disperses really fast.
Prove it.
Because water is conductive.
You never have pure water. You never have.
Actually, water isn't conductive. It's the minerals inside water.
Stop.
Okay.
Stop. Pure water, very pure water with nothing in it is not conductive. Anything else will conduct energy.
Correct.
Read the books again. There is no pure water. No one ever has seen pure water in their fucking life that isn't in dirt.
Have you heard of distilled water?
No.
Right. But you can build up static electricity within
You can get close. You can get close. You can get really close, but it's still going to have an electrical amount. Yeah.
If it was
yes, but to the point of functionality, it will be pure.
Water was purely
Yeah, but you guys are thinking of it wrong, brother. You got human life. You got like the idea of a soul, like power in your, like whatever your initial, like from the umbilical cord or whatever you want to call it, from your mama, your jump start. These things like fiber optics, your phone, virtual car, being 12. Hey man, quit sniffing the microphone and humping it with your lips. Whoever's doing it.
Sorry.
So, it's like the bleeding effect.
Continue.
Shit bleeds from one thing to the next. All converted also. But
Oh,
like,
Flatman, you're hot miking.
but you guys are
Oh,
thinking
he's gone
about
already.
amounts.
Continue.
Different. Yeah, amounts. Different amounts of different shit, different reactions, different ways. So if you're an ant and you hit the spider net, you're going to get shocked. A fly, you're going to get shocked. It's going to electrocute you. Hold on, bro.
Demok, question.
Hold on. So if you're a fly or something really small and you hit that spider web, you're going to get electrocuted. Then you're going to go nuts for a second and then get all wrapped up. And then you're going to get eaten by the fly. Now, if you're big like me and you, that shock, it's going to take a lot for you to notice. You might not even know, like when you rub across the carpet and notice the doorknob, it's still more than the shock that the fly is getting from that web. So it's there. It's just not the amplitude you're looking for. It's just not the amount. You're like going, oh, I see it. It's lighting the light bulb right away. No. That's not how it works. It all works different than what you think because you've been lied to about a lot of shit. All I can
question.
Is, hold on, I'll be done. All I can say is
right,
what you and I can demonstrate is all I can go with. That's it.
Joker, I'm sorry, man. Demok just straight schooled your ass, bro.
Well, it's pretty gay to dick ride another man, don't you think, Branch?
I don't know, man. I'm just saying, like, fucking used to.
Demok is a man, but what are you?
I'm Branch.
Get your own arguments.
I'm a troll. I'm
Yeah,
Branch.
get your own personality.
I'm Branch, bitch.
Yeah, you're a troll. You already lost the right to speak. Jeez.
Everybody knows me in this server, dude. I've hung out with these guys way before this.
Oh, and Demok. One sec.
Was even created.
Demok.
Yeah.
You're pretty popular. Like, you're famous. You're on my website. Wanna see?
You have a website.
I've been following you around for a few years.
That's creepy.
Why?
Yeah, why do you think I have this name?
Answers to the universe.
Wanna see?
Doing? Are you trying to learn the answers
It's a
to
bit
the
of
universe
fuckery.
to me?
I can send you.
What
One
you're
sec.
doing.
You have a
I know
website.
that's what you're doing.
Be careful, Demok. If you click his website, he's gonna have your IP address and everything. So
No, I'm not clicking anything. I trust that he probably has something on me on a website. I mean, hey, I don't know what to say. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. You know,
The fuckery department. Where is it?
You know what I mean?
So wait, Demok is listed in the fuckery department of your website.
So do you get a lot of views for the Demok stuff you have, or like what is it like? What?
Back to the topic, ladies and gentlemen. The surface of Earth, the water that measures 0 for slope.
Yep. There you go.
Technically, if you have waves, right? Have you ever been into deep sea? Have you seen how the water waves flow?
That does not escape any of us here.
Demok,
The
Arctic.
waves,
There is
the
a slope.
swells, the tides, they do not escape any of us here. And let me tell you what, that calm sea level is
Demok, the
level,
Arctic.
a straight line, horizontal, flat.
It is, bro. It is.
Your microscope.
You gotta say,
microscope
man.
are still waves.
You gotta admit, Jenna makes a good point. Like basically, the ocean is flat.
The oceans are
we
flat,
appreciate your
and
yes
we
man-ness.
actually gauge a lot of height above sea level, right? So we gauge the heights of mountains and valleys and mesas and things.
Exactly.
We judge that from sea level. That's
And this
the
is
0
talking
point.
about waves and shit. We're talking about average sea level.
Yep, average sea level is level. It's 0. It's flat. It's horizontal. It doesn't curve at any kind of parabolic approximation or arc minutes whatsoever.
Right. Fuck the waves. Who gives a fuck about the waves?
I mean, precisely. The waves.
all about the water. That's where the key is.
When it rests calm and it rests level, it rests flat. It rests calm and level. Calm sea level is level. Imagine that.
So, Demok, want to hear your story?
Joker, it sounds like you're lost for words, bro. Maybe you should consult your website.
A story, sure.
No, I was actually thinking about something else here, real quick. But
I don't know. Maybe you should consult
Demok,
your
want to hear your
website.
story?
You ask a question, and when she gives you an answer, you start thinking about something else. Have some respect, bitch.
Oh, you don't sound all too intimidating when you talk like that. You kind of sound
I don't
cute.
mean to sound ultra intimidating. I'm Branch. I'm a nice
I don't
person.
mean.
Have you
Yeah,
seen
dude,
the
shut
character
up.
Branch in the fucking Trolls movie? He's a very likable character.
Yeah. Branch, you know, I don't like you or dislike you. We've had a run in before in Jim Panda.
I've known Jenna
So-
for fucking years, man. Way before.
If you want, I can teach you how to sound intimidating, Branch.
I don't want
Anyway.
Because you're not intimidating anyone.
Anyway, stop talking about the people, right? Stop it. Stop talking about the people, and let's get back to the topic.
I agree.
Where is the curving sea level? Right, that's what we want to know. Where's the curving sea level?
Well, I'm not a flat earther, and neither am I a glober.
That's okay.
Have you listened?
You got to figure it out one way or another. You can't ride the fence forever, dude.
Right, you're some type of weird joker that made a website that stars Demog.
Yeah, the Mark is a pretty iconic figure. He's a main character.
That's neither here nor there. I mean, you're going to ride the fence forever. If you're not
I
flat
don't
as
know.
a globe, then I guess we don't have to hear from you.
It's kind of a pussy move, bro, to have a whole website dedicated to Demog, and yet you only introduce
It's
yourself.
not dedicated to him. He has a
I'm just saying-
page dedicated
okay,
to him. That's
okay,
all
so
difference.
he stars on your bro. Chill out, bro. Because when I'm talking, don't overtalk me. All right, so
I'm chill.
no, you overtalk people, and you got to chill with that.
Continue, princess.
Okay, so you got a whole fucking thing, at least a section on your website dedicated to Demok, and yet today's the only day you introduce yourself to him. What kind of pussy does that?
Oh yes, he's talked to me before, many times over by different names. So Demok, let me ask you this: do you remember Terran?
I'm just saying, man.
Demok,
Look,
Yeah.
if you're using these people,
you remember?
if you're using
Can I
these
finish?
No,
Can I
no.
finish? I'm not even talking to you. Why do you involve yourself?
Go ahead. You know, I
Demok.
was just trying to say, if you're using these people, bro, then you should at least introduce yourself first and say, you know what, I'm going to use you on my website.
Yeah, what's up? I can hear you.
Nah, he got muted.
Okay, I was just letting you know my.
But Demog, this dumb bitch, right? He's basically using the words you say and shit, right? And he's got some shit on his website dedicated to you. And this is the first time he introduces himself to you?
That's a terrible introduction.
In that manner, yeah. I mean, he should have said, "Hey, man, I like you. I'm going to record your stuff. Can I give you some money and record your stuff, and then we'll take it and we'll be Democ Rogan in this bitch."
Exactly.
And he didn't
What
offer
pussy
that.
move is that?
I think I'm funnier than Joe Rogan.
I wouldn't mind Joker getting unmuted
just my
though,
opinion.
because whoever muted him, like, yeah, he's
Well, I mean, the thing is, he's neither here nor there, so he's really going to not lie. I mean, he's going to listen. He can listen and learn more, but I mean, he's not going to really.
Yeah,
like
but I
in
want to
that
hear more
aspect,
about
is he
how
gonna
he's making
bring-
money off you, Demok.
Fuck, I don't.
I want to see how these little pussies fucking use people. You know what I mean? That's fucked up shit.
Man, if I click my name in, there's all kinds of videos and all kinds of stuff, and I never uploaded any of it. I never uploaded any of it to the web. None of it.
That's their last resort, Branch. They don't have anything for a globe, so that's what they do. They resort to
That's the nice thing about having a name like Branch, is if you ever search Branch, you're just gonna fucking get a whole bunch of troll movie shit.
It's pretty awesome, not gonna lie. Yeah, there's a lot of globers or on the fence earthers like Joker, right? They're an I don't know earther. And they got a whole lot of shit to talk, right? They ain't got nothing else, right? Sitting there riding the fence. I don't know, maybe globe, maybe flat. I'm just a shit talker on the fence.
Yeah, but then it becomes like,
What? Where'd you go, Branch? Where did you go?
shit, I accidentally muted myself.
Oops.
I'm just saying, like, Flat Earth is fun. It's a debate community. People don't get that.
Yeah, I like debate. It's kind of like a hobby. I also took a speech and debate in high school, which was a lot of fun. It's kind of somewhat prepared me for this retrospectively.
Right. And what's like the most funnest thing to debate? Let's just fucking debate where we live.
Yep.
And fuck it, if you don't have a science background, then it's even more fun because then you can just show the fucking scientist people how fucking stupid they are because they don't even understand it themselves.
Well, it's unfortunate for them, right? Like, I feel bad, right? Because it's this layer upon layer upon layer of hearsay. It's like a game of telephone, ultimately. Right? So, like, you got taught this, repetition, you memorized it, right? You became a fucking physicist, da-da-da-da-da. Right? But you're citing all this shit, like these scientists, these physicists, they're citing all kinds of shit that is pseudoscience, right? They've got a lot of knowledge on things that are science, on things that are physics, and things that are pseudoscience. But on the things that are pseudoscience, they're not differentiating too well, right?
So I may talk like this, but like I'm a glober, so like I don't see it as pseudoscience.
No, I get that. I get that. Like we've had this run in before in Gym Panda, I think.
Yeah. I think it's something fun to talk about. For fuck's sake, man. What else do we talk about today? You want to talk about fucking politics?
Sure. I mean, yeah, it is fun to talk about, but the level water, man. Like, you can't deny the level water and still be a Glover. Come on, Branch.
I know, right? I don't know why I do it. It's a stupid thing to do, but you know what? At heart, I'm a scientist.
And why do you do it, man? Why do you do it? A lot of these people that declared that the Earth is a globe aren't even fucking scientists in the first place. That's the kicker to it, man. That is the kicker.
I'm not a scientist either. I just mean like I've got a science background.
Oh, that's right. Cool. Right on. That sounds awesome. What do you science background and specifically what?
I just mean like when I was in university, I studied physics. But like I didn't see it the whole way through or anything like that. So like
it's just shame on you.
I know.
Can't talk shit. I actually
financial problems sometimes fuck shit up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I said fuck it to college. I wasn't gonna put myself in debt like that. Instead, I started a business at the age of 21 years old that made me six figures.
Oh yeah, like I was earning two, like double six figures, not double six figures, but like in the 200s, right? And that's with no college degree. So it's like you don't necessarily need a college degree if you're smart.
Yep. No, and it doesn't even take smart or not. It doesn't even take a college degree. You don't have to go through college. You don't have to do that to make $150,000, $200,000 a year. You don't have to do all that. I think that's actually a lot of that's part of the psyop on us. You got to go through this, and you got to get these degrees, and you got to get these pieces of paper for you to be fucking worth something, right? That's what we're up against, honestly. Which is that appeal to credential fallacy that I'm sure you've heard before, Branch. You know,
Yeah,
a lot
I've
of
been out of work for so long that like I'm back in the same situation as you guys, where like it's hard to find a new job, and I just said fuck it. I'm done working for people. I got a bunch of savings. I'm just gonna stop working for a while. Just fuck. Like, who likes
I
to
work
go?
on the road, man. There's always a job for me. I work on the road.
Oh, I ain't broke. I ain't broke yet. I need to find a job one day. Like, I ain't got enough money to last forever. But like, the way I saw it was like, I would rather be retired or just experience retired life for a little bit, and then go back to work. I don't mind if I go back earning minimum wage. I didn't like that rich life. You know what I'm saying, Jenna? That rich life, it wasn't me.
I understand that. You know, I just want to make sure that I've got assets that have me set up for the rest of my life, right? I don't want to have to worry about anything.
Financial
And that's
security.
all. You know, it's not the rich life. It's just trying to make sure that I set myself up successfully for the future.
But you know what, man? The more money you make, right, the more of a dick you become. Like when you start earning a shit ton of money, right, you become a complete fucking dick. I lost myself in it. And I became one of those assholes. And it was like
I suppose that's true for some people. I don't know. I felt very grateful and very humble to have what I had. So, you know, that's a different people, right? Different strokes, different folks.
Yeah, like I grew up in a humble like lifestyle, right? Like my parents weren't rich. And I think I moved up way too fast within companies and stuff. And after a bit, I was like, fuck, I don't like this life. I don't like being a baller.
I mean, not gonna lie, I do like making 6 figures a year. Love that shit. To make 6 figures a year, that's good shit for me. Like, I don't have to be making millions, you know. I'm making enough to just live comfortably and not have to worry about my future, you know. And I'm grateful for that, and I stay humble in that, you know. And you know, I spread that where I can, and I help where I can and when I can, man.
Like I need to find a new job, right? But like I don't give a fuck if it makes like I wouldn't even care if it makes 40 grand a year. Like as long as I have enough money now to just live off of, I'll be cool with it. Like I don't need I don't need an expensive life anymore. I'm so chill just with like just regular shit. You know what I mean? Like I don't need that fancy life. That fancy life, man. That fancy life, it gets you into all types of fucking bullshit where it's like you're never happy because you always want more.
I'm the type of person that would want to keep it close to the cuff. You know, not, you know, fancy life, whatever. I'm set up. I'm comfortable. I've got enough to help others out with. You know, that's the kind of life that I want. I want to have that kind of ultimate setup. You know, I want that ultimate setup where I can.
What I found was that like you change the people you hang out with, right? So you end up hanging out with people that are on your level of income, right? And all they talk about is, well, it's not all they talk about, but the bottom line of what they talk about is basically like just wealth and money and how I got this and I got that and fucking it just I realized that and I was like this I need to get out of this world because that's not real life. Real life ain't about what you fucking got and what next man's got. Real life is about fucking love.
Yep, love, life, and the pursuit of happiness.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we've got Joker, right? Joker would like to be unmuted, but here's the stipulation, right? Is that if Joker goes off mute, He's got to provide. He's got to decide. Right? If he thinks that the Earth is a globe, he's got to put forth some sort of effort to give some evidence towards that. So if we could bring Joker off of mute,
I agree. Then we can have some type of conversation. There you go.
Yeah, let's get that rolling. So let's get Joker off of mute and let's see what he's got to present for a globe Earth. Because honestly, if you're an on the fence Earther, in my book, you're a glober.
Go ahead, Joker, man. You're unmuted, bro.
This app's only a Sith deals in absolutes, right?
Are you gonna apologize to Branch?
And apologize to Demok for using him in whatever fucking wealth gain you're trying to do with his name.
I'll agree to apologize to him, alright? If he concedes that he insulted me first.
Okay, that's fine.
Alright, whatever. Let's just drop it. This isn't second grade.
Yeah, let's just move on. For fuck's sake, Joker, we're looking to have some entertainment, and you're the entertainment right now.
He said, Alpha says, nope, apologize. Joker, you should apologize. Everybody just say they're sorry, and let's move on.
Alright, I'll start. Joker, I'm very sorry for, I don't know what I even did. I'm sorry.
Joker, can you apologize to Branch for whatever it is?
I'll apologize to you for whatever it is. Yes.
Alright, cool. Right on. Let's move on. Okay. So if you're on the fence, and you're not like globe or you're not flat, like in my book, you're globe.
Well, for me, it's more about government corruption here, and I think we can all side on this. It's rather about how the government is corrupt, correct?
Yeah, I agree. There is a lot.
We disagree on the how.
Do we disagree on the how?
The very essence of it we agree, but it's rather about how and the what, right?
Well, Joker, it's not necessarily about the government, though, right? Like, you're talking about how, at least like when we started this conversation, it was nothing to do with government. You was talking about how like water transmits static energy and shit like that, and now we're moving on to like this whole government side of shit.
The whole thing about electricity and water, right, was to let Demok know who I am, and it's quite the opposite. With that whole mention, I think he knows who I am. And I was gonna remind him again. Is Demok still here?
Yeah, he's still here, but
I think he's gone.
He's chilling.
I think he's gone.
Demok's still here. If Demok starts talking, he won't stop, so...
And
I kind of like it when Demok gets on. Here. He's funny about the way he talks. Like you gotta be able to understand the guy the way he talks in these like analogies, right? And it's comical. He puts it in this comedy kind of way, and it seems aggressive and it seems fiery, right? No,
it's hilarious.
It's fucking great. It's awesome, dude.
I love when he puts people down. Like he's like, "Yeah, you dumb fuck."
I don't find that funny. Like
Joker, Batman, motherfucker. Like he'll just roll off of you. Like it just rolls off his tongue.
Is Demok my Batman?
No, I was referring to how he would refer. But yeah, Demok kind of is like Batman. Why not?
I am Batman.
Although we do have an FE Batman.
I mean, I actually do have a scar though.
We do have an FE Batman.
Wanna know how I got my scar?
Wait, now you want to just chill? I thought you wanted to teach me.
I've always been chill.
How to be harder. Like he was like,
there's a time and a place for everything, right?
I just want to know what the approximate rate of curvature is for a globe Earth. Like, I want to know what the T is doing. right? We still haven't gotten that ever, and that's the end all be all. You need one thing, right? A globe needs one fucking thing, is proof of curvature for it to be a globe. That's the only thing it doesn't have.
Isn't the claim that every mile has a drop down level of 5 degrees or something?
Yeah, I mean, that's a super big approximation though, because again, it's not the formula for a circle is x squared plus y squared equals 1, right? And
But that's for a circle, right? Wait, hold on. Can I stop you real quick? I got a question. That's for like a circle, right? That's not like for like a hump of water or something. That's not for like a hill. It's for just like a radial circle. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know, Jenna. Do you mind if I change the subject a little bit? Like, what's your thoughts on this whole new thing that this one dude's doing, where he's taking flat earthers and globe earthers to Antarctica to see the 24-hour sun? What's your thoughts on that?
I personally think it's pretty silly, right? And if they've got all of these videos that prove a 24-hour Antarctic sun, then why go? What's the need to go? Absolutely. If all of this is your proof, right, then why do you even have to go? Well, it's because flat earthers did their due diligence and they found the errors and the anomalies in these 24-hour Antarctic sun videos. And so they're like, well, fuck, now we have to actually go there and we have to actually try to see if we can see it. Right. That's where I stand on that. Right. And so and my other point on that is, why not have a 24-hour like live stream, right? Like, why even go there? Like, why can't we just have a 24-hour live stream? And that doesn't seem to exist anywhere.
Yeah, but people are gonna say the live stream's fake, and I think they should do all of the above, and just like they should go there, set up a live stream with a 360-degree camera, and I actually think they should go one step above that and do sun tracking on Earth in other places while they sun in Antarctica. So basically, you can't even say there's two suns. You know what I mean?
Well, Branch, I mean, we've taken that into consideration, right? Like, a flat earther isn't going to instantly just look at a video and be like, that's fake, right? We actually take the time. We take the time to look through it, to screen it, to check it, find anomalies and all of that, right? To figure out if it's authentic or not, right? So, I know that's the off the cuff argument for, flat earthers are just going to say that the 24-hour live stream is fake. We're actually going to investigate it before we make a conclusion on it, though, right? So it's just kind of silly. You've got all these 24-hour Antarctic sun videos that are alleged proof, so why the fuck do you even have to go?
Like, some people are going to say, and some people are saying that by the time Jaron goes out there, that they're going to set up a fake sun just to show the 24-hour sun.
Beware of conspirators, right? Beware of these conspirator motherfuckers. You have to really use discernment with everything, even when it comes to the people that you talk to.
Do you think they'll set up a fake sun just for Jaron to see?
A fake sun? I don't even know how that would be possible, right? I predict that they're going to go to Antarctica. They're going to see an arc of light in the sky for an approximate amount of time, and that'll be it. I don't think that it will go 360 around their heads, and that'll be it.
You see, Jenna, I come from a complete
on that.
Like, I know they're gonna see a 24-hour sun. Like, but anyways, Joker, man.
Branch, you know for a fact that they're gonna see the sun go 360 around their heads.
If they go at the right time of the year, then yes. And also, there may be some clouds that might get in the way. But clouds is the biggest problem to seeing it.
I guess only time will
Well,
tell. I
one
mean,
thing though.
clouds are not, right? Like, if you think about it, the clouds kind of act as a solar filter, like a natural solar filter, if you really think about it, right? So it doesn't matter, right? If the sun is supposed to be going 360 around your head, clouds or not, you should still be able to determine that it's going 360 around your head. Now,
Absolutely. But I just think
Yeah.
people are going to be like,
One
because
quick
the
thing
cloud-
though.
Go ahead, Joker. We keep talking.
So, about analyzing the videos, right? I've worked with video encoding. I have a pretty well advanced knowledge of video codecs, video compression, video containers, and all of that, right? How do you account for artifacts that make it seem fake, according to you guys? I've seen arguments being used for like
but
certain
don't-
footage being
okay,
fake.
so me
when
and
it was
me and
not.
Jenna were having a
It was-
conversation, and you wanna bring in a whole new topic. I thought you had to add to the conversation.
It's not a whole new topic. It was about the
Kind of
recording.
is.
Like you said,
It's got nothing to do with what
Kind
we're
of is a whole new topic. Because you're going to get us onto computers. You're going to get us onto computers and formatting and layouts and things like that. And we're just talking about like what the sun does and what the earth does and what we see and what we might see and what we might not see.
What
so
difference
just
is
for
it going to
clarity's
make?
sake, let's rewind. Let's rewind real quick. So one of the gentlemen here said that one side is gonna say that the video is fake, and the thing is, then you answered with that you will thoroughly examine the video and check for anomalies and see whether it's edited, fake, or real, right? That you aren't just gonna dismiss it from the get-go. Am I wrong? Did you not say that? Yes or no?
I see.
My
but so what
commentary
we- what
is
we're
when you
talking
examine.
Actually, it wasn't so much that, bro. What my thought is that the moment the sun gets, if you want, hidden by clouds, people will say like, "What happened? Why did the clouds hide the sun?"
Can we take this back a step and ask why any of this is important, relevant, why any of it matters? What happens in Antarctica?
Because if you have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, it puts a halt on the whole Gleason map view of the flat Earth, because you can't have a 24-hour sun on the Gleason map.
The Gleason map.
Right,
You're talking
which-
about the AE projection, the azimuthal
Right.
equidistant.
Right.
Yeah, but who's claiming that map is a representation of anything? Jaren.
Well, a lot of flat earthers think that's the model right now. I don't want to talk for all flat earthers, but a lot of
Well, this is why I'm
Right.
asking. Who cares? Like, I don't care. I don't care what the sun does in Antarctica.
Right, but are you a flat
Change
earther?
anything? Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, it doesn't prove that the Earth is not a globe.
Well, it's not going to prove anything either way. All it's going to prove is what the sun does.
But what it does disprove is the Gleason map model.
Okay,
well,
yeah, maybe.
you're presupposing that. Hold on, Branch. You're presupposing that, right? You're saying what it does do, but you're presupposing that, but we don't know that, right? So, like at this moment, right? If we're just being intellectually honest, the observation in Antarctica has not been done yet, so we can't just say it does or doesn't do that. We'd be presupposing, and it'd be intellectually dishonest.
Yeah, you bring up a good point.
That's all I'm saying. We can't sit here and be intellectually honest and say that it is or isn't going to do something if we're really getting down to it. Okay.
Oh, they let my boy back up here. Oh nah.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Oh
So
nah.
is the whole and I've not been following it that closely, but is the whole purpose then of going down there to actually try and disprove what Jaren and a bunch of flat earthers claim as being the flat Earth model, or to prove their globe position?
Well, there's
If
no
it's
flat
just-
Earth
if it's-
model that they can settle on, so it doesn't matter to them because of that.
So then the only logical reason they would want to go down there would be to try and prove their position, right, of the globe. Otherwise, why?
No,
Does not look like Howard.
To disprove the globe. It has to be a 24-hour visible sun in the fucking sky for 24 hours.
No. That wouldn't prove the globe. This is my
They
point.
said they'll take 23.
No.
No, yeah, it would, you fucking idiot.
What?
The Globers
Actually,
say
hold on.
Excuse me. Why are you calling me a
Time out.
fucking idiot?
Time out.
well,
Okay,
because
so
the Globers say
ultimately,
that will prove a globe,
I
and
don't
they
care
all
what they
say
say,
that
man.
if it doesn't,
I don't care what they
if
say.
it doesn't happen, no globe.
I don't care
You
what they.
understand?
No, yeah, I understand. I don't care what they say.
Okay,
And
no globe.
So just to clarify, right? And affirming the consequent doesn't prove anything.
Well, they said if it doesn't happen, no globe. So you're affirming anything other than what they tell you.
So
Their
how would
model
it even
said
work on a
I'm not.
flat,
Demok,
on any flat?
I'm not affirming anything. What are you talking about?
Demok, how do objects in the sky prove that the Earth is or isn't a globe? Do you look up in the sky?
Because the way that the object in the sky moves.
model, the people that gave you the model said it's going to be a 24-hour sun in both. It's not my fucking claim, you idiots. It's the fucking globe model's claim. And if there is no 24-hour sun, everybody who believes in that globe model already told us that that means the globe's done. It's not my fault. Fucking
Okay, I was asking.
No, but look at the arguments, not what people say, right?
Feel about it.
Okay, so I was asking.
Objects in the sky cannot prove or disprove the globe.
Gentlemen, please.
Gentlemen,
Gentlemen, one at a time, please.
Let me get this out though. Demok is correct. If they go to Antarctica at the right time of the year and they don't see a 24-hour sun, right? And I'm not talking about cloud problems. I'm just talking about if you don't see a sun at the right time of year going across or above the horizon, then yes, that does disprove the globe. So Demok is completely correct in that.
I wasn't disputing them disproving their own thing. This is what I'm trying to say. I'm saying, where's the benefit to them, right? They're not going to be able to go there and prove their own model. All they're going to be able to do is either disprove their own model or try and disprove a model that a small group of flat earthers have claimed is their model.
But that's not true, though.
It doesn't mean that the Earth is
the position of the sun, the motion of the sun in such a way is only possible on a globe. You can't.
That's an
replicate
affirming
that
the
on any other
consequent logical
dimension.
fallacy. No, it's not.
No, it's not. It's understanding
Yes, it
the
is.
dynamic. Let me explain how. This is just like before. So when you have an object moving relative to another object moving, and you want to look at it geometrically, which is just fine, the motion of that object has to fit within a three-dimensional space along a pathway. That path can't be ignored. You can't ignore the path just because you're not looking at the other object from way up high. This is where I left off before I got muted. Is that you guys are insisting that you have to have an eyeball line of sight of the entire Earth, its shape, to draw a conclusion if the Earth is round or flat. And what I'm saying to you is that there's certain movements that cannot occur. It's like if you're spinning on a top, if you're spinning like an ice skater, and the objects are rotating around you the way that they do, you know that you're rotating. Okay? And it's the same principle with this. You can't look at the sun from one part of the planet in the northern hemisphere and see its presence and then see it as a midnight. Well, you're declaring,
You're wrong.
but I'm explaining to you why
told
it
you
works.
what the issue is. I've already told you that the issue is that you're affirming.
It doesn't matter that you told me. I'm explaining to you how it works.
So I don't care. Your logic is fallacious.
I don't care that you don't care.
To you. Right. So do you understand how your logic is fallacious? Do you understand how?
No, I know that the logic is.
Works?
No, I know that the logic is sound because the actual evidence.
So explain the syllogism.
It's like me telling you 1 + 1 = 2, and you're saying, "Well, you're affirming the consequent." It doesn't mean anything.
Explain the logical syllogism to me, then, please. Explain how it logically follows what you're saying.
Okay, if something moves, in a circular. No, it's not about a P. It's not about you and Mullins Tollins. No, it's not about Mullins Tollins.
No,
because you can have an invalid. Listen, you can have a false premise that still fits your logical sense of Mullins Tollins. It's not relevant. It's not relevant to the information.
Modus Tollins is logically sound.
So let me explain to you the reality.
So I asked you
that doesn't validate if it's true or not. Because if
I
you
asked
look
you to.
up logical
I asked.
arguments, you can have a argument that has a fallacy and still be true. You can find a fallacy in any argument that's ever
Yeah,
made,
that's the
no matter
fallacy
what.
fallacy.
Absolutely, you can, and that's why
Right. So this is nonsense.
that's why I say that it doesn't prove the Earth is a globe, because people will find reasons to say it's
I
not.
was
Even
trying to explain how it does, but I kept getting interrupted.
no, but people will find a reason not to. It's just
No. There is logic. Listen, there's two things here. There is direct line of sight, and there is proper motion. You cannot substitute the proper motion for anything. How the sun cannot move in that regard, and because it's not just you're looking at it from Antarctica. It's you have to remember there are people in North America and other parts of the world that are watching the sun move also, and the motions of the sun do not fit any flat model that could ever possibly be conjured up.
right, and that's what I wanted people to fucking do, bro. Like, I'm saying that when these people are in Antarctica watching the sun, people in, I don't know, Argentina, just all over the world should be tracking the sun.
Yeah, focus on the northern hemisphere though, because if I'm near the Arctic Circle, if I'm like maybe 100 miles south of the Arctic Circle, and I see the sun at let's say 12 o'clock, and it's somewhere above the horizon,
Exactly.
and I'm not even facing the same direction as Antarctica, and I'm seeing it while people in Antarctica can see it, and it's floating near the lower part of their horizon, that makes no sense. That is contradictory. That's the point I'm trying to make.
When this group are in Antarctica, I really hope some type of sun tracking occurs on the just people that aren't there are doing it all around the globe at the same time.
They already are.
I know. But what I mean is we can have a group of flat earthers doing it and a group of fucking globe earthers doing it. They can even stick a rod in the ground and measure the angle the rod makes, just so they can actually do the math afterwards and figure out that it was the same sun people were looking at.
But that to me is secondary at that point, because you're looking at the motion in the sky, right? And you're seeing a pattern of that motion that can only exist in that spot. So then you plot the direction that the sun, because flat earthers will say, well, you don't know what the sun is made of. Well, I know if I look at something in that direction, it's in that direction. I get it that like when we argue, I'm almost done. I get it that when we argue about refraction, you're zooming in and it's like really you're resolving between a couple of degrees off the horizon. You're not looking at something that's like 90 degrees to the left of where you're supposed to look every day. That's the absurdity of this, and that's why this whole thing about even the sticks is unnecessary at that point, because he was using the sticks to compare two relatively close locations. He's not going literally to the other side of the planet.
We have enough live cams across the whole world where if we really wanted to debate it, we could just look at the live cams and be like, look at the angle of the shadow of this live cam, and it matches what you saw in Antarctica. That's
true. Yeah. You hit the nail on the head with that, but I'm saying it combine all of this stuff together and it matches. And the one main thing that it matches is there is a 15 degrees per hour proper motion, apparent motion, relative motion, all of this stuff, it all aligns. If this was not accurate, there would be stuff that would not line up with each other all the time. And the worst that the flat earthers ever try to do is bicker about precision versus the absolute functionality. And there is nothing on flat earth that's functional. You cannot apply it. Like look at the moon, because it's easy to see the stars at night. You can't see them in the day. So you look at the moon and it's basic line of sight. There's a star next to the moon right now.
This is a bit of a changing subject, but like they'll probably be able to see the moon while they're in Antarctica looking at 24-hour sun.
I know, but I'm changing the subject to illustrate a point that's like multiple things work in tandem. If they didn't work in tandem, because it's not just that one of the mistakes that we make against the flat earthers is that we're like, oh, well, this particular topic can be proven to work only on the globe, and that is true, but on a different magnitude, on a higher magnitude, is that the other topics that seem to be unrelated work in tandem. They don't.
I kind of wish while they're out there, bro, that they just put out a 360-degree camera and just leave it on for like.
They already have it out there.
A 360-degree camera?
They've got, dude. There's different stations in Antarctica. They've got the 360-degree camera. They got cameras pointing in 4 different directions. They got all sorts of stuff out there. You
Yeah,
just
I'm
look
sure
this
they
stuff up.
could, but they just don't have it accessible.
Yes, it is accessible, bro. This is like with the ISS. First they say, oh, they don't have a camera. It's not always on. It's not this. As soon as it becomes accessible, guess what? Someone's going to say, well, it's not calibrated to the right, I don't know, lighting standard. And then, they start tweaking with the image to change the gamma levels and say, oh, look, the sun isn't really there. That's a such and such. It's just dumb stuff that is never ending. The line of sight cannot be faked. You can't fake the line of sight.
I honestly think that, like, even after they go to Antarctica and see the 24-hour sun, they still won't change anything as far as the flat Earth debate goes. Because again, I said this is a debate community, bro. We're gonna debate about shit regardless.
That may be true, but the credibility for the audience changes. So you can have a bunch of people stuck on their little hill, and that's already happening. A lot of people are just kind of like, who used to be flat earthers. They're like, man, this is some dumb shit. I can't believe I believe in this, because they're seeing it more and more clearly. The flat earthers are provoking this kind of reaction, and they're paying for it. And so they coalesce on Twitter or on TikTok behind a couple of guys like, what's the racist guy? Caleb or whatever. And then, or they go to that one channel on X, and they can't even engage anymore because there's nothing there. The Earth is a globe, and it actually is helping us practice using math and physics more concisely.
It's interesting though, man. Like, if they do have a 360-degree camera set up that's always recording, I would love access to that.
Well, one thing though, like, as the gentleman over here was saying, if you go to Antarctica, and to use Flattened Destruction's profile picture as a reference point, I want you to look at the bottom of the picture, right? Imagine you're there, right? And if the sun stays up, right, the whole time as it goes up, like, and the flat earthers, right, would claim that it's going in a circular motion, right? So if it's on the other side, opposing to the edge, right? If you still can see the sun, it would go against the argument of flat earthers when they say that atmospheric interference prevents you from looking in the very distance, right? Because otherwise, because the whole point is, if the whole atmospheric interference argument wasn't there, like, you couldn't disprove the flat Earth.
I'm confused by that, but
on its own ass.
Yeah, but here's an easy way to look at it. If I'm in the northern hemisphere and I want to look at the sun at any particular time that the sun is above the horizon, I point in a particular direction. Now notice where I'm pointing on that map. Now I'm in Antarctica and I see the sun wherever I see it, and I point in that direction. Note where I'm on the map and which direction I'm pointing. The directions never match on a flat map. They can never ever match. That's why I was trying to bring up the moon. Yep. It's easier for the moon because you have the stars as a reference. Another way I was getting cut off earlier was that I was using the stars to explain that if you were up high enough of an elevation and you were looking down at the Earth, you would see it rotate if you waited long enough. You would see, as long as you kept your orientation aligned with the stars so that you're not rotating with the Earth, therefore missing seeing the rotation occur. But I got cut off and muted and all that other BS. So the main thing that I push is the moon. Right now, the moon is close to 2 stars. I think one of the stars is called Fomalhaut, and the other one is Saturn. It's not even a star. That's for everyone. Everyone on Earth that looks up at the sky, whenever it's dark, will see the moon, Fomalhaut, and Saturn. On a flat map, on any flat model, you can't even tell me which way to look. And no 2 locations can look in the same direction.
Dude, I get that, man. There's so many ways that we can prove the Earth is a globe, right? That it gets boring. I've been in this flat Earth shit for fucking a very long time, right? That to the point where it's like I don't even argue it.
Well, you're in here though. Come on, man. Come on. I mean, you're in here, so come on. You can't be like that. Here's another one that I thought about that's funny. So they're talking about, oh, well, the Earth, is flat, and there's other realms beyond the ice wall, and then like the flat earthers do not acknowledge that there's another sun nearby. And so they show these other realms and these images, these AI images, and it's like verdant trees and natural wonders and shit. And I'm like, well, it's icy at the ice wall because the sun isn't close enough to melt the ice. How the hell is this shit getting?
Well, it's a shame that you always get muted. Maybe it's your approach.
I don't care. No, listen. My approach.
Dude,
listen,
you're talking about feast of nonsense garbage. Nobody here is saying making those arguments. We're just focused on the surface quality, right? The nature of it. Is it curving like they say into a ball?
Yes.
Or is it planar?
It's curving. It's curving about
We're not
a degree.
concerned with stories about other lands beyond some sort of ice wall that nobody can confirm
Then we
exists in
can
a
settle this now.
360
It is
degree.
curving. It is curving 1 degree about every 70 miles. Can you resolve
so
1 degree
where's the
every 70
measurements
miles
of-
from where you're standing? No.
So where are the measurements of that?
You said where are the measurements of it? You mean like a measuring tape? Or do you mean
Yes, that's how
other
you
methods
determine
that
what
we
the
have to
surface
use?
is, right? You would measure it.
Right, but the method of measurement is the issue. This is just like the guy earlier saying, well, did you see the Earth with your own eyes? If you don't see it, then there's no discussion. Don't let him talk to you guys.
So one point to make quickly here, T-Dub, how do you say your name? T-Dub? Alright. So, do you believe in the second law of thermodynamics? Hello?
Let me raise through here.
That's a natural law. That's a natural law. It doesn't require belief.
Yeah, but you can believe in something and hold that position at the same time, right? For example, if I'm like 6'1", I believe that I'm 6'1", and I know I'm 6'1", and I believe in the fact because I have observed it. That whole semantical pedanticness is something that you push. So, can you answer the question, please? Do you think that the second law of thermodynamics is a valid thing?
You do my entropy, right?
Yeah. But I want him to answer with a yes or no.
I'm not sure
Simple,
how
yes or no.
anything to do with the
Yes. Okay. Hold on. So you would claim that the Earth needs a container for there to be gas pressure, correct?
No, but let's get back to the second law of thermodynamics.
No. Can I finish this? Can I finish this sequence, please?
Okay.
T-Dub, do you believe that the Earth needs a container for there to be?
I would say that
gas
if there is gas pressure, then there is a container.
Can you demonstrate the container, please?
No, I'm just saying that if there's gas pressure anywhere, then it's in a container.
Yeah, sure. So show me the container, please.
No, I'm not claiming anything but the fact that with gas pressure comes container. It's how you get gas pressure.
Well, the container could just be gravity, right? Gravity can be a container.
Yeah, but
no, that's another
playing
discussion.
The ball in their ballpark, right? But I want him to demonstrate the container itself.
Gravity is our container.
I know, but this
want
guy...
me to demonstrate a container? You don't know. You don't understand what a container is. You seriously want me to show you one?
Pressure.
You want me to show you a container?
No,
you haven't heard of gas.
Here's a helpful way. Here's a helpful way to settle this one. If we assume that the gas itself can only be influenced by being in a particular spot, and we don't acknowledge that gas is influenced by the same influence that causes things to fall, then what? We just coincidentally have water liquids and solids falling downward, what we call downward, but the gas itself, which is present, isn't influenced to go downward also? Is that what we're saying?
No, my whole point here is when you bring up gravity and everything, all of that, right? You play the ball into a ballpark and they're going around the whole sophistry to justify their claim, right? So I'm gonna cut the corners, stop and not beat around the bush, and ask you to show me this container that you're implying here. T-Dub.
T-Dub, this is like earlier when Alpha demanded that I show him the Earth rotating with my own eyes.
Yep. Judge some
If you can't show the container, there's no conversation, guys. The globe wins.
Just each play their own rules, and it's only fair.
No, because yeah, but the thing is that there's consistency with the rules.
So if this is analogous to another conversation about some other topic, then how is it analogous?
Prior conversation.
In the other conversation, what was the necessary antecedent to a premise?
I don't know about antecedent. Listen. I go way back.
Shut up, then.
No, because here's the thing. Here's the thing. This idea about antecedent is in itself a presumption. You presume that antecedent must be present to advance.
It's not presumed. It's in the definition of gas pressure.
No, it's in the definition, but it's not in the actual discussion that we're having.
In the definition of pressure, it's what the gas molecules press upon. Read a dictionary.
No, that's not the case. The concept of the pressure does not. The problem that you're having is your concept of container. You're speaking of a solid object. You're speaking of an object that the gas molecules bounce off of, requiring that and that alone to keep the gas from dissipating. That is your presumption.
It's not a presumption. It's also in gas law. It's the V in PV equals nRT. The volume
of the container. It is not an atmospheric law.
The volume of the container.
You
don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. You clearly don't know what gas pressure is.
Let's bet some money. Let's bet some money.
You clearly don't know what gas pressure is.
I said atmospheric pressure. Atmospheric.
I'm not surprised that you were muted earlier, my friend.
And I'm not surprised that you won't take me up on that monetary bet.
So now we got two globers arguing with each other.
Well, whatever. But atmospheric pressure is handled differently than mere gas pressure. Atmospheric pressure does not require a solid
atmospheric
boundary.
Atmospheric, right, is a contradiction in terms, and your idea, your explanation.
No, you're declaring that
atmospheric pressure is begging the question. You must demonstrate how it's different to gas pressure, which you will never ever be able to do.
First of all, none of us can personally demonstrate anything in this conversation. You can't demonstrate the contrary to that.
I think it's way more fun if we let the two globers argue amongst themselves. That's way more fun.
No, I don't think he's a glober. I think this guy is a flat earth poser, just like the other guy.
He's not a... Wait, who? Who's the other guy?
All right,
there's no other glober. There's no way. This guy is calling atmospheric pressure a contradiction. There's no way he's a glober.
So let me bring this up. You know what this situation is like? Like, imagine there are people in the room arguing. One of them is saying that they've seen this cat walk into a closet and it's hiding there. It's just because he walked into the closet, the conclusion is that the cat is in the closet, right? And they're arguing for hours and hours with all these arguments. Oh, there is a cat in the closet, yes or no, right? You know how to actually fucking solve that situation? By opening the fucking closet, right? So I'm gonna do the same thing here and ask you guys to show me the container that you claim.
The cat in the closet. You mean the cat in the box, right?
No, closet.
Schrodinger's closet.
No. It's got.
Hey, here's another evidence of atmospheric pressure.
Come
on, guys.
Show me the container. Closet. That's all I'm gonna ask. Show me the container.
He's not gonna. It'll never happen. This is not gonna happen. So let's look. Atmospheric pressure has a gradient, and that gradient itself is your evidence. Gradient cannot be explained by any other method. You don't have anything alternative.
Is that a gas pressure gradient?
A gas pressure gradient. How's that even occurring outside
Okay, so that's a gradient of the force that the gas exerts on the walls of the container.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It's a gas pressure gradient,
there is no
then yes,
wall
it is.
above
Yes,
there is absolutely no
gas
wall.
pressure
Slow down.
gradient.
Slow down.
That's your
slow
claim.
down. There
That's your
is no
claim.
wall above the I guess the lowest part of the gradient. There is no wall above the lowest part of the gradient.
You're treating it as if it's a separate volume. It's all one volume within which a gradient exists. Okay.
Again, okay, well then that volume is infinite.
Listen, if you're agreeing that it's a gas pressure gradient, then you're agreeing that it's a gradient that the force of the gas exerts on the walls of the container. Because that's what
that's not what I'm agreeing. No,
that's what
you're
gas
insisting.
pressure is. So it's not a gas pressure gradient. So it's not a gas pressure gradient.
I'm going to lower your volume.
So it's not a gas pressure gradient.
There you go.
So it's not a gas pressure gradient. It's not a gas pressure gradient.
Gas pressure gradient does not require a container.
Is it a gas pressure gradient?
But it doesn't require one. And the thing about it is,
shut up for a minute. Shut up. Is it a gas pressure gradient?
Can we try to have a conversation without people getting...
Is it a gas pressure gradient?
And because you acknowledge that the gradient can exist...
Is it? It's a yes or no question. Yes or no. Yes or no. Dude, I will mute you. Is it a gas pressure gradient?
Just coming here for fun. You guys can... I could come here with 1,000 different IDs and there ain't nothing you can do about it. So, fuck you.
Dude, why are we arguing, man? Why are we arguing about this?
I could circumvent your mute easily if I wanted to.
Proper conversation about this.
So stop being an asshole.
Let's just everyone chill out a little bit.
Right, he's the one that's losing his temper.
All right, but everyone kind of is. Everyone just...
Is it a gas pressure gradient? Yes or no?
Yes, it's a gas pressure gradient.
Right. Then according to the definition of what gas pressure is, then that would be a gradient of the force that the gas is exerting on the walls of the container. Right, so a variation at altitude of the gas exerting force on the walls of the container.
Right, but when you talk about
so if you don't like that, go and appeal to academia to change the fucking definition.
T-Dub, what you're talking about is the ideal gas laws, and in ideal gas laws, they talk about containment.
No, I'm not talking about ideal gas laws. I'm talking about the definition of gas pressure.
Okay, so the reason why we even have a gas pressure gradient is because we're not talking about a bunch of pressure in a box. We're talking about pressure being held on Earth due to gravity.
Yeah, but hang on. You're now making a completely separate claim, and it's not the definition of gas pressure anymore, so it's not gas pressure.
Right, but it's gravity that's causing this pressure.
Okay, that's a claim you're making. Now you're going to have to prove that.
I know. That's the reason why I don't like getting into this type of discussion.
Then don't make claims.
I know. Okay, I'm gonna just redact everything I just said and continue.
If you can't back up the claim.
Can we just try to not shout at each other?
Sorry.
It's not very often that I fucking come and talk in this room, man. And when I do, I like it to be chill.
I'm sure most of us do. What happened? Did the other guy go?
You're all right. You're all right, Branch. It's cool. It's cool. I didn't like that arrogant prick. Smug, smart alecky attitude toward and stereotyping flat earthers as all being insane people that think that there's lands beyond some sort of ice ring and all that shit. He didn't want to focus on the fucking things that we focus on in this chat, because when he gets challenged with it, he gets fucking destroyed.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
kind
the
of the
conversation.
that's kind of the fun in the conversation of flat Earth, and honestly, that's why I like listening to it half the time without having to talk. Is because I enjoy the arguing.
Yeah, but it gets old
I
when
just
you
don't
never
like
get
the
an
arguing.
answer. You don't get any resolved. You just get the wheels spinning. It gets old.
Exactly. I just don't like it when I'm in the conversation. You know what I'm saying?
But I don't think anybody was getting heated with you, man. I'm pretty sure T-Dub and me, I was getting frustrated with the dude, the Flat Earth map thing, whatever his name was.
Yeah, I don't think anybody was getting pissed at me, but like, it stops other people from talking. Like, basically, it became a conversation between you guys that I couldn't even step into.
The Earth is a ball.
It was fucking what's his. He could not stop himself whatsoever.
Is Earth a square?
Talking through people.
Oh well, it is what it is. Like, we jumped around so many different topics too. Like, we went from we started off talking about just the Antarctica experiment, and we went on, like, we ended up at fucking the ideal gas laws and shit.
No, it was a good conversation. I appreciate it. I liked it. You know, we could actually be intellectually honest and say, well, we don't know what is or isn't going to happen, right? And that's where everybody is at, intellectually, honestly. Right? Good shit. But if anybody else, right? If your name isn't Branch, we're used to Branch around here. We don't mind him so much. But if your name isn't Branch and you think you can step up to the plate and prove a globe, let's do it. Let's have at it. Let's go. Batter up. Come on.
Come on, Scott, jump in, bro. While I'm talking, Scott,
Shit. Branch, Scott has nothing but explanations, man. So you catch him stealing, he's like, I can explain, but he can't prove a damn thing.
I know. I mean, the shit he says ain't wrong. It's just so typical global way of saying shit. Instead of just fucking relaxing, having a conversation.
Who is Space Booties? Space Booties?
That that would be Space Booties.
Hi. Nice to meet you. You globe or flat?
Globe.
Right on. So what led you to believe that Earth is a globe? Because honestly, we were all there once, but go ahead.
The indoctrination from the educational system.
Okay. Alright. So you still believe that Earth is a globe because...
All the people that say so have said so.
Oof. That's not a very... Do you think that's a good reason?
No, not particularly.
So, are you just... You're here to see... Right? I guess you're just here to kind of listen in, see what evidence there is for a flat Earth, because I know a lot of people do that.
I've tried arguing my point a few times, and I realize that you guys know your science far better than I do. So I don't stand a single chance. So I just like to listen in because you guys debate very, very well.
Right on. I can respect that. Much respect to that.
It's funny though, isn't it, Space Booties? How isn't that funny though? Just how there's like full blown scientists that come in here sometimes. They've been studying this shit their whole lives.
And they get destroyed by us.
Right. Isn't that just fucking hilarious?
I do think it's hilarious, and that's why I like to listen in.
I mean, if I were you, Space Booties, in that position, I think that in a fair, logical assessment, I wouldn't be holding a position of a globe or flat. With that opinion.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Nah, Jedi.
So,
I've never gone to flat Earth, so I would disagree with that.
I don't understand why. I guess maybe you haven't made your reasons clear, Branch. I mean, that's cool. I don't mind you.
Yeah, I'm not gonna right now either, because it would make a whole different conversation. But Space Booties, like, if you had the chance to talk, what would be your number one proof of the Earth being a globe?
Going up into space.
Yeah, just pictures, right?
Oh no! I'm sorry. I thought you asked what would be my number one proof. I'd say that would be myself going up into space.
Oh, I see. Wait, so you're a globe earther, right?
Yes.
But you still need to go out into space to actually believe it's a globe?
No. Someone asked what would be my number one proof, and that was my answer.
Proof that you don't have to, like, proof today that you already have.
Oh, proof today?
Yeah.
Well, I've never done any experiments, so I don't myself have any proof.
So here's a question for you: have you experienced water resting any other way but level, aside from droplets?
I don't think I've experienced water as level. It typically has some sort of curve, and I think that's usually due to just surface tension.
Okay, but I'm going to agree and disagree with you here in the same premise. Surface tension is a thing that you have with droplets of water, right? But if you put multiple droplets of water into, say, a bucket, what is the collection of water going to do on the surface? It's going to rest flat and level, is it not?
No, like if you fill a glass or a cup or a bucket with water, like all the way as many droplets as you can, you will see the surface tension make it curved.
So you're just talking about the meniscus where it touches the walls of the bucket.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Well, what does the surface of the body of water do?
Yeah, Jenna, I don't think we could ever have a demonstration of water basically conforming to a ball on Earth. Just because, like, even it's just the amount of gravity you need to hold one molecule of water.
It's besides the point, Branch. I mean, Space Booties ultimately is invoking containment. Well, I mean, I guess I started it, right, by using a bucket in my question, right? So he follows it up using a bucket in his answer. which means that he's agreeing, right, to the fact that liquids require containment.
What do you mean? What do you mean require?
I mean, go ahead and get yourself a serving of water on a plate. You're gonna need a cup, a bowl, something like that, or you're not gonna have this volume water.
Like honestly, like almost every globe of water we can show out on Earth, or even while we're on a free falling ship or on the moon or in space, right? It's all going to be surface tension that holds it into a globe. Because you need a lot of gravity to actually hold in water. It's a pretty heavy molecule.
No, but that's not what's going on, right? Because you would have to claim that the sea level is curving. You would have to claim the level curves, and that's not true.
I just want to ask why Midwit decided to attack me in the side chat. Doesn't seem very nice.
Who?
Midwit attacked me in the side chat. I don't know why that's necessary.
But I don't.
Space
Yeah.
boobies, that's gonna happen, dude. It's a flat Earth channel, man. It's gonna happen.
I mean, look, you're gonna get attacks from Globers and Flat Earthers. I watch it happen in here all the time. Just ignore it and carry on. Water off the duck's back, okay?
Yeah. Just try to chill. Like people are gonna derail the conversation, and it just fucking happens.
At the end of the day, you're here to find truth, and the side chat really does not matter.
I don't know. I think most of us are here just to have a good debate. It's not even about truth.
Well, I mean, for me, it's about truth, but I also do enjoy the debate aspect of it. I mean, I took speech and debate in high school, and I was top of my class. I really enjoyed it. Good stuff, fun stuff. So, yeah, it's fun. It is fun. The debate aspect of it is fun. The truth aspect of it is something deeper, at least personally for me. So,
like I took some speech classes, right? And part of the speech assignment was to come up with a debate. And there's a couple of them, and I never cared what my actual thoughts were on the subject. I always picked the side of the subject that had more to talk about. You know what I mean? So actually believing it doesn't mean that you can debate it well. Sometimes you can debate something you completely don't believe in better than something you do.
well, luckily for me, I don't just have a belief that we use liquid to determine level. So,
yeah, it's so hard for me not to get into the science of these type of discussions. When you say stuff like that, I immediately want to tell you why, but I have to stop myself.
I mean, to some extent, we use liquid to determine level because most levels that we use in carpentry have a small piece of liquid with an air bubble.
Right. And at no point there's no curvature at all in that tool. There's nothing that accounts for any kind of curvature in that tool. Not even a water level.
I mean the air bubble curves.
Yeah, that's fine. The air bubble curves, but that's not showing you that the overall water is curving, right? Do you know what a liquid level is? Do you know what that is?
A liquid level? No, I don't.
Oil level, same thing, right? Oil level.
Yeah, so it's this big fucking no, not a spirit level. That's different. Here, let me post a little illustration in the chat, guys. Here, got thousands of fucking files. Might take a second. So there's this nifty little thing here. The water level device. That's what it is.
We're waiting for your picture in the chat.
And is it there? Do you see it?
We got it.
Go. All right, cool. Yeah. At what distance does this become false? A water level device showing both ends at the same level. It doesn't matter where you put it at all, ever. You're always going to get the same level. It doesn't even matter what the ocean floor is doing, because the surface of the water is going to be level. That's why they call it sea level, you know. Level is not a thing that curves, despite the fact that New Merriam-Webster made this crazy, contradictory, gaslighting definition in the face of flat Earth in 2014. So nowhere in history, except for in 2014, has level ever meant curved. It's a bit of an issue.
Okay, I agree with that picture. Like, if you have a U bend like that, then yeah, both sides are going to be at the same level.
Yeah, so if we do that for like 100 fucking miles and it doesn't change, then you don't have an Earth curvature rate. You don't have any kind of curvature to the Earth water. It's not happening. The only thing your needs is Earth curvature.
Okay, but what I meant was at the same level. If you want, regarding your accuracy, right? So if you want to get onto like the molecular level of stuff, then there will be a slight difference if we're using actually no, hold on. The apparatus itself, if you had to set up just like that, then yeah, you're right. There wouldn't be a difference. They'll be absolutely level from the plumb line down. And then if you stacked up, let's say you just stacked up 1 million of them next to each other across the world, right? Then it's going to differ a little bit because not every single one has its point of gravity that's pulling it down the same. Because we're looking at, you know what? This is why I don't like fucking. I did it again, Jenna. Like, I tried to explain something you talked about because I can't stop myself from doing it, and I shouldn't be doing that.
You're only gonna prove the flat Earth, Branch.
It's not even that. It's that, like, I don't like arguing flat Earth shit, but I can't stop myself.
It's not an argument, really. It ultimately comes down to, Branch, you've seen the evidence, proof. I know that you hold a globe side, right? And you're kind of proving flat Earth right now, Branch.
That's cool. I didn't even mean to start going down. Like, you're talking about, like, if that's, you was talking about, like, if that's level, then why not just stack up a whole bunch of them, like, end to end? Right? And my whole thing was the angle of gravity is different between them and shit like that. I can't be fucked to explain it.
But then that's
I think that if I were to hang a plumb bob right here where I'm at, and that say T-Dub were to hang a plumb bob in Australia, I do believe that our plumb bobs would be parallel with each other directly.
Yeah, but if you had 1 million of them, then the first one and the last one, the plumb bobs, won't be, right?
You didn't sound so sure about that.
No, I mean, okay, you're gonna say it's a flat Earth, and the reason I've started becoming unsure is, like, halfway through saying it, like, my mind is like, why am I even still talking about this?
Because you question it. That's good.
It's not that. It's like, I don't like getting into flat Earth debates. I like to talk in the room, but I don't like to actually argue this type of stuff.
I know, because, like, to argue from the globe side is a really hard position to argue from.
It's not that it's hard. It's that it's too easy.
It doesn't seem like that, because you just started to make some verifications in a way for the flat Earth. Branch.
I know. I don't like arguing that it's a globe because it's too easy to argue that it's a globe.
Let's go
I
outside.
mean, maybe. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, like for me, it's too. For me, it seems like it's way too easy to obliterate a globe, right? Like you can call me Jenna the Globe Obliterator. It's for me, it's easy. I spend a lot of time on this. I'm kind of a loner, and I got a lot of time on my hands.
I don't know,
With
Jenna. I actually think like most people that enter flat Earth are loners. That's why
I mean, somewhat, you know,
that's why we chill here all the fucking time. Because like, okay, you can be a loner that's married. There's a lot of married
and
people.
I am.
Oh, you are married.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do people still believe in the flat Earth?
Yes.
Nice.
Where did that question come from, bro? Is this your first time in the room?
No, it's my like 12th time. Each time I come in here, it's like less and less. I'm just like, at some point, it just it keeps getting smaller and smaller.
It's actually weird, dude, because it's like more and more people get into it. I think people just find it fun.
I think it is kind of fun because you see, like, it seems like a ridiculous idea, but most people like don't know enough math or physics to like actually like contest these points. So it's like it gets like sort of popular amongst like pseudo intellectuals.
Well, I kind of think like at some point, right? It's like you kind of like let's say we stop talking about flat Earth, right, and we just started talking about regular shit. Then at some point, yeah, you kind of get bored of talking. So by talking about the most ridiculous shit, we continue to be able to just fucking argue about something that's just stupid, and we just argue about stupid shit basically, and it's fun to argue about stupid shit.
Branch, the truth is not stupid.
I'm sorry, but like that's how I had to explain it to him.
What?
I don't think the truth is stupid. Do you? I don't know.
No, you're right, Branch. People just want to talk about whatever is silly.
I just happen to know that the overall sea level is level. That doesn't curve, right?
Interesting.
And here's the fun thing, right? There's these things called abyssal plains, like that's like the ocean floor, right? They're categorized as the flattest places, right? Flattest in the context of completely in a horizontal position, covering more than half the Earth's surface. So, like, if more than half flat, what do you have? You know.
What do you mean the abyssal plane is flat?
You don't know about abyssal plains? Do you know what abyssal plains are?
Yeah, but abyssal plains have like a lot of peaks and valleys. They're like pretty unflat.
Yeah, underwater plains, ocean floor, some of the flattest places on Earth. They cover more than half the Earth's surface.
Yeah, but do you mean like flat as in like perfectly level, or what do you like?
In a horizontal position.
Because they're not 180 degrees at all for like more than like a foot. Like these are deep peaks and valleys over and over again, like hills and bumps and holes.
They're all in a. I guess you're not understanding. The underwater plains of the ocean floor. Some of the flattest places on.
Like it is flat. It is, but it's
all
like
in a horizontal position.
Do you want me to show you like a graph of like how an abyssal plane like works within like the ocean floor?
No, it's perfect. That you could totally do that, but you're gonna show me something that's all in a horizontal position with everything, not curving.
Yeah, but you have like you have like a continental rise at the end of the abyssal plane. You have like a continental slope and
yeah, that's fine. But maybe you're not understanding the part about it's all in a horizontal position.
I'm a marine biologist, so I think I understand abyssal planes pretty well. But
I'm a marine biologist, huh? Show me your degree.
Yeah.
Post it in the chat.
I have a degree from Michigan University, but it's like 4 a.m. here.
Post in the
But I
chat.
can send it to you.
Oh God.
Post in the
Okay.
chat.
I don't have a photo of my degree. It's in my closet.
Post it in the chat.
What do you mean post it in the chat? It's 4 a.m. I'm in bed. I'm not going to go up and take a picture of my degree.
It's 4 a.m. I'm in bed. I'm a marine biologist. I'm not going to post it in the chat.
I didn't say I was like an astronaut, right? I just found it interesting when you
No,
said
you're a marine
abyssal planet.
biologist. So post your fucking credentials in the chat.
Yeah, see,
Man, I
Waz
don't
posted
give
a
a fuck.
photo of it. Waz posted a photo of it. When you see an abyssal
Like, if
plane,
I'm determined to fucking prove myself right, I'm gonna fucking do everything to prove myself right. Fucking, you're a marine biologist. Post that shit in the
I
chat.
am.
Well, I mean, I would trust someone that says they're a fucking.
I don't.
You can
I'm
ask
sorry. I can't just trust somebody's
any
word. He's
marine
gotta
biologist
post his creds, dude.
Do you have a degree in any marine shit, Jenna?
Huh?
I was asking Jenna if they have a degree in any marine shit.
So the abyssal planes are all not in a horizontal position.
What the fuck? Okay, when you say horizontal position, everything that exists in a 3D vector space is technically in a horizontal position. I don't understand what you mean by that.
Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, but okay.
Yeah, horizontal doesn't fucking curve. In case you missed out on that.
You can make horizontal lines curve with enough of them.
Yeah,
And it's
show
small enough.
me the curves on like triangles and shit.
Have you ever played Minecraft before?
Have you ever? Well, Jenna, have you ever heard of a Euclidean triangle?
Yep.
Okay, can you show me the curves on a Euclidean triangle?
Can you show me the curves on just like a regular basic fucking angle?
Why are you obfuscating? Just show them the curve on a Euclidean triangle.
Show me a triangle that fucking curves.
I could show you one on a ball.
Then it's not a triangle.
Just draw a triangle
There
on
it
the
still is.
Draw a triangle on
It's a shape.
Triangle is three straight
Interior
lines.
angles equal 180 degrees.
What you're doing right now is you're taking a fundamental understanding in the most elementary way to where a child is taught this in grade school of what a triangle actually is. It's three straight lines that it's composed of. There is no curves to those angles. Now, later on in life, we have a model, there's an agenda. They tell you all of a sudden, hey, little kids, adults, we have triangles that have curved angles all of a sudden. But
the angles are not curved.
That is not a
Yeah,
triangle.
the angles aren't curved.
Yeah, it's like an oxymoron, right?
No, it's
Exactly.
not. You're just wrong.
Yeah, you can say that calling a triangle what it is in reality, you can say all you want that I am wrong, but your opinions and feelings don't change facts. Because the fact is that a triangle
that has an interior angle that totals 180 degrees.
There you go. Does your Euclidean spherical triangle, does it have more than 180 degrees? Then it's not a triangle by definition.
No, it does not.
Well, I have an honest question.
It has exactly 180 degrees, just like every other triangle.
Then that means it's three straight lines, because in order for it, by the way, you're just like going against even your own paradigm, because in your own paradigm there are people that say they have spherical excess that is greater than 180 in their findings of these measurements, because they're getting a greater degree, more than 180, because they're trying to say that it's now bending over a spherical surface. So you don't even know your own argument. I'll just let her handle you, because you're just not ready, bro. Go ahead. No disrespect, by the way, because she's
I have a
even better
question.
than me. But go ahead.
No, we're chilling though, bro. Like it's
Well, I just have a question.
super
Like,
argumentative again.
I mean, this might be a simpler question, but
I mean, okay, what is it?
Well, my question is like, if the flat Earth model is like real, right? Shouldn't like anyone on Earth at like any point in time be able to observe like all the constellations that are visible from Earth? But it's not, right? People in the southern hemisphere that they see constellations that can't be seen in the northern hemisphere and vice versa, right? Like if it was flat, like couldn't we all see it all at the same time?
Yeah, man. I mean, that's one of the right. Like basically, you should be able to see the Southern Crux in New
Yeah.
York. Yeah, we know
I'm sure you
that.
guys have an answer though. I'm sure you guys heard like a million times. I'm like, what's the rebuttal?
I'm just wondering why you feel like you have to resort to go up.
I feel like a
explain
good
the
rebuttal
down.
would be like the way the light like hits the Earth, like makes like the stars more less visible on certain
Well,
parts of Earth. I feel like that'd actually be kind of a
I
good
haven't really heard a good explanation.
Well, what you're trying to do is you're trying to explain something in the sky when we're trying to talk about something that we're standing on. And it's interesting to me,
Bruh, come on, don't do
and
that.
it's interesting to me that you're not understanding how just because you look up and see something to be a certain way, that doesn't explain the floor that you're on. And we use this so many times. When you look up at the ceiling, does that represent your floor?
Okay, but
I think it's kind of a way of ignoring my question.
I guess
Well, you can say that, but I feel like you just literally while you here's the irony of it. You said that instead of answering me, so then you literally did what you accused me of.
Well, you never
How
answered
about
my
that?
question. You just obfuscated.
right. But I think part of the reason, I guess,
He didn't answer my question. He obfuscated.
misunderstanding in the middle is that how far away do you think the stars are? Because you're talking about like a ceiling, and the reason why he asks about the Southern Crux, or I was using the Southern Crux as the ultimate, right? But like I think the difference here is how far away do you think the stars are?
Like people in
That's
Australia can't
something
see the Big Dipper. Like why not?
That's something.
Right. And then people in the northern hemisphere can't see the Southern Crux.
Yeah,
Exactly. Like why is that? Oh, because
So
the
let me
floor.
explain. Let me explain to you, since you just can't, like, I don't know why you can't grasp about this, but here's the deal. Do you know what a Home Depot is?
Yeah, I've been to Home Depot.
Okay, so imagine, you know how they have like 30 aisles, right?
Yep.
Okay, so imagine if you put a light bulb on aisle 1 and you drew a 3 on it, okay? Do you think you can see that 3 from when you go all the way to the other side of like aisle 30? Can you see that 3 written on that light bulb?
See, this is what I thought would be actually a good explanation, right? Talking about the light, like talking about how the light would make it more or less visible from certain parts. But if you drew a 3 on a light, would it be visible?
Right.
That is interesting to
5
think
or
about.
6. The point being is that when you get far enough away from what you have in your view, okay, when you get far enough away, it will no longer be something you
But
can
I
see.
feel like the math isn't analogous, though. I feel like the math
Even
wouldn't be
though you know
analogous.
it's there, because guess what? You can get on your cell phone and you call your buddy that's standing right under it, and you say, "Hey, do you still see the 3?" And he's like, "Yep, I'm looking right at it." And you're like, "I don't see it from where I am."
Well,
And
can I
yeah,
give you
exactly.
Well,
Welcome to optics.
Well, my counterpoint would be, okay, what if you're in the Home Depot, you're in aisle 1, and the math actually checks out to where instead of a 3 on the light bulb, it would be more like putting a giant number 3 balloon up. And now it's like, well, you should be able to see if mile 30 is this is big giant 3 balloon in the fucking ceiling of Home Depot, right? So you're just making it like conveniently small.
Okay. So hold on though. So now we're dealing with something. I hear what you're saying. So now we're kind of changing it, and that's okay because I can roll with that. So here's the point: when you put, let's say, a 2-story light pole on a street, and you drive 3 miles away from it on the road, At what distance do you think that light bulb, right? That's 2 stories high. At what distance do you think you have to go until you can no longer see it? And by the way, we can create a 5-mile road that is perfectly horizontal, no change in elevation, and it's straight and flat. Meaning we're not going to have to be building it on a curve. We're actually keeping it at a 0 degree. Okay? So that's going to go all the way across. So just optically, right? Like just optics, right? We're trying to think logically here, using just the way our eyes see things and perceive things. When you go away from something that's 2 stories high, how far away do you get from it to where you can no longer see it?
I'm not too sure. That's what I'm saying. We'd have to do the math, like figure out like how far the star is.
Hold on. There's no. You don't have to do all that. It's doing too much.
Ethereum,
Basically, all you.
That's kind of why I said.
Hold on. You hear me, Branch?
Branch, let him finish.
The crux of this conversation.
Branch.
Okay. Right. Okay.
The crux of the conversation. Get it?
The crux of the
all right. So
is that how far away do we think these stars actually are? Because
yeah.
All right, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, so basically, everybody's doing too much. It's just an angle of view to everything that you see. That's all it is. So
That's
just like
the
just like the streetlight example that APOC was saying, you basically see everything at an angle of view, that everything above your head. So the streetlight, as you see it in front of you, would be at a lower angle than the street light that's right above your head, because think of it like a protractor. You have a flat baseline, and the protractor has the angle of degrees that you'd be able to look on the protractor. That's how your vision works. Everything converges.
From your optical view, it's at a lower angle. Yeah.
Yeah, everything converges to the eye line. So it's a convergence that's happening. So everything when you see the sun rising from the east and setting in the west, all it is just viewing at an angle of degrees from where you see it on the eastern horizon to the western horizon. So everything in the sky appears to you like it's an angle of degrees. That's all.
But wait, if you're seeing on a flat Earth, the flat Earth would have to be spinning for the sun to set in the west, but the land isn't rotating. So how would that even be possible?
Yeah, because the sun's in motion. So as the sun
outside of the Earth, it'd be like the sun going around, or like.
Well, you don't have to. It doesn't have to have like a specific path in your to say it's going in a circle and an oval or anything. The only thing you recognize and anyone can recognize is that it goes from horizon to horizon. So that's all you can tell, right, from your vantage point.
Yeah, I get that. I just wonder how we're moving, and I wonder how, like, with the flat Earth, how we would be moving in coordinates with the sun. Like, I see a lot of the top models where like the sun's on top of the flat Earth, and then, or like at an angle.
But you don't have to think about it as if we're moving. So I think that's putting too much effort into it. You just make your simple observations, and when you look outside, you see the sun moving across the sky. So for you, all you'd have to do is just base your observations on like how the world is. So you don't see the Earth moving, you just see the sun moving. And you can say that you can see everything at an angle of view because that's naturally how you see everything. And it converges, everything's converging to your eye line. So at the horizon, everything's meeting that convergence point. So 0 degrees would be the baseline, which would be the ground that you stand on, or if you're on the water, it would be at where the water line is. So that's where everything converges.
I get it converges. I just was thinking about if you're staying on a plot of land and the sun is setting on the other side.
Well, I don't know what you mean by other side.
I was imagining like obviously like from the east to the west. Like I was just imagining how like the flat Earth would spin. Like I was imagining like a little blue person staying on the flat Earth, and that it rotates all the way around, and then
no. The flat Earth is not moving. It's a flat stationary plane. So that's how you got to think about it. Everything else in the sky is moving. We're not moving.
Well, but what about the other planets though? Are they moving too? Are they rotating, or are they?
Yeah, everything. So the sun, moon, and stars. Basically, I would say this: look up the celestial sphere, and that's going to answer a lot of questions that you have, because it's been thought of as the way the ancients looked up at the night sky and be able to document in astronomy and celestial navigation how things operate in the sky. So to them, they didn't need to think of the Earth in any particular manner. All they had to do was look at the sky and say how things appear to them, because they understood how everything's converging and arcing over their heads. So that's how they portrayed the sky, like a dome, essentially. It's a dome of perspective.
Interesting.
So so if you don't mind, you can just please look that up, and it goes through like the history, and I think there's a Wikipedia you can check out the celestial sphere, and it does a lot to explain what we would see for astronomy and celestial navigation. But go ahead and do that, and I guess if you have any more questions, I have to dip out of here, but I'll be listening, and I'll unmute Branch, and you guys can continue.
There you go, Branch.
Dude, Alpha, man, it's not cool to mute someone just so you can talk.
Yeah, but you were going to jibber jabber, and I'm on break, so I didn't have too much time.
Alpha, have you ever joined like a Glober chat, or like have you ever joined any of the other chats in here?
Yeah, sorry, I'm going to be going back to work, so I can't answer any more questions.
Oh man, you could have spent the time saying to answer the question.
We don't want to stop him from working.
He's got to carve out the flat Earth. Where's Scott? Is Scott Mackey here? Oh, Scott's in here a lot debating. Scott, where are you at?
Scott doesn't like to talk if I'm talking in the room.
I like Scott though. Scott's funny.
Scott's a fucking... I don't know. Scott's cool, but
he's a glober. He's what you guys call globers.
He's so global. Like, I'm a glober too, right? But like,
yeah, I'm a glober.
I'm a different type of glober, right? Like, I'm here for the, like, I understand the debate.
Yeah, I understand it too. Yeah.
I don't think Scott fully understands that, like, sometimes it's retarded to go into, like, full-blown science talk that no one's gonna understand.
No, I think that's good, though. I believe they should get into the science of it.
Yeah, but no one understands it.
Well, maybe they could incrementally learn as they go.
I know, but the thing is, like, the problem I see with a lot of globers is that, like, they try to explain the science behind it without explaining the fundamentals behind
the science. Maybe, yeah.
What's the point in discussing the science if they don't want to know what the science is?
Who said that?
It's
Mr.
true.
Midwest.
Oh, Mr. Midwest, nice.
Yes,
Dude,
I'm
a glober that Scott Frequency takes umbrage with.
That's why I don't like to get into the fucking debate.
You're a who? You're a globe. I'm a glober that you take umbrage with.
I was reading what Fox was saying in the side chat.
Nah, like, I like to just chill. Like, people here are chill as fuck. Flat earthers are chill as fuck, dude.
Yeah, well, some of them are. I like Alpha. Some of them are less chill. But
Alpha's chill, but like a lot of them are like they get like really riled up.
They get riled up, but like they're not like internally mad. They talk like.
Oh, so you riled up, bitch! No, I'm just kidding.
I don't know.
It feels like at the first point of contention, they like Alpha's pretty calm, but like a lot of them feels like if you combat what they're saying, they immediately get sassy. It's kind of funny, but.
Dude, but you should see some of the globers get mad, right? It's like,
well, I think it's almost completely justifiable if you're a glober and you get mad at a flat earther. But the curious thing is like because the other guy, the Mr. Marine Biologist.
Yeah, what's up?
No, it makes it like I don't think it's justifiable at all. Like,
post your credentials.
That's the one thing I like about
Mr. Marine Biologist. Post your credentials.
You could ask me any marine biologist question you want. I'll answer it within a second without even.
That is not what I seek, Mr. Marine Biologist. Post your credentials. You know what I seek? Post the credentials.
I specialize in marine biotechnology. If you're also curious.
Oh wow, that's.
I work on
Prove it!
conservation. I'm trying to I'm trying to create synthetic ways to help marine biolife and diversity.
How? Okay, so
Post your credentials. Post your credentials. Post your credentials.
Jenna, I kind of want to know how he's helping marine biology.
I do too, but I really, really, really want to see his credentials.
See, like, this is where you're getting riled up and like spurring out. Like, it's 4 a.m. I'm not gonna like get up and show you my degree. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Like, having a degree doesn't make you an expert in your job. Or
But the thing is about the degree thing is you should argue the argument, not
I was in the middle of saying something, bro.
My bad.
I was just saying, like, fucking. Sounds like this guy's got a fucking amazing job where he's taking care of fucking marine biology.
Sounds like you get to smoke a lot of weed and hang out with your cat.
This is one of the dangers of having an academic system where, like, the ivory tower thing plays in, right? People who end up getting advanced degrees in anything end up feeling this kind of, I guess, to be blunt, this kind of superiority complex that allows them to kind of just bludgeon their way through a lot of arguments without any kind of self-check. I find that it's kind
Well,
of
yeah, you can check me all you want. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you want to test my knowledge of marine biology, go ahead. You can test my knowledge all you want.
Sure. Yeah, no, I'm just saying that it's kind of difficult to communicate.
Let's test this shit in marine biology. Nobody knows marine biology, bro.
That's
Like, I know people who've never got a degree. I know people who've never gotten a degree in marine biology that are far smarter than me. But I just do coral reef restoration. So I just, like, right now I'm working as an intern in a marine conservation group, and we're focused on restoring the coral reef. We basically plant like coral fragments to like help regenerate damaged reefs, as well as like set up like structures like help from like undertow, ripping some of the top plants out and cleaning up the trash around it as well.
It obviously sounds like you're pretty committed to the work, and like I can definitely kind of applaud that for its own sake. But the question in my mind is like, what would you point to as like the primary kind of primary benefit of your expertise in this area that allows you to kind of have some kind of insight or perspective on the like flat Earth globe debate? Like, what would you draw as like?
Sure. Yeah, well, I actually don't think it has necessarily anything to do with flat Earth. She was bringing up this. She was bringing up the abyss, the abyssal plains, and I feel like first of all, I hate obfuscating to a degree, like saying, "Oh yeah, I have a degree in this, so I know what I'm talking about," because that's actually not like a valid reason, right? But like when she was like talking, like, I don't know what an abyssal plain is. Like, well, like I was trying to reassure her, like, oh, don't worry, like I know what an abyssal plain is. Like I studied marine biology, so we were just talking about the sea floor.
Don't some marine animals actually use the if you want the electromagnetic the electromagnetic
all kinds of animals.
Word here.
But this is why
wait. Are you referring to the like electroreception?
Yes. Well, like
yeah, a lot of animals use electroreceptions to like hunt and stuff like that and communicate with other animals.
And they can basically, swim around their whole lives and then come back to their own spawning point. Or
yeah, like it's actually really cool. Like sharks and rays and some fish can like have like a really cool ability to like detect electric fields in their environment.
But we also see this with like non-aquatic animals as well, right? That's kind of why I was trying to think that's something that was like particular. Just because if we have the benefit of your expertise here, right? I'm trying to think like, what can we glean from your expertise that's going to be unique in this conversation?
Oh, he's just talking to me about fish and shit. I'm fine with that. I'm not trying to like prove there's a globe. I mean, like there are probably marine biologists.
There's a globe because like the globe means that like we actually have this electromagnetic sphere around us, right?
The sharks are aware that it's like electromagnetic field, but I think like they can detect like indirectly like weak electric fields by the muscle contractions of their prey.
They can basically pinpoint places that they've been back in their old lives, so they just instinctually know to go there to spawn, stuff like that.
That's pretty cool.
That can only really happen on the globe because, like, why would there be this whole electromagnetic sphere around us on a flat Earth.
Well, hang on. The difficulty there, and like again, kind of coming for this is what I kind of put in the side chat earlier. I think one of the difficulties with something like that is that if you're starting from kind of observation and first principles, right? If we're just kind of taking things on the evidence of, all right, what can we really observe on like an individual level, right? We see animals kind of have this homing mechanism. We see this kind of this residual behavioral evidence of this kind of electromagnetic, whatever we want to call it, right? I'm going to try and be careful with my language here. The question is, does that absolutely, like from first principles, can we then, is that the only model that we can come up with that would satisfactorily explain what we observe, require there to be some kind of like spherical, I guess.
Yeah, I was going to ask you a question. So like, would you be under the presumption that like Earth's magnetic poles would be like flat, like on a flat plane?
Oh, so this is enough outside of kind of my area of like comfortable expertise, which is why I would kind of ask those questions, right? Because from my perspective, I think that a lot of people going in, I think for most people who believe in a globe model, I think the vast majority of people, I'm telling you if you disagree here, the vast majority of people, it's a kind of dormant or like non-active belief, right? Most people don't think about it. They just kind of assume that, but they don't have a full kind of complex, nuanced understanding of what the globe model actually represents or entails, right? So for most people, if you kind of ask them a question like that, I don't think that they would have an intuitive answer or an intuitive response, which is why I think it takes a little bit of extra steps to get there, which is why it wouldn't be my like first
Of course,
point.
I don't think as a layman. That's why I was asking these questions. Yeah.
It's not that like this dude understands marine biology, he doesn't understand magnetism, right?
I mean, I'm aware of like electromagnetic reception, but I'm not aware of like if you ask me like when are Earth's magnetic poles supposed to flip, like I wouldn't be able to answer that for you. Like I'm not, I don't. But I know, like I just know about fish. I know about the electromagnetic stuff in fish.
Like how can the electromagnetic lines work on a flat Earth?
That's why I was thinking. Yeah.
It's a valid question. And I think one thing that is intuitively, like this is where it gets a little complex, right? Because I think for people who are going in with a kind of non-active globe model belief, looking at something like as simple as like a compass, right? You're going to look, if you're coming from a globe perspective, you're going to look at a compass and you're going to say, okay, it points north, but it also points south, right? It's following like a single north-south line. If you're coming without a globe belief, right? Anything other than that, I think it would be easy to observe a compass and say, okay, it points north. How do I know that that represents a continual kind of like north-south? Do you see where I'm kind of like where I'm going with this, right? Like I think that again, from first principles and observation, I think the electromagnetic anything is going to be a difficult argument to make unless you're talking to somebody who has a relevant experience and background.
Yeah,
that's why it's hard to explain.
Yeah, so the question is, how can we improve communication to enable people to, with their own experience, interact with these things in a meaningful way that allows them to develop some kind of more nuanced understanding? I think this is how I kind of like to approach these things, right? Is like, what can the average individual layperson do, experience, observe that will help them internally develop a more functional, valid, nuanced model of reality in line with their own beliefs and perception, not relying on external, kind of just taking things for granted, right? I think that's what we all kind of idealize.
It's kind of like,
I feel like flat Earth, like the field, like the magnetic field would have to like distort because they wouldn't be able to like follow Earth's natural curve. You know what I mean? It'd have to like bend in a weird way to go around a flat Earth.
But then that's still based on an assumption, right? You're assuming that the animals make use of that, and there's no way to make.
That's assuming like Earth has a magnetic, like that's assuming Earth, which it does, has like a magnetic field, right? But magnetic have to have a closed loop. How would you close a loop around a flat Earth?
I think with observation, we forget that observation is continual. We're looking for patterns overall. It would require somebody taking many, many observations of kind of being able to.
You're smart. I think you're gonna become a glober one day.
I don't know. I'm just saying that we know for sure that some of these marine animals have parts of their brain that can detect magnetic.
You guys should bring in like a fucking astrophysicist or something. Like, you guys ever thought about that? That'd be really interesting to hear.
That's the benefit of this space, is allowing people of all kinds of backgrounds and levels of expertise to engage with
Of
even
course,
kind of
yeah.
person, right? And that's why I was kind of
I didn't
trying
say like a degree holder. I just meant
thinking like
even
what
like a
can you do
hobbyist.
with somebody with a background in marine biology? Like, what would you say in terms of like I'm thinking something along the lines like continental drift or like kind of creation of new landmass from the ocean floor?
I don't want to use my degree to justify that there's a globe Earth, but
No, not using the degree. I'm just saying like you might have kind of like a better insight or perspective
Why
on some
would you
things.
bring an astrophysicist, a pseudoscientist? How would that help anything?
how did you call it a pseudoscientist?
Well, because being able to challenge their assumptions
You're-
and
you're-
their
You can't do any science. You can't do any science in space. First of all, because it doesn't exist. But you know, you can't go up there and do science.
Dude, you're like
You know that, right?
You're like a
But a lot of
Discordian, like making
astrophysics
fun
is
of Jewish
theoretical, right?
people. Like, I
That would be
mean,
the
I think they're
challenge.
more of a scientist than you. I think they know probably like far more. Like any like hobbyist physicist.
Dude, an astrophysicist knows a bunch of useless crap that won't help anybody.
Well, no,
Bunch
because
of
it can
useless
help
shit.
even if you're on the opposite side of the argument. Understanding what their model or their perspective is, I think, could help you better develop the kind of points of criticism or points of kind of friction that are in their model, right? Understanding what biases experts, quote unquote, are coming in with, I think can be beneficial even if you're ultimately disagreeing with their take.
You think Neil Steele the Bike Tyson is like helpful? You think he's a helpful dude?
No, I think the question is it useful to engage with somebody even if you disagree fundamentally with their belief or approach? And in my mind, I think there's no belief, however kind of comical or abhorrent or crazy it seems to me. My question is always, it's if they genuinely believe it, right? It's true and valid and real for them. And my question is, what is the set of assumptions, explanations, understandings, experiences that underpin that and make it for them so that I can simply contradict or
if an astrophysicist actually thinks he's doing science, then you know he's like probably pretty freaking far gone. You know, that he actually thinks he's doing science.
Most astrophysicists recognize
I
that a lot of what they
think
do is
anyone can do science.
It's a pseudoscience. You know that, right?
Yeah, but the point is that if it is a pseudoscience, hearing them explain it in their own words will help you better be able to debunk their what you find to be like fallacious in their argument.
No, they would. No, they wouldn't, because they're idiots. Dude, it's their whole job. Their whole job is just making up shit.
Yeah, but then it should be easy for you to demonstrate.
Basically, making up shit. Just making up, guessing, massive freaking just assumptions and guessing. You've heard freaking Michio Bukogi or whatever his name is, right?
Yeah, quantum.
You've heard him. Yeah, you've heard him go on
you're thinking of
about how
Michio
he's just,
Kaku.
you know, just huge freaking assumptions.
The benefit of having this conversation, in my mind, is demonstrating to a lay audience the points where their argument breaks down. Because people like that, people like Michio Kaku, people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, they have the benefit of quote unquote expertise and expert label. They get on media and people see what they say and just take it for granted. Having the conversation, being able to demonstrate the points of failure in their argument is absolutely functional and valid for.
I don't know. Maybe you've got something. Maybe there's something to that. Yeah, you could. I guess knowing their nonsense, you could pick it apart pretty good. So I'm not. Yeah, I'm not lost on that idea. So yeah, I agree. That makes sense.
I don't know, what kind of explanation do you want, folks? Like do you want, like, the problem is, like, do you need an explanation that goes down to the core science behind why this works, and then
don't start making up crap about 93 million mile suns when you don't have a freaking tape measure to measure to it. Don't make up shit. Just be like, it's a really big, it's just a guess. Don't act like you know it. Dude, they put it in books like they know it. Like they know it. They don't know
This is a fundamental issue. It's a fundamental issue. People, we do not do a good job of educating people in terms of science. Science does not proclaim to deliver capital T truth. Science proclaims to reject in incorrect hypotheses. All of science is saying this is the best model that we have so far. We cannot say anything with absolute certainty. We are not saying that this is what it is. This is the best model that we have so far, and we'll constantly refine and
Do they do
update.
that?
Okay, wait,
Do
hold
they
up,
do
hold up,
that? Do
time out,
they
time
need
the
to
fuck
they need
out.
to be they need to be
Time
they
out.
need to be more honest. No, if you
Are you
ask them, they like
claiming that?
yeah. Then the sun's 93 million miles. We know it for a fact.
But are you? But is
Well,
she
yeah,
claiming
because
that
fly
the
something
globe
towards the
is a
sun and measure the
scientific model?
mileage, right?
Because we sent a probe. We sent a probe there, and you guys believe that shit too.
Well, eventually you're
believe
gonna be able to
like
send your own probe, so then you can measure it yourself, right? That's the whole
you can
point.
send your own probe to.
Like, yeah, think about this. 200 years ago, you could never send your own like weather balloon to space, right? And like measure the
I
distance, right?
know, isn't that wild?
Oh, so I guess
That they showed us
in
they showed us exactly what we lived on before they even went anywhere.
Listen, I made a
Columbia Pictures. Columbia Pictures was showing you exactly
I'm
what you
just
lived
saying, like
on
eventually
in
you're not gonna have this excuse
1920.
anymore. Like eventually you're not gonna.
In
Eventually you're gonna be able to send
1920.
stuff. Dude, stop spurring out.
Eventually, you're gonna go, dude. You know
Okay,
how
look,
many
a thousand years ago, we couldn't even like fly like 10
you know
feet
how many
above us.
you know how many great grandmas have been telling their great grandchildren like just 5 more years, we're going back to the moon.
Do you not?
You know, dude, it's not gonna happen. It might happen. It may happen in like on a set like Mars does.
On a set? Are you in Sabra?
Yeah, you do know where Devon Island, Canada is. That's Mars.
Oh my god.
That's your Mars. That's your Martian surface, dude.
Nobody dude.
Devon Island, Canada.
Yeah. Dude, the photo of Mars that you're talking about, that has never been like an official photo that's ever been out. You guys just took a photo of Canada and then fucking made it look like Mars and then said, "Oh yeah, look, this is from Canada." That's like if I took a picture of your house.
You've seen the pictures of the rat. You've seen the picture of the rat, right? The rat where like this is Mars.
Of your house. And then
they zoom in and like
photo,
it's a rodent.
Yeah,
it's a rodent.
Are there rodents? This is Mars.
Are there rodents on Mars?
Oh no, that's my house. See, debunked. That's my house.
Are there rodents? Are there rodents on Mars?
How about this? Can you show me a photo of NASA releasing the photo from Devon Island? I would love to see it straight from NASA. Show me it. I'll give you $1,000 straight from NASA.
It's the same. All right. Do you have any reason that NASA would have the world's biggest green screen?
Show me.
Show you why NASA has the world's biggest green screen?
No, I said show me the Devon Island photo. Like show me NASA's like official photo from their website, and then show me Devon Island next to it. I love it. It's really simple. It should be simple for you, right? I'm not asking you to perform like a scientific experiment.
I'm just. Oh my god!
I'm just saying everything you say.
People are really going to Mars.
Everything you say is really.
You think people are really going to Mars, huh?
Do you think people fly in planes? Do you think people fly in planes? Yes or no?
Sure, dude. I fly all the time. I fly.
Really? Because 1,000 years ago, they would have said that. Like 1,000 years ago.
6 times a year, I fly.
Dude, 200. Not even 1,000. 180 years ago, people would have been like, "Oh yeah, that'll never, ever, ever happen within 1,000 years, right?"
I think they were flying in. They were flying in airships in 1910, dude. The Navy had airships.
1910 is outside the scope of 180 years ago, though.
Well, we had airships. We already had airships back then.
But
there was airships everywhere.
But that's only 110 years ago, though. I'm talking about 180 years ago.
Okay.
So 180 years ago, if 100 years ago, if I were to look at you and tell you, hey, we're gonna be in these big giant metal machines flying from continent to continent like birds, you'd be like, no, you're insane. Maybe in 10,000 years. That's what you'd have said to me, right? So now that we're in planes, drones, and rocket ships and all sorts of stuff, I'm telling you, you might have a device one day that'll be able to go into space and you'll be able to measure the distance yourself. You're like, oh no, that's crazy. That'll never happen.
Don't you understand that space can't exist? It can't, dude. It just can't. Not the way you guys.
What do you think?
NASA tells you.
You can fly your own weather balloon. Well, flat earthers have done this all the time. You can fly your own weather balloon up there. What is past that atmosphere? What is that? What is that black space?
Okay, so you can fly your own weather balloon up there.
There's no stars up there. You do know that, right?
What is that black dance of black space up there? What is that?
But that's the point.
You're not flying a weather balloon to space.
I haven't been up there. I don't know. and I'm not going to act like I do know, and that's what you guys act like you do know when you don't know.
Well, for instance, like I have like a Starlink satellite, right? So like when I here's the thing, when that satellite goes above me, right? Like I can take a microscope. I can't see it though. Like I have a really, really powerful telescope, and I can't see it. Well, where is it? Is it invisible? Is it a green screen? Like why can't I see it?
Do you know where it doesn't work? In the desert where I'm at in Arizona.
It works for me out in the middle of the ocean.
I almost got one. And my two neighbors had already wasted money, and it doesn't work.
I really want to know how the flat earthers would justify how there's not a satellite.
And it doesn't work in West Virginia. It doesn't work in West Virginia.
Miles out in the middle of the ocean.
It doesn't work in many areas. It's already been proven that it doesn't work in a lot of areas. Now, what say you about that? If there's a satellite
here's what I'll tell you.
Mr. Marine Biologist.
Are you going to let me respond to you? Are you going to respond to you?
Because you keep it, Mr. Marine Biologist, you keep interrupting Bear like a rude ass.
Sending a beaming down a signal just to you.
He keeps repeating the same thing. It's my turn to respond when he keeps asking me a question.
Go ahead.
Okay, all right. Since it's Mr. Marine Biologist's turn, Bear. Since it's Mr. Marine Biologist's turn, which he still hasn't actually proven his credentials. He's pointing at things in the fucking sky. Here's the thing, though: is he's pointing at fucking things in the sky as if it makes the sea level curve.
I'm not saying the sea level is curving. It's not even what the debate is about. You gotta
Okay, then what the fuck are we talking about? Shit and fucking
stop getting riled up. You're an adult. Stop getting riled up. Listen. So I'm asking you, right? I'm 100 miles.
Who the hell are you even talking to? Who are you even talking to?
You, Bear. So you say it doesn't work.
You just said you're getting riled up. You're getting riled up. I freaking didn't say anything for
Bear. Are you
like 15
scared
seconds.
of my response? What's going on here?
Holy shit, dude! I just didn't say anything for like 15 seconds. You didn't do anything.
Bear, I'm waiting to talk. She was talking, so I was waiting for her to be finished.
Oh well, maybe I just can't hear, dude. I'm just hearing it. Just
you got to turn her up.
Silence. Okay, what's her name?
So if I was 100 miles off the coast of Maui.
You can call me Mother Flurfer.
Why was I able to connect to the internet 100 miles out in the ocean? Was there a flat Earth, invisible space Wi-Fi modem I didn't see out there? Did the government install like modems on the buoys?
Doesn't make the sea level fucking curve.
I never said the sea level is curving, but I don't know what you're responding to. Next point.
Wait, so Darth, if I could try and kind of steel man the point there, right? Would the argument be that because you're able to observe the effects of, I guess, internet from some kind of unobservable distant entity in the middle of the ocean, that this how would you kind of thesis statement your claim?
You want to know how I think things like satellite phones and stuff work? I think that regular phones.
How do you think my Wi-Fi works out in the middle of the ocean?
I think that most phones could do it, but they have limiters on them. That's my guess. That's just my personal opinion. Regular phones have limiters, and the sat phones don't. I think that
what an Apple wanted.
Dude, you remember when Marconi freaking he
don't understand
broadcast.
No,
he broadcasted a long way, right? And it was obviously across the flat Earth, and it was a line of like a line of sight almost.
Right.
It was a long way. It was a long way.
The thing is, you can objectively prove
in terms of relative distance.
Dude?
Like if you're.
Can I say something?
You're starting out. You need to take a
I just wanted to clarify. Well, fuck it. I guess not. I just wanted to clarify what Paraplegic was saying, which is it's the Marconi transmission, the transatlantic transmission. Are you guys familiar with that?
Yeah. I am, yes.
Yes, that was why my question to Darth then was is the functional aspect of the claim there the distance, right? Is it the 100 miles, right? That's kind of what I'm trying to isolate. Is
no. Let me explain. So for instance, we actually did this with our iPhones too, but you guys would probably just try to falsify that easily. So here's what I'll say. When I was out with my friends on the boat, miles up the coast, right? We were detecting our satellites on our Starlink. And what we were able to detect is that even though our boats were 80 feet apart, 100 feet apart in the ocean, we were like picking up something while we had zero connection, but we were picking up something where our compasses were both leading us to the exact same angle in the sky. So there has to be something. There has to be something above. There has to be something that was out of our view, that was in the sky, that our trajectory is both pointing
I'm
towards.
not saying there isn't sky tech. Nobody's
saying what was
denying
in the
there's
sky.
sky tech. I'm not
Well,
denying
because
there's
you
sky
see it,
tech.
though.
I don't know what's up there. I don't know what's up there. I do know it's not in a second law of thermodynamics violation. I do know that.
Do you think it's like above the clouds so we can't see it, or do you think it's like in?
Do you
above the
really think
atmosphere?
something's in space sending you a signal from how many miles
Well,
up?
it's not
for
in
real,
the sky. I mean, it's
No,
not in the sky.
hang on. Because this is the function.
dude.
I asked about the distance, right? Because I think functionally, if the claim is about, it's a certain distance away, right? Then you can say, all right, it's outside of a certain, like, I guess, height of observation, however you want to quantify that. But in terms of, like, I think it would be reasonable to say that, like, there could be some, I
mean,
guess,
even Alpha
unobservable
Veritas
to the
believes in
human eye.
satellites.
No, but that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Is like, is
He
the only
doesn't believe they're in the vacuum of space. He doesn't believe they're in the vacuum of space.
Earth. He believes they're above
Can there
Earth.
be satellites or
I
something
don't. I don't deny. I don't deny there are things up there. Nobody
my
believes they're in
question is,
space.
what is the point of this, Darth? Are you stating that satellites, therefore globe?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay,
You
so
keep
then
trying
what's
to jump.
what's the point of the conversation then?
You won't even answer the question. You all still fail to answer this question, right?
I believe it was answered.
No, if it's within our globe, if it's below the atmosphere, why aren't there billions of photos of all these thousands of satellites in our view with our telescope?
I'm just saying, Starlink doesn't work everywhere, and if it did work everywhere, then your little Starlink thing would be more plausible. But it doesn't work everywhere. Why?
You're right. It doesn't work everywhere because it's a fucking satellite.
Square, right? The question is
You
it
just
possible for
debunked
there to
yourself.
be
It doesn't work
technology
everywhere
that
'cause it's a
delivers
satellite.
observable?
Dude, how
You know
many
why?
of them there's
'Cause the
supposed to be?
Earth-
There's
the Earth
supposed to be
isn't
like
flat. The Earth isn't
40,000
flat.
of them. Oh, Lord.
This guy is
whatever,
spurging.
dude.
He needs to be on mute for a moment.
He's going, I'm spurging. I was literally like quiet for like 15 seconds. He's like, you're spurging out. I'm like, what? I didn't say anything. I'm just freaking quiet.
I was talking about Darth on you.
Oh.
Fair. I think you
What is spurging up there?
Holy fuck, man. Can't even get a fucking word in edgewise around this
Yeah, I'm
motherfucking
not
place.
great at arguing this stuff. I can admit I'm not good at arguing this
No,
stuff.
I'm great at it.
I'm no
right?
Miggy.
Like, fucking
I'm no
I'm
freaking
trying. Let
I'm no
somebody take
freaking AI. So
let
I
somebody
just
take the
know
reins who
I
is
know
good
what's
at
just
it.
nonsense. I know what's real and what's not real.
Well,
You know.
what he's proposing is not reliable anyway, because I spent a lot of time out on the reefs and out on the water for most of my life, yeah. And there was times when we had clear blue skies and no GPS available, no signal available. There was days when it was cloudy when we had GPS, yeah.
Yeah,
It's
think how close the airplane pilots are supposedly to it. And the pilots that fly from California to Hawaii, they fly blind, basically blind, after they're like 350 miles off the coast, I think. And they kind of lock in like on a heading, and then until they pick up the towers from freaking like Honolulu. That's the way I was explained to it from somebody one time. I don't know if that's true because I haven't flown from Honolulu to freaking California or back. But I asked him, I'm just like, well, why aren't you using one of the 40,000 satellites? He's like, well, it's not the way it works. I'm like, why not? You're in a freaking plane. Like, why aren't you using that if it's I don't know. That's just an off topic. Well, not off topic, but a thought about that same kind of thing. Like.
well, we know too that they've from a very long time ago they've used the Loran system, which is a terrestrial system between receivers. We know that they also have receivers on buoys and things out in the ocean, shipping channels for navigation. So, I mean, there's other explanations other than this has to be a satellite above our head, yeah? From my experience, like I said, with GPS, with satellite phones, etc., there's times that I've had no reception on my satellite phones and I've got reception on my regular mobile phone. Yeah, there's other explanations, and that's
you
why
think about flights being lost, certain flights being lost. You're like, why don't you just look it up on a satellite, man? There's 40,000 of them. Just find it. How could you lose a plane? Like, well, it's not good for that. They're not
But
good for
before he got
finding
muted,
that.
Before he got muted, he admitted the question anyway. And my question was, well, what is the point of this conversation? You're saying satellites, and I can get some type of internet signal 100 miles off the coast on the ocean, therefore globe. And he said no. However, before he was muted, he started saying this can only work on a globe. So he was in fact saying that, and all he was doing was trying to affirm the consequent.
And you're letting them fucking obfuscate the shit up in the fucking sky instead of pinning their fucking feet
So
to the
many
ground.
people are much better at pointing out things like that than I am. I'm just the guy that comes in and says, "Yeah, I call bullshit. Sorry."
That's
I'm not the guy that's
good,
like,
man.
that's affirming the consequence. You're freaking stop straw manning me. I don't do all that. I'm just like, no, that's nonsense. I don't know. You can like it, you can hate it, whatever.
So, through all of that bullshit, through all of that fucking audio chaos, nobody at any point held these motherfuckers' feet to the ground. To the ground. We're just gonna let them obfuscate the satellites and fucking Starlink and all that other bullshit.
Well, that's where I was eventually going to, Jenna, but everyone was talking and it was pretty hard to get in, yeah. I was first going to start with my affirming the consequence and then start directing it. Yep. Who cares what's happening in the sky, yeah? The ground is measured flat. Show me the measured curvature.
Are you talking to somebody in the chat? Because I can't hear. Are you just talking to Jenna? Like Jenna Massey, that...
Hi, Bear.
You talking to somebody in the chat?
No, I just spoke to Jenna. I was just responding to Jenna.
Like, in here? Because I don't see anybody lighting up.
Yeah.
Can you hear me, Bear?
What's wrong with me?
Bear, can you hear me?
No, you can't hear Jenna, Bear. You need to either turn her up or maybe drop and rejoin.
Okay, I think that's what I'm going to do.
I knew there was something wrong because I would interject and nobody, and Bear was still talking.
Jenna, wait, was that who we were talking to before, Jenna? Jenna Massey?
Yeah.
I'm talking to her in chat. I didn't know that was her.
Well,
Jeez.
yeah, I mean, I had been in chat.
I
Can you hear
wasn't
me
being
now?
very nice to her. I should have been nicer. I like her.
No, that happens to me sometimes. You just have to like drop out
I'm
and come
sorry.
back in.
I'm sorry, dear. I couldn't hear you. I was just like, what, so if I didn't mean to.
Can you hear me now?
Be
Bear,
an asshole.
testing, Bear.
I just said like I'm not hearing everything you're saying.
Bear,
I'm like, who the hell's AJ talking to? Are you talking to somebody in the chat?
Hang on, wait, Bear. If you still can't hear Jenna, you might have to pop out and pop back in again. I know that happens to me sometimes randomly.
No, you just did that.
Annoying.
Just
yeah.
Click on her profile and see whether she's turned down because she's talking to you now and it appears you can't hear her again.
Where is she lighting up? What the hell? I saw her before I came in. All right, I'm dropping. I got to see your icon real quick. I'm going
Bear,
again.
I'm the lioness. Rawr.
I do love the line. AJ, really quickly, I actually really appreciated kind of the idea, like what you were bringing up, right? What is the point of the argument? I think I kind of mentioned this before, right? I think for a lot of people who come in with a preconception or with like a predetermined model, it's easy to look at these kind of like secondary or almost like tertiary level observations and it's intuitive to them, right? It's like, oh, this aligns with what I already think is the case. But it's really difficult for people to then kind of take a step back and actually ask themselves, is that the only possible explanation? Is that the only way that I can justify the observations that I'm making? I think that's where people really fundamentally struggle.
When you have her muted, then that'd be a reason not to hear. I don't know. I'm not tech savvy, so yeah, thank you. And she was muted. I don't mute people, so I don't even know why. That just happens to me somehow. I don't know how. I've never muted anybody.
Happens to the best of us.
Sorry, dear.
Yeah, I agree, folks. Yeah, that was why I wanted to ask the question, because there's just this massive argument going in circles. Okay, satellites.
no,
Now, what is the point? Yeah, let's get to a
exactly.
point here.
No, that's why I was trying to isolate the claim. I think sometimes it can really help people if you force them to kind of like, how would you articulate your positive claim in kind of like a thesis sentence, right? What is the actual functional part of your argument? And I thought that what they were going for was, oh, it's 100+ miles away, therefore it has to be outside the limits, or whatever. I thought that was where they were going. It's like, if that's the case, okay, that's one argument to make, but that wasn't even what it was, right? And I think at that point you have to say, you're not even really making a functional argument or trying to engage with people on the point. You're just kind of asserting, well, I know what's what because I had some experience. And like, who does that help?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I like the way you explain it, because I'm just not as good at doing that kind of thing. I don't know. I hate when people are just like, oh, this, satellites. Oh, therefore, whatever. I know he wasn't saying that, but I mean,
but it's again, I think so much of it
implying
stems
it,
from this
kind of implying it.
It's again, in my mind, so much of it stems from this fact that I observe so frequently, where for most people who are coming in with a globe model, it's not an active belief. It's something passive. They learned when they were a kid and they just take it for granted. They don't have like a detailed, nuanced, functional model of what the actual, like, quote unquote, globe model is saying. They just have an image in their head. They have something that explains what they observe. And it's really, really hard, because they don't actively think about it, for them to actually recognize that that's what it is that's like shaping their perception and their experience. So asking people to really like challenge themselves, right? It's like, look at what you're observing,
Right.
actually recognize your experience, start from first principles, and think of all the ways that you could explain that, and then work through one by one.
Yeah, it's incredible how many people just kind of just go, well, it's got to be true. I saw Bill Nye talking about this, or I saw a show on I saw Mythbusters prove it, or whatever. Who knows? Whatever. Maybe you took a freaking science course somewhere and they talk some nonsense. I don't know.
It's narrative like anything else, right? People are given an explanation that maps on well enough to their experience that it's essentially a useful model for them for how they need to navigate reality. And that's where their thinking starts and stops, right? And it's really when you challenge people to kind of take a step back. And I really like taking this approach, especially with people that like see themselves as more quote unquote like scientifically minded. So it's like, okay, if that is where you're claiming to come from, then you should be able to start from first principles and justify every single one of your claims. I'm happy to let you do that, right?
Just like there's clearly the Earth's core is magma or whatever. Always that kind of crap. Like, well, where'd you ever see that? Well, there's volcanoes, so it's got to be down there. I saw a diagram in my science book. I trusted my kindergarten teacher when I asked her, how the hell's the water? Well, I didn't say how the hell. I said, how's the water stick to the globe, Mrs. Zaitzoff? And she's like, it's gravity, Brett. I'm like, I should have told her.
Just accept it because I said so.
You're a lying freaking. Nah, I liked Miss Zaitzoff. She was cool, but.
One thing that I see so frequently is like,
it's funny that you know better as a 6-year-old. You knew better. I knew better as a 6-year-old, and then, I got kind of, you get kind of sent down the path of nonsense. Not that I thought she was lying, because I think they all think they're teaching the right thing too, which is kind of sad. When you think about it.
That's a really good point. I think one thing it's easy to forget. Oh, sorry, go ahead. I don't want to step on anyone's toes, but just really quickly, I think I always see so frequently so much of, especially people coming again with these like passive globe beliefs. I think it's so much tied to a sense of kind of identity, and it's such a sense of social convention that even asking people to step outside of that belief feels like such a challenge to their social identity that it becomes an emotional experience. I think that's where a lot of people's thought processes break down.
the nail on the head with that one.
Yeah, and it's just an anecdotal fallacy, yeah, using a personal experience or isolated example instead of a sound, logical argument.
She's good at explaining things, isn't she? By the way, you don't have to worry about stepping on my toes. I'm paralyzed, so yeah, I'm good. You don't have to worry about that.
This is one of those awkward things. I'm on push to talk, and I feel like the like laugh that I gave there that would have been appropriate is going to be really awkward to like pretend to laugh now that I'm pushing to talk. So you can just take my like
fine. It's fine. It's fine.
I actually really liked the way, because you were saying, it's like, oh, you mentioned something like, I'm not really good at kind of approaching these arguments from that analytic angle or something. That I'm paraphrasing, but I thought you did a really good job of kind of challenging him on the kind of the functional points of the emotional, like personal aspect, right? It's like you really honed in on the fact it's like he's appealing to personal experience. And I think that it's really easy sometimes to overlook the efficacy of challenging people on that point. Like I wouldn't kind of sell yourself short on that. I think you did a really good job of kind of
that's
forcing him to
nice, because
justify
I
his point.
think I suck at this. So, but I roast coffee all day. It's not like I'm really trying to memorize all these things and be, I can't be Mickey. I can't be, but
Yeah, but you're part of the conversation. I think that's what I love about this space is like getting to hear different people's perspectives and the different ways people articulate stuff. It's like, because that's what it really is, right? You can't just engage with the people who are well versed or well practiced, because those aren't the conversations you have in real life. I think that's, I don't know, one thing I appreciate.
Yeah,
about
that's
it.
true. I'm the guy that's just like, well, you can't prove that. I'm like, all right, it's my completely, it's what I think. It's what I think. I don't know it. And you're stupid. I don't know. I don't, some things I just, I'm just like, yeah, that's just nonsense. I don't have a citation for you, to say it's nonsense. I'm just telling you it's nonsense. I don't know.
Everybody brings different things to
good.
the table. I think one of the things, again, that I really enjoy about these spaces is when you see people kind of get into that tag team mode. It's like you have somebody who's really effective on like the interpersonal or emotional, like articulation angle, and one person who's really well versed in like the literature, the citations, and that combination can be really powerful. And sometimes it's having that kind of back and forth that like you only get in these spaces where people are opting into the conversation. So I always encourage you, it's like, it can be so emotionally fraught or complex, but I don't want people to feel like they can't participate because they're not like well versed in it, right? It's like that's how you become more knowledgeable, is engaging.
How the hell are you so well spoken? How are you so well spoken? The hell did you do?
I don't know that I make that claim. I think I talk a little bit too much. That's probably the root of it.
Yeah. I suck at things like punctuation and run-on sentences, and yeah, I'm not very good. I just
you get complementary skill sets, like I was saying, right? We got a tag team on something.
Yeah, I'm the comic relief most of the time, but
critical aspect of almost any conversation, especially the difficult ones. I mean, I really like when I can see people come in here, and it's like I think it's really easy to forget, especially coming from like people who are engaged in the flat earth debate, like functionally, right? You've engaged with this, you've thought about it, you've like really considered it. It's an active belief. For a lot of people who are, again, just kind of coming in a passing way with the globe belief, they haven't really thought about it, they haven't considered it. So they're not going to be able to answer even the most like basic fundamental challenges to the globe model. And it's really easy, I think, at that point for it to become just like a point of contention, right? Globers with an inactive believer coming in being like, oh, look at these ridiculous flurfs, whatever the fuck. And then on the point of the side where it's like you're actively engaging, somebody that can't even justify the most basic assertions they're making is really frustrating, especially when they're talking down to you. And it's like, there's just so much opportunity there for people to get like, I don't know, irritating and nasty and like this crosstalk to develop. But I so frequently see people in this space be able to rein that back, take it back to a functional place and have the conversation. I feel like it's pretty unique around here.
Yeah, you're intimidating. You're too damn frickin' well spoken for me.
Jeez,
I won't say it. I won't say it anymore. No, it's cool. It's cool. I'm just, yeah, you are. So whatever. I'm not gonna keep.
Well, that was
kissing
very
your ass.
kind
Sorry.
of you to say, and again, I don't want to kind of don't sell yourself short. I think there's immense value, and it's one of those things like I really struggle with. It's like I really struggle to engage on those like emotional or like interpersonal levels because I'm so wary of kind of I don't know, getting into that interpersonal friction. I really admire the way that like some people like you, right, are just able to kind of get in there and go at it. It's difficult for me. It's like complementary skill sets. It's hard to see from your own perspective sometimes the value you bring to the table.
31 years in a wheelchair as a paralyzed person, kind of you get some coping,
unique and insightful
you get some, yeah, you get some things going on, you know, kind of loud. I kind of, I always talk way too loud. I'm usually blowing everybody's ears up in here because I don't know much about microphones and stuff.
Tell me to fuck off. But like, do you think that being paralyzed like gives you some kind of like difference in terms of perspective? Like, do you think that navigating the world in a way that's kind of not the default mode for the majority of people enabled you to kind of take a step back and think about things differently? Or you obviously tell me to fuck off if that's like a question you want to answer.
No, it's cool. You obviously just learn different things, and obviously you don't want people just like the first thing to see is the chair, but that's all they're gonna see at first, and I knew it. When I first got shot, I was just like, all I could think about was guys like freaking quadriplegics with skinny string bean legs. I just remember praying to God, please don't let me have those little string bean legs, God. What's funny is that I'm a big fat dude, and I have the worst spasms, man. And my legs are probably just as big as they were the day I got shot. So what's funny about that is that you got to be careful what you wish for, because
it's the truth for almost everything, right?
I'll give you spasms for the rest of your life. I mean, like hard spasms that'll like just knock me out of my chair.
Life is
I'll
what happens
straighten
when
out
you're
like a
making other plans.
Yeah, it's a mess, man. It's all good though. I'm blessed. So I'm
I appreciate you
very
kind of being
lucky.
open to
Very
talk about
lucky.
that. It's just the benefit of being able to kind of hear other people's experiences outside of your own. It's so easy sometimes to forget just how kind of locked into our own perception we are. And I think like being able to talk to so many people from different backgrounds with different areas of expertise, different perspectives, it just, in my mind, that's the critical thing, right? Is really listening and like hearing what people are bringing to the table. It's so easy to just dismiss it out of hand. And I see people doing that all the time, but I really appreciate you kind of like putting that on the table for us.
People have no idea how lucky they are sometimes. I mean, I was 23 when I got shot, so I had a whole life of being a baseball all-star and a gymnast and a skateboarder and all kinds, motorcycles, whatever, So, I did a lot of stuff before, so I was pretty lucky, And I was in school with a lot of messed up dudes, So when you see guys that are like quads, man, you're just like, when you see quads like goofing off and like laughing and kind of having a good time, you're just like, all right, man, I need to quit being a little bitch and just be happy. I got my arms and whatever, So
I don't want to try and like map onto it, but my brother's epileptic, and for years he was struggling with like a lot of really difficult seizures and all the complexities that brought. And for a while it was one of those things where it's like, God damn it, this sucks. There's so much negativity that comes with it. But over the years, kind of seeing him be able to pull out kind of the benefits and the positive experiences and like recognize the value that kind of his unique situation kind of allows him to have. That's been something that's been really powerful for me. It's like you have to be able, like you just said, it's like count your blessings, be aware of what you have.
He's still around. He's still here.
Yeah, no, he's doing great. He's got his medication like managed and everything. He's like 6 months plus seizure free. So it's just
awesome. Yeah, I lost my sister. I was 15. She was 4. She was like the worst cerebral palsy case Kennedy Krieger in Maryland had ever seen. neonatal oxygen deprivation from a doctor that was supposed to do a C-section and didn't do it.
Oh God, that's so heartbreaking. I'm so sorry.
Christy, my sister, she used to have seizures 18 to 20, sometimes just all day. And she never talked. She never walked. She died when she was 4. So sucks
so
watching a
sorry
little
to go through
baby.
that.
It sucks watching little babies, go through stuff.
Yeah.
And I still question, like what, like why God, like I don't care about what happened to me. I just kind of like when it's happened to a little baby, I'm just like like what are you doing?
Yeah. It's hard
I
to
still
square
haven't
that
figured that
circle.
out. I'm 54. I still haven't figured that out. I know this
Yeah.
doesn't have anything to do with flat Earth, but it's all going on a flat Earth, that's for sure. I do know
I was gonna say,
that.
it does and it doesn't, right? Because again, I think that so much of what enables people to actually have the ability to think in a more kind of constructive or open-minded way comes down to whether they're able to really like reflect on their experience and do that active work of kind of like thinking about it, taking meaning from it, observing it in like a more engaged way. And I think a lot of the reason people intuitively push back against something like even considering flat Earth is because it's not something they're in the habit of doing, right? It feels like a threat. It feels scary to challenge something that fundamental. But if you're somebody that's been through difficulty, if you're somebody who's had their expectations and their model of reality shaken up, right? You think it's like kids should be able to just be happy and healthy, and you observe something different from that. It forces you to reevaluate your expectations. And that difference between expectation and reality is the source of so much kind of cognitive and emotional friction. Learning to deal with that, learning to be okay and comfortable with that, I think allows you to think more critically.
Yeah, you think about like I don't know, some like brat kid that's just not getting his way, like complaining because he can't have candy, whatever it is, I can be a little bit of a brat sometimes, because if I'm having a lot of pain, I'm not in the best mood, just trying to get through the day, whatever. So when you see like just spoiled kids, man, I'm just like, man, you only freaking knew. What the hell that shouldn't be so hard on kids though. I love kids,
Yeah, it's so
they're great.
tough because everything's relative, right? And it's like you can imagine somebody who's the most pampered princess in the universe, and like one day she gets a paper cut, and that's the most like devastating pain she's ever felt. And it's like, who am I to tell her that she's not in like experiencing the most pain she's ever felt? It's like, but being able to, again, it's like when you have those experiences that kind of challenge your assumptions of predictability and surety and like comfort, I think that it really does kind of force you to consider alternate possibilities, to recognize that things might not be as you just kind of like want them to be. And I think that's something that like people can either reject and like cope and shove out of their mind, or they can be open to it and recognize that it takes some active work. It might be more difficult in the moment, but the rewards are there and they're big, in my mind at least.
Yeah, no, I fully agree.
My one thing that I always used to be like, yeah, she was just in such pain, I just always said that because when she came out of seizures, I could get her to smile and I knew she was happy. But my girlfriend's like, you don't know if the angels were holding her every time she's having a seizure. You don't know if she was feeling any of that, Brett. And I'm just like, man, like, why can't I think of freaking awesome shit like that? It's nice. I don't know if I believe it, but my girlfriend, she's awesome. So it's a nice thought.
My brother, so one of the really interesting things, they were able to localize his seizures. And for him, a lot of people who are epileptic, they'll have this kind of like aura before they have a seizure, something that kind of tells them that it's about to happen. My brother's was kind of localized in the like speech recognition area in his left hemisphere. So for him, he would lose the ability to understand what people were saying or to talk before he had a seizure. And what he would say is that the feeling that he got, because it was crazy, because like he would try and describe it, and he's like, you would hear things and your brain is telling you like these are words, this makes sense, but there's no
You get a
information that you're
warning.
grabbing.
That's good.
I mean, in
Oh,
high school, I remember he would like literally just like he had a little button he would push, and I'd go like running wherever like his class was. But the point was,
aw.
years later, kind of reflecting on that and him kind of like talking about it and like really thinking about it, it opened him up to kind of these new ways of thinking about communication, right? Because he had to figure out
Yeah.
because he could actually use sign language, but he couldn't articulate speech. So it's this really weird thing where it forced him to kind of open his mind a little bit. And I think it's something similar with everyone, right? It's like, are you able to take and make meaning from your experience? Or do you just look at everything as like, this sucks because it's not what I expected? And again, that expectation reality mismatch is just the source of so much unhappiness and dysfunction.
I always wish, like all the, like a lot of kids are being helped by like the CBD stuff, and I always, wondered what it would be like if we had it on something like literally the only thing that could stop her seizures is like Ativan, and then it would just knock her out. I mean, she used to have just like really bad seizures. I mean, gnarly seizures. Like she broke her femur one time having a seizure.
Oh
Just
yeah, no, my
laying in
brother
bed.
broke his clavicle twice. One time he almost fell
How the
backwards
frick
downstairs.
do
He
you
crashed
break
the
the
car.
biggest bone in your body laying there?
Yeah.
Now, I could see going down the steps, then you know why you did it. But laying there, like having like convulsing so bad your femur
Oh yeah.
breaks, like that's freaking insane. Now, like her bones weren't strong or anything because she never walked, so they're probably pretty brittle. But still, it's just insane, Like,
And it's one of those things where
ugh.
I remember having to tell. So my brother's high school girlfriend, he was in class once, he started having a seizure, and because everybody sees it on TV, her first impulse was like, oh, I have to put something in his mouth so he doesn't like bite his tongue off. And I'm like, if you try and put anything in, he will bite your fucking fingers off. Like you do not. Like you want to make sure his airway isn't obstructed, but like you are not supposed to be going at like trying. She just couldn't understand. It's like, again, having people don't realize how blinded they are by their expectations, by their kind
Yeah,
of predisposed notions, right?
I would put like a doubled up end of a cotton diaper in between her teeth because I couldn't handle hearing the grinding. I didn't want to hear
Oh
her
god,
teeth
yeah, I know.
grinding. After she passed, my mom volunteered to take care of like another girl that was like not quite as bad as Christy, but I just remember when she came over, I held her, and I remember her. She had really pretty long eyelashes, kind of like Christine, but she was pretty, and I remember seeing her tongue. Her tongue had been sewn back together because she had bitten that and was completely
Yeah.
off. I was just like, man, like what the frick?
Yeah, and I remember seeing my
It's
brother when
rough,
he would
man.
like hit the kind of catatonic phase, and the scariest thing for me was like, I remember the first time he had a seizure, I was like there for, and it was like after he had stopped seizing, but like he had this kind of like his eyes were open, and he was staring at me, but he was just completely catatonic and not there, and like that for me, just like the look on his face and like seeing his eyes and knowing that there was just nothing there, but he was there. It was just like so
Yeah,
difficult to square, right? It's like it really
but
forces you to kind of
still,
challenge your perception
yeah,
of like
that's
being a
that's
caregiver.
better than like a grand mal or something. So he didn't do a lot of like heavy shaking or anything. Just kind of a stare, and he just zone out. Is that what it was? Mostly his seizures.
Well, I hope things work out well for your family. Even though I'm a globe person and I think flat Earth is garbage, I hope everything works out for your family. But I also understand that flat earthers and other manipulative tactics will prey upon the vulnerable. So I see things differently about that.
Well, we're all in the same realm, that's for sure. We're not on different places. We are on what we are. Did we lose her?
He might have.
We
I
lost.
do want to address something because I got to go real quick. I've been asked to
No,
prove
go
that the
ahead,
Earth is
man.
broken.
Go ahead. We were just taking up time. Go ahead.
That's fine. So yeah, proving the Earth is rotating. So I've been challenged to prove the Earth is rotating, but I was first challenged to do it like by looking at it directly rotating. So I would have to like go up in a rocket ship, go up to a satellite, and sit on a satellite in outer space and watch it rotate. Which is stupid. That's a stupid demand. The issue
Yeah.
is that hold on.
I'm listening.
He got server muted.
Why? What was he?
Miggy's saying he did it. Kept as Miggy.
Maybe he's talked about it before. You know, if you're not here for other things, sometimes you don't hear the nonsense. It's probably been over it a zillion times or something. I'm not here all the time, so.
Flattened destruction. Man, I love this debate with flattened destruction, man. This mofo cannot prove that the earth is rotating, right? And he's trying to say that the speed of aircraft is independent from the earth rotating, but the earth rotating carries the momentum of the aircraft. It's some double speak. It's like a double speak argument. He might as well just argue with himself.
Yeah, old what's his name? He's really good at that. The one that went and talked to the CERN physicist about it. And he was like, "Okay, what do I answer? If you have the test, what is the test answer? What do I answer is the mechanism that makes me pick up 500 miles an hour if I leave, I don't know, like Canada, and go down to the equator. How do I pick up 500 miles per hour of tangential velocity?" And the CERN physicist said, basically, I would fail you in my class because you're not smart enough to blah blah. So he didn't give him an answer. He didn't tell him what the answer would be. He just basically said, "You're stupid." I'm sorry I had you muted earlier. I don't know how that happened, Jenna. How you been?
Doing good, Bear. Doing good. Smacking the fuck out of Glovers, you know. I am, according to Jenna, the fucking globe destroyer. Verbatim, end quote.
Good lord, it's funny.
And I'll destroy them, right? Like, all I do is use against them. That's
so
all it
funny.
takes.
The only place I used to be was on YouTube. I didn't even know what the hell Discord was until Helio, all of a sudden, like, we started talking, and then he's like, "I'll make you a mod on, make you a mod on YouTube," and I'm like, "Oh crap," that's all I needed. Everybody started messing with me there, so it's kind of funny story. Anyway, yeah. What state are you in, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, I travel all over the place. Right now, I'm in Oklahoma.
Oklahoma?
Yep.
If you come through Arizona, I'm out here with my girls right now, but if you're ever through Maryland, look me up, man. My number's everywhere, so... I've probably offered to send you coffee before, but, you should DM me your address wherever the hell you're going to be, man. I'll send you some coffee. If you're a coffee drinker. I'd love to send you some coffee.
I'm a coffee drinker and a coffee connoisseur. I might actually have you send me some when I get to Ohio.
I got the bougiest freaking beans. Organic, wonderful beans, so... Yeah,
Damn,
DM me, man.
You should call yourself Paraplegic Bougie Bean.
Well, it is roasted on a flat, stationary, non-rotating realm, so there is that.
That probably makes it way better.
Yeah, all the oils and the flavors don't fly off and out and away. Like
so
Glober
great.
coffee. It's
so
delicious.
That's important to the emulsification factor.
Yeah. Yeah. It's funny.
Maybe we want to.
Have you ever even...
Maybe we want to. There's a... Let's see who we have. Flatten Destruction, and he's like having a fit in the chat. Maybe we should unmute him so he can explain how the aircraft is independent yet dependent from the Earth and to the Earth.
Yeah. Have you ever seen any of my logos? There's some of my stuff. I'm sorry.
I just want to know if we're on a spinning ball, then why is it called an airplane and not an air planet? Score
Shut
1
up,
point
you're
for Flat Earth, baby.
This guy's got fucking jokes. It's weird, right? Because like we live on a plane, right? But they just like threw a T at the end of that motherfucker, and they're like, "You live on a planet. You live on a planet."
Exactly. More of that Phoenician word magic.
I don't know, was it
spells, right? They call it casting spells with the spelling.
It was T-Dub, or it was either that or Matrix that was talking about plane. Something. I think it's talking about French words and the word plane, and then et after the word plane. Basically just made it
little,
like little flat, like flat.
Yeah.
What?
Et means little, so like cigarette is a little cigar. So basically, planet is like a little plane,
like a dinette.
Yeah, we live on like a kind of small plane, but it's like, it's a plane. It's a plane plus a T. But I don't know. My brain interprets that T as the.
I see the Phoenician word magic of that as planet means little world, basically. It makes the world smaller, more controllable, and more well understood for the authoritarians.
But isn't a planet like a wandering star, right? Like, but the Earth is like the Earth. It's not It's not like Mars or Venus or Jupiter. It's not wandering. It's not a wandering star.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, if we're gonna be like really down to the nitty gritty here, then we can't be claiming that Earth is a planet, right? Because a planet is a wandering star, and Earth is not a star. So that throws that right out the window, right? Earth is not a planet.
Yeah, and I don't even think we should be calling the celestial bodies. I don't even think we should be calling the celestial bodies planets anyway.
Right. Globers will say, well, if you can bounce a laser off it, it's a planet. I'm like, well, what about Pluto? Or what is it? Wait, what is it? Is it Pluto or is it the other one? That's, which one's a gas giant? Neptune? Is Neptune a gas giant? Which one's a gas giant? Yeah, they say you can bounce a laser off a gas giant. I was like, what? Really? That can't be true. I'm like, what's it bouncing off? Stuff. Just stuff. You know. Gas giant in a vacuum. That's just laughable.
It's a laser traveling at light speed throughout the cosmos and bouncing back to bring the glorious information of the divine back to us.
Yeah, while you're spinning, dude, like it's hilarious. Just like the guys on what people are like, oh well, there's mirrors on the moon. That's why we know where it's at. And I was like, do you know they bounced lasers off the moon before they went to the moon? They're like, no, they didn't. That's stupid. You're an idiot. And then they like Google it really quick, and they're like 5 minutes later they come in, they're like, well, it's because of this, this, and this. They were using special lasers where they got blah blah. I'm like, wait a minute, you just told me I was an idiot for saying they bounced lasers off the moon before they got there. And then he just came up with this whole reason why it wasn't as stupid as he originally said. Oh, Lord, it's funny. Bouncing lasers. Narnia. Dude, you might as well just be like, I'm going to, I don't know, Middle Earth, whatever. Gonna go fly around on some Pegasus horses or some shit. It's the same nonsense.
Got Flattened Destruction fucking spurging the fuck out in the chat right now. This is entertaining.
Yeah, why are no Globies wanting to VC? What's with the infographics dump?
Was that the one I talked to for like 2 seconds and then somebody muted him? Or is that somebody else that was talking about that you have to go out on a satellite and sit there to watch the Earth spin, and that was stupid? I'm like,
yeah, that might have been Flattened Destruction.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say, well, actually, that's what you'd have to do. You'd have to go out and get away to actually, like, observe it, you know, to see what the hell it's doing. And nobody's done that. Nobody will ever do that. But, you know, whatever. It's all good. You can go ahead and believe.
Yeah, I think it was also that marine biologist guy who still failed to post his credentials in the chat. So he's got no fucking credibility in my book.
Biologist.
Right? Like if I state that I am someone or I am something, I'm gonna fucking do everything that I can to fucking prove it to you, motherfuckers.
Right. Yeah. People.
Right. So, but the fact that he's like, I'm just a marine biologist. Trust me, bro. I'm like, get the fuck out of here with your bullshit.
I know that that stingrays can use their senses to get their prey, and therefore I'm a marine biologist. Like, okay, dude.
Yeah.
Like, I
It's
watch
funny that
Discovery
it
too.
comes. Yeah, he comes
I
in
watch
here like,
Discovery
I'm a marine biologist. I must have the knowledge to know that the Earth is a fucking spinning globe. Yeah, no. We saw how that turned out. And fucking, what's his name? Flattened Destruction. He's spurging on. He doesn't even understand how he can't even have a magnetic fucking ball core.
Yeah, dude. Like, what? Who was talking about somebody saying something about compasses, and like, we obviously know that they point north, and then when you go blah blah blah, they point south. And I'm like, I was getting ready to say, how do you know that? Have you been down? You been down past the equator to see that they actually point south? Because I've heard otherwise. You know, like they don't work too good past a certain position. I don't know because I haven't been there, so
Yeah, and then Flattened Destruction doesn't realize that the deepest hole ever fucking drilled, ever dug, was like 7.5 miles or some shit, right? And you've got 3,559 motherfucking miles to the center of your ball Earth, and we've only been able to dig 7.5 miles of that. And they were like, Earth, fucking water, more dirt, more water.
I don't need to go. I don't need to go to the middle. I just go up in my satellite or my rocket, and then I take a measurement of the piece, and then I just multiply that from one little itty bitty curve, and I can just, multiply it and get it. Or I can just look at a star, take an angular measurement. Oh, Lord.
This dude is hugging himself in the chat right now. Hugging self. Yep, there we go. Give him the SpongeBob hugging himself meme. Yeah, you go ahead and hug yourself, SpongeBob. When metal is heated, it loses its magnetic properties. This is believed a lot of people, but this is what the stupid flippers believe. Gravity depends on the theory of magnets. This is not our claim. Oh my gosh. So Globers have stooped so low to turn their claims into our claims and then try to claim that they're not claiming that. That's a circle jerk like you wouldn't fucking believe. Good night, Flattened Destruction. You didn't debunk anything, and good luck on your next try.
Do you guys think you'll ever get to a point when you do make a claim?
What the standing claim is that the Earth is a globe, Scott.
No, but do you guys ever think you'll get to a point when you make one?
What do you mean?
Can you put forth a positive claim about anything in reality?
I don't understand. I mean, the positive claim is that Earth is a globe and that it's spinning, and we're saying that no, it's not.
I know. That's what we say.
Right, so that
You guys have
we're
a
on the
positive
refuting.
claim.
So here's the thing, right? Is
I
here's
know.
where we're at. We're at this bottleneck where we're going, no, the fuck it's not, and you guys have to provide proof, and you still haven't provided any proof.
So you're never planning on making your own claim?
Why would we do that when the pre-existing claim is that the Earth is a globe and that it? Why would we do that when the pre-existing claim is that the Earth is a globe and that it's spinning? And we are simply saying, no, the fuck it's not. Prove it. right? But you guys can't fucking prove it, right? You
And
just,
so,
like earlier, you're just like, let me explain. Let me explain. Let me explain. I don't care about your explanations, motherfucker.
I know.
You were caught
We
stealing?
get that.
Oh, let
We
me
get that.
explain. You were caught cheating? Let me explain. You were caught lying? Let me explain. Nobody gives a fuck about your explanations. You need to fucking prove it.
So you're never going to offer anything,
I
right?
don't want your
in this world?
explanations, Scott. You either have proof or you have stories. Explanations.
But you're never planning on offering anything to this world, right? You don't think that's your purpose, to offer something?
You're such a good gaslighter. My gosh, where did you get your degree in narcissism?
No, I'm just wondering if you ever plan on offering anything.
No, I'm just wondering where you got your degree in narcissism.
How is me asking a question narcissistic?
That's the way you put it forth.
It's asking a question. Do you plan on offering anything?
Our offer is the refutation, the counter argument, right? You guys are saying Earth is a globe and that it spins at such and such a rate and it curves at such and such a rate. And we're saying, no, it's not. I need you to prove that. And nobody can fucking prove it thus far. You have explanations. You have fucking stories. Well, let me explain, right? Like, but I don't have to prove it, right? That's
But
what
you're
we've
never
been
going to
through.
offer anything. Okay.
No, it's on record,
That's all I
Scott.
want to know.
You and me have been on fucking record.
But you're never going to offer anything, right?
Oh, like the fact that large bodies of water seek a horizontal equilibrium, flat, level, horizontal, which doesn't fucking curve, which is never ever meant curved in fucking history. Which still, by the way, Scott, don't forget, you still have not provided me with the proof that level has always meant curved. Remember?
I'm never going to.
I know. No, I know. I know. You make claims that you're never going to prove. We know that about you. That's how you are. That's who you are.
Scott, don't you think that the Black Swan should look something like what I just posted in the chat? If you lived on a ball,
no.
Why
no,
not,
I don't.
dude?
Because,
why not? There'd be a hump. There'd be a hump. Be a little bit less it would be a little bit, be a little bit less gradual, right? But
I get it. It wasn't really a question, was it? Okay.
Dude, come on. That is what you would see. You would see that. You would. It'd be blocking things, and you'd have a freaking hump.
No,
Bear, I love that. That Bear, did you make that illustration, Bear?
But the fact that you think that,
I took a whole day doing that, making it perfect. That took about 5 minutes.
Proves you can't understand what we're saying.
Honestly,
you should see something like that. It's a rough draft.
Right,
yeah, like
accurate.
You should see a hump.
Yeah,
you should see a hump, and it should. And Scott, by the way, if you believe you live on a ball with water sticking, well, I'm sorry, not sticking to it. Scott hated the word sticking. Being attracted because of mass. Yeah. Being attracted because of enough mass.
Yep.
There you go. I'm trying to,
very good.
Give you an accurate depiction of what Scott believes.
Thank you.
And you should see a like this big thing of water that's kind of stationary, and it's like a big wave that never crashes towards the beach, except when you're at the beach and you see waves crash to the beach. That's not the hump that you should see. It should be a stationary one out there, and then I don't even know how waves would work on a globe. It'd be hilarious.
But that's not what we believe. That's not what we believe, though.
But you do believe there's
it's ultimately like this. Right? The Globers come at us like all swans are white. All swans are white. No, I swear, just believe me. No, let me explain. Let me explain. All swans are white, right? But in the meantime, here we are with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, fucking 10 or more black swans to show them that not all swans are white, and they're still gonna be like, let me explain.
No. We never said all swans are white.
Fucking retarded. Fucking retarded. Like, God damn, Scott Mackey, tell me you have severe cognitive fucking dissonance without telling me you have severe cognitive fucking dissonance.
I can't decide whether Scott really does trust the experts and actually believes that they. I don't know. I can't believe it, Scott. I really don't think that you're that. You can't be that gullible that you believe that if you see something, like if you're out on the water, like when I used to go deep sea fishing out from Ocean City, we would go out to this one place called on the way to this place called Hot Dog. It was called Hot Dog because the hole that you were fishing in was called Hot Dog. I don't know. You were out at the wrecks. The wrecks were like 50 miles, and then Hot Dog was like 90 miles. But for the longest time, you would see the boardwalk. You'd see the buildings on the boardwalk. And the buildings on the boardwalk, none of them... Well, actually, maybe there were a couple hotels that were like maybe 10 stories, but most of them were about 2 to 3 stories at the most. A lot of them just 1 story. And you could see everything. You could see the pier. You could see it for the longest time, dude. And there's no way. I mean, you shouldn't be. All that shit should be gone at like 15 miles. Just gone.
According
if you're
to who?
seeing that, according to just globe math, dude.
No,
and
it's not our math. You're not using our math.
Well, no, you're you think you're using your Earth curve, your little Walter Bislin little slider button that'll match anything, and you think that you can see around corners. That's the same thing as seeing around corners. Seeing over humps, it's the same thing. And if it was bringing something up, it would be, if it was like loomed up, dude, it would be distorted. It wouldn't be presenting itself perfectly. Like, I just
why not?
I don't know.
Why wouldn't it be perfect?
Trying to figure out how you can believe that. I'm just
because it makes perfect sense to me.
Dude, that much refraction?
It's not
it's
very
absurd.
much. It's arc minutes. It's not much refraction at all.
Well, I know you'll give some like little arc minute or some kind of little tiny thing that makes it sound really small. Because I know how that
that's
goes.
How we understand refraction.
Dude,
that's the whole thing, Bear. Bear,
dude,
they are forced into making this curvature and this rotation less and less significant.
Right.
But
so how is the hidden? How much is
there.
the hidden? The hidden at 10 miles is 66 feet, or is it 606? No, is 100 miles is 6? Is it 6,666 feet to 100 miles?
Yeah,
I think it might be. Okay, so it's 66.
Yeah, at approximately. Yep, at approximately 100 miles. Yeah.
You think that if a ship sees a lighthouse all the way down to the beach on a clear day from 100 miles, you think that it's looming up or presenting itself as the actual thing you're seeing, as if you could stick your finger out? Do you think you're actually seeing the object? Do you think you're seeing a refracted image? That's what you think you're seeing? You're seeing I don't even know if mirage is the right terminology, because I'm not good at this part, but you actually think you're seeing a reflection of the object?
No,
of sorts.
Reflection.
All right, a bent image. Is that better? Okay.
Yes, if you want to know what we believe, everything you see within an atmosphere is refracted. Everything. Some just more than others. That's what we believe.
Do you believe we can see holographic projections from behind a physical obstruction because of refraction?
You can see around corners. You do so. You can see around corners, Scott. Yeah, you can.
Did I ever use the term holographic?
Yeah, not
all right. Check out this, Scott. How about the missiles? The missiles that use sight on target. The ones that actually you have to put the kind of like the crosshairs on the freaking boat, 70 miles away, some a little bit more, and they hit their target. They're not putting it on a refracted image. They're putting it on the actual thing that they're shooting. And it's not moving out of the way. It's not spinning. It's not doing anything. Dude, they hit their stuff all the time. Like
well,
that.
That's not what the people who made those systems believe.
You
can ask them. Go ask them. Oh, wait.
You don't think that they actually put their sight on the target?
No, it's always on a refracted image.
I would ask what the height of the target is and what the height of the gun is.
At
the people
70
who made
miles,
those systems know that. Yeah, the people who made the systems know that. It's always on a refracted image.
Ship, I don't care if it's a freaking aircraft carrier with 10 stories high. 70 miles, dude? Really?
Dude, it's always on a refracted image. The people understand that. Who made them? You can go ask them.
Oh, but dude, it's like you actually think you're just seeing like something that isn't there really. It's over a hump or behind a corner. You think it's lifting itself up and presenting, or you're seeing it presented as a. Dude, it's just mind blowing.
Well, it blows your mind. It doesn't blow mine. Sorry, we have different minds apparently.
I had all the time in Afghanistan shooting at these Taliban fighters because they'd be on the top of a hill. I'd see a guy on the top of a hill, and I'd shoot at him, and he wasn't there. It was a looming hologram of a Taliban fighter.
The snipers with a 50 caliber like Barrett, like, dude, what they're shooting at refracted stuff too, but then oh no, pink mist. It's refracted pink mist.
No, listen. Every sniper is an advanced mathematician and is running like Coriolis effect calculus in his head for every shot. Do you know that?
Exactly.
Amazing. Yeah, dude, they're like, wind, 10 miles per hour. All right, bullet drop, distance. We got a little bit of barometric pressure. Let me see the guy. The guy's, all right, he's walking, so we got to count for that. All right, now click on your Coriolis button and refraction button. Click. Yeah, they got the semi-auto, full auto, and then all the way down refracted, and there's a Coriolis setting too. Oh, good lord!
So the crosshairs are like up in the air somewhere, and the dude's down the ground. It's like, yep, I got him. I've accounted for Coriolis and everything. Yep. So the guy wouldn't be in the crosshairs. He'd be out. He'd be off somewhere else in the cross. He wouldn't be in the crosshairs at all. If you got to account for curvature and all that, fraction. But those Taliban fighters, you think I got him, and it's like, no, the bullet just goes right through it because it's a hologram created by refraction. Yeah, we had a terrible time over there.
That's why we lost. That's why we lost the war. That's why we lost the war in Iraq. Too many mirages in the desert, I guess.
Yeah, they know refraction better than us, I suppose.
That's basically what these Globers would have to be claiming, is that it's not the real image of the physical thing that's in your line of sight that's popping up in your view. It's some sort of refracted optical phenomena that of the thing that pops up into your view, but not the physical thing, right? Because the physical thing would actually have to be hidden by physical Earth curve. But yeah, they can't provide any kind of scientific citation or anything like that for it. As a matter of fact, earlier Scott said, when I asked him, he said, I don't have to prove it. Well, then go fuck yourself and stop fucking talking. I don't want your explanations. I want your citations. I want your proof. If you don't have it, then I don't care about your explanations. It's like getting caught stealing. Oh, well, I can explain. I don't care. It's like catching you lying. Oh, well, I can explain. I don't care. It's like catching you cheating. Oh, well, I can explain. I don't care. You need to prove your case. Period.
You repeat yourself a lot, right?
Well, I mean,
You
apparently
just
I
say the
have to
same
because
thing
you don't
over and
fucking
over and
get
over
it.
and
I
over and
just
over.
want, I
You
just
know
wanted
that,
to
right?
bring this back, right? Because you don't fucking understand.
But you say the same thing over and over, right? You're aware of that.
Well, I wouldn't have to do that if mofos like you could just concede to the fact that things aren't doing what you claim they're doing.
But they are. Why would I do that?
Prove it! Oh, wait, that's right. You said, I don't have to. I'm not gonna. I can't.
I said the proof is all around you. You just refuse to see it.
No. Nope, that's an assertion. Still without any proof, right? You would have, I can see this physical fucking object that is well beyond the geometric horizon, right?
Yep.
So,
Exactly like we expect.
Yep, and you're claiming that refraction is bringing this image up into my line of sight.
Correct.
An image, right? An image. So that would mean it's an optical phenomena.
Everything you see is an optical phenomenon. I know what you're talking
That's
about.
such bullshit.
Everything you see is an optical phenomenon.
No. Not everything you see is an optical phenomenon.
Sure it
I'm
is.
literally looking at my cat right next to me, sleeping.
And that's an
He's
optical
not an
phenomenon.
optical phenomenon, Scott. Are you
Well, it is.
fucking retarded?
No, it is.
All right, guys, you heard it from Scott Mackey. My cat sleeping right next to me is an optical phenomenon.
No, the cat's real. What you see is an optical phenomenon.
I'm seeing my cat. My cat's not an optical phenomenon.
Turn off the lights. Do you still see the cat? No.
Yeah,
Cat's
if I
still
make
there.
this
You just
place
can't see it.
completely fucking dark, I don't see the cat.
I know. Therefore, it's an optical phenomenon.
You
What you
have
see,
no
right?
fucking point here. You need to prove to me that refraction is causing these physical objects to appear into my line of sight below the physical obstruction.
You just don't understand the proof. So there's nothing I can do about that.
You haven't provided proof, Scott. You said I don't have to prove it.
The proof is the black swan. The picture is the proof.
No, sir. No, you do not get to. No, shut the fuck up. You do not get to claim our observation as your fucking proof for your fallacious ass fucking claim that you can't even give a scientific citation for.
That's our proof.
That's
We
not your
provided
proof.
it.
That
It
is our proof that the water is not fucking curving at the rate that it needs to be curving for a globe with a 39-59 mile radius. You fucktard.
So what rate's it curving at?
It's supposed to be in a parabolic approximation of about 8 inches per mile squared. If that's wrong, tell me what is the approximate rate that the Earth should be curving on the seas, on the waters, for a globe with a 39-59 radius?
Okay, so in the black swan, what rate's the water curving at?
It's not. 0.
Not? Really?
Because that's what water does. Water does not have convexity. It does not seek to rest with convexity. The slope of water is 0.
So why is there a horizon line then?
The horizon is about how far you can see, where it appears that the sky and the earth meet the ground. However, that is Horizontal. Horizontal does not mean curved. Nowhere, ever,
what determines
anywhere
how
does
far you can see
horizontal
then?
mean curved. You
What
cannot
determines
have
how
a
far you
curved
can see?
horizon.
What determines how far you can see?
I guess we should just call it the curvizontal bendy horizon.
You're not going to try to answer that one, are you?
What determines how far we could we should see? Well, I mean, according to your heliocentric model, from a 6-foot
No, from your
observation
model.
height. Excuse me?
From your model, what determines how far we should see?
What model? No, we're going off of your model. This is what we have to go off of.
So you don't have anything, right?
This is what we're going off of. We have to go off of what has been presupposed. We have to go off of what has been asserted.
Well, if you're going off our model, then you add refraction. Explained.
Yeah, we added that in, and guess what? We're still seeing well beyond the geometric horizon of a globe.
Yeah, we know that. Yeah, our model
you know
accounts for
that, but you can't concede to that, right? You have to add in all this
I just did.
refraction that doesn't happen.
I just did.
Motherfucker. You love to go round with this, but you can't prove it. I asked you earlier to prove this, and
Your
you said,
picture's
I
the
don't have
proof.
to. You said, I don't have to. And now you're saying the picture's the proof. But earlier you said, I don't have to. So I don't trust you.
You don't have to. Learn something.
There you go.
Prove it yourself.
You're not trustworthy. You're not a trustable person. You don't have to prove your claims. And you think you can hijack our shit as proof of your fucking globe. So you can eat shit and jump into a volcano. Thank you very much. Does anybody else? Is there anybody else that would like to talk? I don't know. Maybe Demok wants to chime in. I don't know. Is there anybody else that wants to talk?
But your black swan is easily explained in our model.
Scott is a repeat offender globe clown. So if there's any other person that's actually genuine, honest, intellectually honest, if they'd like to engage in a conversation, they've got questions, I'll take them. Scott's just like a beating bag for this room.
Yeah, I got a question. What's holding up the ground underneath your feet?
What do you mean? What's holding up the ground underneath you?
I often hear, like, even though there's no person has ever shown the container, that they just simply assert that atmosphere.
I think you're gone. I think you cut out, bro.
Oh, that was harsh.
I think he cut out. That sucks. Alpha, what you talking about? Ugh, you be in here cooking with me, dog. Talking Darth. Alright, so like nowhere in Snell's law or Rayleigh's criterion or any of these refraction laws do we have any kind of description, mathematics, or any kind of model or anything like that that would depict things popping up into your line of sight from below a physical obstruction.
Sure we do.
No, shut the fuck up, Scott. No, we don't.
We do.
We do. No, we don't.
Not my fault you don't understand it, but we definitely
Not my fault you don't understand it. We don't. Not my
Our
fault you
model.
can't prove that shit. Not my
It's
fault.
our model.
Not my
In
fault
our
you
model,
can't
we
prove
do.
that shit. Not my fault you're fucking retarded. Not my fault you're fucking severely cognitively fucking dissonant because you think some fucking dudes
Wow.
walk on the fucking moon. It's not my fault.
Someone's berging out.
Not my fault you're stupid.
Have you always been like this, or was this a recent thing with you?
Have you always been like that? Have you always been this stupid?
I've always
or
been like
you
this,
just like
yes.
never been able to prove your claims?
Yes, I've always been like this. How about you?
That doesn't surprise me that you've always been like this. I've actually changed over the years.
Really? What were you like before?
Yeah, that doesn't fucking matter. You can't even provide proof to your fucking claim of refraction.
You seem very angry with this world for some
I
reason.
just want you to provide proof of your fucking claim.
You already have the proof. It's the picture.
No, there's no
Your own
proof.
picture.
No.
That is the proof.
That's mine, not yours. That's mine, not yours. Refraction's not doing that.
No, I use
Okay,
it.
that means that we're not actually seeing the physical object. We are seeing some sort of um, phenomena, right? It's not actually the physical object because the physical object is hidden behind physical curvature, right? So you're seeing some sort of mirage effect, just bringing it up into your line of sight, and you still have not shown me that refraction does exactly that.
How would I show you that?
You either are gonna. How would you show me that? Okay, if you're asking me that, you're begging the fucking question.
What would you accept? I can show you a model. I can show you a graphic. I can explain it to you, but
You
you don't
haven't
want an
shown
explanation.
anything. You haven't shown anything. The most you've told me is that I don't have to prove that.
I know. What could I show you?
Show me a scientific fucking citation, right? Show me some sort of fucking refractive law that states that things, physical objects, can appear in your line of sight from below physical obstruction of like Earth curve, you know? Show me that. That's what I want to see. I want to see a scientific motherfucking citation. I want to see that it is law. If you can't find that, then you need to shut the fuck up and you need to concede that that shit don't fucking happen. It's crazy too, right? Because like flat earthers and globalers, there's we agree on refraction in both instances, right? So we don't deny that refraction is a thing. Okay. The problem is globers are claiming that refraction is doing something that refraction doesn't fucking, right? Flat earthers, right? And I'm just looking at this from an outsider point of view. I'm looking at the flat side and the globe side. I've already done my fucking homework, and I can see that I can see that the flat earthers are in fact using refraction correctly, and that the globers are claiming that refraction is doing something that it doesn't do.
So where did you learn about refraction?
And where I learned about refraction. First of all, I learned about refraction in high school physics, right? And then I freshened up on it in my adult years over the internet, right? Through things that we can do, right? So I love the internet. It's great. The internet is such an awesome place, right? You can shop for stuff, you can play games, or you can watch porn, or you could educate yourself. You can be an autodidactic, which is what I chose to do. I don't want to play games. I don't play games. I don't watch porn. I research. I read, right?
So
and I
what have you
learn
learned?
about things. So that's why I learned about Snell's and Rayleigh's criterion. That's how I know that you're full of fucking shit, Scott Mackey, when you're talking about refraction, right? The reason why we can see well beyond your fucking geometric horizon for a fucking globe, you're fucked on it, right? You've got nothing left. You've got nothing left. I mean, damn, dude. But I think it would just break you, it would crush you, it would destroy you to even admit that, oh yeah, well, we are seeing this thing that is well beyond the physical obstruction.
Yeah, we have a simple explanation for that. I don't know why you get so spazzy about it. It's a simple explanation. Well, you ask for an explanation, then when we give it to you, you say, no, can't be. But it is.
Sorry, I was talking to my husband. Can you just give me a fucking moment? Jesus Christ.
Jesus, Scott.
Yeah, I should have known.
All of the attention has to be around Scott fucking Mackey, dude.
I should have known that you're talking to your husband. I don't know what's wrong with me.
Yeah, you fucking should have, but you don't even fucking know that refraction doesn't do what the fuck you're claiming it does, so I wouldn't
bends
expect
light.
you to know a motherfucking thing.
It bends light, right?
Proof, please.
You saying refraction doesn't bend light?
Where in the fuck did we mention light? I need you to show me refraction is causing images, right? Like physical fucking things to appear in my line of sight from below a physical obstruction. It has nothing to do with light. Good Lord.
Wait, images have nothing to do with
You
light?
just dig yourself a hole.
Wow.
Keep digging your grave, Scott. Keep digging
Wait,
it.
are you going to tell me images have nothing to do with light?
That's not what I said, Scott. I'm
You
still
just
saying
literally
that
said that. You said images have nothing to do with
you need
light.
to provide scientific citation that demonstrates, illustrates, whatever, that refraction is causing objects, physical objects, to appear in my line of sight from below the obstruction of a physical curvature. From below physical obstruction. It's not that fucking hard, but you can't do it.
Yeah,
You
no,
have
because no scientist is going to
explanation.
waste their time on
You
such
have,
a project.
yeah, okay. That's the excuse you have. That's the best
I
you
mean,
got.
how are they going to get a grant for that?
That's the best Scott
Someone's
has.
going to look and
Is
say, "This is
that.
what you want
That's
us
the
to pay
best he's
for."
got.
Hit the road. And
That's the
where
best
are they
he's got. No scientists
where are they going to
waste their
publish
time on
this?
trying to figure that out.
Where
Because
are they going to
Congress just
publish
made
this
that
research?
shit up. They pulled that out of their fucking ass. So
No, if they try to publish this research, they'd be laughed at.
the same way I'm fucking laughing at you for claiming something is happening that doesn't happen. You are probably partly right, even though you're wrong. It's
No,
weird.
because it's so trivial, nobody would bother publishing it.
Yeah, well, it should have been published a long fucking time ago, don't you
Why?
think?
No, who would do it?
Why?
No, if you don't know how the science community works, then not much I can do to help you.
Science community works. That's nice. You're still claiming that refraction is doing something
Weird.
that I have no proof of it doing, and you still
A
haven't provided.
31-year-old can act
That's
like a
the whole thing, right?
14-year-old.
No. You have made a claim.
You realize you act like a 14-year-old, right? You get that.
I don't give a fuck about your opinions. You have made a claim.
But you do, right?
You have made a claim that refraction is doing something, right? Yet you cannot provide a citation or verification or proof thereof. Period.
I know.
So bring on the ad hom, Scott Mackey. I'm gonna mute and I'm gonna go take a piss because
okay, you do that.
you aren't worth a fuck.
I know.
I hope you know.
Is your husband a flat earther? I'm always curious about people who have non-flat Earth partners.
Yeah, well, be really curious. Meet this guy myself.
Have you seen that clip of CJ?
I don't know CJ.
I think most people have non-flat Earth partners. That'd be like the majority of humanity, right?
Yeah, but you can hear the way of the conversation where that's why I'm curious to ask, because some people are like, yep, they're a hardcore flat earther like me. I've heard some go, oh, they just prefer not to talk about it. Where I'm like,
you mean you mean like how many flat earthers have non-flat Earth partners?
Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah.
Because there's a pretty funny clip that CJ, and to his credit, he posted it himself. But
I mean, think about everyday life. You don't really talk about whether the Earth is a globe or flat in everyday life. You know what I mean? Just in regular life, people don't really need to discuss it or debate it. So it wouldn't be a problem. You could have a perfectly healthy relationship or marriage, with someone that has the opposite opinion. I think.
I think it'd be tough.
I think it'd be tough. I think it'd be possible, but I think it'd be tough. But it would depend. You just don't bring it up. That's what I mean. Don't talk to them. And that's what I'm going to say. The difference is how much of their waking life do they devote to it? Where if they devote a somewhat significant amount of their time to it, then you're saying, please don't talk to me about your main hobby.
Yeah, I guess if it's something that they're actively engaged in every day for like more than an hour a day, then yeah,
Mm.
you're gonna
And
hear
you're like,
about it.
yeah, like my partner gets like, oh god, don't talk about them.
Oh yeah.
Don't fuck. I don't want to hear about that shit.
And I think from a
Same
like
here, buddy.
personally,
Same here.
I'm sure everyone in here is a great person. Like, to be honest, I think everyone here is probably fine. I think so. Yeah. You doubt it? I think you see the ugliness come out of people when they're frustrated, but you know, that's normal. That's a normal human behavior. People, you know, get pushed, buttons get pushed. Frustration, you know, why can't you see my point of view, my perspective? And then they lose patience and flip out. But that's, I wouldn't hold that against them for behaving like frustrated. Yeah, everyone gets frustrated.
Yeah. Like, because I'm a hardcore skeptic on a lot of things, and my partner, like, I think agrees with me on many of them. But like one of them where she's not even sold that much on the efficacy of it. She just sometimes goes and sees somebody for Reiki. And she's like, I really don't like when you're like going through your list of things that are bullshit. Or that you've decided are bullshit, and then you include this one that I like.
Oh, you don't believe in the manipulation of energy? Come on, man.
No, I don't. I happen to think that, especially the Skype Reiki sessions, they're the best. Where's the one with CJ?
Skype?
Yeah. There's like
no, it can't be.
Cannot be. You call in on a Skype call and then tell them what's wrong, and then close your eyes and sit there, and they wave their hands in front of their webcam, and you get fixed.
I think it would be fascinating if in our lifetimes, I said this last night, but or yesterday, 24 hours ago, if in our lifetimes we have another big, like, kind of reality shifting, like everyone's perception gets changed by something, like some event, whatever. Because in history, there'd be many instances of that, right? Like, just where, like, you know, our understanding gets challenged and we have to change our view on things. Because
Yeah, I think we're in the middle of one of those periods.
Could be. Who knows, man? But
what about somebody saying then they think we're in one of those periods? What, with the flat Earth?
With many things.
Yeah, I mean,
flat Earth is one of many.
I don't know if you've heard of a guy called David Wilcock. Have you heard of him before? He's like kind of like
yes, he's into a bunch of new age stuff.
New age, yeah, like really makes a lot of claims with not a lot of evidence and stuff. Yeah, but still, like, entertaining to listen to, because it's like
with that 5 head of his, though, I expect to see some psychic powers, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, just some of the things I remember before 2012, like, I was listening to some of his talks. I was a lot more younger and impressionable at the time. I was like, wow, this dude, he's fascinating. And he was claiming that when we get past 2012, we're going to get these like big upgrades to our perceptions and abilities and things, like, you know, levitation and psychic ability upgrades, you know, through our DNA and stuff. It was, that never happened, but it was kind of like exciting to look forward to it when you were when I was more impressionable. I was like, damn, okay. This is fascinating stuff. And he sold books. He, you know, like, he toured around the world and sold out, you know, conferences and stuff. So he made a lot of money. Like,
yeah, but I think he's a disinfo agent. Like, he's a disinfo agent grifter, like David Icke.
Right, muddy the water type person. Probably, yeah. I don't know. He makes money off the gullible, basically. The people that just want, you know, to subscribe to something fascinating because the world is kind of boring, I guess. Everything's been worked out, figured out. We want some mysteries, you know. We want something exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's a lot to it.
Yeah.
There are plenty of mysteries.
We know that.
There's a lot
You
of
know that.
a lot of phenomenon. How do you say it? Phenomenon.
Something like
phenomenon.
I have an interesting good faith question to ask Scott. Why do you think that the scientific institutions of the world don't invest more money into exploring the oceans and things like that rather than space?
Nobody cares about the ocean.
I don't know.
Okay, but that's not really explaining why they don't care about the
These
oceans.
oceans are boring. It's just water.
I don't think they like.
Yeah,
What do you
is
mean
that
by
true?
more?
Yeah, is it even true?
Yeah, I think the question's ill-formed until you go, here's how much they do invest, and here's the number it should be.
Yeah, I'm actually looking.
Why don't they invest more? You could always say, all right, $20 billion, still not enough. $200 trillion, not enough. $1 quintillion, still not enough.
All right, I'm gonna look up the numbers on the comparison. Give me 1 second.
But just for the record, I'm not a big space guy. I think money spent on going to space is usually a waste of money.
Hey, fair enough.
Flat Earthers are more interested in space than your average glober.
Yeah, much more.
Oh, I'm fascinated by space, man. I got a new what is it? How many mil? 250 millimeter lens for my Canon camera, and it's been a lot of fun, like zooming into the moon and taking photos. It's a lot of fun.
You don't know what that is. You don't know what that is.
Yeah, I mean, well, who knows, man? It's up there. It's definitely up there, and I'm definitely photographing it.
Up there.
Yeah.
Can you prove
You
that?
don't know that it's up there.
Can you prove that?
Yeah, can you prove that?
It just looks like a big spherical rock, but you can't trust your senses.
Let me
You don't know if that's a sphere.
I can't find the numbers, but NOAA, the ocean exploration thing, it says that the funding is less than 1% of other things.
What did they say the moon is? Like, how do they explain that you can see like different sides of the moon at different parts of the Earth?
I don't think you see different sides of it. You see pretty much the same face of it, but it's just a different way up.
Well, the same face, but you can see more if you're in different parts of the Earth, right? Isn't that like a thing?
No.
Let's see.
You asked him.
I've got a good one of the I've got a good one of the Southern Cross because I'm in Australia. 3129 image 3129. Let me just put this.
Southern Cross is a psyop. It doesn't exist.
When you said 3129, I thought you were in Melbourne for a second there.
Oh, okay. No, it's the image number.
Thought it was your postcode.
Now. This is off my camera.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to say. So the
you might have to
looks okay.
You might have to open it full screen to see it, but it's up there.
But isn't the case that you can't see some parts of the moon from some parts of the Earth, and then you can see other parts, or is it just the?
No, you see pretty much the same face of it.
See
It's
the
just
same face.
rotated depending on where you are on the Earth. Like you'll see it a specific way up, then us in the Southern Hemisphere will see it the opposite way.
It's obviously a different angle.
Hey, Scott.
Can you see the Southern Cross there in that photo? You might have to open it full screen, but it's kind of.
Where's the text channel for this place?
It's next to it's in the actual room. So if you go to guest room, I was like, oh, I'll put a photo of it. And then I was like, where am I going to put that?
Are you on your phone or on a computer?
On a laptop.
Where the
so
actual
scroll up to where it
PC
says
is.
24/7. There's a little the speak bubble next to the right, to the right of 24/7. Yeah, click on that. And,
Thanks. Yeah.
Little speech.
We switched that off in the other place.
Yeah, because you only want one text chat, otherwise it gets hella confusing. So you gotta pick it. How you been, Was?
Good, mate. Yourself? How's Sydney treating you?
Good, mate.
Yeah, it's good. You been demolishing the flat Earth in Gems lately?
It's weird because you can't demolish rubble. It's already demolished. It's already broken. You know what I'm saying?
I feel like there are so many Australian flat earthers. Sorry to interrupt.
There are too many flat Earth.
Glober.
Yeah, I'm
Is
an
that true
Australian
though? Like,
Glober.
It's because
it
they're
seems
down
like
under.
well, I know you guys aren't, but like, doesn't it just seem like there's a lot of Australian flowers?
It's muted, was?
I don't know.
There's a few.
Man.
But man, look at all those clusters bottom right of the Southern Cross there. It's like these
Yeah.
beautiful clusters
Look,
of
I found the
stars.
South Celestial Pole.
South Celestial Pole. Oh yeah, the Alpha Centauri A and B or something, whatever they're called. The ones that point toward the crux, yeah. But look how it gets real busy with stars, like bottom right of the Southern Cross is like all clusters and stuff. Very busy stars. Nice.
It's definitely Lupus. That's a fun name.
It's the little oh I see 24/7 Flat Earth mod, the little black swan.
What are you talking about? What's the little black swan?
Oh, next to their names in the side chat, they've got a little swan icon for their username. Swan.
Who's taking predictions on what the cosmology will be after the final experiment if they go to Antarctica? But some people saying 2 suns. I'm hoping South Center will take off, though I don't think it's likely. I think reflection on the dome is going to be up there. What are the other?
Bloody hell. Space is pretty damn incredible, though. The moon, Mars, Jupiter, like all the planets, sun, even. Called luminaries.
I'll prove they're spherical though.
Well, yeah, apparently not, but they all look quite circular. But are they like plates? All perfectly angled so that they appear, perfectly circle.
Well, but they've got a like crescent-shaped shadow over them, and particularly ones like Saturn and Jupiter do a really good job of looking like a sphere, because Jupiter's got that big red dot that revolves around about every 11 hours or something, and then Saturn's wearing a belt.
Saturn's got rings that are like curving around it like a hula hoop. Yeah.
So difficult, that one. Like, it's
That's weird.
if they're not spheres, they're doing a real good job of looking like spheres.
Yeah,
They're really the best sphere-looking non-spheres I've ever seen.
Or perhaps they are spheres and we just lucked out, whatever we're on.
They could be.
Didn't
Just
get
because
the
they're spheres
spherical
doesn't
upgrade.
prove we are. Doesn't prove that spheres rotate and just hang around orbiting things and rotating about their center in the inky blackness of space.
Why are these guys allowing you globetards to talk like this?
Don't know. We're about to get muted.
Oh, okay. Dirty globetards. Piece of shit.
It's fair game, dude.
He's the one that got muted. There's an interesting claim.
But yeah, like denying, say, Mars or Saturn or Jupiter as being planets and real and like, as they are suggested as in science, right? Saying that that's misunderstood by science. Incredible, man. I don't know. It's a very bold thing to suggest that they've all got it wrong.
The science is not a thing that can think. It's not understood by science. That's not a thing.
No, it's the practice used to understand the world, like everything around us.
But they are using that. It's used by science, but science is a method. That's all.
Scientific method, sure. Yeah, I agree. It is a method.
Yeah, but it's not that science doing anything.
Right. But it's a method to make sense of the world around us, right? Sense.
Yeah, and then you call that science because of method, nothing else.
Right. So making sense, I mean, that seems quite useful. It seems like a useful endeavor.
Not making sense. You're proving something.
Proving, yeah.
Empirically, that means
fake. To know it is false. Know it is fake. The Latin. Method. Process. Process to know that it is false.
Yeah, okay, I'm that dumb bitch. Sorry. How about a game of whack fuck? That'd be a good time for alphas.
Hmm. Hmm.
That's a cool picture.
What do you got for us?
Where he's like poking his head through the sky and crawling through. He's like, holy shit. I'm tripping. tripping
I've
balls
seen
through
it.
it.
What
Oh
was
my
in that
God.
mushroom?
If you lift the hood up, you can see the engine.
Hey, did you guys know that things
Yes.
that's
Anything.
fucking retarded?
Yeah.
Nailed it.
Thank you for out on that last portion of your
There's some people in here, like from you're roboting a hell of a lot, dude. From the people that I've heard talk in here for every time I've been in here, there's definitely ones that get upset and very animated and emotional, and then other people that maintain a level, calm demeanor. You know, and seem to have patience.
Hmm. What are you implying that they're more on one side than the other?
Yes, definitely.
Oh, you need to hang out. You need to hear some Zanuck or some. I'm trying to think of who else. Paid NASA Shield. There are quite a few globers that just go off the deep end and stay there.
Oh, really? And go like wild and lose their patience and stuff? I want to hear one.
Yeah, and like can't hear halfway through a thought before freaking out and interrupting with ad homs.
People are people.
Yeah. True.
And it's like a debate Discord.
Yep.
Daz Studios, I like that one that you post about the sextant. That's a good one.
I think we're supposed to argue, right, on this.
Yes, nice one, eh?
On Discord, you're supposed to debate and argue. Otherwise, the program would be called Harmony, not Discord, right? If we were all in agreement. You got to get the Harmony update, the Harmony app, or the Echo Chamber.
Clubhouse is a bit more chilled. Yeah,
Echo
Sextant's a
Harmony.
good one.
eHarmony for short.
Sextant's a good test. eHarmony. Settle down and get yourself a wife. Yeah, the Sextant
All
argument
right.
I particularly like because
Back
my first argument.
with the dumbasses. Okay. I
Oh
love
yeah,
this chat.
have you brought
Oh,
your
hey,
proof
Chris.
that you live on a spinning, wobbling, gas-covered water ball?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, I have not. I'm just here to hear you guys out. I'm not gonna lie. I'm just here to hear you guys out.
What's your position?
What are you
Chris?
laughing at?
No, I'm not laughing. I'm sorry because like I am obviously globe, but I would love to see the other side. You know, I'm not somebody that's, you know, automatically okay. I have to believe this side. Like it's the only way. But I would
Other
love
side-
to.
Other
You
side
know,
is saying that what you believe all does not.
I would
curve
love
in
to
reality.
understand you guys' perspective. Easily put.
Okay, the flat surface does not curve.
Okay. Can you
And we
elaborate
have-
on that?
And we have flat surface in reality. You cannot have flat surface on the sphere.
Okay.
That's all.
So if somebody sets up a camera
Yeah.
from a certain distance away, and somebody stands away from that camera at a certain distance away, you're telling me that they would not appear to be either smaller or bigger, depending on the rigidness of that surface.
No, I'm telling you this: the Earth has the radius, this sphere, and it's saying that with your height, you can see 3.5 miles. You know there is a curvature. With distance, that drop is growing and growing. Do you know? With more distance, that drop is growing.
Exactly, because
There is
it's
no
curved.
there is no such a thing like a drop in reality. Every observation showing that.
All right. Okay, so I have another question now. What about all the pictures from NASA?
Can you repeat now what I said?
You said the further that you are, the more drop there's gonna be. Yes or no?
and what did I say? What I finished with?
I did not remember that, but like obviously
Okay,
there's gonna be
remember
a drop.
when we make observation, every observation showing there is no such a thing like a drop over distance in reality. Did you get it now?
There is though, like over
There
a
is no
greater.
such a thing like a drop over distance in reality. We make observation. If you can show one observation showing the drop over, I would like to see that.
Brother, you can do it yourself. Like but people have done
Man,
it
I do
millions
it
of
by
times.
myself. I do it by myself. Did you do it?
Yeah. Do you do it over a flat surface or do you do it over like
Over
mountain
the
ridges
sea
and everything?
level. Yeah, over the sea level. Yeah, over the sea in Croatia, for example, in UK, I did it.
But that's your own perspective.
It's not the perspective. If you see the 10 miles of flat surface, how you will call that surface?
Exactly. 10 miles of flat surface. What about the whole
You
world?
cannot have 10 miles of flat surface on this globe.
You're saying that 10 miles of flat surface on a single place on Earth equates to the whole Earth.
Repeat after me. You cannot have 10 miles of flat surface with a radius of 3,959 miles sphere.
So why can that not be then? All right, explain to me.
Because it's flat. It's not there.
What do you mean, brother?
Because, man, when you make observation, there is no curvature there. And what shall we do now?
I guess all the mountains are flat then, right? All the mountains are
No,
flat.
mountains are not flat. We are speaking. Are they spherical?
Exactly. So I guess we're like,
Are
come
they
on, brother.
spherical?
So what's the difference between the melon and your horizon?
Is it mountain spherical?
If you account it to the whole Earth, it's it's spherical with the whole Earth. What are you talking about?
Oh,
Well,
mountains are
so
spherical. You're
the
saying.
point that he's getting at is that there is supposed to be a set geometry to the Earth, and they've defined it for us with the radius value of, do you know?
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know, bro. I just came in here to like try to talk shit, get some clips. I'm not gonna lie.
But if you
So
don't
then
want to listen, that means you will
wanna
not
come in
listen to the
here
information.
and be
No,
antagonistic.
I'm here to listen. I'm here to listen. I'm not gonna lie, I'm here to listen. I'm trying
No,
to get
you
your guys'
said you're
perspective.
antagonistic. Even if the other side was to tell you exactly what they thought, it wouldn't matter to you. You just came in here for antagonistic clips.
Not like that, but like I just want to get to know. I
Well,
won't
that's
use
what
all
you
the
said.
clips, obviously. I'll just use which clips seem kind of funny.
Right.
But continue. I would like to hear your, analysis and all that.
No.
No? Okay. All right. So, what about the pictures from NASA then?
You're in here to be
Pictures
antagonistic.
from
There's
the
no
NASA
reason for
showing.
anybody to say anything to you because you're not listening. You don't want to listen.
Okay, so those pictures from NASA, are those fake to you guys, or do you just not believe in them?
Let's say they are real. Let's say they are real. Okay.
Exactly. Let's say.
Let's
You're
say.
saying that.
Let's say. Okay.
You're
Let's say
saying let's say.
let's say they are real. Okay. That means they're showing the Earth spherical. Is that correct?
Obviously, yeah.
Is it spherical also on the ground or only from the space?
Buddy, you can measure a flat ground, but the flirt in itself is not
Buddy,
flat.
how big is it? How big is this Earth?
What, like not even 6,000 miles. It's like what, 11,000
Which
miles or
point is
something?
starting, and how it's curving? Is it the same curving if it's radius? Let's say 1,000,000 miles. Is the curving on the same rate?
Obviously not, because you have different ridges, valleys,
Okay.
hills, caves,
Can you
all
tell
this
me?
other shit from the geographical actual. Like, come on, bro, be for real.
Okay, can you type with your height how much you can see on this sphere?
So what I'm getting at is that you're just basing it off personal
I
interpretation.
will tell you without your research. With your height, you can see 3 miles, 3.5 miles.
Exactly. You're basing off personal experience where there's been scientists and people that have studied this earth, measured it.
Can I finish? Can I finish?
Okay, finish, brother. Finish.
Okay, with 6 foot height, you can see 3 miles. Okay.
Yep.
But we have observation in 1 foot observer height showing 10 miles of flatness.
Okay, well, what does that have to do with anything?
With 6 foot height on the sphere, with this radius, you can see 3 miles. But with 1 foot height, we see 10 miles.
What the fuck, brother?
Did you get it? Listen carefully again. With this radius, with your height, you can see 3 miles. We have observations with 1 foot observer height.
So what if I have a different height then?
He's conflating height with elevation too.
Yeah.
You're conflating height with elevation.
We are on the sea level. Do you understand? On the sea level. We are on the beach observing.
Okay, buddy, listen, we have satellites in fucking space.
No satellites, man. We're speaking about the surface. You want to know why people are flat earther? I
get it, because you guys don't believe in actual science.
It doesn't matter what I believe. I'm speaking about surface, man. And
exactly. Surface is a one-dimensional perspective. You're literally talking about what you can only see with your own eyes. You're not talking about the things that we've created.
The shape of this. The surface describing the shape of the sphere.
And is that of your own perspective? Yes or
Can
no?
surface describe the shape of the sphere?
Is that from your own perspective? Yes or no?
Can surface describe the shape of the sphere? This is the question.
But what does it
Can
come to?
or
Does it
cannot?
come from your own perspective, or does it come from trial and
Not
error of what
perspective, the
scientists have
measurement.
done
Not
through
perspective.
various
No, I
tests
didn't.
over and over through the scientific
Listen,
method and satellites and all the measurements we've taken?
Chris, are you listening?
Brother, you're literally telling me to.
Okay, Chris, what I said.
You're telling me to view it from one perspective rather than various
No, man.
perspectives.
I didn't speak about perspective. I spoke about numbers and measurement, not perspective.
Exactly. From what? From one person, right? From somebody viewing it from.
Oh, no, from one person. Do you want 100 observations, not one?
Okay, so 100 people viewing it from the same height. Okay, I get you.
How? If you're on the beach, how high you are from the sea level?
That
Brother, this
depends.
is
Is it low
crazy.
tide? Is it high tide?
Yeah, exactly. Like, what's going
Depends.
on, man? Like,
You
what's
gotta
going
be
on, bro?
specific.
What's
So that
going
one
on?
height
If you're
above
on the
that one
beach
height.
and
That, so
if
give
you're
me
on the
like
beach and what?
you got to let me speak. You got to let me speak. You got to let me speak. So if it's high tide and you're 1 foot above sea level, you're actually at a higher elevation than just 1 foot.
Thank you, brother.
Is that true?
I think I might have gone a bit too far though.
No, you have to listen to his example. You have to understand it's his example. It's his way of viewing it only.
These long sentences.
It doesn't.
Do you
It does,
agree? So lost in geometry. Do you agree that if it's high tide at the beach and you're 1 foot above that sea level, you're at a higher elevation
What
than
if you
say
what
it's
if
low?
you don't have?
You gotta
What
let
if
me
you don't?
finish. You have to
You
let me
asking
finish.
me for
You
tides.
have.
What if you don't have a
I was
tide?
not finished. I was not finished talking.
Yeah, but you are asking me
I
for the
was
tide. What if you don't have a
no. I'm
tide?
not. I'm not asking you
exactly.
for the
That's
tide.
what. That's
You
what
are
he's trying to
asking me
say.
for the
He's saying
tide.
he's
You are
asking you either it's
asking.
low tide or high
let me
tide.
finish. You
You are
gotta let me
asking me.
finish. You gotta let me finish my whole question. Let me finish.
Yeah. And
Is there a difference in elevation from 1 foot above sea level at high tide versus 1 foot above sea level at low tide? Is there a difference in elevation?
So what do you have for dinner?
No.
No.
Okay.
So when
All right.
there's no that's crazy to me.
Yeah.
That's just basic.
If
That's
you're
just.
standing on the hill on the sea, there is a hill near the sea, 100 meter, and there is a tide. Is it your elevation changing?
That's not the question that I asked.
He was
That I'm
talking about.
asking
He
you
was
now.
talking about sea level, though.
Now I'm
Not the
asking
question
you.
I asked. That's not the
What if
question I
you
asked.
don't have a
No.
tide? What
So
if you see? What now? The question
So
now, Mike.
let
Can I
me
finish
explain.
now? My
So let me
question.
explain.
What if
Let
you
me
don't
answer
have
your
a
question.
tide?
Let me
What if
answer
you?
your question. Let me answer
Okay.
your question. If you're standing, say, at like 50-foot elevation, whether or not the
Yeah.
tide comes in or not does not change your elevation. However, if you are determining your height above sea level and you're just standing at low tide and you're 1 foot above the water, that's a different elevation than when it's high tide and you're 1 foot above that water. You would have to change location. That's why when you're at a beach, and it's low tide, you can sit close to the water, and as the tide comes in, the water suddenly reaches you. You haven't changed elevation, but the
What
water
if
has.
now question? What if there is no tide? What then?
What do you mean? It's
What if
either
you are
high
on?
tide or low tide.
What if you are on the beach of the lake? What then?
If you're at the beach of a lake, then chances are you're not at sea level.
Yeah.
Really?
You're not at sea level. A lake, yes, that's not sea
really?
level.
Because
That's not sea
again,
level.
the Earth is not flat. It has many divots and points and higher ups and low points. Like, come on, brother, be for real, man.
For example, there's lakes by my there
Yeah,
are
but where
lakes
is
by my. You
where is
gotta let me. You gotta let me finish. There are lakes in Vermont. Vermont is not at sea level.
Exactly.
Is
Yep.
Doesn't matter, man. That water shoot the curve. Doesn't matter, man,
It
where
does
it
matter.
is. That water shoot the curve. Doesn't matter where it is.
Well, your whole claim about this whole 1 foot observer height being seeing more than 3 miles.
That's what I'm saying, brother.
Yeah. Let's do
Yeah,
that on
so
the ground.
so
Let's do that
right,
on the
right,
ground with elevation change, you know?
right. So when you claim this whole
How you
1
can
foot
how you
above,
can be
so
a
when you
how you
claim this
can
1 foot, when you
my
claim this 1
question
foot
is
observer
okay, my
height,
question for
I
you,
want
how
to
you can
question.
be
My question is to you: is that 1 foot above the ground? What's the ground elevation?
my question is to you, how you will describe the flat surface?
It's not flat. It's very rigid. There's highs and bumps and lows.
Okay,
There's
how you
caves,
will
and it's all.
describe the difference between curved and flat surface?
It's curved, but it still has ridges and bumps, brother. It's not
Okay, how you
flat.
will describe the flat surface
How do
then?
you determine the elevation of those bumps and divots?
How flat surface could be flat?
What? The same way that there could be lakes below sea level because of the divots
I'm
and everything in the
asking you,
mountains.
how you will describe the
How
flat
did you
surface? What for you
determine?
will be flat surface? 20 miles per 20 miles?
You see, you're
The flat.
talking about from one perspective, brother. You're not talking about the
No,
whole Earth.
I'm not speaking about perspective. I'm asking you a question. How you will describe some flat surface? What for you will be flat surface? Let's say this surface is flat. This 10 miles per 10 miles is flat. How you will know that it's flat?
Listen, I'm gonna be honest. Nothing on Earth is actually flat. That's the actual trick about it. Nothing
Yeah,
on
yeah.
Earth is
That
actually flat. Like
is it
actual level
curving? Is
flat,
it curving?
actual level
Is it
flat. There's
curving?
nothing.
Is it curving?
It's curving because it's round, obviously.
How we get to that it's curving?
Because it's not flat. What do you mean?
Okay, I have the 10 miles of the flat surface. How is that curving?
We've talked about it, brother. You're talking about from a single little perspective, a little piece of the whole
Not from
Earth.
the single level, from everywhere, from everywhere, from every point.
What you're saying does not apply to the whole of the Earth. That's what I'm
I'm
trying to get
saying
at.
there is no such a thing like a video showing that there is a drop over distance, the antecedent for the sphere, what sphere should to have.
What do you mean? Because the
You are
Earth,
only saying it's curving, it's curving, it's curving. Where is curving?
because the whole Earth is so grand that you can never see that.
Well,
What are you
how
talking
big it
about?
is? We told about that. It's 3 miles. The
You see,
geometrical
that's what I'm
horizon.
saying. You keep saying 3 miles, brother. It doesn't make
I'm
sense,
not
bro.
saying
It does
that.
not
That is
make.
written on fucking Google. I didn't make that math. You think that that's my math? Do you know what your beliefs are?
Yes, I know the Earth is round. We live on a sphere. Like, come
Okay.
on,
Do
bro.
you believe in 8
No,
inch per
at the
mile
beginning of
square?
the
Do you
conversation, you
believe
stated
in
that you
8
had a
inch?
belief. That's what you believe, and you only came in here for antagonistic clips.
No, all
So don't
right,
say that you know.
no. I'm past the
Earlier that
clips.
you believe.
Listen, I'm past the clips. All right, I got enough of them, but I'm here to just like literally talk to y'all retarded ass. Like, come on, bro.
How you can have the hill 200 meters in the middle of USA?
You can't sit there and be like, I just want to talk to y'all's retarded ass. Don't make insults, right?
Okay, I'm
Like that's
sorry,
not how
guys.
you
I'm
make
sorry.
friends.
I don't. All right,
Uh,
I'm sorry. I'm
Are
sorry.
you a
Did not
clever?
mean
We
to say
are
that.
retarded. How you are clever?
Wait,
Let's talk how
Jenna,
much
are
you are
you a
clever.
fellow flat earther? Can you give your 2 cents?
Yeah, dude, like fucking the water, the earth water has a slope of 0 everywhere, right? And you know
Okay,
as
all
well
right,
as I
here we go.
do, yeah, you
Let
know
me
as
see
well as
this.
I do that most of the earth is covered in water, right?
Why
You
we
know
call
that
sea level?
they call it sea level because it curves.
Why we call sea level? Can you tell me?
Hold up, I'm looking at this map real
Yeah,
quick.
because people that know about like
Looking at a
levels
map
and
for the
everything know
nation
that
of
level doesn't mean flat. So like that's
Oh,
why.
level doesn't mean flat. In which language?
Nope.
In English?
In physics.
In physics? In
Yes.
Croatian language, the level means flat. I don't know in English. Maybe in Italian language, the level means flat. I don't know. Maybe in English, level means something different.
Okay, so can you guys explain the way a flat Earth
Explain.
would? Well, no, listen.
Can you?
Could you guys explain the way a flat Earth would work in our solar system with all the other planets? Are all the other planets flat?
Because you're imagining solar system, man. You're putting the flat Earth in this. in the space. Is that correct?
And in case you're wondering, Lost in Geometry, I've done the experiment where I've set up
You
my
didn't do
equipment.
experiment. If you
Oh,
did experiment,
absolutely,
you
I
will be
did.
science.
Yeah,
You didn't do
absolutely, I did.
experiment.
Yes, I
You
did.
didn't. No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. Yes,
No,
I
you
did.
didn't. Okay, what is
Yeah,
experiment?
reciprocal zenith angle
No,
testing.
what you did. What is experiment? Can you define experiment?
Sure. It's a
In
procedure
science.
where you observe
What?
natural phenomena.
Okay, what is your independent variable? What's your hypothesis?
The distance in between 2 points.
That's phenomena distance.
That's the variable I'm changing.
That's the natural phenomena distance.
No, you asked me for the variable that I'm changing.
You said that you did experiment. What natural?
Yes.
What natural phenomenon you observe? What causes what?
Level.
You observe.
Levelness.
You observe the levelness.
Yes.
And what levelness causing what's happening?
So over a distance of 1,200 feet, there was a difference in level of 12 seconds of a degree.
That's not experiment. That's measurement.
Yes, but the independent variable was the distance in between the 2 points.
No, that's not.
So
That's
the distance increases,
bullshit,
between
man.
points,
Man, that
the
has nothing to
amount
do
of
with science. That's measurement,
the
man.
amount
You're
of degrees between level changes.
you're using distance for the science, man. Are you crazy?
No, distance is the independent variable that I'm
Has
changing.
nothing to do with an independent variable, man. This bullshit.
That's the independent variable that I'm changing.
Man,
Is the
come
distance
on, this
between
is
2
ridiculous.
points.
This is so stupid that it's ridiculous.
Well, I'm sorry that you think it's stupid,
I'm
but that's the
sorry.
independent
I'm
variable that
sorry.
I'm changing.
I'm so sorry that it has nothing to do with the science. It's only
I'm sorry you
all
don't
what you
understand
said is.
science.
Of course that I don't understand pseudoscience. Yeah.
Yes. So is
Do you
distance
know what
between
is
2 points?
pseudoscience? Do
If
you
I
know what
change
is
the
pseudoscience?
if I
Do you know what
if
is
I change
pseudoscience? Do you know what
if
is
I
pseudoscience? Do you know what is pseudoscience?
yes like
Can you tell me what is pseudoscience?
astrology.
Okay, great.
Like in the sense that like
What is pseudoscience is comparing to the
Libra,
science?
Tauros, this stuff.
What is pseudoscience comparing to the science?
No,
Why they are different? Why pseudoscience and science?
Pseudoscience doesn't have empirical data. Science does.
Okay, great. Why are you using pseudoscience?
I'm not using pseudoscience. I'm using actual science.
Are you using
Did you use
actual
a
science?
scientific method to determine your conclusion?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Did you use the scientific method to determine your conclusion?
Yeah.
How did you do that?
How did I use the scientific method? I set up multiple points, and the independent variable that I was changing was the distance between the points and what level, like how the difference in level from one point to the next.
So you made observations.
Yes, that's part of the scientific method.
Hey, guys, I have one question that's not really related to flat Earth. So, can I question you for a sec? It's not related to flat Earth.
Go ahead. I don't even know who
Okay.
you're addressing.
Just the whole we see. Is there anyone who hates Mr. Beast here?
I mean,
No one?
because he went to Antarctica and showed the 24-hour sun? Is that what you're referring to?
What? No. There's just people who are trying to cancel him, which is probably the stupidest.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
oh, because Mr.
stupid.
Beast had a video where he went to Antarctica to see the 24-hour sun. So I thought that's why you were asking that question. So
No,
I'm sure some people in here hate him for that.
just because he wanted to see 24 hours. Why should you even hate Mr. Beast? Like, Mr. Beast is probably the best person on this planet.
Well, I mean, if you use a platform with millions of people that watch it and show that what flat earthers are talking about is just simply false, it explains why they would hate him.
Mate, I don't think that he wanted to prove anything. He just wanted to see the 24 hours, and that's really all. Like,
Yeah,
come
but
on,
he
man.
chose the south. He chose the South Pole instead of the North Pole.
What? And what? Like, what if he just went to the to see the 24 hours sun? Like, come on.
Yeah, like he specifically went to Antarctica instead of the North Pole because flat earthers don't have a problem with the 24-hour sun in the North Pole. Only when you go to the South Pole is that a problem for them.
No, that's no problem. You can have 40 sun in Antarctica, and doesn't matter. You can have.
How's that work? How's that work?
How's that work? You have the flat surface, you have the sea level, and you have sun in Antarctica 700 to 28 days. Do you understand?
Okay,
Or
I'm
you
just
have
going.
300 hours of sun in Antarctica, but you have sea level all around the world.
How do you explain the people that sail around Antarctica and always are turning towards it instead of turning away from it?
How you explain a salty water in ocean? How that works on the globe?
Yeah, that I'm not sure what that has to do with my question.
How salty water works on the globe?
I'm not sure what that has to do with my question.
What that has to do with the surface?
Well, if Antarctica is this ring around the Earth, then you would always have to be sailing away. Then you would. Then you would. Then you would. Then
Who said it's ring? 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 You are saying it's ring. But we didn't say about any ring. We are speaking about surface. Before that ring. You cannot strawman, and then continue to speak.
I'm not strawmanning you.
You're strawmanning. Did you say ring? Did you say what if what?
A flat earther presented a map which had Antarctica
No,
being a
the
ring
flat
around
earth
the
has
entire.
no map. The flat earth has no map.
Okay, so the Earth isn't measured flat then.
Oh, it is measured flat.
Well, if it was measured flat, then you would have a map of the flat Earth.
Yeah.
That's what.
Do you
That's
know
what
the
measurement.
Google? Do you know the Google?
That's what a
Okay, great.
measurement.
Do you know the Google?
When
Okay,
you measure
great.
the Earth,
Okay,
you
great.
make maps.
Okay, great. We have the map. Do you know the Google map?
Yeah. You mean the sphere? Yeah, the sphere. Yeah, I know that.
Google map. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the
the
map.
sphere.
Map. Oh no, the Google map. It's not sphere.
Is a sphere. Yes, it is.
No, the Google map is not a sphere. The Google map
Yes,
is
it
a
is.
map. No, it's not a sphere. It will call the Google sphere. It's a Google map.
Yeah, it's a sphere. It depicts a sphere.
No, it's a map.
A sphere. It
It's
depicts
a
a sphere.
map, man. No,
It depicts
it's a
a
map.
sphere.
No,
It
it's a
depicts a
map.
sphere.
Is it Google map or
You can just
is
deny
it
it.
Google map sphere? Can you tell me this like a child? Is it Google map or is it Google map sphere?
It's a spherical map.
Okay, great. It's a spherical map. Is it on that
Yes.
spherical map, Google map, is it that Bolivian Salt Lake on that map?
Is that what?
Bolivian Salt Flat Lake. Is it on that map?
I'm sure it is.
Okay, is it that Salt Flat Lake curving on that map?
How big's the lake? And well, I mean, yes, it is. But how much? I don't know how big. I don't know how.
4,000 miles square. Is it that 4,000 miles square? Yes. Why it's changing elevation only 1 meter is 4,000 miles square?
Oh, because elevation corresponds with the curve of the
How
Earth.
much elevation should be changed in a distance on the sphere?
See, that's the thing. Elevation corresponds with the
Does
sphere of the
elevation
Earth.
change on the sphere with the distance?
Elevation corresponds with the sphere of the Earth.
Does elevation change with the distance on the sphere?
It corresponds with the sphere.
Does elevation change with the distance on the sphere? Yes or no?
I mean, as you travel along the Earth, if you're going up hills and
Does
everything, yes, the
elevation
elevation
change
changes.
with the distance on the sphere? Yes or no?
If you're traveling along the sphere at the same elevation, you're
change on
traveling
the
along a
distance
curved line.
on the sphere?
I'm
Yes
trying to
or
answer the
no?
question, and
It's
you say,
only
I don't know
yes
why you don't
or
want the
no.
answer.
You don't yes or no.
It's not your question is too general to answer.
Okay,
You gotta be more specific.
okay, great. Let's be like a child. If you have a basketball and you put the finger on one point and you put another finger on another point, is it elevation change? We did that to 2 points.
No, so thank you. No, your elevation does not change.
Elevation does not change.
No, like
They
if
are on
you're
the same.
calling,
Are they on the same? Are they are two?
hang on,
Okay,
like you gotta let me
great, man.
explain
I
my
want to
answer.
understand.
Let me explain my
No,
answer.
you
Let
said
me
it.
explain my
Great. I
answer.
want to.
Let me
Is there now? Next question is: they are not. You said that they didn't change elevation. Are they on the same level?
So you have to let me explain my first
If
answer
they
first.
didn't change the
So if
elevation,
you're calling
are on the same level?
if you're calling the basketball
If they didn't
the
change
Earth,
the elevation, that's 2
if you're
fingers.
calling the
Are they
basketball
on
the
the
Earth,
same level?
if you're
Why
calling
you
the
don't want to
basketball
answer
from
my
the Earth,
question? Why you don't want
if
to
you're
answer my
calling,
question?
I'm
Why
trying
you don't
to,
want
but
to answer my question?
I'm
No,
trying to
I'm
clarify
speaking
my
about like a child.
I'm trying to clarify
I'm
my
speaking like
answers, and
I'm
you're not
speaking
letting
like a
me.
child, man.
Why
I'm
won't
speaking
you
like
let
a
me
child,
clarify
man.
my
I'm
answer?
speaking like a
You
child.
gotta let
I
me
ask you.
clarify my answer.
No, I don't want you to clarify. I understand
Well, that's the
everything. I
problem.
ask you this: does elevation change on the sphere with the distance? You said no, and I asked you, are they on the same level? And you started to explain something. You need to say yes or no again.
Okay, no,
Are
but
they
I would
on
like
the
to clarify
same
my
level?
answer. No,
Are
but I want to clarify my answer.
okay? That's contradiction. Two no's,
No, it's not a contradiction.
Yeah, it's
I
a
can explain it.
contradiction. No,
I can
you don't
explain
need to
it.
explain. No, you cannot tell me contradiction and now start to explain it. You cannot say
Okay.
the white is it's black,
Where's the
but
contradiction? What's the contradiction?
okay, let's start again. Does
What's the
elevation change with
contradiction?
the distance? Let's start again. Does elevation change with the distance on the sphere?
So, in your example of the
Does
basketball,
elevation change? Let's start from
so
the
in your
beginning. You said that you didn't make contradiction.
and you brought
Okay.
up a good way
Does
to explain it.
elevation change with the
You brought up
distance
a
on
good
the
way to
sphere?
explain it if you let me. You brought
No,
up a good
I
way
want
to
to
explain
only
it if you
that
let
you
me.
answer my question. I will get my result.
Yeah, I'm
If you
trying to answer your
understand me.
question, but I'm trying to
Okay,
answer
can
your
you tell
question.
me?
I don't know
Can
why
you
you
tell me?
won't let me.
No, but let's start from the beginning. Does elevation
Yeah.
change?
Let's start from the beginning.
Okay, great.
So
The
you
question
brought
is
up an
okay,
example.
great,
You brought
great,
up an
man.
example of a
When
basketball. You
okay,
brought up
the
an
question was
example of a
no, man.
basketball.
You cannot
You
speak like
gotta
that.
like what?
The question was, does elevation change with the distance on the sphere? Yes or no?
It depends.
Great. Thank you. You can speak with somebody else.
Okay. So now that I can get a chance to explain, so he brought up a basketball, and
No,
he
man,
was
you
saying
don't
like,
need to speak
so
about that. Speak with
he was
somebody else
he brought up
now about something else,
he
because
brought
this
up
is boring,
he brought up a
Okay?
basketball, and he said, does the elevation change when you have two different points on the basketball? And the way we describe elevation would be the distance from the center of that basketball to any point on the surface of the basketball. So
Not
when you
from the
travel
which
along the
center,
basketball,
which
when you
center of
travel
the
along the
sphere, which center of the
when you
air, which
travel along the
center of the air,
basketball, your
which center
elevation is
of
not
the air,
changing because it's the same
which
distance from the
center of the
center of the
basketball,
basketball.
which
But your
center of the
level does
basketball.
change.
When you
And
put the
this is, I
finger
mean,
on
I
the
think
top of
any
the
flat earther
basketball,
can understand why two different points on a basketball would have level change. Because if we talk about how level is to the center of the sphere. So
man,
that's
what
why
is the level? What is the level? Can you define the
that's,
level?
yeah, level is perpendicular from the direction of gravity.
Okay, it has nothing to do with flatness. A level cannot be flat.
It has to do with the perpendicular direction of gravity.
It cannot be flat. Level cannot be flat.
Perpendicular direction
Question:
from
Can
gravity.
level be flat?
Perpendicular.
Can
from
level be
gravity.
flat? Can level
Perpendicular
be
from
flat?
gravity.
Can level be
Perpendicular from
flat?
gravity.
Can level be
Perpendicular from
flat?
gravity.
No, you can
No.
say no.
No.
Level
No.
cannot be flat. Is that correct?
Perpendicular from gravity. Yes,
That
because
means
it's
cannot
perpendicular
be
from
flat.
gravity.
Level cannot be
It's
flat. Is that
perpendicular.
correct?
It's
Is that correct? Level
perpendicular from
cannot be flat.
gravity.
Is that correct? Understand?
Not in reality.
Level,
Not in
no,
reality. No.
level
Not in
cannot be
reality.
flat in reality. Okay.
Not in
Can
reality.
level be curved?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
In reality.
Okay, kids, did you listen? Everybody who listening also live. The level
Yeah.
cannot be flat. Level can be only curved. That's all.
One, we have actual empirical evidence to show, and the other you don't.
I learned a lot. There is no possibility for flat. Thank you. Everything is curving. Did you understand that you didn't give me possibility for the flatness? There is no such a thing. There is no possibility to be flat anything.
Do you have empirical
Do
evidence
you know when you
that
have
level
do you
follows the
know when
same
you have
horizontal
do you know
plane
when you have a
everywhere on Earth?
choice? Do you
Do
know
you
when you
have
have a
empirical
choice?
evidence?
Do you know when
Do
you
you
have a
have
choice? Do you know when you have a choice? Curved and level. You have
Do you
two
have
curved
empirical
choice.
evidence
Do
that
you know
level
when you
follows the
have the
same horizontal plane everywhere on Earth?
man?
Do you have empirical
Do
evidence
you
of
know
that?
what you gave me? You gave me two choice. One is level surface, what is curved, and another one is curved surface, what is curved. There is no possibility for the flatness. Do you understand that?
Do you have
Do you
empirical
understand
evidence
that you don't give me
that
choice
level
for the
on
flatness?
Earth
What
follows
is
the
the
same
third
horizontal
option?
plane no matter where you are?
What is
Do
the
you have any
option for the
empirical
flatness?
evidence of this?
Can you
Do you have
describe me
any
the
empirical
flatness?
evidence?
Yeah, I
Do you
have
have any
flat surface.
empirical evidence?
Yeah, the Pannonian Basin. Do you know what is Pannonian Basin?
I didn't quite. No, I'm
No,
not
you don't
like
know.
your accents. Your accent's a little strong. Your accent's a little strong. So I'm sorry about that.
It's called Hungarian Plain also. You have American Great Northern Plain also called, They're all flat surface in reality, All seas, all lakes, they're not curving, man.
Do you have empirical evidence of that?
Yeah, reality.
That's just two words. That's not really
Now
empirical
it's on
evidence.
me and on
Can you
you,
explain? Can
and
you
on
show me the
people.
empirical data
No, I
of
don't need to
reality
show you
that?
anything. You can show for yourself if you want, or other people, for example, who are listening. They will now listen. Okay, this guy is saying that it's curving, and another guy is saying it doesn't curve. Who will show me that this guy or another guy? No, the reality will show the third guy. Now we are speaking, and third guy are listening, and third guy will come on this
I
which
just don't know why you
now
can't present
the,
any
the third
empirical
guy
evidence
the third guy will the
that
third
level
guy
follows
can
the
I
same
finish my
horizontal
story?
plane everywhere on Earth.
Can I finish my story? The third
I
guy
mean,
will
you
listen.
can, I guess.
Can I finish my story? The third guy will listen this story, and he will listen to you, and he will listen to me, and he will
Yeah.
think, well, how should I believe this guy or should I believe another guy? No, I will
So,
check
oh,
for
yeah, we can
myself.
ask that.
I will
Let's put a
check.
poll.
No, I will. Can I finish my story? I will check myself, and I will go and see this guy is saying that it's curving, and this guy is saying does not curve. Then I will check for myself, and then I will see in nature what nature is telling me. What not what these guys is telling me. And then he will come to the conclusion, and that's over. And you and me doesn't matter what we spoke. The third guy will realize by himself with his
Yeah,
brain,
yeah,
his
that's
math.
fair.
Yeah,
So
I
one of
think
us
that's
has
the most fair.
one of us has empirical evidence, the other doesn't. Which one do you
Yeah,
believe?
I believe the nature.
So you believe in the empirical
No, no,
evidence.
no. You and me, we are that guys. You believe that the water is curving, and I'm telling you that it's not curving. And the third guy who is listening now, that who is on YouTube or
Yeah.
whatever,
Yeah, I would think
he's
that's
now
yeah, I
listening
would
to
think
the flat earther, retarded flat earther speaking that water does not curve, and the smart globe earther who's saying that water is curving now. And
yeah.
how he can realize now he can believe you or don't trust me because I'm a retarded, of
I'm
course,
not
because I'm flat
asking
earther.
him to believe my words. I'm asking him to believe the empirical evidence.
No, 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 no. He need to come on his own. How he wants.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah, yeah,
Exactly. Exactly.
yeah, yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. Because
Like
at
don't
the
trust
end,
me. Don't
because
trust me the person.
for
Don't
example,
trust
you
me
can
the
be with
person. Don't trust
for
this guy the
example,
person.
yeah,
Trust the
because
empirical evidence.
third person can be believer also. He
Right.
will
Right.
not
Right.
he will not go to check anything. He will only believe through this conversation
No,
everything. And say, no,
that's a very poor way to discover knowledge. The best way is to actually look
I
at
know, but
empirical evidence. When you have empirical evidence, it's much better. So where's
okay,
your
great.
empirical evidence that
Yeah, that's
level
great.
is
Yeah,
follows the same horizontal plane no matter where you are on Earth? Where's your evidence? Where's your empirical evidence of that?
I told you all flat surfaces in reality. Hungarian plague,
That's a
all season. Okay, just a statement, man. There is a map. There is a globe. There's how big it is. Where should to curve? All that third person can learn also and check that in reality, and he will come to own conclusion. Okay, he was correct. There is a drop over distance. There is a curvature. Okay, great. Or he will realize opposite. You know, he will realize there is the curvature, or he will realize there is no curvature. Do you understand that? And you are saying there is without showing anything. And we can show you observation that's showing that geometrical horizon, it's always pass away. There is no 1.22 geometrical horizon written in all books, educational books, on everywhere in the internet. 1.22, 1.223, whatever you want. Even 1.225, but not more than that. But there is geometrical horizon 10 miles, geometrical horizon 7 miles, geometrical horizon 20 miles. Geometrical horizon moving every day. People need to learn a little bit about their heliocentric model if they want, if they want to know what they believe. You cannot believe in Bible, and to know only 5 commandments and other five. I don't know that 5 other commandments. Well, what's that? There is no measurable curvature in reality, unfortunately. If you have, that's it. Earth is a sphere, and it's easy if you can find it. if for you Earth is a sphere, and if you see that there is a drop of a distance, why are you even here? It's all right. You find out. Why are you spending time with us then? Because if I'm that third person and I realize that Earth is a sphere, I will not come here again ever in my life.
Don't worry, Sasha. The lake is philosophy.
No, the distance is independent variable, man. The distance is independent variable. Did you hear me? The distance is natural phenomenon.
Is that
We
what he
have
said?
people do. Yeah, he did experiments. We have some bunch of scientists outside, and they're, we could, how to say, we can be more rich if these people go to mainstream, really science, but they're here on flat earth servers, spending their knowledge here, Jesus Christ. Other guy says, Neil deGrasse Tyson, he is wrong. But we are not listening to that guy. We are watching the Neil deGrasse Tyson on TV. But he is stupid, I'm here on Flat Earth servers to tell you that Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong. Because I know. But I'm not there in mainstream science. I'm here, on Flat Earth server telling you how they're wrong. Jesus Christ. What the people. And level is not flat. Me.
Yeah, you were arguing with an anti-flat earther.
I know.
That guy's name is Duncan Darth. That's who you're
He
arguing
is
with.
not the worst, I
Oh, he's not
spoke
the
with
worst, but
Xanic Rumpus, Brenda, what do you want more than that?
hey, your microphone's messing up, Sasha.
No, okay.
What's up, Ego?